Solar storms release electromagnetic radiation and high-energy charge particles, causing violent disturbances in the upper atmosphere and near-Earth space. They disrupt GPS satellite signals, interfere with high-frequency radio communications, even completely sever aviation high-frequency links, damage electronic components, and destroy optical systems. Soon, there would be no phones, computers, internet, Wi-Fi, or any electrical appliances or power devices. The world would plunge into darkness. Provincial Emergency Management Department and Provincial Meteorological Bureau remind you, Typhoon Pomegranate will directly strike our province on the night of the 23rd, with maximum winds potentially reaching levels 15 to 18. Shunlan City and the Pearl River Delta region will experience heavy to torrential rain, with localized, exceptionally heavy rainfall. Please prepare for severe precipitation and related disasters including urban and rural waterlogging, mountain torrents, mudslides, and landslides. September 23, 2032, 11:15. So far, Liang Shu Yu had received no less than 10 spam messages about the typhoon warnings. From the Provincial Meteorological Bureau, the Flood, Drought, and Typhoon Prevention Office, the Emergency Management Department, even some forgotten app he'd once registered for. It seemed this once in 30 years super typhoon wasn't just media hype. It was real. Otherwise, the school wouldn't be so generous, giving 5 consecutive days off. He'd heard most companies in Shunlan City were also closing. But Liang Shu Yu glanced sideways out the classroom window at the cloudless sky, so brilliantly blue. It looked nothing like a super typhoon was approaching. Ding dong. Liang Shu Yu received a message from his mother, Liang Ying. Got it. Typhoon weather was common in Shunlan City, so most people were used to it. This one was just bigger. Rumors said it risked spawning tornadoes. The province was taking it very seriously. He stretched lazily. Liang Shu Yu stood up to stretch his limbs. He felt like he'd been sleeping for ages, yet when he woke up, class still wasn't over. Lu Xiaopeng, bored out of his mind nearby, saw him and beckoned. Brother Liang, Brother Liang. Liang Shu Yu turned his head. What? Lu Xiaopeng leaned in conspiratorially, shielding his mouth with one hand. Gotta tell you something important. Liang Shu Yu moved closer. Lu Xiaopeng immediately closed the distance. You know, I got into the survivalist stuff last year, right? Liang Shu Yu nodded. Of course he knew. Ever since Lu Xiaopeng discovered survivalism, he'd carried a little waste pack called an EDC every day. Inside was an extremely sharp military-grade knife. Once, he'd been detained at the subway as a suspicious person. If not for his student ID and classmates vouching for him, he'd have ended up in a detention cell. I met a Chinese guy on an international survival forum. He works at the Meteorological Bureau. Oh, and he's high level. Oh, he said the weather this year has been really weird. His team detected some strange phenomena and reported them, but instead of getting approval to continue monitoring, he got transferred. Liang Shu Yu made a questioning face. Wasn't it because he pissed someone off? Definitely not. Brother Liang, you're my best friend. That's why I'm telling you. I think you should make some preparations, stock up on supplies and medicine, just in case. Stop. Liang Shu Yu's brows furrowed. You're really hoping for a disaster, aren't you? Like a tsunami or a war or something. Well, a little, I guess. Then my skills would be useful, right? I understand. Liang Shu Yu closed his eyes, assuming the posture of an old man deep in meditation. That's not what I meant. Lu Xiaopeng knew Liang Shu Yu probably thought he was just wishing for chaos again. But this time it really is weird, Brother Liang. You should prepare early. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The final bell finally rang. An explosion of cheers erupted from the teaching building. Liang Shu Yu was no exception. He almost didn't think, immediately ditching Lu Xiaopeng. With a quick flip, he grabbed his backpack and rushed out with the crowd. Lu Xiaopeng, hindered by his physique, couldn't keep up. By the time he shouldered his bag and gave chase, Liang Shu Yu was already down on the playground. Brother Liang, don't forget what I said. If his dad found out, that he'd be dead meat. No burial site. The future looked bleak. Perhaps because all the schools and companies were closing at once, Liang Shu Yu had to get off his bike and push just a few hundred meters from the school gates. The sidewalks were packed, a dense mess. Shared bikes jammed themselves chaotically into any gap. The roads weren't much better. Traffic police couldn't even manage the gridlock. It was pure chaos. He had arranged to meet his older sister, Liang Wenjing, at the main entrance of the shopping mall. They were going to buy some food and water to use during the typhoon. The blaring car horns on the street grated on his nerves, shredding the good mood his holiday had brought. So, He didn't notice the people being urgently evacuated from the subway entrance, their faces tense. He didn't notice the passenger jet high above, leaving a long white contrail. That grew larger and larger. The white streak hung like a colossal sword suspended over the entire city, over the entire inland region, over all of Asia, over the whole world. 11:58 a.m. What took you so long? The roads are packed, Liang Shu Yu said listlessly. Too many people. Too crowded. He didn't like it much. After parking his bike, he walked into the shopping mall with his sister. They had just passed through the main entrance when a cable above the door sparked with a sharp crack. This mall is too old. They should really renovate it, someone exclaimed nervously. The shopping trip proceeded as usual. Liang Wenjing decided what to buy, and Liang Shu Yu played the part of the quiet pack mule. After piling a mountain of items into their cart, Liang Wenjing asked, "Do we need bottled water?" The water supply might get cut during the typhoon. Their home water storage tank was sufficient, but that was just tap water. Probably not. It's heavy to carry. Mom will pick us up. But if the water and power get cut, we'll have nothing to drink. Fine then. Liang Shu Yu heaved a case of water onto the cart. Spotting the milk nearby, he remembered they hadn't had any in a while and tossed a case of that in too. They had pretty much everything, just some household essentials they were low on, snacks, instant noodles, that sort of thing. The mall was swarming with people. The checkout lines were even worse, especially the self-service counters, which were a complete disaster. Liang Shu Yu had no choice but to push the cart and wait patiently in a regular checkout line. The mall's background music was playing an old song called Dala Bengba. The androgynous vocals, rendered through the mall's cheap speakers, were hardly enjoyable, especially since the sound system seemed to have issues. Liang Shu Yu had already heard it emit sharp, grating static several times. Now it was even worse. The lyrics got stuck on the line, setting off from the castle with everyone's hopes, hope. After finally catching its breath, it skipped ahead to innumerable scars witnessed, him leveling up. Crack! Another spark flashed like another cable fault, making the people in line around them jump and look up anxiously. Chapter 2. The incident I don't know, but I heard that a typhoon caused a power grid failure, and the subway has stopped operating, remarked another person in line. The subway has ceased operations? When did this happen? Liang Shu Yu was surprised. He thought he had seen many passengers boarding the subway just as he passed by the entrance moments ago. Are you unaware? A train on line 5 suddenly made an emergency stop, and many people were injured. The sirens of ambulances have been blaring all the way here. Gasping sounds echoed around as people reacted with shock to this sudden news. Some immediately pulled out their phones to contact friends and verify the information. Liang Shu Yu also checked his class group chat and discovered that discussions about the emergency stop on line 5 were already underway. Something he had missed due to not checking his phone. Scrolling through his social media feed, he stumbled upon images of a downed aircraft, with exaggerated claims of numerous casualties. Naturally, such speculations were rampant, as he had not received any official news alerts. Isn't it strange? News usually updates rapidly, yet I haven't received any notifications, someone nearby commented. The internet is so slow, another person added. Could it be fake news? There is no coverage. Perhaps it's not as severe as it seems. Today, as traffic is chaotic, maybe it was just a car accident. I've never encountered a subway emergency stop before, a more rational voice chimed in. Liang Shu Yu found himself agreeing with this perspective. Misinformation spreads easily online, and without official confirmation, it was prudent not to jump to conclusions. Let us go? He urged Liang Wenjing, who was lost in thought. They took a step forward, but the crowd was dense and with numerous items to purchase. They estimated it would be at least 20 minutes before their turn. That might just be a rumor, Liang Wenjing nodded. Acknowledging that Liang Shu Yu had only just arrived from the subway station and likely hadn't seen anything, reinforcing the possibility that the news had been exaggerated. The background music in the mall had inexplicably ceased, amplifying the absurdity of the discussions, particularly the innocent inquiries of children, such as, is it really a plane? Fly. Suddenly, the cables above began to crackle ominously, releasing golden sparks that fell like fireworks. What is happening? A woman shrieked, prompting the crowd to retreat in a flurry from the chaotic sparks. Then, a violent explosion erupted, a sharp sound that ricocheted in all directions, swiftly drowned out by the terrified screams of the crowd. Panic-stricken, the throng surged towards Liang Shu Yu, who instinctively shielded Liang Wenjing. At that moment, an unidentified, gruesome object hurtled from above, landing right before Liang Shu Yu. A blood-soaked mass lay there, seemingly still writhing. Aya! The cacophony of screams intensified, more terrifying than the gruesome sight itself, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Even the most innocuous objects had transformed into harbingers of horror. However, this object was indeed abnormal. It was a severed hand, reduced to 3 fingers, cruelly torn apart by some violent force. Blood oozed from the jagged edge, mingling with wisps of charred smoke, as if it had been blown apart. What? Liang Wenjing gasped in terror, but Liang Shu Yu had covered her eyes, sparing her the horrific sight. Yet, from the surrounding panic, she could discern that something dreadful had transpired in the mall. Trusting him implicitly, she offered no resistance to his hand over her eyes, instead tightening her eyelids in fear. In stark contrast, Liang Shu Yu remained composed, standing a meter away from the severed hand, scrutinizing it, as if assessing the cause of its grotesque condition. What is going on? Liang Wenjing inquired again, her voice quaking. Fortunately, the presence of the severed hand seemed to embolden her. It's merely a severed hand, Liang Shu Yu replied mischievously. His earlier disinterest was momentarily eclipsed by Liang Wenjing's timid demeanor, prompting a playful curiosity within him. Are you crazy, Liang Shu Yu? Don't scare me, Liang Wenjing protested, incredulous that a severed hand could appear out of nowhere in a shopping mall, as if they were in a horror film. Why would I frighten you? Perhaps it was a microwave explosion that sent someone's fingers flying here, Liang Shu Yu speculated, having deduced the incident's likely cause from the distant commotion. She was genuinely alarmed. A microwave explosion severing someone's hand? Such news she had vaguely heard before, but never had she experienced it firsthand. Her vivid imagination conjured the horrifying scene in intricate detail. Yet, Liang Shu Yu felt a pang of compassion, stifling his mischievous thoughts. He turned Liang Wenjing away from the gruesome sight, guiding her towards the checkout. As the severed hand lay too close for comfort, the cashier, a young girl, appeared pale and shaken, clearly unaccustomed to such a gruesome scene. Compared to the more horrific depictions in films, this was merely a trivial accident, yet it left her visibly shaken. Let us settle the bill, Liang Shu Yu said, placing water bottles and milk on the counter. The girl, still dazed, struggled to process the situation, and Liang Shu Yu had to gently prompt her when she failed to scan the items correctly. Overwhelmed, she muttered her thanks repeatedly while silently judging the young man before her, who, despite the chaos, wore a faint smile and seemed unfazed, even though the severed hand had landed so close to him. As Liang Shu Yu focused on scanning the items, he felt a tug on his shirt. Liang Wenjing, with a look of apprehension, asked, "Shouldn't we buy more? I have an odd feeling about all this." He chuckled. "Oh, my dear lady, who used to write scary stories to terrify me when we were younger? Are you afraid now?" 7 years older. Liang Wenjing had reached the age of writing essays when Liang Shu Yu was just beginning to understand the world, and her fascination with supernatural tales had led her to craft various ghostly short stories to challenge him. With a timid demeanor, she tugged at his shirt again. Her small, delicate frame evoked a sense of protectiveness in Liang Shu Yu. Despite her ability to tease him mercilessly, she could also be quite endearing. Chapter 3. The elevator. Liang Wenjing tugged again. "Stop that," Liang Shu Yu said, brushing her hand away. She took small steps to keep up, hiding her eyes behind his shoulder, too frightened to look around. In reality, the severed hand had already been removed by mall staff, and janitors were busy cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. Yet, Liang Shu Yu continued to shield her eyes, guiding her deeper into the mall. Liang Wenjing suggested buying more items out of concern for the subway incident and the plane crash. Compounded by the sudden, terrifying event in the mall, she wanted to be prepared for anything. For Liang Shu Yu, it didn't matter how much they bought. Anything Liang Wenjing didn't want to eat would inevitably fall to him. Thus, they collected numerous instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and chocolates. At 13:25, as they approached the checkout once more, Liang Shu Yu's phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Opening it, he found a private message from Lu Xiaobang. "Liang Go. Something has happened, something serious. I'm not joking." The subway line 5 came to an abrupt halt, resulting in numerous casualties, and discussions about it are rampant outside. The flight ZH9469 of Deep Blue Airlines has crashed, with the extent of casualties still unknown. Although the authorities provided reasonable explanations, the series of minor incidents occurring today suggests something is amiss. If you trust me, at the very least, stock up on essential supplies: food, stomach medication, cold medicine, antibiotics, especially vitamins, and water. What is amateur radio? This query was posed by Liang Shu Yu. He had heard of radio before and could somewhat grasp the meaning of amateur, but he was uncertain of the combined significance. Could it refer to a radio station? Can Lu Xiaopeng's words be trusted? Ever since he became fascinated with survivalism, he had taken on a mysterious demeanor, almost eagerly anticipating a disaster. To be frank, Liang Shu Yu found this outlook rather unpromising, even sensing a hint of frivolity in it. After some contemplation, Liang Shu Yu decided to heed Lu Xiaopeng's advice. With an abundance of food and drink, even if they ended up unused, they would eventually be consumed and not wasted. It was inconsequential to buy a few items to store at home, especially given the peculiar atmosphere of the day. Thus, he took Liang Wenjing along to purchase some durable food supplies, such as canned goods, compressed biscuits, and packaged bread. They filled 2 shopping carts, spending over 800 yuan. Have we bought too much? Liang Wenjing suddenly questioned as they waited for the elevator. Liang Shu Yu laughed heartily. Are you scared now? Liang Wenjing pouted. The elevator arrived, and Liang Shu Yu pushed the 2 carts inside, occupying most of the space. A family of 3 also squeezed in, standing around the shopping carts. The elevator seemed a bit sluggish, and the advertising lights flickered momentarily as the doors closed. A power outage. The subway halt. He shouldn't have taken the elevator. However, it was too late to change course now. The transition from the mall's center to the underground parking lot was merely a descent from the first floor to the basement. This small, trivial distance was insufficient for him to devise alternative plans. The journey from the first floor to the basement would take no more than 10 seconds. And even with the time required for the doors to open and close, it would not exceed a minute. Nevertheless, Liang Shu Yu began to frown. While he was not overly anxious, concern undoubtedly lingered. In the event of an elevator malfunction, although the likelihood of a sudden drop resulting in grave injury was minimal, after all, the deepest level was only 2 floors down. Being trapped in the elevator for over an hour was still a daunting prospect. Fortunately, his worries proved unnecessary. The elevator arrived smoothly at the basement level, and the anticipated power failure did not materialize. The advertising lights within did not flicker again, as if his earlier perceptions were mere illusions. As he navigated through the gray corridor towards the parking lot, Liang Wenjing did not spot Liang Ying's vehicle. Hey, Mom. Liang Wenjing called, but the reception was poor in the basement, leading to intermittent communication. Here. Luckily, she saw Liang Ying's car turning the corner and waved. Soon, Liang Ying's car stopped before them, and the 3 quickly transferred their goods from the carts to the vehicle. Liang Ying, with her slightly curled short hair and silver-framed glasses, had just come from work, still dressed in her black suit. She exuded the aura of a competent lawyer, though she was merely the owner of a small studio. Her attire a necessity of her profession. Why did you buy so much? Liang Wenjing remarked with a hint of surprise, having unintentionally overpurchased. Given the recent events, Liang Shu Yu would certainly not be foolish enough to take the elevator again. Even though he understood that a malfunction would not result in severe injuries, he was unwilling to take such risks. However, it soon became evident that his apprehensions were not unfounded. As Liang Shu Yu emerged from the fire escape, he overheard a security guard reporting over the intercom about the elevator malfunction and people being trapped. Indeed, the elevator had experienced a failure. Fortunately, it was merely a power outage that caused the halt. The elevator was equipped with emergency braking systems and would not plummet as depicted in films, where such scenarios are intended to evoke heightened tension but do not reflect reality. Nonetheless, this unexpected situation cast a shadow over Liang Shu Yu's thoughts. He now yearned to ascertain whether the subway's suspension had indeed resulted in numerous casualties and if the crash of Deep Blue Airlines was merely a rumor. He must verify this personally. Outside, the crowd remained dense, traffic chaotic, as the sounds of police whistles, ambulance sirens, car horns, and the cacophony of the agitated crowd blended into a chaotic symphony. Glancing upwards, he saw the vast sky bisected by a disappearing white streak. One half was a cloudless azure, while the other was ablaze with fiery red sunset hues. The distant crimson cast a sanguine shadow over half the city, while the clear blue mirrored the anxious expressions of the people, as if a force had forcibly disconnected them from their city, imparting an eerie sense of alienation. As Liang Shu Yu arrived at the subway entrance, he quickly gathered the information he sought from the personnel managing the crowd. The halt of Line 5 was indeed due to a power failure. However, the casualties were not severe. A pregnant woman had fallen from her seat due to the sudden stop, resulting in significant bleeding, along with a few other minor injuries. But no serious harm had befallen any passengers. Liang Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Rumors breed unrest. He had overthought the situation. Reflecting calmly, even if a major incident had occurred on Line 5, what would it signify? At most, it would become tomorrow's headline, prompting nationwide mourning for a moment. And then what? Soon, it would be overshadowed by new entertainment news, and aside from evoking a fleeting awareness of life's unpredictability, what could it truly alter? The world would continue to function as usual. Chapter 4, Prophecy? The subway staff urged him along. Was the subway halted due to a nearby power outage? Liang Shu Yu inquired. Yes, it could have been caused by a typhoon, they replied. Having obtained the information he sought, Liang Shu Yu ceased further questioning and rode his bicycle homeward. The streets remained chaotic, but his mind was now at ease. The suspension of Line 5 was due to a power failure, thus the earlier incidents in the mall, including the elevator malfunction, cable sparks, and microwave explosion, were likely all caused by the same reason. This was not particularly alarming. Power outages during typhoon weather are quite normal. After searching through Weibo extensively, he only came across images of the plane trailing a long white tail, which did appear somewhat low. However, it could also be a result of someone manipulating the focal length. He had already noted that some influencers were refuting the rumors. Such current events, especially significant news, are typically updated swiftly. He preferred to trust the official announcements and would wait for tomorrow's news to make a judgment. I went to the subway station to confirm. Line 5 is indeed suspended, but there were no major casualties, just a pregnant woman who fell. Liang Shu Yu's residence was somewhat remote, situated in a developing area often referred to as a semi-suburb. The buildings on his street were all self-built properties with limited ownership rights. Adjacent was a small river and some fields, with poor soil unsuitable for cultivation. Walking along Southgate West Street for 300 to 500 meters, there was an inconspicuous fork at the very end. Following it led to his street, aptly named 27 Alley. At the entrance of the alley stood two 7-story rental buildings, typically leased to young workers from out of town. Naturally, the rental prices here were significantly lower than in the city center, resulting in these buildings being mostly occupied. Moreover, the majority of the enchanting women working in nearby KTVs and bars. A mere 200 meters further along, on the right side, lies a quaint pond, followed by the charming 2-story house of the village chief, which also belongs to him. Next in line is the residence of Liang Shu Yu, a modest 3-story structure that, due to financial constraints at the time, lacked aesthetic appeal and a garden. The ground floor houses the imposing convenience store run by Wei Yoqi, Liang Shu Yu's desk mate and childhood friend. As Liang Shu Yu secured his bicycle, he inquired of Aunt Xiaoping, who was engrossed in her phone at the store's entrance. Oblivious to Wei Yoqi's presence, without lifting her gaze, she responded, he went to restock with his father. Liang Shu Yu chose not to engage further and proceeded through the large iron gate adjacent to the convenience store, ascending to the 3rd floor of his home. The 2nd floor was also rented out to a family of 3, though Liang Shu Yu did not maintain much contact with them. Upon entering, he found Liang Ying and others had already organized the groceries, items that did not require refrigeration piled high on the kitchen counter like a small mountain. Having experienced numerous ups and downs along the way, Liang Shu Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment as he gazed at the stacked cans, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, which certainly appeared a bit excessive. Liang Ying, observing the considerable amount of provisions, felt a slight headache coming on. What are you all thinking? She pondered. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more, and Liang Shu Yu eagerly retrieved it. Messages flooded in. How could there only be an injured pregnant woman when so many ambulances have rushed by? High alert. Flash photo. See for yourself. It was sent to me by someone else. Those workers either have no idea what's happening or are deliberately downplaying the situation to avoid causing panic. By the way, have you stocked up on food and medicine? A barrage of texts bombarded him simultaneously, and Liang Shu Yu quickly skimmed through them. Without hesitation, he opened the flash photo. 5 seconds later, a gruesome image unfolded before his eyes. Blood, entrails, severed limbs, and dismembered parts. Liang Shu Yu scrutinized the photograph. Although the scene was undeniably horrific, it did not faze him. He discerned the unmistakable subway station sign within the image, confirming its authenticity. Thus, the photo was genuine, not a fabricated image concocted to incite rumors. Familiar with the subway stations in that area, Liang Shu Yu recognized the photograph as legitimate at first glance. Yet, he pondered, what significance did this truth hold? As he had previously contemplated, Even if a significant accident had occurred at the subway station, it would merely make headlines by tomorrow, soon to be eclipsed by the latest entertainment news, and would be thoroughly forgotten by the internet within a month. Did people truly care about the unfortunate souls who perished in such incidents? It indeed appeared to be true. The workers, despite their diligence in managing the crowd, exhibited a flicker of impatience and anxiety on their faces. Had they been aware of a serious casualty, they would not have displayed such expressions. Yes, there was an incident on the subway. The same goes for the planes. I sense something big is coming. Shouldn't you stock up on more supplies? Those compressed biscuits are fine, but what about medicine? We have the essentials at home. That's not enough. Liu Xiaopeng seemed agitated. Do you know why amateur radio is banned? Perhaps to prevent people worldwide from exchanging information. And the subway malfunction hasn't even made the news yet. I suspect someone is deliberately suppressing it. Overall, there are many strange aspects to this situation. Liang Gu, you should heed my warning. Just looking at the traffic outside gives me the creeps. I have a premonition that something significant is about to unfold. Your premonitions have been proven wrong before. I remember during a past exam, Liu Xiaopeng confidently declared he would perform exceptionally well, only to find himself 30 places behind his previous score. I'm serious, Liang Gu. Within our circle, survival analysts have discussed how Europe's massive blackout last year set them back 30 years economically. If it weren't for our favorable policies this year, the entire Asia might have been plunged into a financial crisis. You know those Europeans. They might provoke a war to shift blame. And our coastal cities would be the first to suffer. You're aware of Zika's prophecies, right? Out of 9 predictions, 6 have already come to pass. The next prediction is this year. Many will perish. Liang Shu Yu had indeed heard of Zika, a figure widely circulated on the internet. He claimed to have traversed from a future world, specifically from 2085, first appearing in 2018 with a post titled, "I Come From Hell." In the initial comment, he proclaimed he hailed from hell in 2085, arriving not to save humanity of the past, nor due to a time machine, but because of a mutation that enabled his mind to overlap with time and converse with individuals from the past. He made his first prophecy for the year 2020, stating that a natural weapon would be created, indiscriminately causing many deaths. Hell began from this new era, and he promised to gradually reveal the future of humanity. After posting, he vanished, as such self-proclaimed prophets were not taken seriously, especially with such vague and unfocused claims. Everyone is aware of what followed. He reappeared in 2022, leaving behind 8 more predictions, totaling 9. The remaining 8 included predictions of earthquakes, natural disasters, and significant current events, all vague in content and timing, rendering them nearly impossible to anticipate before they transpired. Once they occurred, however, people felt an eerie sense of realization. His 6th prophecy foretold that this year would mark the true beginning of hell, with many freezing to death in a short span, a mere prelude to what was to come. His 7th prophecy warned that this year, humanity would step into true hell, urging everyone to anticipate it, as it was nothing of great concern. The weak would be the first to be eliminated, while the strong would survive, yet those who did should not revel too much in their fortune. His 8th prophecy indicated that this year would be particularly dire for women, though his notion of dire differed from what they might imagine. His 9th prophecy stated that this year he was born, and compared to others, he was hideous, but it mattered not, for he had survived. None of his 9 prophecies pinpointed specific times or events. From the perspective of events yet to occur, his predictions seemed utterly nonsensical. In 2031, a massive blackout in Europe due to solar storms occurred in spring. Without heating, people froze and starved to death within a month, with recorded fatalities exceeding 3,000 and unrecorded estimates nearing 10,000. The majority online believed his 6th prophecy referred to this European blackout. Yet Liang Shu Yu considered this notion utterly absurd. The phrase "frozen to death" lacked any temporal context, and merely citing it as a successful prophecy was laughable. Furthermore, Zika's original post had long been deleted, and various versions of the 9 prophecies circulated online. Who could ascertain whether they had been deliberately altered for sensationalism? Such unfocused narratives hardly warranted reverence or trust akin to scripture. Damn, another car accident has occurred. I am aware, yet his predictions are unpredictable. Sometimes the intervals are brief, while at other times they are prolonged. This time, an extremely powerful typhoon has suddenly arrived, undoubtedly indicating that something is amiss. Even if it is not war, perhaps it is a natural disaster, like an extraordinarily strong tornado. Is this entirely a matter of personal speculation? You should just rest it off. Liang Shu Yu suddenly felt incredulous that he would actually heed Lu Xiaopeng's advice to stockpile compressed biscuits. He is truly the epitome of foolishness. Come on, Liang, don't. I genuinely have a strong premonition. I beg you, I am not merely guessing. I admit I can be a bit frivolous at times, but this time I am serious. Something significant will indeed occur. My intuition is exceptionally strong this time. Furthermore, I have been trying to circumvent the firewall all day without success, which is rather peculiar. I implore you, just trust me this once, all right? You need not purchase anything extravagant. Merely some medicine will suffice. What if something happens? Old Liang, trust me once. I know you likely think I am being unreasonable, like a madman, but if it weren't for our bond as the best of brothers, I wouldn't waste so much energy trying to convince you. I am pleading with you. Just buy some cold medicine and antibiotics to keep at home. If it turns out to be unnecessary, I will assist you for a month. How does that sound? Liang Shu Yu, slumped on the sofa, found himself at a loss for words. 2 months. Fine, 2 months it is, and also, take out some cash. Liang Shu Yu felt as if he were being forced out the door. Although only 17, he was rather mature and rational due to his single-parent upbringing. While he possessed a youthful, naive side, such as panicking and buying an abundance of items during a subway mishap, he quickly calmed down and reasoned that it was unnecessary to hoard supplies even in the face of a subway incident. While being cautious is wise, excessive alarm appears foolish. Lu Xiaopeng's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Liang Shu Yu simply felt they were exaggerated. He could certainly prepare for unforeseen events. But there was no need to act like a fool, heedlessly rushing to malls or pharmacies to stockpile supplies. That would make him feel like a brainwashed simpleton. However, the reminder to withdraw cash was quite pertinent. Having some cash on hand was indeed necessary. At the very least, it would prevent him from falling into a dire situation if his phone were to die. Thus, he readily borrowed a bank card from Liang Yang. All right, I'm heading out, sister. Do you want to come? I'm busy typing. Charge the power bank. There might be a power outage tonight. Oh, almost forgot. Upon leaving home, he first headed to the bank's ATM to withdraw cash. The queue was long, and it took him quite some time to get his money. The daily withdrawal limit from the ATM was 20,000 yuan, so he withdrew that amount. Afterward, he made his way to the nearest pharmacy to purchase medicine. The streets were still chaotic due to the holiday in Deep Blue City, and the sky was gradually darkening. The previously dividing white shadow in the sky had vanished, and the evening glow was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a bland, deep blue sky. Everything appeared normal, except for the slightly disordered traffic. At 15:49, there were not many customers in the pharmacy. Since he was already there, he wouldn't just buy cold medicine and antibiotics as Lu Xiaopeng suggested. That's just how he was, a bit stubborn yet soft-hearted. Even though he thought Lu Xiaopeng was being unreasonable, the urgency in his words made an impact. He wasn't lacking in funds, and making a friend happy was worthwhile. Cold medicine, stomach medicine, antibiotics, vitamins, grab what you need. Liang Shu Yu said as he sent a message to Lu Xiaopeng. Brother Liang, you truly are the one I trust the most. These are indeed essential medications. But it's still not enough. I'll send you my list. Come on, don't act so high and mighty after getting a good deal. Ugh. The internet is so slow right now. Hang on. The pharmacy attendant, following Liang Shu Yu's request, recommended a variety of items, placing them on the glass counter. Upon seeing the prices on the medicine boxes, Liang Shu Yu felt he would have to part with a considerable amount of cash today. How much is this bottle of Tangshan Beijing? This brand offers 3 bottles and gives 1 free. Liang Shu Yu chuckled and said, no need for that. Do you have Lixing? I'll take a box of Lixing Vitamin C. Chapter 6. Malfunction. The pharmacy attendant's expression faltered for a moment before she begrudgingly retrieved the Lixing vitamins from a corner. This was absurd. The Tangshan Beijing vitamins cost nearly 100 per bottle, while the Lixing vitamins were merely a few yuan per box. Having purchased vitamins for Liang Wenjing so many times, he was aware of this basic fact. Damn, the internet is so slow. I'll tell you directly. You need to buy some cotton swabs, masks, iodine, and bandages. These aren't expensive. Don't skimp on them. Besides amoxicillin, there's also. Liang Shu Yu sent a question mark. What does that mean? Why did it turn into gibberish halfway through? Get some iodine, cotton swabs, masks, bandages, and a few types of antibiotics. The pharmacy attendant looked at Liang Shu Yu, who was busy tapping away on his phone, with curiosity. What is going on? Is it the end of the world? Everyone is stocking up on medicine. Huh. Liang Shu Yu suddenly looked up. Everyone? Are many people hoarding medicine? Not too many. I've just seen a few like you. The pharmacy attendant clearly didn't grasp what Liang Shu Yu was saying. At that moment, Lu Xiaopan's message came through. All right. That's it. You decide what to buy. However, apart from the message that turned into gibberish, Liang Shu Yu hadn't received any further information. Is it your phone signal? Or is mine the problem? Huh. I didn't receive the message. The one before turned into gibberish. After finishing with Lu Xiaopang, Liang Shu Yu turned to the pharmacy attendant and said, what were those people buying? Give me one of everything. The pharmacy attendant's eyes lit up. Sure thing. Suddenly, Liang Shu Yu felt as if he had been tricked again. 308 yuan. Can you waive the 8 yuan? Just give me a round number. Thank you. Liang Shu Yu grimaced as he paid with his pocket money. Welcome to visit us again. The pharmacy attendant couldn't resist giving him a little jab as he left. Instantly, the 2 hefty bags of medicine felt even heavier. Moreover, he still had to go to Liang Ying's studio to retrieve the spare key from Aunt Li. One could only imagine the strange looks he would receive with those 2 bags in hand. Additionally, the 5G network had suddenly slowed down, seemingly buffering. Could a power outage affect the 5G base stations? Perhaps it could. Liang Shu Yu pondered as he slowly made his way to Liang Ying's studio. However, upon reaching the Shangfeng building, he was once again struck by a headache. His mother's office was on the 7th floor. Given the current power issues, he was reluctant to take the elevator. Did he really have to climb up 7 flights of stairs while carrying these 2 heavy bags? At 1704, on the 7th floor, Liang Shu Yu was already sweating profusely. This floor was rented by several studios, and stepping out of the fire escape led directly to the neighboring Bishi Huayuan. Seeing Liang Shu Yu, drenched in sweat, the staff members preparing to close up for the day remarked, Hey, Xiaoliang, are you here to play again? Does this look like I'm here to play? Liang Shu Yu casually greeted them, and, after stepping out of Bishi Huayuan, left the 2 bags of medicine outside Liang Ying's studio before pushing open the glass door. The lights inside were mostly dimmed, casting a grayish hue. Only Aunt Li's computer screen remained illuminated. Xiaoliang is here. Just a moment. I'll get you the key. All right. After receiving the key, Liang Shu Yu didn't linger and exited the office. However, as he stepped out, he found a roll-up door blocking his path, while the fire escape was locked inside the roll-up door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone there? Damn it. There was no one inside. I fear that it was just a moment ago when he entered, and these individuals coincidentally closed the rolling shutter door and descended in the elevator. How could the fire escape be located behind the rolling shutter? That is utterly against fire safety regulations. Is he left with no choice but to take the elevator? This is utterly maddening. Liang Shu Yu could not help but curse inwardly. Had he known he would inevitably have to take the elevator, he would not have exhausted himself climbing the stairs. Cursing under his breath, Liang Shu Yu pressed the elevator button, resigned to his fate. Surely, his luck couldn't be that bad. With a pleasant chime, the elevator smoothly arrived at the 7th floor. Liang Shu Yu stepped inside and glanced at the elevator buttons. This building, including the basement, boasted 10 stories, and judging by the wear on the buttons, this elevator appeared considerably newer than the one in the mall. Moreover, this was a panoramic elevator, allowing passengers to view the street scenery outside, should a malfunction occur. Those on the street could also witness the events within. After this analysis, Liang Shu Yu pressed the button for the 1st floor. The elevator doors slowly closed. While some might deem it overly cautious, Liang Shu Yu felt no shame in his vigilance. There was no harm in being careful, especially since he did not wish to be trapped inside the elevator. The elevator halted on the 5th floor, and a young woman with 2 children entered. Thus far, everything proceeded smoothly. The elevator doors began to close again. Baby, don't press the buttons. The child mischievously attempted to fiddle with the elevator buttons, but was fortunately stopped by the woman just in time. The elevator came to a halt once more. Baby, don't be naughty. The doors are about to open. Yet, the doors did not open. Liang Shu Yu glanced curiously at the number display above, which still indicated the 5th floor. Where are they now? Liang Shu Yu quickly peered outside, and from the glass exterior of the building, it seemed they were suspended somewhere between the 4th and 5th floors. Damn it, is he truly that unlucky? What one fears often comes to pass. Although surprised, he remained calm. Elevators are equipped with safety devices. Unless tampered with, this elevator would remain firmly in place. Liang Shu Yu calmly approached and pressed the emergency button. Before long, a man's voice responded from the other end. Liang Shu Yu relayed the situation. Yes, the elevator had come to an unexpected halt, and aside from himself, there was a mother and her 2 children inside. They were stuck between the 4th and 5th floors. The person on the other end seemed more flustered than Liang Shu Yu himself, and he could hear the sound of a chair being knocked over in the background. However, for now, all he needed to do was wait for assistance. Chapter 7. Silence Mommy, why isn't the elevator moving? The mother remained relatively calm, though a hint of tension was evident in her brow. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. The police will come to get us soon. Look at all the cars outside. There are so many. Wow, there really are a lot of cars. The two children were innocent and adorable. Liang Shu Yu took out his phone to call Liang Ying and explain the situation, hoping to alleviate her concerns, but he found there was no signal whatsoever. Damn it. Misfortune seldom comes alone. Not even a 2G signal. Liang Shu Yu rubbed his forehead in frustration, dropping his 2 bags of medicine onto the floor and sat down cross-legged. He would have to wait. It would be at least an hour before he could expect to get out. Was this really bad luck? Perhaps not, after all. His elevator had not plummeted. Approximately 30 minutes later, a voice came through the emergency button. Please remain calm and do not be afraid. Everyone has left for the day. I just managed to contact someone who is on their way. If you feel unwell, you can let me know. The young woman asked. How could this happen? Shouldn't there be someone on duty during times like this? The man replied, Ma'am, I am on duty. I'm just new and not familiar with this area. Today is quite unusual. Our regular maintenance worker had an emergency at home and had to take leave. But don't worry. I've contacted another technician who is on their way. The two children began to feel frightened, and the young woman's mood soured. Yet, she remained silent, sitting down to wait patiently like Liang Shu Yu. Outside, the sky darkened rapidly, and a light rain began to fall. The hazy streetlights cast an ethereal glow in the rain. While traffic police braved the downpour to direct traffic, pedestrians dwindled, and the wind began to pick up. Even without hearing the sounds outside, one could gauge the strength of the wind from the violently swaying trees and the umbrellas flailing about. A typhoon was approaching. At 1827, the storm arrived so abruptly that it caught passers-by unprepared. The sky had completely darkened. The traffic officers had to cling to the road signs to avoid being blown away, while swirling bags of refuse danced in the air like phantoms. Suddenly, a large piece of metal flew in from nowhere and struck the top of the panoramic elevator, approximately 6 floors up. However, it was merely a sheet of metal and could not compete with the strength of tempered glass. The metal struck the elevator's exterior twice before falling away, leaving the elevator unscathed, though it frightened the two children into a fit of cries. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The young woman comforted them, but her words had little effect. The children's wails felt like a death knell, causing her frustration to boil over. She impatiently slammed her fist on the emergency button twice, shouting, Where are you? Why haven't you come down yet? How long are we going to be stuck here? The young woman began to panic, turning to Liang Shu Yu after a moment. Do you have any signal on your phone? She asked. Liang Shu Yu checked and found none. The woman began to crumble, pressing the button frantically. Help. Is anyone there? There are 2 children here. Please, someone come. The children sensed their mother's distress and began to cry even more violently. Liang Shu Yu, feeling a headache coming on, shouted, Would you all just be quiet? The woman shrank back in fear, clutching her children, her voice trembling as she suggested, I saw on TV that they can escape from the top of the elevator. Should we try that? Liang Shu Yu closed his eyes to meditate, ignoring her. Climbing out from the top of the elevator was the stuff of television dramas. He was not insane. Time passed, and Liang Shu Yu, with his eyes closed, felt an intense light shining down. Could it be the technician had arrived? Liang Shu Yu opened his eyes just as the woman exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Why is it so bright outside? Outside, is that not the light of a flashlight? Liang Shu Yu turned his head to look out of the panoramic elevator. In the pitch-black rainy night, the sky was illuminated by a stunningly eerie green light that shifted dramatically. These sci-fi colors were beautiful, reminiscent of a cinematic scene, with layers of green, purple, and red intertwining. The earth and buildings were cast in a haunting, ghostly green glow. The young woman's face appeared pallid beneath this enchanting light, her eyes glazed, as waves of electricity seemed to pulse through her body. Overwhelmed by the brilliance and mystery of the display, the two children's clear eyes reflected its grandeur, creating a magnificent sight. Under this illumination, the city appeared as if abducted by extraterrestrials, the fantastical colors forming a mysterious barrier that separated this city from the rest of the world. Like a dome that had suddenly appeared overhead, Liang Shu Yu gazed at the spectacle, his mind racing back to the news he had seen last year. A beautiful dome of changing red and green hues appeared in the sky, as if dyed with ribbons. Intense auroras could disrupt or even destroy modern electrical grids and accelerate the corrosion of oil and gas pipelines. In 2031, widespread blackouts in Europe directly led to the paralysis of the northern power grid, spacecraft anomalies, and disruptions in high-frequency radio communications and GPS satellite signals. The direct destruction of transportation, communication, banking, financial systems, and government services has led to estimated economic losses exceeding hundreds of billions of dollars due to the widespread power outage in Europe. At that time, mobile phones had become almost useless. This calamity resulted in the tragic demise of 500 innocent lives, most succumbing to starvation and exposure. Aurora. How could there be auroras here? Last year's massive power outage in Europe only allowed for aurora sightings at altitudes of 3,000 meters. How could a coastal city like Deep Blue witness such a phenomenon? The high-energy charged particles from the solar storm can trigger magnetic storms, which in turn can damage or even destroy all electrical equipment. Could the power grid failure in Deep Blue City be caused by the solar storm rather than a typhoon? Liang Shu Yu took out his phone. The screen could still be activated, yet the signal displayed a complete X. How could this be? How could there be auroras here? Solar storms are known to cause power grid failures. Does this mean that Deep Blue City is destined to endure a prolonged blackout? During last year's outage, European authorities labored for over a month to restore the grid, and the economic repercussions are projected to take 30 years to recover from. What about this time? How long will restoration take? What magnitude of economic loss will ensue? Beneath the brilliant auroras, many drivers, caught in traffic, exited their vehicles to marvel at this grand spectacle that is likely to be seen only once in a billion years in the eastern nation. Yet, Liang Shu Yu noticed that one car after another had stalled and could no longer be restarted. Chapter 8. Escape modern vehicles, aside from a few diesel models, require electricity to ignite. Repairing this elevator will undoubtedly necessitate power as well. Liang Shu Yu slowly tilted his head back to gaze at the elevator's ceiling. He had heard that during last year's European power outage, the majority of fatalities were due to hypothermia. Europe, being far from the equator, experiences cold weather, and an unheated spring can be a lethal blow for them. However, within that month, many impoverished individuals also perished from starvation. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most horrifying reality lies with those trapped in elevators, offices, and various locations who, due to chaotic external circumstances, did not receive timely rescue. Over a month later, when power was restored, people opened the sealed areas only to discover the stench of the deceased who had perished while trapped. Would he too become ensnared here? No. Calm down, calm down. The electricians outside are aware that 4 individuals are trapped here and have already contacted rescue teams. It is merely a matter of time before they are saved. It is impossible to remain trapped for a month or even half a month. In the worst-case scenario, if no one comes to rescue him, he could pry open the elevator's ceiling and escape. The cases of people trapped in elevators in Europe last year were due to the unique nature of those elevators. Moreover, he was in a sightseeing elevator. As long as someone outside sees them trapped here, rescue will surely follow. Yes, his situation is not as dire as it seems. He must not worry excessively. He will find a way out and will not remain stuck here indefinitely. Liang Shu Yu took several deep breaths, reassessing his analysis. First and foremost, his mother would undoubtedly come looking for him. This was beyond question. Thus, he need not worry excessively. With these thoughts clarified, the initial tension and fear wrought by the aurora dissipated entirely. His vision regained clarity as he surveyed the elevator once more. It remained steadfastly positioned between the 4th and 5th floors, with a conspicuous vent in the ceiling. Escaping through there would not pose a challenge, at least not for him. At present, the woman and 2 children remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. The children were excitedly exclaiming, their innocent chatter sounding so pure. Meanwhile, this ignorant young woman was delighting in the mesmerizing colors. Liang Shu Yu, however, had no inclination to admire those deadly hues. He contemplated how to exit the elevator more safely. After a brief inspection, he concluded that the quickest and safest method would be to simply pry open the elevator doors. Initially, he had considered the ceiling only due to his heightened anxiety, influenced by the woman's words. The elevator door should not be difficult to pry open. Liang Shu Yu approached and exerted some force. The elevator door yielded slightly, creating a small gap. It truly was not difficult. This route was feasible. As he strained to pry the door open, the two children continued to marvel at the auroras. One child, noticing Liang Shu Yu's actions, pouted and pointed, tattling, "Mom, look." He being naughty. The young woman, busy taking photos with her phone, frowned upon seeing Liang Shu Yu's movements and remarked, "Isn't that a bit dangerous? What if the elevator falls?" Liang Shu Yu ignored her. The woman began to feel apprehensive. Despite the beauty of the scene above, she recognized that such anomalies were indeed unsettling. However, she initially attributed this bizarre weather to a typhoon, hence her lack of concern. Yet, Liang Shu Yu's actions drew her attention. "Perhaps we should wait for the electrician. This is too dangerous. I heard on the news that prying open elevator doors can lead to accidents. Mom, I'm scared." The two children clung to the woman's leg, their eyes reflecting fear. "Mom, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. Look how beautiful it is up there." The children began to cry, and the woman, unable to console them, quickly succumbed to loud sobs. As the children wailed, the atmosphere within the elevator became unbearable. The already stifling space felt suffocating, and the children's heart-wrenching cries only amplified the distress. Liang Shu Yu, growing increasingly agitated, turned and shouted at the child, "Be quiet. Stop crying." Perhaps it was his fierce expression that finally intimidated the child into silence. Finally escaping the elevator, drenched in sweat, Liang Shu Yu was greeted by the cool wind outside, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Liang Ying, pale-faced, embraced him. Liang Ying fought back tears. It was the strong electromagnetic currents that had caused the auroras, and with the sudden power outage at home, she recalled last year's European blackout. The normally composed and self-assured woman almost broke into tears as she thought about the necessity of taking the elevator to her studio. She feared Liang Shu Yu might be trapped inside. Thus, she hurriedly rushed out of the house, but the winds outside had grown fierce, making her uneasy about Liang Wenjing following her. Thankfully, Liang Ying gazed at Liang Shu Yu, who appeared unharmed, yet her typically sharp bob and silver frames now seemed fragile. Liang Shu Yu grasped her hand, conveying strength and assurance. "It's all right," said the electrician who had come to their aid. Liang Ying stated, "This is the aurora." "Ah," the electrician, clearly taken aback. This is the aurora?" Although he might not recognize the shifting green-red lights. The mention of the aurora would inevitably evoke memories of last year's extensive power outage in Europe due to solar storms, a well-known incident. The woman who had escaped with them also belatedly realized what this phenomenon was, and the implication that this city might endure a prolonged blackout similar to last year's European outage caused her face to drain of color. Liang Shu Yu and Liang Ying chose not to engage with the woman further. Liang Ying had brought along a raincoat, which she draped over Liang Shu Yu before they braved the wind back home. The entire area, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the auroras, saw most shops plunging into darkness. Additionally, the nearby power poles crackled with loud noises and sparks. Fortunately, the heavy rain quickly extinguished any flames emerging from the poles or transformers. Though the streets were devoid of light, the auroras cast a surreal green-red glow, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Chapter 9. Procurement. Liang Ying naturally could not object. Two individuals entered a nearby store, modest in size, yet sufficiently stocked. Considering the weight of bottled water, it seemed more practical to purchase it from Wei Youqi's home. However, Wei Youqi's residence primarily functioned as a convenience store, with most items being daily necessities and food comprising only a small portion. Thus, procuring food from outside appeared more sensible. Additionally, he harbored concerns. Last year, a solar storm had caused a blackout lasting a month and a half, implying that Wei Youqi's household would surely require provisions during such an extended period. It was prudent to buy supplies externally. He and Liang Ying quickly filled 4 large shopping baskets. Had he not feared being unable to carry them, he would have purchased even more. Unfortunately, the cash register malfunctioned, requiring them to settle their bill using a calculator. However, the goods bore no price tags, and the prices were listed only on the shelves, leaving the cashier unable to recall them. This predicament compelled Liang Shu Yu to search for prices one by one on the shelves. Their substantial purchases inadvertently delayed others, inciting a degree of irritation. "What is the point of buying so much? It's not the end of the world," remarked a tall, slender man who had been waiting behind them for quite some time, unable to contain his frustration. "Exactly, it's all so tense. One might think something serious is happening." A young woman chimed in. "It's due to the solar storm. We might be facing a prolonged blackout, so we should stock up," another man, similarly laden with groceries. Added, "Why can't we check out first? How long is this going to take?" The tall man retorted, "So what if there's a solar storm? Last year, those who starved did not do so because they couldn't buy food, but rather because they couldn't afford it. Look at the society we live in. Some people panic at the slightest hint of trouble, hoarding supplies and depriving those in genuine need. It's people like these who tarnish our society," he continued, growing increasingly agitated. Initially, a few others echoed his sentiments, but as his remarks grew more vitriolic, they fell silent. "What a fool," he concluded. Liang Shu Yu found the term fool somewhat familiar. Indeed, he was a fool. But what of it? Is it more important than life itself? The auroras in the sky shone brilliantly, illuminating the night as if it were day. At 21:23, upon entering 27th Lane, they overheard someone gleefully exclaiming, "Holiday time. This solar storm has come at just the right moment. Does that mean we get a month off work? Oh my games." The chatter along the way was quite lively as they arrived at the grand convenience store. "What are we going to do? The fridge is still stocked with so many ice pops," came Aunt Xiaoping's voice. Liang Shu Yu and Liang Ying placed their items in the hallway. But due to the heavy rain and wind, Wei Youqi's roller shutter had been drawn down, leaving only a small door through which one person could pass. Upon seeing Liang Shu Yu and Liang Ying, Aunt Xiaoping smiled. "I told you there was nothing to worry about. Look at you fretting." Liang Ying returned a borrowed raincoat to her, mentioning their brief entrapment in the elevator, but fortunately, all was well. "Oh," Aunt Xiaoping exclaimed in surprise as Wei Fatty and Wei Youqi appeared, with Wei Youqi rushing out for a bear hug around Liang Shu Yu. "Old Liang, you're not scared silly, are you?" Liang Shu Yu rolled his eyes at him. Was he really awaiting his fright? Wei Youqi laughed heartily, hanging on to him. Although Liang Shu Yu had been stuck in the elevator for a bit, he was indeed not frightened. He had decided to pry the elevator doors open shortly before the electrician arrived. The electrician had actually come early, but the door to the fire escape on the 4th floor was locked, necessitating contact with someone to unlock it. This back and forth had caused the delay. Every floor of the Xiaofeng building was leased, and although the locks to the fire escape were centrally managed by the property, the keys were held by designated individuals. And all the tenants on the 4th floor had already clocked out. They needed consent from the 4th floor residents to access the fire escape. In short, there had been some complications with the emergency elevator contact, which had left the outside electrician in a tizzy. Thankfully, all was well in the end. "Auntie, please help me carry 2 boxes of mineral water," Liang Shu Yu requested. Aunt Xiaoping obliged, cheerfully calling for Wei Fatty to bring out 2 boxes. Wei Fatty also helped carry their items upstairs. Upon noticing the quantity of their purchases, Aunt Xiaoping muttered, "What else with all this stuff?" Liang Shu Yu contemplated the situation. Everyone was aware of the solar storm, yet Aunt Xiaoping's family seemed to lack a sense of urgency. It was prudent to remind them. This solar storm may cause a blackout lasting 1 to 2 months. "Auntie, do you have enough supplies at home? Perhaps you should stock up a bit more?" Aunt Xiaoping waved her hand dismissively. "Our family runs a convenience store. You worry too much." That was indeed true, but if possible, it might be wise to set aside some goods for personal use rather than selling everything. "You don't understand. It's during times like these that we can make money. If I close up shop and don't sell anything, what will our family eat?" This argument left Liang Shu Yu at a loss for words, prompting him to look at Wei Youqi for support. As Liang Shu Yu's childhood friend and desk mate, Wei Youqi understood his concerns. He adeptly tugged at his mother's arm. "The solar storm might cause traffic disruptions, right? If that happens, we won't be able to restock." "Mom, I think old Liang has a point," he added. The supply market wasn't too far away. Wei Youqi had no counter-argument. The wholesale market where they procured supplies was less than 3 kilometers behind this alley. "It doesn't seem too far, does it?" "It seems so. We could even ride our bikes there to restock," Wei Youqi pondered. Liang Shu Yu realized then that the wholesale market was so close. Perhaps he had been overly concerned about Wei Youqi's family. "I'll head upstairs first," Liang Shu Yu bid farewell. After Wei Fatty helped them carry their things upstairs, Liang Wenjing, ever carefree, laughed heartily at Liang Shu Yu's wet appearance. "Drink the rehydration solution first, then hurry and take a hot shower. The water might be cut off soon." Liang Ying shot a disapproving glance at Liang Wenjing, then gently addressed Liang Shu Yu. Liang Wenjing was unperturbed by Liang Ying's glare. And as soon as Liang Ying turned away, she made a face at Liang Shu Yu. Liang Shu Yu had little desire for jesting, but seeing Liang Wenjing's obliviousness, he felt compelled to respond in kind. "If the power is out for 2 months, your novel will be in ruins, right? Your perfect attendance will be for naught. How tragic." Liang Shu Yu, can you not say anything without dying? Liang Wenjing retorted, her survival relying on perfect attendance, making her plight all the more difficult. QEQ after finishing his shower, Liang Shu Yu noticed 2 canisters of gas at the doorstep. This was splendid. 2 canisters should suffice for their family for a month. Next, they need not worry about cooking. Those residing in high-rise buildings were in a dire situation, relying on centralized natural gas after a power outage. It was uncertain whether natural gas would also be cut off. If they lost natural gas, cooking would become a challenge for them. Thankfully, in this semi-suburban area, natural gas had yet to be introduced, resulting in households relying on bottled gas. It was unexpected that an incident would indeed occur, confirming Lu Xiaopeng's concerns. Regrettably, there was no signal on their phones. Otherwise, he would have loved to inquire about Lu Xiaopeng's supply list. Chapter 10. Rescuing People at 22:53, nearing 11 o'clock. After dinner, the sky outside remained exceptionally bright. The auroras had taken on an even more ethereal quality, and Liang Shu Yu could not help but admire this stunning visual feast. It would be a pity not to appreciate it. Last year, during the massive power outage in Europe, it was said that the aurora was only observed atop a high mountain. This year, however, the solar storm has produced such a magnificent display of the aurora even in coastal cities, which is indeed peculiar. Yet, he is not a professional in this field, and seems to recall no notion that the aurora must exclusively occur at high altitudes. Thus, he can only gaze in astonishment. Presently, it has been confirmed that it is a solar storm, yet Liang Shu Yu does not feel particularly anxious. After all, there was a precedent set by last year's European incident, which affected a vast area. The European authorities were sluggish in their response, but they managed to restore most of the power in just a month and a half. Since the solar storm in Europe last year, nations around the globe have begun to pay close attention to this issue. To his knowledge, cities this year have conducted varying scales of power outage drills. And during such times, he possesses ample confidence in his own country. In recent years, solar activity has surged, and even someone like him, who seldom monitors related fields, is aware of this, let alone the more specialized professionals. Therefore, he believes that following the European power outage incident, his country will undoubtedly resolve this issue with greater swiftness. Perhaps the nation has even prepared in advance. Thus, he conservatively estimates that the economic losses from this power outage due to the solar storm will not surpass those of last year's European outage. Furthermore, it is improbable that the duration will exceed a month and a half. It is highly likely that most of the power will be restored within a month. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he still estimates a 2-month recovery. He is uncertain how many days the typhoon will last. Thus, Liang Shu Yu finally feels a sense of relief. Old Liang. The voice of Wei Youqi. The sky is too bright. Liang Shu Yu's phone has malfunctioned and cannot power on. Liang Wenjing's phone can still turn on, but it is not Liang Shu Yu's, and thus he is unaware of the current time. In any case, it must be early morning. Liang Shu Yu opens the door, and in slips Wei Youqi, clad in pajamas. He strikes a rather ostentatious pose, lying in the very spot where Liang Shu Yu had just been sleeping, unable to find rest. Liang Shu Yu glances down at him with an impassive expression and says, "Do not be lewd on my bed." What a tasteless man, Wei Youqi retorts playfully. Liang Shu Yu rolls his eyes internally, pondering why he ever became good friends with Wei Youqi. This fellow is so flamboyant in private, which is entirely at odds with his own demeanor. Wei Youqi wraps himself in the blanket and sighs dramatically. No phone, no computer, no internet, no games. How long do you think the power will be out? He asks. A month, perhaps, Liang Shu Yu replies. Wei Youqi gasps, that long? Good heavens. What is there to fear? Once the typhoon passes, we can hang out at an internet cafe. There is nothing that a generator cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 generators will do. It will be packed, though, assuming those computers still function. The electronic and financial sectors will suffer tremendous losses. Yuqi, come help. Suddenly, a shout comes from downstairs. From Wei Fatty. The wind howls ferociously, and the rain pours like a waterfall, transforming the street below into a river in just a few hours, with an evident force felt by anyone standing upon it. No, the wind is far too strong, exclaims Aunt Xiaoping, her voice fragmented by the howling gale, even while sheltered behind the rolling door. At this moment, Wei Fatty, Wei Youqi, and Liang Shu Yu are all tied with a moderately thick rope. Despite the man's considerable stature, he is still swept off course by the fierce wind. He is fortunate to grasp a power pole in the field behind him, crying out for nearly 20 minutes before gaining Wei Fatty's attention. The wind outside is unbearably strong. If it were possible, Wei Fatty would not wish to risk bringing 2 children into such peril. However, the phones are utterly useless. 120 and 110 are mere decorations. Just hold the rope tightly. Wei Fatty instructs. Wei Fatty, a portly man, has always given Liang Shu Yu the impression of being generous and warm-hearted. Yet, at times, he can be excessively eager, as in this situation. The wind is horrendous, and the rain is relentless. Wearing a raincoat makes little difference. This typhoon is merciless, and the city is illuminated by the eerie green glow of the aurora. While many people are joyfully admiring this rare spectacle from their windows, Liang Shu Yu perceives the city as transformed into a morgue. The buildings resemble tombs, rising and falling, emitting a ghastly light, each grave housing countless fresh corpses. This strange notion has lingered in Liang Shu Yu's mind since he began to appreciate the aurora. Thus, when Wei Fatty suddenly asked him to tie the rope and help save someone, he was reluctant, only acquiescing to avoid making the fondly inclined Wei Fatty think him heartless. Wei Fatty has already circumnavigated the convenience store's main entrance, laboriously moving along the wall to the rear of the store. The howling wind and torrential rain assault their faces, rendering it impossible to keep their eyes open. Wei Fatty is secured with 2 ropes, each connecting Liang Shu Yu and Wei Yoqi. Once they reach the back of the convenience store, they can clearly see the man in white clinging tightly to the power pole amidst the storm. They each tie one end of the rope to the iron bars of the window at the back of the convenience store. The rope connects their waists to Wei Fatty. Only then does Wei Fatty attempt to step out from the wall into the tempest. However, after taking just 2 or 3 steps, he is immediately toppled by the fierce wind, landing ungracefully in the abandoned field, his raincoat flapping upright in the gale. His round physique becomes a makeshift shield, albeit a somewhat inadequate one. Hold the rope steady, Wei Fatty shouts, his voice fragmented. It's steady. Wei Yoqi appears somewhat exhilarated. After all, rescuing someone is an act of valor, and it might even make the news. He has already prepared his lines. Just a small effort, he thinks to himself. Sure, he will maintain his composure when the time comes. Having learned his lesson, Wei Fatty no longer attempts to stand, instead crawling through the filthy, weedy field. Inching closer to the man looks gratefully towards them, cautioning them to be careful. Chapter 11. Silence. The sky appears as though it has been dyed with ribbons. Or perhaps the Grim Reaper is ostentatiously waving fantastical, colorful streamers while observing this eerie city. The dazzling lights cast their brilliance upon the earth, transforming the rain into a vibrant spectacle. No one can ignore the visual shock brought by these splendid auroras, nor can anyone overlook the ferocity of the typhoon. As the torrential rain strikes the ground with a resounding clap, the rain intensifies, and Liang Shu Yu pulls the rope tighter. The process of rescuing the man, while arduous, proceeds without exceptional incident. Wei Fatty successfully approaches the man clinging to the power pole and unties the rope from his own waist, securing it around the man instead. Thank you, thank you. The man exclaims, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude for such a brave rescue amidst the relentless storm. Wei Fatty, ever easygoing, responds. No worries, just be careful out there in this wind, brother. As they traverse the building area, it is manageable, but upon reaching the outskirts, the towering buildings diminish, and the wind grows increasingly fierce, particularly as this barren field faces an unobstructed wind tunnel. A few hundred meters further lies a sewage river. Had he not clung desperately to the power pole, he might have been swept away into the murky waters. The man shudders at the thought of such a possibility. Not tied tight enough. This rope is slipping. Tie another knot. Wei Fatty reminds him. The man frees his hands to tie a knot. Originally, it was no issue for Wei Fatty to support him while holding onto the power pole, but suddenly, a hard object is blown onto his back by the wind, causing him to lose his grip. With the force of the tempest, both he and Wei Fatty are sent tumbling into the field. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Yoqi, connected by the rope, are forcefully pulled from the edge of the wall, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, one end of the rope was tied to the anti-theft net. Aside from the intense pain in their waists, there were no significant consequences. Liang Shu Yu had anticipated such a situation and thus reacted swiftly. He quickly knelt down, scanning the surroundings for the figures of Wei Fatty and the man. Under the auroral night, the scene was as bright as day, allowing him to clearly see Wei Fatty gripping the soil with one hand, desperately trying to steady himself against the wind. The other man, however, was swept away further by the force of the wind, tumbling down the embankment. Apart from the taut rope, he was nowhere to be seen. Wei Youqi witnessed this scene as well. He hurriedly crawled over to pull Liang Shu Yu's rope, but was swatted away by Liang Shu Yu. "What are you doing?" Wei Youqi shouted. "Pull your dad first. That man has fallen. His dad is safely digging into the ground." Once the three of them were secure, they began to work together to pull the man back. Perhaps due to the height of the embankment and the relentless assault of the wind, the man felt extraordinarily heavy. The long rope combined with the powerful wind made it feel as if they were lifting a truck. Finally, they managed to haul the man up from below the embankment, only to discover he had been gripping the rope with his bare hands. The rope had already loosened, and had he not held on tightly, it would have been blown away by the wind. The expressions in Wei Youqi and Wei Fatty's eyes revealed the danger they had faced. The three of them exerted nearly all their strength, yet the wind seemed to be their adversary. The man was blown upright by the wind, and as a violent gust surged through, a piercing sound echoed, causing Liang Shu Yu to suddenly fly away like a kite with a severed string. Had it not been for Wei Fatty and Wei Youqi holding on to him, he would have met the same fate as that man. He became entangled in the power lines, resembling a strange piece of white cloth drifting with the wind. Everything happened too quickly. The exact time was unclear. Aunt Xiaoping brought a cup of hot water to Liang Shu Yu, who took only a sip. The silence in the room was unnerving. Liang Shu Yu set down the cup and patted Wei Youqi on the shoulder. Wei Youqi looked up at him, his eyes red. "We did our best," Liang Shu Yu said. Wei Youqi understood he was merely expressing his discomfort. Wei Fatty's complexion was also not good, especially since they had failed to save the man, who was now entangled in the power lines, a victim left on the streets. The pain of failing to save someone was more profound than not saving anyone at all. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying came downstairs, with Liang Ying having witnessed the entire ordeal from upstairs. Concerned about the psychological impact on Liang Shu Yu, she rushed over to embrace him. So much had happened today, and she was deeply worried. Liang Shu Yu patted her back to signal that he was fine. Back at home, Liang Wenjing used iodine to clean Liang Shu Yu's abrasions. Liang Shu Yu stared blankly at the still clock. "It seems we must live a life without time." Liang Wenjing broke the silence, contemplating whether they should make a handmade calendar, or else they would forget what month or day it was. "Liang Shu Yu." Liang Wenjing's grip tightened. "Don't scare me." Her previously held composure shattered by his words. Tears brimmed in her lowered eyes. It was truly frightening. "You have no idea how worried your mother was just now. What would happen to us if something happened to you? After all, we have only one man in our family." Liang Shu Yu thought to himself that he did not wish to be in such a predicament either. It felt like being forced into a situation. However, if such circumstances arose again, no, how could this happen a second time? Did he wish for an early demise? At that moment, the wind had directly pulled the iron pole to which his rope was tied, flinging him away. If not for Wei Fatty and Wei Youqi holding him, he would have been the second person hanging from the power lines. His life was far too precious to risk for someone unrelated. "Did you hear that?" Liang Wenjing reproached. MHM, he replied dismissively. "How perfunctory." Furious, Liang Wenjing tossed down the cotton swab, leaving Liang Shu Yu feeling helpless. He could only tend to the remaining abrasions himself, accepting that some places on his back were unreachable. That night, Liang Wenjing, feeling fearful, slept with Liang Ying. Liang Shu Yu, unable to sleep, went to the living room for a cigarette. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could distinctly see the bodies swaying in the wind and rain, illuminated by the aurora with a ghostly green glow, as if it were defiantly gazing in Liang Shu Yu's direction. He sensed a thread of cruelty lurking within this city, perhaps the cruelty of nature itself. It unhesitatingly snatched away a life, indifferent and unaccountable. Chapter 12. Prophecy startled awake in the middle of the night. Liang Wenjing saw Liang Shu Yu sitting on the sofa, gazing outside. "What are you doing?" "Enjoying the scenery." "Go enjoy it somewhere else. There's a dead body out there." "Is there anywhere else in our house suitable for enjoying the scenery? Aside from this big floor-to-ceiling window?" Liang Wenjing muttered, then noticed something else. "You're smoking again." "No. I threw the cigarette away long ago." September 27th, 2032, heavy rain. The fifth day of power outage. The rain had poured continuously for several days. The aurora vanished on the second day of the blackout. Once it disappeared, it felt as if the sun had been stolen away, leaving many days devoid of any light. The oppressive torrential rain compressed the city into a realm of darkness, resembling a vast graveyard. Yet, most people's spirits remained high. The The continuous rain and power outage did not induce panic. The previous year's massive blackout in Europe had become common knowledge, and everyone was aware of it. With this precedent, people had a concept of solar storms in their minds. They feared the unknown but were unbothered by what was already known. Of course, in a society without electricity, devoid of the internet, video games, television, and variety shows, at least they did not have to go to work, squeeze on his subways or buses, or endure scolding from their bosses. For those with decent jobs, perhaps after this power outage, there would even be salary subsidies, akin to a paid vacation. Even for those in less favorable jobs, the government would likely implement related measures, at least reducing social insurance costs for several months. Thus, the majority of people felt relatively all right, while those in a poor mood were mostly from the lower strata of society, living day to day. In a city with a permanent population of 13 million, there were many from the middle class, and even more living below the poverty line. Liang Shu Yu did not belong to that category, and thus could not empathize with the struggles of the impoverished. He merely knew that during last year's European blackout, the majority of casualties were the poor. Some online had even jokingly referred to it as a cleansing of societal debris. The weak would be the first to be eliminated, and only the strong would survive, but those who survived should not be too complacent. This was a statement made by Zika, a self-proclaimed individual from the year 2085. So, after this solar storm, Zika would likely gain notoriety once more. However, one prophecy from Zika caught Liang Shu Yu's attention. If Zika's sixth prophecy referred to the European solar storm, its content indicated that the year marked the true beginning of hell, with many freezing to death in a short span of time. But that was merely the beginning. Yet the seventh prophecy stated, "This year, you shall step into true hell." Anticipate it, it's nothing significant. The weak will be the first to be eliminated, and only the strong will survive. But those who survive should not be too complacent. If the seventh prophecy indeed referred to this solar storm in Asia, its analysis indicated that this true hell suggested a wider area of devastation compared to the last. The title of AIK's prophecy was "I Come from Hell," suggesting that this year marked the true commencement of hell. Liang Shu Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. Zika is merely a speculative hype. Although emotionally he yearns to believe that Zika is indeed a figure from the future, reason dictates that such an idea is utterly implausible. He ought to trust in science, society, and tangible realities, rather than indulge in reckless conjectures born from dubious online rumors lacking credible sources. He may prepare himself psychologically for the prophecies presented by Zika, yet he should not revere them as a mere adolescent would. Should circumstances permit, he may prudently gather additional survival supplies. But he ought to maintain a skeptical stance toward such futuristic predictions. Thus far, most stores outside remain operational, albeit without electricity. The larger supermarkets exhibit chaotic pricing, often relying on instinct for transactions. Major shopping malls continue to operate, and even those lacking generators or functioning cash registers are compelled to remain open. From this perspective, the city is unlikely to witness a frenzied rush for supplies in the short term. In the initial 2 days, due to the absence of cash, people flocked to banks. However, the banks, hindered by equipment failures, could not function normally and deployed armed forces for protection. During those days, one could frequently hear the cacophony emanating from that direction. Eventually, under immense pressure, one bank commenced cash disbursement, albeit restricting each individual to a withdrawal of only 1,000 yuan, which lasted less than half a day. Prior to the blackout, it seemed that no one had contemplated how to cope without paper currency. Perhaps one could only blame the convenience of electronic cash for eroding people's foresight. Stripped of electricity, even banking institutions became obsolete. What then of humanity? Regarding cash, the situation is far from optimistic. Many individuals find themselves without funds, which constitutes the predominant issue. Liang Shu Yu remains oblivious to how the banks are managing. But given the short duration of the power outage, starvation is unlikely. However, one night he was startled awake by a piercing scream, as if someone had jumped from a height. Rumors circulated among neighbors, yet Liang Shu Yu placed his utmost faith in one, that the individual was from the finance sector. "How do you still have two?" Liang Wenjing exclaimed, astonished at the solitary pair of threes in her hand. Liang Shu Yu waved his cards, grinning at Liang Wenjing. "3 with 1, I win." Wei Youqi slammed his cards down and, alongside Liang Shu Yu, seized the last 2 pieces of bread beside Liang Wenjing. She had lost everything. "I'm done playing. Did you two swap cards in secret? How is it that I always lose? Am I that kind of person?" Liang Shu Yu raised an eyebrow. You are. Liang Wenjing huffed, her snacks entirely depleted. What a disaster. Time for dinner, you three. Liang Ying knocked on the door, just as Liang Shu Yu and the others, having won a grand prize, lost interest in the game and rushed to open the door. The rain continued relentlessly, the house damp despite it being only September. They had already donned sweaters. The downpour showed no signs of abating, and the rooftop of their small three-story building, equipped with drainage holes, remained perpetually flooded unless a hole the size of a pot was made. On the living room table, a tea candle flickered, brewing flower tea, one of Liang Wenjing's provisions. Under this meager light source, the four shared a meager lunch. With several days of power outage and a terrifying typhoon raging outside, they had not ventured out, and thus their home was devoid of fresh produce. Their meal consisted of rice, hot milk, boiled soybeans, and canned fish, barely enough to sustain them. Chapter 13. Naivete. Every day eating soybeans makes me feel like I'm turning into one, Liang Wenjing lamented. Why don't we venture out tomorrow to buy some vegetables? My house has run out of fresh produce as well, Wei Yoqi suggested. After some contemplation, Liang Shu Yu concurred. Although their pantry was stocked, it consisted solely of bread and instant noodles, leaving their mouths parched. Indeed, the streets are littered with abandoned vehicles, and the traffic system is nearly in collapse. It seems the logistics and trade networks are on the brink of failure. The longer this persists, the fewer items we may be able to procure. Perhaps we should stock up. Liang Shu Yu's conclusion stemmed from a simple analysis of Wei Yoqi's suggestion, yet as he spoke, deeper concerns began to surface. What if this blackout were to endure for 2 months? Though he believed the state would rectify the power grid within a month, despite the lack of external information, he remained convinced that numerous professionals were diligently working, potentially risking their lives. However, he now pondered the implications of satellite systems. Had the satellites been affected during last year's European blackout? Liang Shu Yu could not recall any news specifically addressing the condition of the satellites. If cell phones were entirely devoid of signal, was it due to base station failures or satellite issues? If the latter were true, did that imply the disaster's scope was particularly vast? Furthermore, did it suggest that planes could not enter? Without satellite signals, could aircraft deliver supplies? Liang Shu Yu was entirely unfamiliar with this aspect. Yet he recalled that during the Wenchuan earthquake, despite the damage to satellite signals, planes were still able to conduct blind flights into the disaster area for rescue missions. Hence, satellites likely impacted aviation, but the state must have contingency plans. Another pressing question arose. How extensive was the area affected by this disaster? Although Liang Shu Yu and his companions had remained indoors, communication persisted among neighbors, yet no definitive information regarding the disaster's scale had emerged. Liang Shu Yu continued to compare this situation to last year's European blackout. Yet if the affected area was indeed much larger, even with a rapid and effective governmental response, delays were inevitable. He had previously analyzed that the blackout would last no more than 2 months, with ample food and medicine at home. And since nothing significant had transpired during the outage, he had lowered his guard. However, if the affected area were vast, could 2 months suffice? Such scenarios were fraught with uncertainties. What if the extent of the disaster were unfathomably extensive? Or if the blackout were to persist for 6 months, or even a year? The thought sent a chill through Liang Shu Yu. He knew his speculations were mere unfounded fears, yet he could not help but envision the potential consequences. His household provisions could last 2 months, but would falter after 6. Should this blackout extend for half a year, with transportation paralyzed and external aid non-existent, the city's resources would inevitably be stripped bare within 2 months. The rapid recovery from the previous pandemic in China was largely attributed to mutual support during crises, whereas Europe, engulfed in turmoil, succumbed to suspicion and theft, leading to countless casualties. If the disaster's impact were so severe that recovery required 6 months, neighboring towns would similarly descend into chaos without external assistance, leading to internal strife. All of this remained Liang Shu Yu's unilateral conjecture. It was not reality. Nonetheless, he could not dismiss the possibility. He preferred to be perceived as a foolish worrywart than to gamble with his life and the lives of his family on unknown rescue efforts. We must venture out once more to procure some supplies. Liang Shu Yu's resolute gaze scorched Wei Yoqi, leaving him bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired during those fleeting seconds at dinner. Little did he know that his seemingly trivial suggestion had propelled Liang Shu Yu's thoughts far beyond the present moment. After their meal, Liang Shu Yu meticulously accounted for all the supplies they had acquired, calculating their potential sustenance duration. To his dismay, he realized his naivety. To rely on these provisions for 2 months? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Even a month seemed a strenuous endeavor. Liang Shu Yu had always believed that it was prudent to stock up on instant noodles and bread, yet upon thorough inspection, he discovered that these items, particularly the bread, were hardly resilient. The last time he and Liang Wenjing had purchased a considerable amount of bread at the mall, and later, in a street shop with Liang Ying, they had consumed nearly half within just 4 or 5 days, treating it as mere snacks. As a staple, one would require at least 3 small loaves to feel satiated. Yet even then, it was insufficient without rice to accompany it. Otherwise, in such dire circumstances, the hunger would only intensify, creating a vicious cycle. Moreover, the biscuits, sausages, and canned goods he had bought were merely suitable for snacking. Canned food offered little sustenance. The portions were scant and costly, serving only as side dishes. The sole genuinely useful item was the compressed biscuits, which contained 2 pieces, typically sufficient for 2 meals. However, this was only valid in specific conditions, implying that they could only serve in times of scarcity. Treating them as a staple would lead to revulsion after a couple of days. Although they were not unpleasant to consume. Then there were the instant noodles. Liang Shu Yu had purchased an ample supply, only to find that nearly half had vanished in just a few days. Each bag contained 5 packs, and even with 10 bags totaling 50 packs, with 3 people consuming 2 servings daily, they would last only 8 days. To sustain them for 2 months, 360 packs were necessary. For 6 months, 1080 packs? It was utterly absurd. Who would hoard such a quantity of instant noodles at home? Overindulgence would surely lead to nausea. In conclusion, Liang Shu Yu discerned that the only truly enduring food was rice. Accompanying dishes were inexpensive, versatile, and delightful, with pickled vegetables being the sole exception. Chapter 14. Outing September 27th. Food inventory: 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 24 bottles of Master Kong mineral water, 6 bottles of yogurt, 7 cans of Malin luncheon meat, 6 cans of Gulong instant luncheon meat, 5 cans of Ganshu brand fermented black bean fish, 5 bags of Dalian French-style small cakes, milk flavor, approximately 80 loose bread pieces. For boxes of Panpan tearable bread, 8 pieces, 8 bags of instant noodles, 40 packs, 15 rolls of Oreo cookies, 2 bags of Aji yeast-reduced salt soda crackers, 25 small bags, 6 crispy rice milk chocolate bars, 5 bottles of Yida chewing gum, 2 bags of potato chips, 5 bags of Alpine strawberry-flavored hard candy, 93 sticks of Maxwell original coffee, 2 large bags of Shimai instant oats, 12 bags of corn-flavored compressed biscuits, and 6 bags of 50 pounds of rice, 5 bags of cooking salt, some ginger, various kitchen condiments, and a handful of noodles. Their snack inventory exceeded these items, but they had consumed a considerable amount in recent days. While the pile appeared substantial, a closer inspection revealed its true modesty. He should prioritize purchasing rice, flour, pickled vegetables, and wheat, foods known for their durability, while also acquiring ginger to ward off the cold, as the current weather was excessively damp, with dew forming on the floor each morning. In such an environment, failing to take precautions could lead to diminished immunity and illness. Although the assortment of medicines he had procured included a fair share of cold remedies, reliance on medication was not advisable. It was preferable to consume more ginger tea. Once he confirmed the necessary items for procurement, Liang Shu Yu shared his thoughts with Liang Ying and received their endorsement. The 3 resolved to embark on their shopping expedition the following day. The next day, accurately, after a brief slumber, they lost all sense of time. The typhoon continued to rage. Liang Shu Yu had initially intended to invite Wei Youqi along, especially since it was Wei Youqi who had suggested acquiring fresh vegetables. However, Aunt Xiaoping forbade him from venturing outside, and that was that. The torrential rain persisted, and although many larger stores remained open, Liang Shu Yu harbored the same concerns as before. Firstly, the Weiwei convenience store lacked a comprehensive selection. Secondly, as a small supermarket, it could only be relied upon in dire circumstances. Liang Shu Yu was unwilling to engage in such internal strife. The trio, clutching shopping bags and backpacks, stepped outside. Due to nearly a week of relentless rain and the onset of a massive typhoon, the streets were virtually deserted. They had to hold hands and carefully navigate along the walls. Prepared to be drenched, they made little effort to evade the rain, focusing mainly on shielding themselves from the wind. Although they were cut off from external information, Communication among neighbors across the street remained uncomplicated. It was rumored that due to the rain, many areas were flooded, and most police resources had been diverted to rescue efforts. The police were not entirely absent from urban safety concerns. Occasionally, officers could be seen cycling through alleys with loudspeakers, urging residents to stay indoors and refrain from going out. Additionally, many armed forces were stationed at banks, as numerous individuals congregated outside waiting to withdraw cash. However, the banks received cash daily, which was sent to the vaults, meaning they were essentially out of funds. Currently, the cash from the vaults could not be promptly transported to the relevant branches. Even if it could, there was insufficient cash available to distribute. This created a vicious cycle. If it persisted long enough without resolution, the armed forces would struggle to control the surging crowds. Moreover, it was reported that due to a sudden power outage, many lives were lost in hospitals. Hospitals indeed possessed diesel generators. Yet the power generated could not sustain operations at previous levels, especially considering that solar storms had damaged numerous electrical devices, compounded by flooding, mudslides, and other frequent disasters. The news of fatalities in hospitals was likely true. Thus, for Liang Shu Yu and his companions, these tranquil days of playing cards by candlelight were akin to a doomsday scenario for others. Exiting the 27th alley led them to Southgate West Street, where many shops primarily catered to late-night snacks, but all were shuttered at present. A moderately sized shopping center at the street's entrance was their intended destination. Look, there's a baby stroller. Should we take it to carry our items? Their primary goal was to purchase rice, which was heavy, and they lacked suitable containers at home. A stroller would indeed ease their burden. The stroller lay upside down in a corner of a garbage bin, submerged in half a meter of water, appearing to have been discarded. Liang Shu Yu deemed it a viable option. The three cautiously made their way across the street. A risky endeavor given the ferocious winds that intensified once they stepped away from the wall. The torrential rain pelted them like bullets, and the wind lashed against their bodies, causing the tilted signs to crack ominously. They reached the large garbage bin, where Liang Shu Yu flipped the stroller and pushed it upright. Suddenly, Liang Wenjing gasped in horror at the sight within the stroller, instinctively retreating. The abrupt motion tangled the rope connecting the three, and they were thrust to the ground by inertia. The fierce wind swept them away once more until they collided with a wall, Liang Shu Yu managing to grasp the security bars to halt their momentum. In the face of such overwhelming force, they felt as insubstantial as leaves in a tempest, utterly powerless to control their bodies. Inside the stroller was a lifeless, bloated infant, swollen from prolonged submersion. There appears to be no other adult corpses in the vicinity. It either has been blown in from a distant location, or the adult who was pushing it has also met with misfortune. Let's go, Liang Shu Yu urged, pulling the two terrified women to their feet. The child was nearly waterlogged, and the vehicle was undoubtedly teeming with bacteria, rendering it unusable. The two women followed Liang Shu Yu, nearly fleeing the scene. Upon entering a mid-sized shopping mall on the street, they were taken aback to find a considerable gathering of people. Beneath the sign of the mall named Famous Attractions, there was a glass platform of about 10 square meters, providing some shelter from the rain. Within this small area, at least 10 individuals were crammed together. Some carried luggage, while others did not. There was a family of 3 young couples, and a middle-aged man who appeared to be financially constrained. These individuals were likely stranded travelers due to the paralysis of transportation, possibly unable to find lodging due to a lack of cash, or because hotels were fully booked. Liang Shu Yu cast a glance at them, shook off the rainwater from his body, and ushered the 2 women into the mall. Chapter 15, Borrowing Money. Outside, the torrential rain obscured visibility, and the mall was dimly lit by scattered candlelight, rendering it nearly impossible to see. Upon their entry, they found that of the 3 cash registers, only one was operational. A horizontal line blocked the entrance and exit, leaving only a narrow passageway. They were required to remove their raincoats and jackets, and were met with a disapproving glance from an attendant due to their soaked appearances. While shopping, the attendant followed closely behind them with a candle, her scrutiny understandable. The trio, undeterred, selected rice, flour, and pickled vegetables according to Liang Shu Yu's list, although the candles were rationed to a maximum of 5 per unit. They also purchased tissues and disinfectant, considering the need for clean water, should the water tank run dry and the water supply remain suspended. They would have to resort to rainwater or lake water. As there were no water purification tablets available, Liang Shu Yu opted for 2 buckets of disinfectant. Ginger tea was nowhere to be found, as this was not a fresh produce market, and there was no ginger to be had, so he reluctantly set that aside. In the mall, aside from them, there was another couple who appeared to be in their 30s, and Liang Shu Yu found it curious that they carried numerous garbage bags. In such a situation, what purpose could garbage bags serve? Upon reflection, he realized that besides being used for waste, they could also serve to individually package items. The weather was humid, causing belongings and wardrobes to dampen. Undergarments had become unwearable, and washing them would only lead to unpleasant odors. If clean clothes were placed in separate packaging, it might prevent them from becoming damp. Additionally, rice and food were susceptible to moisture, especially rice, which was not in completely sealed bags, making it vulnerable to humidity. To avoid ruining the rice, it would be wise to repack it securely. Consequently, Liang Shu Yu also gathered many rolls of garbage bags, along with aluminum foil, cling film, and disposable chopsticks from the shelves, feeling they might come in handy. Aside from these, they did not purchase anything else, demonstrating a certain shrewdness. Those unaware of the situation would likely flock to the instant noodle section, which was already visibly half empty when they passed by. Thus, they opted not to buy instant noodles, instead purchasing a handful of regular noodles. Just 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice would suffice for 2 months, while the remaining instant noodles in the entire mall might not last as long. They also acquired a substantial quantity of pickled vegetables, nearly depleting the shelves. The cashier was a younger woman, lacking a cash register or calculator, and she struggled to tally the items on a scrap of paper. The primary drawback of such a mall was that the cashier had no knowledge of the prices. Some larger items were priced, but everything else relied on estimation. Although Liang Shu Yu had prudently brought 20,000 in cash, he still negotiated the price, rounding down a few yuan. This somewhat primitive exchange dispelled some of the earlier terror, and Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing's expressions began to soften. Once everything was packed, the 3 of them stuffed smaller items into Liang Shu Yu's backpack. Liang Wenjing took charge of the shopping bags, while Liang Shu Yu carried 1 bag of rice, and Liang Ying carried another. Exiting the mall, they encountered a buffer passageway, previously stocked with goods. The shelves now stood completely empty. As Liang Shu Yu traversed the 2-meter-long corridor, he noticed a woman sitting at the entrance, peering in curiously. He cautiously pulled Liang Wenjing to the center, positioning himself closer to the woman. Her intentions thwarted, she hesitated momentarily before rising with her child in tow. She greeted Liang Shu Yu and the 2 women, her gaze first directed toward Liang Ying. "Come on, say hello to the auntie," she urged. The child, timid, did not comply. The woman, attempting to be charming yet embarrassed, said, "I'm truly sorry, but we are out of options. We are just passing through and got separated from my child's father. We have nowhere to stay." She continued, "I noticed you bought quite a bit. I mean no offense. But could you lend me a few hundred yuan for the sake of the child? I can leave my ID and phone as collateral. Please, I beg you." As she spoke, others sitting at the entrance began to look their way. Liang Shu Yu observed that most of them were without money, not necessarily impoverished, but lacking cash. Thus, when the woman mentioned borrowing money, he noticed a glimmer of hope in some eyes. The saying "a penny can make a farmer stumble" seemed apt for this situation. Who knows if a wealthy tycoon in some corner of the city was starving? "I'm sorry, but we've used all our cash to buy these items." Liang Shu Yu interrupted, sensing the woman's expression darken. He continued bluntly, "This rain won't last long, and I believe help will arrive soon." The woman, having witnessed their substantial purchases, felt a wave of despair as tears began to flow. "It's so difficult. My phone is completely broken. I can't withdraw money from the bank, and I'm truly at my wit's end. My child has a cold, and I can't even afford medicine." Liang Wenjing looked at the pitiful woman, her eyes misting over. "I wish I could help you, but we are powerless," Liang Shu Yu replied. "Why not ask the store owner for credit? He should be willing to assist you." "I'm sorry." He then pulled the 2 women away. But the middle-aged woman cried even harder, clutching her child's arm as he clung to Liang Shu Yu's leg. Suddenly, she burst into tears, pleading, "Please. We truly have no other options. We can't let the child go hungry. Just give us something to eat so he can get through these next few days, or he will starve." Liang Shu Yu coldly regarded the child and the woman who was now making a scene in the street. "If you continue to cling to me, do not blame me for being unkind. But we have no other choice. Are you just going to watch us starve?" She cried. "He's just a child. He's so small. If I die of hunger, that's one thing, but don't let him suffer. Please, we beg you." Liang Shu Yu had already sensed that these individuals were not benign. Upon entering the mall, He had noticed the 2-meter-long buffer passage, originally intended for merchandise, now cleared out for a specific reason. The first reason was that the owner had deliberately made space for the homeless to stay, as the buffer passage had a rolling shutter door outside, negating the need for such a thorough cleanup. The stains and debris left behind in the buffer passage attested to the fact that it had indeed been inhabited. These individuals have now been driven out, indicating that there was a past conflict with the shop owner that led to their expulsion. This serves as the second reason. Chapter 16. Morality. Liang Shu Yu withdrew a sharp fruit knife he had just purchased from his pocket, presenting it before her. Release her. Upon seeing the blade, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. It is human nature to fear the strong and bully the weak. Her countenance transformed swiftly as she pulled her child back, tears cascading like a switch being flipped. Her gaze filled with reluctance as she watched Liang Shu Yu lead the group away. This sorrow gripped her heart like a cruel hand. Liang Wenjing shot a glance at Liang Shu Yu, noting that his demeanor had been excessively fierce. Liang Shu Yu flicked her forehead. Stop crying. Liang Wenjing felt a surge of injustice. We could have helped a little. Liang Shu Yu retorted. Do you think it's just about helping her? Liang Wenjing understood the implication. Thus, her suggestion to help was tinged with guilt. She was an adult, not a naive child, aware of Liang Shu Yu's reservations and why Liang Ying permitted his actions. However, a sense of morality and rationality are distinct entities. If a person with a modicum of moral awareness casually discards trash on a pristine street, they might face self-reproach for the next couple of days. Yet, this is a trivial matter, and they will soon forget. In the ensuing years, however, the thought of why they did not intervene will linger in their mind. This does not signify that they are inherently kind. Rather, their conscience will continue to chastise and torment them. Contemplating this, Liang Wenjing felt a pang of anguish. Would the woman and her child freeze? Would they starve? Thus, she wiped her tears incessantly, not for those two individuals, but for herself. Why should she suffer the torment of conscience for the sake of two strangers? Such a small child, how could they be so heartless? They would surely go to hell. The middle-aged woman hurled a venomous curse at their retreating figures. Liang Wenjing, initially saddened, felt anger rise within her upon hearing those words. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it in their direction. Go to hell. Her chest heaved with indignation, her expression a mixture of rage and grievance, yet she quickly found solace. She was no longer bound by the moral judgment of these two strangers. Liang Shu Yu observed her with amusement, remarking, "Ah, the innocence of youth. Let me enlighten you about the harsh realities of society." Liang Ying, amused by Liang Wenjing's puffed-up demeanor, recounted a couple of tales about society's treachery. One tale involved her recent acquisition of a car. Shortly after she began driving, she was grazed by a tricycle. The other party had suddenly emerged from an alleyway. Had her driving skills been better, perhaps she could have avoided the incident. The road had been impeccably clean, yet her nerves got the better of her. The other party appeared to be a humble laborer, sun-kissed and dark, who, upon seeing her beautiful new car, was terrified and profusely apologized. At that time, her insurance had not yet come through, and seeing such an honest individual, she chose to let it go. She noticed that the other party's wheel was bent and thought that such a decent person must be troubled about the cost of repairs. Compassionate, she handed him 500 yuan. The subsequent events were predictable. 2 traffic police happened to be patrolling the area, and the once humble man transformed into a victim. Lamenting that Liang Ying had struck him, the 500 yuan served as evidence, and with no surveillance footage available, Liang Ying ended up paying 2,000 yuan to settle the matter. Liang Ying did not dwell on such trivial matters, but believed that one should never judge by appearances. Those who appeared most pitiful might, in fact, be the most wicked. When a person errs and weeps in lamentation, begging for sympathy, their words may carry an air of authenticity, yet are often steeped in deception. All displays of pity and pleas for mercy are merely tools to solicit sympathy. The truly unfortunate are those who shed tears, yet shy away from exposing their vulnerabilities to strangers. They possess dignity and, thus, respect both themselves and others. Those who forsake their dignity to publicize their misfortunes for personal gain, trampling their own self-respect, have discarded as much dignity as they possess ambition. They may even perceive past assistance as a humiliation, believing that it is others who shame them, while in truth, they are the architects of their own disgrace. Returning home, Liang Wenjing relished the stories Liang Ying shared, lamenting the treachery of society. Thankfully, she had not yet fully stepped into the world. After all, she had remained at home, writing, without venturing into the workforce. Moreover, their neighborhood boasted commendable safety. Although it was not a gated community, the neighbors were amicable. Their conversation drifted to a news story of a girl who nearly fell victim to an assault while renting alone. Liang Shu Yu, quietly shedding his raincoat, cast a glance at his sister, suggesting that just because one hadn't encountered danger does not mean it does not exist. I know everyone around here. I've never heard of such incidents. He tossed the raincoat onto her head, exasperated. Hurry and change your clothes. He then retreated into his room. You're so annoying, Liang Wenjing exclaimed in frustration. Inside the room, Liang Shu Yu swiftly changed out of his drenched clothing, using a towel to dry himself before donning a clean outfit. The wet clothes would not dry if the rain continued. They would soon run out of clothes to wear. He needed to minimize outdoor excursions. After changing, he approached the window, which faced the second story of the Yu family's home. A small light glimmered within, indicating occupancy. He took out the fruit knife again, though it was more akin to a small chef's knife than a traditional fruit knife. Without a sheath, he contemplated fashioning one from a leather jacket or Liang Wenjing's bag. Later, he sipped some ginger soup and cold medicine, using warm water to cleanse himself. Dinner consisted of instant noodles, after a day spent in the rain. None felt inclined to move. Chapter 17. The cold after dinner, they repackaged the rice. The rice packaging was not completely sealed, allowing moisture to infiltrate, to prevent dampness. It was best to repackage it in garbage bags. They also wrapped dried chili peppers and star anise in paper towels, as Liang Ying claimed it would deter insects. They had purchased substantial amounts of durable food. 2 bags of rice would suffice for the 3 of them for over 2 months, yet Liang Shu Yu believed it inadequate. Therefore, they would need to venture out again in a few days, also acquiring 2 extra gas canisters and candles, as the latter were consumed far too quickly. The rain showed no signs of abating, having poured relentlessly for many days. The stairwell resembled a water curtain cave, while the alleyways had transformed into rushing rivers, cascading down and flooding the village chief's pond. As the neighbor recounted, a fish had leaped out just yesterday morning, only to be collected by the Luo family residing below. This had incited the village chief's wrath, while Luo feigned ignorance, cooking fish head soup that evening. The rain continued unabated. Sounds emanated from Wei Yoqi's home. It was the voice of the elderly woman who had come to visit again. Was it already morning? Liang Shu Yu had not slept all night. What was the date? What day of the week was it? What time was it? Old Liang, come down for a game of cards, called Wei Yoqi. Their only form of entertainment now was playing cards. Reluctantly, Liang Shu Yu rose to use the restroom. Upon opening his bedroom door, he noticed Liang Ying entering Liang Wenjing's room with an unusual expression. It was then that he learned Liang Wenjing had suffered a fever and nightmares the previous night, prompting Liang Ying to care for her through the night. Do you feel any aches in your limbs? Liang Shu Yu gently touched her forehead, which felt somewhat feverish. In searching through the household medicine cabinet, he surprisingly found no antiviral cold medicine or fever-reducing patches. There was merely a cough and a runny nose. Liang Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That was fortunate. If it had been a viral flu, the absence of antiviral medication would have posed a serious concern. Fortunate? What do you mean? Liang Wenjing exclaimed weakly, her face flushed. Liang Ying commented, it should just be a mild case of fright and chill, nothing serious. She had already checked and found no antiviral drugs. It seemed that despite his previous procurement of numerous medicines, he had still overlooked something crucial. He needed to inventory the medications. However, Liang Shu Yu felt a knot tighten in his throat as he recalled a news report from last year about a power outage in Europe, which indicated that many fatalities were primarily due to complications from colds and diarrhea. While colds can resolve themselves, the flu rarely does, as it is viral in nature. This realization dissuaded Liang Shu Yu from allowing Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying to accompany him on any adventures outside, especially with the incessant rain. He could not guarantee the presence of malicious individuals lurking outside, nor could he risk encountering another decaying corpse as they had previously. October 3, 2032, marked the 11th day of torrential rains and power outages. The rain fell in a relentless fury, seemingly destined to continue indefinitely. On the 9th day, Liang Shu Yu had intended to venture outside, but police officers appeared on the streets to maintain order, insisting that residents remain indoors until further notice due to the impending super typhoon and heavy rainfall expected over the next 2 days. With Liang Wenjing's cold having subsided and the urgency for medicine and gas diminished, Liang Shu Yu refrained from leaving home. The presence of law enforcement significantly reduced the spread of rumors on the streets. They learned from the patrolling officers that most police forces had been deployed for flood rescue operations, and many homes in downstream areas had been submerged, resulting in numerous casualties. Officers were preoccupied, advising residents to remain calm and avoid creating further disturbances. However, Liang Shu Yu did not glean any specific details about the extent of the solar storm disaster zone from the officer, as he was not a police officer himself, but rather a temporarily mobilized civil servant and a local resident uninformed about the external situation. Nevertheless, he had heard that the higher-ups were using radio communication, and despite the chaos, the situation had not yet spiraled into total collapse. The government had not abandoned them. Many personnel were tirelessly working behind the scenes. This was the sentiment shared by Liang Shu Yu and his neighbors. Even when the sky appeared to be falling, there was someone to hold it up. Thus, the populace did not feel fear, and societal order remained intact, at least for the moment. However, with nearly half a month of water and power outages, many families caught unprepared faced dire circumstances. No gas for cooking, no candles for light, and no food to stave off hunger. Most critically, there was a lack of cash to purchase food. Some individuals were oblivious to the gravity of their situation. To illustrate simply, imagine being confined to your home without water, electricity, or gas. Would your stored food suffice for half a month? With no electricity, rice cookers, induction stoves, and electric kettles were rendered useless, meaning no hot meals or warm water. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, like Liang Wenjing, who possessed a set of floral tea utensils and a box of tea candles, one could enjoy warm tea while illuminating their surroundings. Before the power outage, people seemed to have a delusion that the contents of their refrigerators would always replenish themselves, as someone would inevitably restock them. Now, a stark reality presented itself. Even if one possessed a fortune in their bank account, they could not withdraw a single cent in cash. Hence, Aunt Xiaoping had mentioned days prior that many were resorting to bartering various items for food, unable to produce cash. It was not poverty, but rather a lack of currency. Liang Shu Yu advised her to shutter her shop, warning that the blackout might persist for an extended period. She did not heed his advice, so he turned to persuade Wei Youqi instead. Wei Youqi had hidden his supplies of rice and flour, which provided Liang Shu Yu with some relief. The absence of hot water was unbearable. Few could endure 10 days without consuming warm food. Even without warm water, their meals were usually hot, unlike the dry crackers or bread they faced now, leaving their stomachs parched and their tongues sore. It felt as if they had been submerged in cold water or scorched dry. Liang Shu Yu had not experienced this himself. His household had gas and candles. He learned from the neighbor below that their gas had just run out, and they had not managed to replace it in time. His own cash reserves were dwindling, prompting him to visit Wei's home to spend 10 yuan for a few cups of hot water. Since the power outage, a myriad of bizarre occurrences had emerged. Issues previously overlooked now took on immense significance, while those once deemed critical faded into insignificance. Chapter 18. Gossip especially concerning time. What is today's date? What day of the week is it? What time is it now? In this street, few could accurately answer these questions, as not a single household possessed a mechanical watch. Nearly everyone's mobile phones, alarm clocks, and watches had ceased to function. People were living without the concept of time. They slept when fatigued and rose upon waking. With no sun to indicate the hour, only the unending rain. What difference did it make whether it was noon or night? It all seemed equally dreary. Moreover, there were physiological hygiene concerns. Women faced considerable difficulty in changing their underwear. It was said they would do so daily, but with the damp weather, clothing failed to dry, becoming foul-smelling by the third day, covered in mold and unwearable. If severe gynecological infections ensued, the situation would only worsen. Can't they use sanitary pads? The ignorant Liang Shu Yu had once asked. That's uncomfortable, Liang Wenjing had replied. Why? The oblivious Liang Shu Yu inquired again, only to be met with a glare. Well, he mused. He had asked an inappropriate question. Additionally, women needed to wash themselves daily, a matter Liang Shu Yu had not deliberately focused on. He merely knew that Liang Wenjing boiled 2 pots of hot water each day, using the remaining candlelight for tea. Another troubling matter arose from the neighbors. A child living below had succumbed to a cold and diarrhea. They attempted to procure medicine, but it proved ineffective and with no doctor available. They took him to the hospital, only to find it overwhelmed with corpses and neglect. The reports were alarming. But the overwhelming number of deaths in the hospital was likely not exaggerated. Furthermore, there was an especially awkward situation. The toilet had ceased to flush. Initially, this problem was not discovered by Liang Shu Yu's household, but by the Luo family living slightly below them. They occupied the first floor and reportedly awoke one night to a foul odor, only to find their squat toilet malfunctioning spectacularly. It was indeed a chaotic mess. They believed it was due to the power outage and flooding causing some pump failure. In any case, the sewage system also required electricity to function, and after nearly half a month without power, it had officially failed. Consequently, Liang Shu Yu and his family would have to resolve their physiological needs in the outdoors. Thus, Liang Shu Yu added a new morning task to his routine, emptying the chamber pot. The village chief remarked that Luo was receiving his comeuppance for having taken fish from his family. The village chief lived next door to Liang Shu Yu, in a two-story Western-style house with a pond and a solar water heater. However, even though the heater was solar-powered, it still required electricity to operate. Not to mention, there was no sun to be had. The village chief was a widowed old man, living alone with his son Zhang Ran, a bachelor unable to find a wife. Every morning, a group of individuals congregates at Wei Pengzi's residence, where they exchange trivial information, mostly gossip gleaned from other neighbors. Liang Shu Yu has never engaged with them. Yet, despite his absence, the once familiar neighbors have become genuinely acquainted. Even without his involvement, Liang Shu Yu learned from Wei Youqi that the village chief's wife did not die, but rather eloped. Zhang Ran had a girlfriend who also left him. Both father and son now lead lives as bachelors, their heads adorned with the green of betrayal. Across from them, at Yu Shifeng's home, his wife, too, appears to have departed with another. Disheartened, he accompanies his daughter to college, a girl Liang Shu Yu has encountered twice. She is quite beautiful, though she exudes an air of aloofness. Then there is the elderly woman, a solitary soul whose children reside abroad, leaving her alone with a wealthy mixed-race grandson. Lastly, there is the Luo family, where the wife fortunately did not run away but tragically died during childbirth. Luo Wei is a well-known figure in the neighborhood, renowned for his steadfastness and refusal to remarry. His son, Luo Junxian, was once close to Liang Shu Yu in childhood, but their bond has since faded. Additionally, there is Old Chun on the second floor, nicknamed Lame Chun, who previously worked alongside Wei Pengzi. This revelation surprised Liang Shu Yu, as he did not recall them being particularly close. Old Chin's leg was broken in a truck accident, and his reputation is tarnished by tales of domestic violence, gambling, and alcoholism. It is said that after his accident, he succumbed to these vices, and had it not been for his punctual rent payments, Liang Ying would have refused to lease to him. Interestingly, Liang Ying mentioned that Old Chun was once a good man who had helped her significantly. Liang Shu Yu has a vague recollection of a younger, more refined Old Chun, whose daughter, Chen Baoi, bears a resemblance to him. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are unforgiving. When idleness strikes, one cannot escape the allure of gossip. Initially resistant, Liang Shu Yu eventually found solace in the tales of others, realizing that the monotony of life could be alleviated by such distractions. However, familiarity among neighbors often breeds complications. At the end of the alley stand two 7-story apartment buildings, inhabited primarily by beautiful women working in nearby KTVs and hotels. Although they possess considerable wealth, they seem blissfully unaware of any impending crisis, frequently visiting Wei Pengzi's home to purchase goods. However, Wei Pengzi's stock of instant noodles is running low, and with their own supplies dwindling, the inventory quickly depletes. These women, reluctant to brave the rain, offer to pay Wei Pengzi to make purchases on their behalf. But Wei Pengzi, known for his philosophy of taking a step back to gain a broader perspective, readily declined their requests. Naturally, this displeased the women, as there are men willing to oblige, such as old Lu living below, who, in need of cash, eagerly volunteered in hopes of charming the ladies. However, old Lu's wife was far from pleased when she discovered the arrangement, and on one occasion, she confronted the women, leaving them bewildered. Tensions extend beyond mere transactions. Liang Shu Yu's family's water storage tank, once shared by 3 households during frequent water shortages, was subsequently designated solely for their use once the water supply stabilized. Now, after 10 days of continuous rain, Old Chen's family, having exhausted their clean water, sought Liang Ying's permission to access the tank for bathing. Liang Shu Yu, incredulous, found it absurd that they would even consider asking for water when his own family was reluctant to waste it. After weeks of rain, they could not simply assume that it was business as usual. Liang Shu Yu, weary of their requests, chose to ignore them. He began to worry about another issue. Old Chin's household had little food stored, relying instead on purchases from Wei Pengzi. Despite Liang Shu Yu's repeated counsel to Aunt Xiaoping and Wei Pengzi to cease their sales, they remained unheeded. As cash dwindles, the consequences could be dire. No money to purchase food, compounded by heavy rain, transportation paralysis, and insufficient law enforcement. What might unfold in this city? On the 12th morning, the sky remained overcast. Liang Shu Yu, sleeping by the floor-to-ceiling windows, was jolted awake by a piercing light. Could it be that the power had returned? He had not felt such elation since the blackout began, realizing how desperately he craved the return of electricity and the swift end of their ordeal. Although he had maintained a rational demeanor throughout the crisis, he now recognized that his emotions had merely been suppressed, waiting to surface. "Mother!" He instinctively called out to Liang Ying, perhaps in search of shared joy or comfort. "Is the power back?" Upon opening his eyes, he turned toward the source of the light outside, only to feel a wave of disappointment. It was not the return of electricity, but rather a moving beam cutting through the dreary rain, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for weeks. Liang Shu Yu sprang from the couch, slightly dizzy, and leaned against the window to gaze into the distance. This sudden illumination must be an official signal, perhaps intended to communicate vital information to the public. He felt compelled to investigate. Are you sure? What if it's merely a generator from a nearby mall? Since Liang Wenjing caught a cold last time, Liang Ying had adopted a cautious stance, hoping to limit their outings. Though Liang Wenjing was still apprehensive about the previous incident, she was not one to shy away from challenges. "With your frail frames, you might be blown away by the wind. We should all go together. Where would we find enough clothes?" Liang Shu Yu disagreed. The persistent rainfall had caused a sharp drop in temperature, necessitating thick clothing for outside ventures. Yet they had limited warm garments, and washing them frequently would only lead to unpleasant odors. This reasoning was sound, and Liang Wenjing found herself at a loss for a better counterargument. Unless absolutely necessary, they indeed needed to conserve their clothing. "Collect rations with your ID." The source of the light suddenly proclaimed, likely through a loudspeaker, the message echoing clearly despite the distance. The trio ceased their debate, rushing to the large window to catch a glimpse of the commotion. In her eagerness to hear better, Liang Wenjing opened the window slightly, only for a gust of wind to surge into the room, nearly toppling her over. After much effort, they managed to close the window, but a significant puddle of rainwater remained on the floor. Nevertheless, they had little time to concern themselves with the mess. Rations. It seemed the streets had been cleared. Perhaps transportation had resumed. If not, food supplies could not enter the area. Not necessarily. They may only have cleared certain sections, and there could still be local granaries. Liang Shu Yu suggested. Liang Wenjing rejoiced. That would be wonderful. It indicates their ongoing efforts, so perhaps we won't be trapped for 6 months. Indeed, Liang Shu Yu concurred. Liang Ying remarked, "But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you." Liang Shu Yu shook his head. "There will be many others. It's safer in numbers, so you need not worry." This reasoning pacified Liang Ying, who no longer objected. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing assisted him in donning his raincoat, and the trio descended to the ground floor. The booming voice of the loudspeaker captivated a large crowd, undeniably creating a striking visual impact. Indeed, those residing in the city often harbor a misconception upon hearing that the city boasts a population of 13 million permanent residents. They can grasp the enormity of such a figure, yet fail to fully comprehend its implications. Following the power outage, the typhoon raged on, forcing people to seek refuge indoors. In Liang Shu Yu's scarce experiences of venturing outside, the streets were invariably deserted. However, with the loudspeaker's announcement, he became acutely aware of the sheer number of inhabitants on this street. The sudden appearance of a crowd at the entrance of the 2 apartment buildings alone was sufficient to cause a traffic jam in the narrow alley. He had always assumed that the residents of those buildings lacked a sense of urgency. Now he realized that those who had visited Fat Wei's home were but a minority, as many had never ventured outdoors. By comparison, he found it hard to imagine the scene if all the families in the 10 or so 30-story apartment complexes were to emerge. Surely, the community's greenery would be overwhelmed. They were heading out to collect relief supplies. Was it true or not? The neighborhood's discussions drowned out the sound of the torrential rain, and even the typically reclusive Chen Baoi was drawn outside. Chen Baoi, the daughter of old Chen, was 2 years older than Liang Shu Yu, slender and strikingly beautiful. However, Liang Shu Yu had never been familiar with her, as her acerbic tongue matched her stunning appearance. He had never heard her utter a kind word. Thus, he did not spare her a second glance. The family of three squeezed into Wei Youqi's convenience store, and upon seeing Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi immediately suggested, "Old Liang, let us go take a look." This was precisely Liang Shu Yu's intention, and they were in perfect accord. Aunt Xiaoping was quite anxious. Ever since the first day of the power outage, following Wei Fatty's unsuccessful attempt to rescue the person stranded on the utility pole, she had grown increasingly worried and restless. Particularly after the individual hung on the wire vanished after a few days, she felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, like a massive black stone pressing against her chest. "The rain is too heavy. It's better not to go out." Aunt Xiaoping stopped Wei Fatty, who was eager to venture out, reminding him that they had just received a new shipment before the power outage. Although most of the items were daily necessities, there was certainly enough food, and it was unnecessary to take such risks. At this moment, Liang Shu Yu refrained from interjecting. Wei Youqi insisted, "We need to gather information. The typhoon has been raging for nearly half a month. Isn't that peculiar?" Wei Fatty wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, food is not the most pressing concern. We must inquire about the situation." Suddenly, Chun Baoi's head popped in from outside, calling out, "Are you going to collect relief supplies? If so, could you bring some back for me?" As she spoke, she produced 3 identification cards and handed them over. Wei Youqi hesitated momentarily, glancing at Liang Shu Yu, who harbored no interest in Chun Baoi despite her beauty. Liang Shu Yu intervened. "We don't even know what kind of relief supplies will be distributed. And with the typhoon being so severe, if they hand out rice, it could be quite heavy." Wei Youqi quickly added, "Ah, yes, what if we can't carry it?" Chun Baoi retorted, "There are 3 of you. With so few portions, how could you not manage?" Chapter 20. Neighbors. Wei Fatty felt a bit embarrassed, considering that Chun Baoi was merely a young girl. Knowing old Chun's temperament, he suspected that old Chun wanted Chun Baoi to go outside, and as an elder, he could not allow that to happen. However, Aunt Xiaoping was no pushover. She quickly found an excuse to whisk Wei Fatty away. Liang Wenjing tugged at Liang Ying, seemingly intent on purchasing something. This left Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Chun Baoi staring at each other in silence. Wei Youqi looked innocently to the heavens, feigning ignorance. He had no desire to assist her. After all, Chun Baoi was not a good person, and any help rendered would likely go unappreciated. Liang Shu Yu did not feign innocence. He remained coldly indifferent to Chun Baoi, fixing his gaze upon her without any intention of retreating. Chun Baoi, exasperated, stomped her foot, asserting, "We are neighbors after all. Isn't this rather inconsiderate? I don't even have a raincoat. How can I go out in this weather?" It's infuriating. No one paid her any heed. In the distance, the loudspeaker continued to repeat its message, as neighbors from nearly every household ventured out, clad in heavy raincoats, while those without donned umbrellas, though in such weather. The distinction was negligible. Residents from downstream gradually emerged, and although Liang Shu Yu did not know most of their names, he had certainly heard their gossip over the years. For instance, a man who had just walked past seemed to be involved with someone's daughter. Across the street, Yu Shifeng also stepped outside, donning a thin windbreaker and a woman's hat, which barely shielded him from the torrential rain. Upon spotting Liang Shu Yu and the others standing in the convenience store's entrance, he assumed they were setting out together. "Where's old Wei? Why are you 3 youngsters running errands?" Chun Baoi's eyes brightened. "Uncle, I can't go out without a raincoat. Could you help me bring one back?" Yu Shifeng paused for a moment, honestly not recognizing Chun Baoi, yet he still agreed. "All right, hand me your identification." Chun Baoi promptly handed over the 3 identification cards, thanking him profusely before turning to Liang Shu Yu with a dismissive huff. Disappearing through the large iron gate, Wei Youqi shot her a disdainful glance. However, since it was Yu Shifeng who had agreed to help, he felt it inappropriate to say anything. Exchanging glances with Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi discreetly gestured a middle finger towards the direction Chun Baoi had vanished. Finding her behavior quite despicable, Yu Shifeng had only moved to this area less than a year ago, relocating due to his daughter's university enrollment. Rumor had it that he practiced martial arts and worked as a security guard in a high-end establishment, tall and robust. He was known for his integrity and warmth, getting along well with Wei Fatty. The 4 of them set out together, which greatly reassured Aunt Xiaoping. Just before departing, an elderly woman approached. With her advanced age, Wei Fatty had no reason to decline her request for assistance, so he agreed to help her as well. The typhoon continued to rage. With the streets nearly packed with people, rendering the wind almost insignificant. Amidst the gloomy skies, the presence of so many people venturing out simultaneously surprisingly imparted a sense of restored order. As they walked, they merged with the neighbors around them, creating an unspoken camaraderie. After all, with so many individuals together, they were likely to look out for one another. Among them were the village chief's family, along with his son Zhang Ran, Luo Wei and his son Luo Junxian from a bit further down, and behind them, the Lu family, the Deng family, and Xiao Zhao and his entourage of 5 or 6 beautiful women, who frequently visited Wei Fatty's store. Luo Junxian and Liang Shu Yu had been good friends during childhood, before Wei Youqi moved in. Subsequently, due to various circumstances, they had drifted apart. Luo Junxian, being a man of few words, had hardly spoken to Liang Shu Yu since. Today was a rarity, as Luo Junxian glanced at Liang Shu Yu. Liang Shu Yu did not greet him. They passed each other like strangers. After they ventured outside, beams of light appeared beyond the Huaxing shopping center and in other distant areas. This further alleviated their worries, indicating that the relevant authorities were attending to their food supply concerns. Perhaps the rain would cease soon. Upon reaching the periphery of Huaxing shopping center, the crowd had densely encircled the area, rendering it impossible for Liang Shu Yu and his companions to see anything except for the incessant announcements over the loudspeakers urging people to queue. They obediently joined the throng. Yet the sheer number of individuals made it unclear how long they would be waiting. This solar storm was far more extensive than last year's power outages in Europe. Currently, at least 9 provinces were plunged into complete darkness, including coastal regions such as Guangdong, Fujian, Zhejiang, Anhui, Shaanxi, Guizhou, Hubei, and the islands of Hainan and Taiwan. However, provinces like Sichuan, Chongqing, Shaanxi, and Jiangsu had not experienced outages and were actively providing support to their neighboring areas. Given that Deep Blue City was situated on the fringe of the disaster zone, they had to prepare for at least 2 months of power outages. Each day, vehicles arrived to distribute relief supplies, and the rescue teams urged those with ample food supplies at home not to queue, allowing more needy individuals to receive assistance. The relief vehicles were equipped with 2 types of lights, one red and one white. When the lights were white, citizens could collect their second round of relief supplies upon the lights turning red, provided they presented their identification. Additionally, each identification could only be used once to prevent delays for others. Both Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi had sufficient provisions at home. However, Wei, being generous, intended to help an elderly lady receive her share, and with Yu Shifeng accompanying them, they decided to collect a portion too, so they wouldn't have to return again. This was the extent of Liang Shu Yu's goodwill. After receiving accurate information, everyone felt reassured. Chapter 21. Purchasing tokens. Liang Shu Yu, in particular, was the most anxious among them. He had initially planned for a 6-month power outage, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Preparing for 2 months' worth of supplies would suffice. The Zika incident indeed appeared to be exaggerated. If such widespread power outages could be deemed the onset of hell, then what would true hell resemble? A global blackout? At present, Liang Shu Yu's home had enough gas and medication, requiring only the purchase of some antiviral cold medicine. He had ample water and food supplies. And in terms of resources, Liang Shu Yu could be considered affluent. Of course, in terms of cash, he was quite wealthy as well. Under the current circumstances, it was conceivable that some millionaires and billionaires might find themselves unable to produce even a single yuan. While many large company owners would certainly have cash reserves, it was plausible that some wealthy individuals could not access cash. The thought of those accustomed to frivolously spending hundreds of thousands suddenly unable to afford a 2 yuan bottle of water seemed rather amusing. The queue at the shopping center did not diminish with time. On the contrary, it continued to swell with more people. Rain poured from the sky, but with so many individuals present, the wind was no longer the primary threat. Cold and dampness enveloped the crowd. The gloomy weather, oppressive rain, and dimly lit, noisy streets created a surreal yet understandable scene. He should have taken a dose of cold medicine before coming. It was too cold. After standing in line for an extended period, neighbors gathered to chat. "Is there enough food at your home?" "Not enough," replied Deng Baolite. Upon hearing this, others turned to look, and the village chief proudly declared, "I connected the pond's water pipe to the purifier. We can have as much clean water as we need. You can trade food for it. Anything will do." "Why should I trade with you? I saw the store was still open." One person retorted, "Do you have any money?" The mention of finances made the man flush with anger. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this power outage? If my phone hadn't broken, I wouldn't have been unable to produce 200 yuan. You can apply for purchasing tokens at the bank, didn't you know? A stranger interjected. What are you talking about? Deng Baolite was bewildered. It turned out that due to the solar storm, the internal networks and equipment of the bank had sustained significant damage. Even with generators and cash available, they were unable to process withdrawals for account holders. However, the situation had arisen unexpectedly, leading to many individuals waiting to use cash. Bank A happened to possess a batch of special unreleased commemorative coins, which, after communication with relevant departments, were designated as purchasing tokens. Each token was marked with a face value of 100 yuan, allowing citizens to apply for 3 tokens through their identification, totaling a value of 300 yuan, which could be used to purchase items at designated shopping centers. This unique approach during such extraordinary times was commendable, effectively addressing the cash flow issue while allowing major merchants to handle this influx and circumventing technical problems caused by damaged bank equipment, all while attracting numerous credit transactions. Nonetheless, Liang Shu Yu had ample cash at home and was unconcerned about the financial issue. He had to thank Liu Xiaopeng for that. He wondered how Liu Xiaopeng was faring. It seemed his family had stockpiled a considerable amount of food. Given the current situation, his father would likely refrain from scolding him and might even treat him like a cherished grandparent. That fellow truly had a knack for foresight. Why hasn't Liang Wenjing come? Lost in thought, Liang Shu Yu failed to notice Zhang Run had suddenly approached him. Zhang Run was the village chief's only son, with a broad face that often appeared pallid, leading to suspicions about his possible substance abuse, though the rumor was that he suffered from some illness causing his bloodless complexion, allegedly due to kidney deficiency. His expression was lecherous, and his suggestive gaze immediately caused Liang Shu Yu's brow to furrow, and he cast a cold glance in his direction. Zhang Run chuckled sinisterly, deliberately adopting a chilling demeanor. Liang Shu Yu tightened his grip on the small knife hidden in his clothing. Zhang Run had always exhibited erratic behavior. While he appeared normal, anyone who had interacted with him knew something was off. Perhaps his girlfriend had left him, warping his mind. No, even before his girlfriend left, he had never been normal. Liang Shu Yu thought disdainfully, casting a cold glance without engaging. His grip on the knife tightened instinctively as he glanced over at Luo Junxian, who was oblivious to the exchange, fixated on the ground a short distance away. Who would have thought that amidst this power outage, all the people he wished to see and those he preferred to avoid would cross paths? Xiaoyu, long time no see. You're in your second year of high school now, right? A scholarly man with glasses remarked. Wei Youqi, who had been dozing with his head resting against Liang Shu Yu's arm, lifted his head upon hearing the remark and exclaimed, Uncle Gu, it's been so long. What brings you here? The man surnamed Gu replied, just like you. I came to collect relief supplies. Oh, Wei Youqi blinked in surprise, still a bit dazed. He held a fondness for Uncle Gu, recalling how polite and cultured he was, and he remembered that Uncle Gu would always treat him to ice cream whenever he visited, though it was purchased from their store with Uncle Gu's money. Unfortunately, Uncle Gu had moved away, and they hadn't seen him since. The relief supplies consisted of a bag of biscuits, a can of 8 treasure porridge, and a bottle of mineral water, all wrapped together with transparent tape. Each identification could claim 1 portion, and the relief vehicle was equipped with a generator and a device capable of temporarily processing identification statistics. This beam of light indeed pierced through the clouds, bringing with it reassuring news. Even Liang Shu Yu, who was usually cautious, could not help but break into a cheerful smile. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. This major power outage would likely resolve itself within a month or 2, just as it had in Europe. By then, he would still be able to attend school, to complain about the heavy workload and the lack of time for games. Such busy days were blissful. I'll visit the vegetable market tomorrow. I haven't eaten vegetables in half a month, Yu Shifeng remarked. The village chief responded. The vegetable market has long been submerged. It's all underwater. They were unaware of this news. The market was located at the very bottom of 27 Alley, and given its low position, it seemed reasonable that it would be flooded after 2 consecutive weeks of rain. Chapter 22, Play? The village chief continued. Many houses over there have been submerged. There are no places to live. In truth, the title of village chief was merely nominal, as 27 Alley no longer resembled a village. In his early years, he served as the village chief, a title that stuck with him long after his retirement. Very few knew his actual name. He was simply referred to as the village chief. Wei, the robust fellow, lamented, this meager ration barely suffices for 2 meals. Had I known, I wouldn't have queued up. wasting my time in the cold. Consider yourself fortunate to receive anything at all, the village chief replied. They then deliberated on the matter of purchasing replacement currency, with several adults suggesting a visit to a nearby bank to ascertain the truth. Given that the rescue workers had warned of power outages lasting at least 2 months, it was prudent for them to prepare accordingly. Having a few hundred in cash at home would provide some security. Thus, the group took a detour toward Bank A. While the adults discussed their affairs, Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi remained silent. Zhang Ran, neither an adult nor a child, and burdened with some mental issues, sidled up to Liang Shu Yu and ambiguously remarked, "Why not call Liang Wenjing out to play? She has such a long break, it would be fun." Even Wei Youqi caught the undercurrent of malice in his words, whispering, "Are you out of your mind?" Liang Shu Yu shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What exactly do you have in mind for fun?" Wei Youqi was unsure of Liang Shu Yu's intentions, but sensed he wouldn't jest about Liang Wenjing, so he remained silent, awaiting his next move. Zhang Ran chuckled, "Just play?" Liang Shu Yu glanced at the adults walking ahead, and in a sudden act, drew a sharp knife and pressed it against Zhang Ran's neck. Quick to react, Wei Youqi seized Zhang Ran, and together they maneuvered him into a corner. With his hands immobilized and the knife at his throat, Zhang Ran was rendered powerless. Liang Shu Yu yanked his hair back, the blade pressing dangerously against his exposed neck, threatening fiercely, "If I hear my sister's name escape your filthy mouth again, I will end you. Understand? Come on, it was just a joke," Zhang Ran whimpered, cowering. A joke? Liang Shu Yu was not in a playful mood. From the moment he spotted the man surnamed Gu, he realized there would be no better opportunity than this. "Do you truly think I jest?" The menace in his voice was palpable, causing Wei Youqi to glance at him in surprise, recognizing Liang Shu Yu's capacity to instill fear. This tactic indeed unnerved Zhang Ran, who was accustomed to bullying those weaker than himself. Previously, Liang Shu Yu had avoided him due to his youth, but now, at 17, he stood taller and stronger, while Zhang Ran was already in his 30s. "I understand, I was wrong. I won't do it again," Zhang Ran pleaded. Liang Shu Yu knew his words lacked sincerity. They were mere empty promises. He surmised that Zhang Ran's bravado was superficial, often indulging in petty provocations. This threat was a long overdue release of Liang Shu Yu's pent-up frustration. He had long desired to confront this fool, yet keeping him around was still a liability. One could never know when a person with a troubled mind might act irrationally. Liang Shu Yu had no intention of letting him go until he finally met Zhang Ran's gaze. "You may leave now." Zhang Ran slumped away from the corner. As Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi emerged, Wei Youqi was about to make a quip when a sudden, fierce gust of wind swept through the alley. Zhang Ran, positioned at the front, was instantly swept away, lifted off the ground by the sheer force of the wind. Just before losing his grip on gravity, Liang Shu Yu caught hold of Wei Youqi's belt. They were both carried along the ground, unable to see anything, engulfed in chaos. Hearing only the shrill screams of Wei and the thunderous roar of the wind, reminiscent of a woman's wail. When Liang Shu Yu finally grasped something solid to stabilize themselves, his hand was numb from holding onto Wei Youqi's belt. They had been blown across to another street, where Liang Shu Yu clung to a trash bin embedded in the ground. The street was now a torrent of filthy yellow water, at least 10 centimeters deep, transforming the thoroughfare into a river that merged into a larger one. Zhang Ran was desperately holding onto a lamp post at the intersection of the two waterways. Even in this shallow stream, the current was fierce enough to challenge Liang Shu Yu's balance. A moment's inattention could see him swept away, with no certainty of where he might end up. "Hold onto the trash bin," Liang Shu Yu instructed, needing to free his hands. He had a firm grip on Wei Youqi, who was also straining under the pressure. Following Liang Shu Yu's lead, Wei Youqi managed to climb up, and once steadied, he pulled Liang Shu Yu up as well. Cautiously, they inched toward the edge of the water. As long as they maintained their footing, navigating this current would not pose significant danger. However, Zhang Ran was not so fortunate. His position was perilously close to the larger stream, and it was clear that if he lost his grip, he would be swept away in an instant. The strain of resisting the powerful current contorted his face, now pale and twisted. The wind howled fiercely, and the rain poured relentlessly. The water was filthy, and the situation was perilous. Liang Shu Yu edged closer to Zhang Ran, observing his frantic struggle for survival, a fierce resolve igniting within him. This man was a menace to society. Liang Shu Yu knew more about Zhang Ran than even his neighbors or his father. How had his girlfriend fled? Zhang Ran had facilitated that escape. Ironically, he ended up without the money and lost a portion of his savings. A true case of losing both the wife and the army. His mind had deteriorated even further since, especially given the vile remarks Zhang Run had made. This cowardly fool often jested about Liang Wenjing in a lewd manner, and just seeing his face made Liang Shu Yu feel nauseated. Consequently, Liang Shu Yu lifted his foot and pressed it down on Zhang Run's pale, clammy hand that clung tightly to the lamp post, applying pressure with his shoe. "What are you doing?" Zhang Run's eyes widened in terror. Liang Shu Yu remained silent, not even sparing a glance at Zhang Run's face. He had already anticipated his expression and found it unworthy of attention. His focus remained on the grime-soiled hand, which seemed to tighten its grip in response, prompting him to apply even more pressure. Wei Youqi watched Liang Shu Yu's actions in astonishment, words of protest rising in his throat, but ultimately unspoken. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, don't do this." Zhang Run pleaded in a panic. "I swear I won't mention Liang Wenjing's name again." After a couple of painful yelps, one of Zhang Run's hands was left bloodied and slipping away, leaving him clinging desperately to the post with the other as the overwhelming current tossed him about. "You too. Help!" he cried, recognizing Wei Youqi's voice. Zhang Run had realized that this young man was not as cowardly as he had thought. He plotted revenge, intending to lure Liang Wenjing out as well. Yes, that girl was quite attractive. He could have his way with her. However, before he could revel in his thoughts, the very knife that had once threatened him was again poised at his throat, its icy touch sending chills through his body, turning his face ashen. Liang Shu Yu's gaze was as cold and stagnant as the waters of a murky pond, fixated on Zhang Run with a menacing intensity that sent shivers down his spine. "Dare to utter another word?" Liang Shu Yu's voice dripped with cruelty. It was as if any sound from Zhang Run's lips would provoke him to plunge the knife into his throat immediately. What the hell? How has this brat turned into such a monster? Zhang Run thought, bewildered. Wasn't he easy to intimidate before? When did he become this formidable? Despite his confusion, Zhang Run was not completely foolish. He merely shook his head vigorously, refusing to utter a single word, fearing Liang Shu Yu had completely lost his sanity. Liang Shu Yu let out a faint snort from his nose, and only then did Zhang Run feel himself being forcefully pulled from the water. As he rejoiced in his survival, he noticed that his father, Wei the Fatty, and Yu Shifeng were all present. Zhang Run understood that his continued existence was owed to these individuals. Otherwise, Liang Shu Yu would have surely taken action against him. That little rascal. After being rescued, Zhang Run clutched his injured hand with pain, stealing a glance at Liang Shu Yu, plotting his revenge. However, Liang Shu Yu seemed to sense this and suddenly turned his gaze, startling Zhang Run, who nearly fell back into the river. Trembling all over, Zhang Run decided to bide his time for revenge. A sudden, powerful gust of wind had scattered Liang Shu Yu and Wei the Fatty, but fortunately, everyone remained unharmed. Alas, some were not so lucky. The fierce wind had sent a piece of metal flying, severing the heads of a couple walking ahead. Wei the Fatty's scream was a reaction to that horrifying sight. Silence was now their only recourse. The relief they had just felt was quickly drowned in despair as they stumbled upon yet another corpse mere moments after crossing a street. This was supposed to be a society governed by law. In the past, even a serious car accident would spark lengthy discussions. Now, bodies lay carelessly on the streets. What had happened? Had this city become a hell on earth? Yu Shifeng could no longer contain himself. "I'm going to the police station to report this. We can't let them remain like this in the streets." The village chief replied, "They are extremely busy right now. Even if you go, they won't have the manpower to assist." Yu Shifeng recognized the truth in the village chief's words. But he could not stand idly by while people died so tragically and lay exposed. What if the police couldn't attend to it for months? Would the bodies rot away? Wei the Fatty suggested, "Let us at least file a report for them. When they can spare the time, is their concern. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." The village chief disagreed. Besides, Zhang Run was drenched and bleeding. Seeing him in pain made the village chief reluctant to stay outside in such a terrifying situation. Yu Shifeng and Wei the Fatty understood. And as they were about to part ways, they suddenly heard a woman's anguished cries. Without hesitation, Yu Shifeng dashed out, followed closely by Wei the Fatty. The village chief, feeling anxious, wanted to leave but couldn't bear to abandon them, so he stomped his feet and followed suit. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi remained where they were. Zhang Run, for the time being, behaved himself, afraid to act out. Liang Shu Yu coldly watched his back until he sensed Zhang Run's discomfort, then turned away. Zhang Run had no intention of staying with them. What if Liang Shu Yu decided to strike again? He quickly slipped away. Wei Youqi looked around and said, "Should we go take a look?" Liang Shu Yu was not keen on it. The previous lesson was still fresh in his mind. They had not saved anyone, and their spirits were dampened. He had no interest. Wei Youqi hesitated. "But aren't we supposed to head to the bank later? We'll probably need to stop by the police station anyway. It might be a good opportunity to gather some information." "I'm a bit tired," Liang Shu Yu replied. "Oh," Wei Youqi blinked, sensing Liang Shu Yu's low spirits, and attempted to lighten the mood. "Old Liang, who knew you could be so intimidating? Zhang Run looked like a frightened child when you glared at him. Impressive." Liang Shu Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, causing Wei Youqi to feel inexplicably flustered. Just as he thought to look away, Liang Shu Yu broke into a smile. "Is that all you've got?" In an instant, Wei Youqi realized he had been teased by Liang Shu Yu. "That is fine," Liang Shu Yu said. The two went to find Wei the fatty, who had already been rescued by Yu Shifeng. He had only narrowly avoided being swept away by the water. The more troublesome matter was that his bag had been taken by the current, which contained relief supplies and his identification. The woman was wailing inconsolably, praying and beseeching. Yu Shifeng's heart softened, and he generously offered her 2 portions of his own relief supplies. Seeing that there were still a few portions left in her bag, the woman greedily stared at them. Only after Yu Shifeng explained the situation did she relent. Earlier that morning, he had left home with a group of beautiful women, attracting envious glances from many. He had been quite pleased with himself. Xiao Zhao was at the store haggling over some melted ice cream. If it hadn't melted, it wouldn't be so cheap. "It's already a good deal," Aunt Xiaoping remarked. Xiao Zhao, with his buzz cut, appeared to be in his 20s, adorned with several silver earrings, looking like someone who frequented bars and KTVs. Yet, he surprised everyone by negotiating. "Let us make it 5 for the whole lot." 5. Aunt Xiaoping was clearly taken aback by the price. "Come on, give us a discount. If it weren't for us, who would be buying ice cream now?" A blonde beauty with a slim waist pouted. Xiao Zhao playfully squeezed her thigh. "Exactly, no one is buying." Aunt Xiaoping had no choice. The ice cream was already destined for disposal, so selling it for 5 was better than nothing. She reluctantly agreed, and soon, the group of 5 or 6 happily left with a pile of ice cream. Chapter 24. Hot water, how did you get so wet? She exclaimed, her face paling as she hurriedly pulled Wei Youqi inside. Liang Shu Yu bid farewell, and Aunt Xiaoping, after a few words of encouragement, did not stop him. By the time Liang Shu Yu reached the convenience store, Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying had already noticed him, so by the time he returned home, clean clothes and steaming hot cold medicine were prepared for him. "Quick, change out of those clothes. First, take the medicine." "Yes, hurry and take a hot shower. The water is ready. It's rainwater, so it should be fine for bathing." The 2 women busily tended to him, and as he changed out of his shirt, Liang Wenjing was already there with a towel, drying his hair and back. Liang Shu Yu helplessly asked, "Where can I change my pants?" Liang Wenjing turned to check the water in the kitchen, while Liang Ying seriously replied, "It's not like you're my mom." Eventually, Liang Ying conceded, "All right. Just hurry up. Don't catch a cold." Only then did she step aside. Liang Shu Yu hastily changed his pants and quickly took a hot shower. Feeling the coldness of his body finally liberated by the warmth of the water, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. Since the power outage, it had rained incessantly for half a month, making the house almost uninhabitable due to the dampness. Mold had begun to grow on his windowsills, and even the bed slats had some mildew, requiring daily cleaning. Otherwise, he worried about the health risks of inadvertently ingesting something harmful. Living in such extreme humidity was uncomfortable. His body felt heavy, weighed down by the moisture. When would this rain cease? He had forgotten to inquire while collecting supplies today. Coastal cities had never experienced such relentless rain. What was so peculiar about this downpour? Could solar storms truly influence rainfall? Something felt off. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. After finishing his shower, dinner was already prepared. Uncertain of the time, he could not discern whether it was lunch or dinner. In any case, everyone was hungry. Their pantry had plenty of instant noodles and biscuits, but they had grown weary of instant noodles after consuming them for several days. Typically, they cooked only twice a day, breakfast and a late afternoon meal, to ensure they could enjoy 2 hot meals daily. In the morning, they would use a pressure cooker to prepare a large pot of rice, placing a triangular rack inside. They would then wrap some oil, pickles, canned fish, or noodles soaked in cold water in aluminum foil placing it on the rack to steam alongside the rice. The resulting meal was particularly delicious. For the second meal, they would use the cold leftover rice, occasionally making rice balls, which they would also wrap in foil and heat in hot water. The foil would remain clean, and the water could still be consumed. If not for drinking, it could be used for bathing. Currently, they utilized only one tea candle each day, which could burn for nearly 4 hours, boiling 5.5 pots of water. During boiling, someone had to keep watch. And as soon as the water was sufficiently hot, they would switch it out for fresh water, continuously cycling the heat from the kettle. If one manages the timing well during the last kettle, it is sometimes possible to boil 6 kettles of water. Although the teapot is small, boiling water daily to fill a thermos is sufficient for a family's consumption throughout the day. It also provides a momentary respite for the women. Presently, the most pressing matters of the day revolve around meals, specifically warm meals, and the second priority being hot showers. The absence of food in the home evokes a profound discomfort, akin to a woman's wardrobe overflowing with garments, yet feeling she has nothing to wear. Their household is currently well-stocked, yet the only edible items available are instant noodles, rice, and pickled vegetables, invoking a peculiar sensation of abundance devoid of sustenance. Bread has ceased to serve as a snack and has become a scarce commodity. Despite Liang Wenjing's cravings, she can no longer indulge as she once did. Her daily activities at home now consist mainly of monitoring the boiling water and languidly sighing, as well as feverishly jotting down words on scrap paper. It seems she has even begun a diary chronicling the power outage, though she refrains from sharing it with Liang Shu Yu. Initially, Liang Wenjing believed that a break from work and classes would afford her endless leisure at home. The excitement of the power outage at first led her to play cards and gamoku with Wei Yochi, while neighbors below gathered in camaraderie to play mahjong and gossip. However, within a week, the thrill had waned. Boredom, irritation, and anxiety permeated the hearts of all. They gradually recognized that no amount of entertainment could alleviate the underlying anxiety and ennui, igniting a longing for video games, smartphones, and television dramas. Yet, such desires proved futile, for they all understood that even if a television were to materialize before them, its novelty would fade within 3 days. Humans cannot abide idleness. Nobody can remain idle, revealing the harshness of reality. After a fortnight of halted work, some began to yearn for a return to their jobs. A visit to the bank revealed that each individual was now permitted to claim only one purchase token, with a process that had become exceedingly complex and scrutiny profoundly stringent. Those with even the slightest blemish on their credit record were barred from claiming. Although Liang Shu Yu was uncertain how the bank could verify credit records amidst internal network failures, he was unwilling to endure long queues for a mere 100 yuan. Meanwhile, Yu Shifeng and his companions found themselves unable to approach the bank as throngs of people amassed, creating a blockade that rendered the area impassable even to the winds of a typhoon. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing sighed in relief upon learning the extent of the power outage. Compared to their own speculations, receiving concrete information from relevant personnel felt reassuring. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for improvement, there was little to fear. Though this typhoon had exhibited peculiar behavior, lingering for an unusual half-month. With solar storms occurring, the presence of such a tempest was hardly surprising. The power outage and lack of entertainment had restored a semblance of normalcy to the neighbors' routines. As darkness fell, apart from the sound of rain, silence enveloped the surroundings. Occasionally, the piercing cries of distress would echo through the night, jarring in the otherwise tranquil city, though typically, no one would respond. The following day, various versions of rumors would circulate. Tales of nocturnal infidelity discovered, robberies, suicides, and various speculations abounded. Wrapped in a warm quilt, Liang Shu Yu retrieved a sharp, cold knife, recently cleaned. Liang Wenjing had fashioned an unattractive sheath for it from a leather bag, leaving her distinctive mark with needle and thread. It was said to resemble a lotus flower, though it appeared more akin to a damaged chrysanthemum. Liang Shu Yu drew forth the small blade, its silver sheen glinting in the pitch-black room. He gently caressed it with his fingertip. The icy touch sent a shiver through him. He gazed at it, lost in thought, and eventually, uncertain how much time had passed, tentatively licked the blade. It bore no flavor, only a chilling sensation. Chapter 25, Filtering October 11th, 2032, a torrential downpour. Day 20 of the power outage. The city seemed forsaken by the sun, having not risen since September 23rd. Each day brought relentless rain and tempestuous winds, as if a vast ocean above leaked endlessly. the origin of such copious water unknown. The last distribution of relief supplies occurred 8 days prior, on the 12th day of the outage. Relief workers on the grain truck announced that when the lights changed to red, citizens could collect their second portion with identification. However, the humanitarian provisions vanished after merely 3 days, along with the beacon of hope represented by the light, lost forever in this interminable darkness. Following the solar storm, not all electrical devices were rendered inoperative. Some fortunate ones remained functional, provided they could access a power source. In Alley 27, several flashlights were said to have survived, stored in a car's trunk, forming a natural Faraday cage. Yet, after a few days of use, their batteries dwindled. Initially, traces of electric light remained in the city during the early days of the outage, with some commercial establishments generating power and certain public facilities still operational, while a few households retained intact electrical devices. However, as time progressed, the night was gradually engulfed by candlelight, and electric illumination seemed to fade into history, slowly exiting the stage. Deprived of various forms of entertainment, short videos, novels, dramas, films, anime, variety shows, and games, people diverted their focus entirely to mahjong, cards, gossip, bickering, sleeping, and even skipping rope. They found themselves with ample time to observe the transformations within the city. In the initial nights of the outage, laughter and merriment could still be heard. However, as the rain persisted, the atmosphere grew oppressive. The sudden disappearance of the grain truck plunged the city into a more profound sense of despair and helpless struggle than before. The streets visibly filled with corpses. The weather turned increasingly frigid, and more individuals fell ill with colds, fevers, and gastrointestinal distress, devoid of food and cash. Fortunately, he had stocked enough cold medicine, and his health remained relatively stable, allowing him to recover after a brief fever. Thus, venturing outdoors became a more cautious endeavor. Neighbors spoke of several children and the elderly in the vicinity suffering from fevers, their lives hanging by a thread. Hospitals refused to admit patients, overwhelmed by the influx. Clinics remained closed, and even health stations were shut down. One child, on the brink of death from a fever, was carried by their parents to a health station. When the health station refused to admit them, the parents forcibly broke through the shutter door, leading to a violent confrontation, resulting in the child's immediate death. The culprit remained unknown, as chaos ensued, culminating in a bloody brawl that claimed 3 lives, 2 health station staff members, and an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner along with his student son-in-law. Later that night, the health station was looted, its medical supplies completely stripped away. The bodies of the 2 staff members reportedly lay inside, as their daughter and grandson were away, stranded by the power outage. Perhaps by the time she learned of this tragedy, their remains would have already decomposed. Shu Yu, help me bring down a bucket of water, Liang Ying called out from the bustling kitchen. Their home comprised a small 3-story building with a rooftop. And since the water supply had ceased, all water buckets had been moved to the roof to collect rainwater. Subsequently, Wei Youqi's family also transported a dozen buckets up, their residence overflowing with trash cans, water buckets, brooms, and mops. Thus, the rooftop became a veritable sea of water containers. However, the rainwater cannot be used immediately upon collection, as it contains various impurities and debris. It is necessary to first transport the filled buckets to the stairwell and allow them to sit for several days before filtering and boiling the water for purposes like bathing and washing hair. Each time a bucket of water is taken from the stairwell, a new bucket must be placed in its stead, a tacit agreement among the 3 households. The second floor also utilizes this water, with 1 bucket designated for their use, yet the other 2 families do not begrudge them this idle resource. Additionally, while there are many buckets on the rooftop, and although water can be collected daily, it cannot be left to languish. Every few days, excess buckets must be emptied, cleaned, and replenished with fresh rainwater. Otherwise, the buckets would accumulate considerable debris and potentially harbor bacteria, complicating the filtration and disinfection process. Liang Shu Yu carefully carried a bucket of clean water through the living room to the balcony, where a powerful gust surged in as soon as the door opened, reminiscent of a swimming pool drain suddenly being released. Closing the balcony door significantly diminished the wind's intensity. Such is the nature of wind. It can only blow fiercely when given a passage, whereas it falters against solid walls, akin to a headless fly lost and without direction. The filtration device employed was Liang Ying's stockings. Liang Wenjing also possessed stockings, yet hers were mere inexpensive ones costing only a few dozen yuan. In contrast, her mother's stockings began at 200 to 300 yuan, a notable distinction. To the naked eye, Liang Ying's stockings shimmered, demonstrating exquisite craftsmanship. They remained intact and impenetrable even when stretched, making them ideal for filtration. After filtering a bucket of water, its initial murkiness transformed into crystal-clear transparency. A few drops of disinfectant were added, stirred to eliminate bacteria, and it would be ready for use by tonight. This bucket of water was intended for consumption, while the water used for bathing merely required simple filtration. Due to cautious considerations, Liang Shu Yu had never utilized the water from the storage buckets. Thus, after depleting the water from the household reservoir, he contemplated beginning to use rainwater. How he wished for a water purifier. Alas, their home, being an old building, had never installed one. The water is ready, Liang Shu Yu announced, preparing for dinner. Liang Ying emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot. Today they had only cooked plain rice, accompanied by a can of fermented tofu and foil-wrapped ham. The fermented tofu and ham were purchased by Liang Shu Yu from a large mall a few days prior. Sister, dinner is ready, Liang Shu Yu called out to Liang Wenjing, who was at that moment hunched over her desk writing a novel on scrap paper. She seemed not to hear him, prompting him to quietly lean in for a glimpse. October 11th, 2032, torrential rain, 20th day of power outage. Damn it. Last night, when I wanted to relieve myself, it seemed someone saw me. Boo-hoo, what the hell? Liang Shu Yu remarked. Are you writing a diary? Chapter 26. Embarrassment with the toilet unable to flush. Both large and small needs had to be resolved in a chamber pot. While termed a chamber pot, it was merely a covered garbage bin borrowed from Wei Youqi's household. However, cleaning up after a bowel movement was exceedingly difficult due to the strong odor. Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying felt pity for him and decided to handle their bowel movements in garbage bags instead, tying them up after use and disposing of them outside. As they had an abundance of garbage bags at home, Liang Wenjing, being particularly cleanliness conscious, did not wish to defecate in her own bedroom, especially since the toilet had become particularly foul-smelling after being closed for a long time. Thus, she specifically waited until midnight to resolve her needs in a more discreet area downstairs. She could have taken care of it in the stairwell of the fourth-floor rooftop, but that space was occupied with water that was likely to be consumed. Resolving her needs, there would weigh heavily on her conscience. Fortunately, behind the convenience store at the foot of the building lay a barren field, unseen by anyone. Alas, even goddesses must attend to their physiological needs. It was indeed an awkward yet realistic predicament. Ahem, dinner is served. Liang Wenjing was lost in her melancholic thoughts when she was abruptly interrupted, instinctively covering her diary. What did you see? She glared. Huh, what? Liang Shu Yu feigned ignorance perfectly. Liang Wenjing scrutinized him, seemingly satisfied that he had not seen anything, thus sparing him. Well then, let's eat. She nodded sagely, tucking her diary deep within her drawer. After Liang Shu Yu exited her bedroom, she slowly emerged. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous. Steamed rice paired with fermented tofu and foil-wrapped ham. The fermented tofu was from Liang Shu Yu's recent shopping trip. The story goes as follows. On the 12th day of the power outage, they went to collect relief rations. That day, they learned the extent of the blackout, and everyone sighed in relief. Yet the food truck failed to appear on the 4th day. By the 5th day, the food truck was still nowhere to be seen. Originally, the relief worker had stated that once the second light turned on, they would be able to collect a second round of rations. Liang Shu Yu and his family were not particularly concerned about the rations themselves, but rather the principle behind it. This principle did not pertain to the government's attitude towards the people, but rather an indication of effort. If the food truck continued to distribute supplies, it would imply that the relevant authorities were working diligently to assist the populace through the crisis. The sudden disappearance of the food truck, however, raised questions. Did it signify that the authorities could no longer manage the disaster? Or was it a matter of supply failing to keep pace? Liang Shu Yu was one to make decisive judgments. This typhoon was peculiar, and the solar storm was equally strange. Theoretically, following last year's solar storm in Europe, all nations should have heightened their vigilance, making predictions and preparations. The emergence of a solar storm seemed far from instantaneous. Could the relevant agencies genuinely have failed to observe it? If they had observed it, why did they not inform the public in advance to prepare? To argue that it was to prevent public panic was untenable. Conversely, if the relevant agencies had failed to observe it, was this a spontaneous solar event? How likely was that? Liang Shu Yu, lacking expertise, could not determine which possibility was greater. Yet, it was certain that this solar storm bore unusual characteristics. Perhaps he should prepare more thoroughly, not just for 2 months, but rather for half a year, or even a year. Oh, you might be overthinking it a bit. Wei Pengzi dismissed Liang Shu Yu's analysis with indifference. Aunt Xiaoping chimed in. I also think you might be overthinking it. Didn't they say only 7 or 8 provinces were experiencing power outages? It seems quite similar to last year's situation. She was merely repeating hearsay, unaware of the specifics. The reality was that Europe, being vast and sparsely populated, had experienced a larger impact last year, though when calculated in terms of affected areas, it was significantly smaller. Nonetheless, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Liang Wenjing believed that storing extra supplies was prudent. Worst case, they could consume them slowly later. She fully supported Liang Shu Yu's sentiments. Wei Youqi also remarked, I find old Liang's speculations reasonable. Although our coastal provinces face typhoons yearly, we've never experienced one that lasted over half a month. Before the power outage, there were reports of plane crashes. Who knows what else has occurred that we are unaware of? After all, we are completely cut off from the outside world. Perhaps the Yellowstone volcano has already been affected by the solar storm and erupted, obliterating half of the United States. And we are still in the dark? Aunt Xiaoping playfully smacked him on the head with a chestnut. What nonsense. A volcanic eruption would claim many lives. Wei Youqi scoffed. That would be quite entertaining. Finally, Aunt Xiaoping served hot water to Liang Shu Yu, Liang Wenjing, and Liang Ying, while saying, even if it erupts, it wouldn't matter. The people there have all been evacuated. Huh. Wei Youqi looked at his mother with surprise. Mom, where did you hear that? Aunt Xiaoping proudly replied. I saw it in a video. You think I'm just idling away my time every day? Wei Pengzi became intrigued. What is the story? Liang Shu Yu was genuinely unaware of the situation and perked up his ears to listen. I am not entirely certain, but it seems that there have been some unusual volcanic activities prompting many to relocate. That seems to be the gist of it. Liang Shu Yu pressed further, asking, when did this happen? Was it after last year's solar storm? I have no idea, came the reply. Wei Youqi grimaced, expressing skepticism. Can we trust what we hear on X? It's best not to take everything at face value, Liang Wenjing added. Can solar storms actually cause volcanic eruptions? She pondered, noting that she had not heard of any direct correlation between the two phenomena. Liang Shu Yu had come merely to inquire if Wei Youqi's family would accompany him on a shopping trip, without any intention of persuading them to join. So, Uncle Wei, your family isn't buying supplies for the time being? Liang Shu Yu inquired. Before Wei Pengzi could respond, Aunt Xiaoping interjected, what do we have to buy for our convenience store? She glanced at Liang Ying, her tone slightly stern. Why do you allow these children to run wild? Haven't you already purchased plenty? If it turns out to be insufficient, my store can sustain you, right? Why waste money on unnecessary items? Liang Ying chuckled lightly, refraining from reprimanding Liang Shu Yu. Instead, she calmly replied, he is already more than half an adult. He should have some independent thoughts. Liang Wenjing chimed in with a soft hum. It's hardly running wild. It's called being prepared. It's better than being caught unawares at the last moment. Liang Shu Yu stood up. I must prepare to head out. You all can continue having fun for a while. This latter remark was directed at Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing. Liang Ying also rose. Go put on a jacket before you head out. Old Liang, I'm going too. What do you want to join for? The wind outside is so strong. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Chapter 27. Food inventory list. Wei Youqi wore a distressed expression, casting a pleading glance at his father, as it was quite perilous for old Liang to venture out alone. Go on, go on. Wei Pengzi relented. Though he disagreed with Liang Shu Yu's hoarding of supplies, he considered Liang Shu Yu's approach to be rather cautious. Moreover, it was indeed dangerous for such a young child to go out alone. Aunt Xiaoping shot Wei Pengzi a disapproving look at his comment. He blinked innocently, pretending not to notice. Just then, Yu Shifeng arrived, seeking to purchase some soy sauce and rice. Upon learning that Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi were heading out, he eagerly joined them. Thus, on the 5th day, marking the 16th day of power outage, Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng set out together to the large shopping mall they had visited with Liang Wenjing previously. As they journeyed, they were met with a torrential downpour. Yet they encountered no significant dangers. Upon entering the mall, having been absent for merely half a month, it felt as though ages had passed. The muddy, filthy tiles were almost unwalkable. Almost every shop along the way was shuttered, with some having been violently vandalized, jagged metal protruding into the aisles, stained with remnants of blood. The overwhelming sense of decay and filth was the initial impression the once thriving mall evoked. Where had the memories of its previous cleanliness and prosperity vanished? It appeared as though this place had been visited by the specter of decay, exuding a noxious stench of rot. Nevertheless, there were still employees within the mall, and emergency lights flickered on. At the entrance, there remained but one passage, all others sealed off. Only a single cash register was operational, manned by an adept woman skilled in mental arithmetic. A somewhat stern-looking woman was tasked with inspecting everyone's backpacks and belts, while two other women were designated as runners. "What are you doing?" inquired the cashier. "Checking prices," the runner replied, darting to the shelves to quote the price. There was an element of humor in the situation, yet it was entirely expected. Most shelves in the mall were nearly bare, particularly those stocked with instant noodles, pasta, bread, biscuits, chocolate, and canned goods. None remained. However, these items were not Liang Shu Yu's primary focus. In truth, he possessed a fair understanding of survival knowledge, largely due to Liu Xiaopeng's frequent discussions. Yet, it was only through the experience of these 20 days without electricity that Liang Shu Yu came to realize survival enthusiasts often merely fantasize about survival. Many concepts must be aligned with reality. He had heard of various survival concepts such as EDC, PSK, and SHDF. EDC refers to essential items one must carry daily. Varying from person to person, Liang Shu Yu recalled Liu Xiaopeng's EDC included a knife, a windproof lighter, a compass, and a small flashlight, though he could not remember the specifics. PSK denotes a small kit containing various tools to assist in survival, though Liang Shu Yu was unclear on its contents. Additionally, there was a concept of BOB or AOA associated with PSK, but he could not recall the specifics or purpose. SHDF signifies a catastrophic event. Yet the calamities most desired by survivalists tend to be such as zombie outbreaks, alien invasions, or nuclear wars. However, due to the improbability of these occurrences, SHDF is often interpreted as a state of lawlessness, where no relevant authorities serve the citizens. The reality of such a lawless condition is profoundly terrifying. Currently, the operation of malls, banks, and hospitals is due to the ongoing governmental oversight. Should the authorities cease to intervene, it is likely that the mall would have long since closed its doors. If the mall were to shut down, the populace would find themselves without food, inevitably leading to violent looting. Society would descend into chaos in a matter of days. However, the present circumstances could be considered a semi-lawless state. Public service facilities have nearly all collapsed, with only malls and banks being compelled to remain open, offering a glimmer of hope and solace. At other times, one must still be self-sufficient. Digressing slightly, Liang Shu Yu's belief that survivalist knowledge lacks practical application stems from his views on food. Previously, Liu Xiaopeng mentioned that essential supplies for survivalists include rice, instant noodles, canned goods, salt, sugar, oil, and alcohol. Particularly, instant noodles and canned goods are significant misconceptions. Liang Shu Yu had already calculated that the primary downside of instant noodles is their lack of palatability. As for canned food, influenced by Liu Xiaopeng, he had always thought that only those priced above 15 yuan in metal packaging could be considered true canned goods. However, that is not the case. Perhaps that packaging style originated from abroad. Common varieties include luncheon meat, sweet corn, and beef, which are rather mediocre in flavor. The only palatable canned fish seems to be domestically produced, as it contains fermented black beans, which foreigners likely do not consume. This means that not only are these cans expensive, but they also lack flavor and durability. Their only advantage is a long shelf life. Yet, given the current situation, Liang Shu Yu does not require canned goods with such extended shelf lives. From a cost-effectiveness standpoint, these imported canned products are far less economical and diverse compared to pickled vegetables. Fermented tofu, preserved mustard greens, cured meats, sausages, salted eggs, and century eggs. Of course, the concept of survivalism is ultimately derived from abroad, and it is understandable that Westerners do not consume pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, and cured meats. Food inventory list as of October 11th. Kong Shifu mineral water, 22 bottles. Nongfu spring mineral water, 48 bottles. Milk, 14 bottles. Large bottles of cola, 65. Large bottles of orange juice, 43. Mail-in luncheon meat cans, 2. Gulong instant luncheon meat, 6 cans. Moldy tofu, 13 cans. Pengsheng anchovies, 21 cans. Pengsheng preserved vegetables, 13 cans. Bulk bread, approximately 42 pieces. Various flavors of instant noodles, 8 bags, 25 packets. Maxwell Original Coffee, 73 packets. Shimai Instant Oatmeal, 2 large bags. Corn-flavored compressed biscuits, 12 bags. 50-pound rice, 24 bags. Various flavors of pickled vegetables, 49 packets. Ham sausages, 65 pieces. Crispy sausages, 48 pieces. Century eggs, 45. Salted eggs, 33. Cantonese sausage, 26 pieces. Beef jerky, 11 bags. Tea candles, 51 pieces. Ordinary candles, 10 pieces. Tissue paper, 28 pieces. 84 disinfectant, 18 bottles. Noodles, 16 bundles. Garbage bags, 270. Aluminum foil, for rolls. Cling film, 5 rolls. Disposable chopsticks, 200 pairs. Disposable underwear, 500 pieces. Flour, 3 large bags. Glutinous rice flour, 1 bag. Apart from century eggs, salted eggs, and anchovies, he also purchased Cantonese sausages, which were truly dreadful, excessively greasy and sweet. Additionally, he stocked up on soy sauce, cooking salt, sugar, and cooking oil, though these were not listed. Some miscellaneous snacks were also omitted from the inventory. Chapter 28. Medication list. After completing his grocery shopping, Liang Shu Yu made a trip to the pharmacy, where he acquired a small quantity of antiviral cold medicine. Indeed, it was merely a smidgen, as cold medications are now sold by the unit. Yu Shifeng's household lacked surplus medications, and he had little money to spare. Therefore, Liang Shu Yu lent him 500 yuan, which he need not repay, provided that Yu Shifeng imparted some practical self-defense techniques to him. Yu Shifeng was proficient in several martial arts, including Muay Thai, Tai Chi, grappling, and even Bajikwan. He had previously run a martial arts school and had been working as a special security guard since arriving in Deep Blue City. Liang Shu Yu desired to acquire some skills to safeguard himself, just in case. Their excursion for supplies had attracted the attention of their neighbors, for in this society, even if one is indifferent or does not require something, the collective purchasing behavior can provoke a sense of urgency. What if I miss out? Consequently, Liang Shu Yu's actions inspired many neighbors to venture out and spend their cash. The family on the second floor, the old Qin family, had no cash on hand and had considered borrowing from Wei Peng, who also had none to spare. Moreover, Aunt Xiaoping was opposed to this. Thus, old Qin's wife approached Liang Ying for assistance. Liang Shu Yu recalled that morning vividly when he heard a knocking at the door. It was from the second floor. He only opened the inner aluminum door, leaving the heavy iron door closed. Through the gap in the iron door, he saw old Qin's wife, her face pale and bruised, with dark bags under her eyes and swollen like light bulbs. Embarrassed and ashamed, she sought to borrow 500 yuan from them. This brought back memories of many years ago when old Shun appeared as a refined gentleman, not the current figure of a crippled drunkard and gambler. His wife was once gentle and soft-spoken, skilled at making sweet rice wine, always bringing him a bowl of the freshest batch. Now, she had become a shadow of her former self. Liang Shu Yu lent her the 500 yuan, requesting that she keep it confidential. She expressed her profound gratitude before leaving. Borrowing money was not an act of sympathy. Liang Shu Yu was not that type of person. Even though he held little fondness for the occupants of the second floor, they resided in the same building. In a sense, they were all in the same boat. If the old Qin family were to suffer from hunger, it would pose a significant inconvenience for Liang Shu Yu's family. To avoid such trouble, he lent her the money, not wishing for them to starve. Aside from cold medicine, Liang Shu Yu also procured some antibiotics and 4 to 5 bottles of feminine hygiene wash. Liang Ying and the others maintained excellent hygiene daily. Yet the excessively humid weather was detrimental to women's health. Moreover, Liang Shu Yu, due to infrequent bathing, faced some issues himself. Diluting this product in warm water for body cleansing could help eliminate germs and prevent skin ailments. There was also the matter of women's underwear. With continuous rain, even undergarments remained damp. Anything that had been wet would inevitably emit an unpleasant odor by the third day, teeming with invisible mold and bacteria. Before recognizing this issue, Liang Shu Yu had managed to procure some older-style underwear for the 2 women from Wei Youqi's home. Later, during a trip to the mall, he found disposable underwear and bought an ample supply. He himself had long been without underwear, often going out in a state of undress. Women's underwear requires daily changing, making disposable options much more convenient. However, they still preferred their personal garments for comfort, especially considering their menstrual cycles, which led to a considerable stock of sanitary napkins. These were considerations Liang Shu Yu had initially overlooked. Fortunately, the mall remained open, or it would have posed a considerable problem. Life after the power outage demanded meticulous planning, akin to that of a housekeeper. October 11th medication inventory, 999 cold medicine granules, 5 boxes, 38 bags, cold medicine. Lianhua Qingwen capsules, 2 boxes, 31 capsules, cold medicine. Malin ibuprofen suspension, 100 milliliters, children's cold and fever. Antiviral oral liquid, 2 bottles, influenza. Antiviral granules, 8 bags, influenza. Tacrolimus ointment, 2 tubes, atopic dermatitis, psoriasis. Biunchin erythromycin ointment. 3 tubes, skin abscess, scabies, purulent skin disease, ulcers. Liang vitamin C tablets, 5 boxes, 473 tablets. Liang B-complex vitamins, 3 boxes, 285 tablets. Huashan brand Morodan. 18 bags, gastric pain, bloating, heartburn, gastric nourishment, belching. Trumpet Jinglu pills, 100 pieces, diarrhea, abdominal distension. Amikacin wash, 2 bottles, for severe wound infections caused by sensitive bacteria. Niuhuang Shanqing pills, 10 pieces, heat clearing, detoxifying, headaches, sore throat. Jinggu water, 3 bottles. Kafu iodine disinfectant, 28 bottles. Alcohol spray, 65 bottles. Levofloxacin hydrochloride capsules. 20 pieces, acute and chronic bronchitis, pharyngitis, urinary infections. Fengpu Dylan anti-inflammatory tablets, 48 pieces, pharyngitis, tonsillitis. Amoxicillin capsules, 120 pieces, upper respiratory, urogenital infections, otitis media, sinusitis. Penicillin V potassium tablets, 36 pieces, bronchitis, pharyngitis, tonsillitis. Ceftonir capsules, 6 pieces, oral broad-spectrum antibiotic. Cefixime capsules, 8 pieces, streptococcus, pneumococcus, Neisseria gonorrhoeae. Sephora flavescens wash, 42 bottles. Disposable masks, 10 bags, 189 pieces. Cotton swabs, 10 bags, 192 pieces. Elastic bandages, 10 rolls. Adhesive bandages, 96 pieces. Antiviral cold medicine was exceedingly difficult to acquire. Liang Shu Yu visited 3 pharmacies before obtaining this modest amount. Since the 13th day of the power outage, his household began supplementing with vitamins C and B, taking 1 each day, as they had long been deprived of fresh vegetables. After lunch, Liang Shu Yu chose not to partake in the entertainment activities of Liang Wenjing and the others, instead practicing grappling techniques with Wei Youqi on the stone dam at Yu Shifeng's home. Yu Shifeng possessed a wealth of knowledge in various styles, with Muay Thai being the most accessible, while Bajiquan was reputedly the most formidable. Yu Shifeng humbly claimed his Bajiquan was merely average, as it required profound internal skills. Liang Shu Yu's decision to learn grappling was made after careful consideration. If they were to engage in a physical altercation with anyone, Liang Shu Yu's objective would be to disarm the opponent of any cold weapon or harmful implement, rather than to determine a victor. By swiftly neutralizing the opponent's weaponry, the level of danger could be significantly diminished. The practice of grappling techniques does not necessitate excessive complexity. The most crucial foundational training involves exercises to strengthen the wrists and fingers. After 3 to 4 days of continuous practice, Liang Shu Yu's fingers began to ache. Although the discomfort was not yet pronounced, Yu Shifeng emphasized that such training must accumulate over time to gradually reveal its effects. Chapter 29. A scheme at this moment. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi were engaged in the practice of Tai Chi push hands. Contrary to its seemingly gentle appearance, Tai Chi push hands encapsulates the art of mechanics. What appears simple, when practiced with perseverance, often yields unimaginable strength. Is your sister home? Just then, a short-haired, graceful girl emerged from the room. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her subtly curled, Korean-style short hair accentuating her refined and brisk demeanor. Her eyes, though not particularly large, sparkled with intensity, seemingly capable of penetrating one's heart when gazed upon. Her features were delicately beautiful, with smooth lines, a pointed chin, and charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. However, Liang Shu Yu had seldom witnessed her smile. The dimples at the corners of her mouth were only noticeable when she articulated certain sounds. Her expression often conveyed a sense of aloofness, particularly when she inquired about Liang Wanjing's presence. Liang Shu Yu felt an unsettling impression that she was not merely seeking Liang Wanjing for a friendly visit, but rather to cause her some trouble. Yes, she should be free. Liang Shu Yu replied, casting a glance at the dartboard in her hand. You men excelled at darts, influenced by Yu Feng, and had some martial arts knowledge as well. It was only after Liang Shu Yu began to associate with Yu Feng that you men grew closer to Liang Wanjing. The two seemed to hit it off instantly, engaging in playful antics together. You men even taught Liang Wanjing how to practice darts, and the two would spend lengthy afternoons together. Previously, Liang Wanjing would seek companionship with Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi, but with Yu Min's arrival, the two girls had formed their own bond, leaving the two boys somewhat sidelined. Liang Wanjing indeed required a female friend, as there are countless intimate topics shared among girls. Completing the Tai Chi push hands was merely the foundation of their physical conditioning. Exercises such as squats, push-ups, and high jumps primarily focused on enhancing agility and reaction speed, enabling them to respond swiftly in the face of danger. Combat training was deemed unnecessary at this juncture. Their current aim was to incapacitate the enemy swiftly and take the initiative. However, once the solar storm subsided and power was restored, Liang Shu Yu would indeed contemplate studying martial arts. For now, the focus was on practicing skills that could be immediately applicable. Your ice cream caused this, someone exclaimed. What do you propose we do now? People are on the verge of collapse, don't you think? Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi, in the midst of performing sit-ups, were suddenly drawn to a commotion emanating from the convenience store. They heard Aunt Xiaoping's voice. You all said it was melted ice cream at the time of purchase, and it's been so long since then. Upon reaching the entrance of the convenience store, they discovered a crowd had gathered, 6 or 7 women and 2 men. One of the men, a crew-cut fellow named Xiao Zhao, Liang Shu Yu had seen before. The other man was unfamiliar to him, but his pale complexion and frail demeanor suggested illness, as he sat weakly on the ground. Xiao Zhao remained silent. But among the women he brought along, 2 were particularly fierce. Had it not been for Wei Youqi's stature, their spittle would have likely landed on Aunt Xiaoping's face. Extortion, coercion, and a scheme had unfolded. A man, having consumed a melted ice cream purchased days prior for 5 yuan, claimed to have suffered from persistent diarrhea since, and had come seeking recompense. One could easily surmise their intentions. They were merely looking to extort some money. Given the lack of clarity in the situation, Liang Shu Yu boldly interjected. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's call the police and let them handle it. Among the 2 fierce women, one sported short, yellow hair and had a slightly plump build, with thick lips and a nose that indicated she was not to be trifled with. The other woman appeared gaunt. Standing at barely 5 feet tall, her face devoid of flesh, and her thin lips could easily utter words that would cause headaches. How is it unclear? It is quite clear now. Your ice cream has caused my friend to have diarrhea, and you must provide an explanation. Liang Shu Yu responded with a smile. The ice cream we sold? Where's the evidence? The receipt? Do you still have the ice cream? Bring it forth for hospital verification to determine if it was indeed the ice cream that caused this issue. Without any evidence, what grounds do you have to claim his diarrhea is related to this store? The gaunt woman glared at him with bulging eyes. You never even gave a receipt. Oh, then what about the ice cream? The other woman chimed in. It's long gone. What is the point of asking such foolish questions? Since you have no evidence, how can you claim it is related to this store? Liang Shu Yu pressed further, leaving the 2 women momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Among the other women, one with black hair and no makeup appeared to realize their intentions, casting a furtive glance at Liang Shu Yu, then at Xiao Zhao, hesitatingly suggesting, should we not? Are you implying we are trying to scheme you? The thick-lipped woman interrupted, while the gaunt woman shot a glare at the hesitant woman, causing her to retreat to the side, silenced. To demand evidence after having purchased those items days ago, and suddenly claiming it is related to us. How does that make sense? Oh, are you suggesting we are scheming you? That's not what I meant. What I meant to say. In any case, you clearly do not wish to take responsibility, correct? The thick-lipped woman asserted. Indeed, they have no intention of admitting fault, and they even accuse us of scheming? Do we look like we are in need of that little money? Do you think we are extorting you? The thin-lipped woman exclaimed, seemingly enraged by the insinuation. Not only do they refuse to take responsibility, but they also turn the tables on us. Another woman added. The rapid-fire exchange from these women left little room for others to interject. Perhaps their true motive was simply to extort some money. They were never genuinely seeking justice, but rather leveraging their numbers for intimidation. Amid the cacophony, someone shouted, then let's vandalize the store. Do we need that little money? 2 women charged forward to assault Wei Youqi. A man like him was no match for 2 fierce women, his combat prowess paled in comparison to Aunt Xiaoping's. Another woman and Xiao Zhao began to wreak havoc within the store, while two others stood at the entrance to block Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and the arriving Yu Shifeng. The women thrust their chests forward, and while Yu Shifeng intended to push them aside, a man of his virtue could not bring himself to lay hands on two women. Inside, Wei Youqi found himself entangled with one woman, unable to turn around, while Aunt Xiaoping valiantly held her ground against two. But it was merely a matter of time before Xiao Zhao kicked her down. Once she fell, the two women seized her by the throat, yanked her hair, and grabbed her shoulders. Anguished, Wei Youqi felt compelled to fiercely resist, but just as he shielded Aunt Xiaoping, three women lunged at him, attacking with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 30. Gratitude Outside. Yu Shifeng hesitated to intervene, watching as Wei Youqi endured the blows, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing with urgency. Stop! Cease this immediately. Yet, no one heeded his call. However, Wei Youqi was unconcerned with the consequences, for it was his parents who were being assaulted. I curse your mothers. Wei Youqi, in a fit of rage, kicked a woman at the door, sending her flying, and rushed inside to save his parents. Another woman blocking the entrance attempted to seize him, but Liang Shu Yu grabbed her by the hair and flung her onto the street. Liang Shu Yu harbored no mercy for women, especially for such aggressive ones. Stop! Wei Youqi bellowed. The three women who had attacked his parents had already been dealt with, receiving several kicks and slaps that sent them sprawling. Seizing the moment, Liang Shu Yu grabbed the dazed women by their heads and tossed them outside. The two worked in perfect harmony. The upright gentleman, Yu Shifeng, watched the two children with admiration, silently giving them a thumbs up, yet still maintaining a stern expression as he ordered Xiao Zhao. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for us to escort you? Xiao Zhao, with resentment evident in his eyes, reluctantly dragged the incapacitated individual out through the small door. Liang Shu Yu, observing his demeanor, surmised that he was likely the mastermind behind this operation. Since they had not achieved their goal this time, it was certain they would return. With the incident at Wei Youqi's family store, Liang Shu Yu's family would also be affected. He had no desire to leave such a hidden danger unresolved. Thus, he touched the knife he carried and kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhao as he departed the convenience store. The women, particularly the one with thick lips, bore bruises and injuries, claiming they were merely vandalizing the store, yet three of them carried bulging bags. In truth, it was nothing less than robbery. Although they may have achieved some of their objectives, they were utterly defeated in spirit. In life, one can forego many things, but one must uphold their dignity. They might even resort to violence for this invisible pride, and now their curses were as harsh as they could muster. However, the young man at the store entrance, gripping his knife, regarded them coldly, as did Xiao Zhao, whose resentful gaze remained silent. The black sheath of his knife revealed a sliver of silver, contrasting sharply with his indifferent and ominous stare, sending shivers down their spines. Thus, their curses dwindled into silence, for the young man remained unmoving, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. Reflecting on the moment he had yanked them by the hair and thrown them out, it was clear he was not one to show mercy. The women, pushing and shoving each other, retreated further away, eventually pulling Xiao Zhao along and declaring they would not let this go before fleeing entirely. Though they had not acquired any money, they had managed to snatch some items, which could not be deemed too great a loss. Inside the store, chaos reigned. Yu Shifeng assisted in checking the injuries, which were merely superficial wounds and bruises, easily treated with iodine. Fortunately, there was no serious harm. Yet, the couple appeared quite disheveled, with torn clothing, disarrayed hair, and bloodstains, their faces marked with red welts. Those women were truly vicious. Damn it! Wei Youqi cursed vehemently, his eyes reddening with anger. Although Liang Shu Yu had intentionally intimidated them, he could not predict whether this group would heed the warning or recklessly return for more trouble. He leaned towards the belief that such individuals were not easily deterred. Thus, caution was prudent. All right, Wei Youqi replied, hastily going to boil some water. The couple rested in their chairs, still recovering from the ordeal. Liang Shu Yu expressed gratitude to Yu Shifeng, and together they began to reorganize the scattered items in the store. The remaining goods in the convenience store were primarily daily necessities. After 20 days of power outage, food and snacks had been nearly depleted. Naturally, Wei's family was not oblivious, as they had retained ample supplies in the back rooms, simply choosing not to sell them. Thus, the items the women had stolen were merely unsellable snacks, neither valuable nor substantial. While their monetary loss was minimal, The harm inflicted upon them was the greatest loss of all. After tidying up, Yu Shifeng inquired about any lingering pain the couple might have. With that, he took his leave. Liang Shu Yu conversed with Wei Youqi for a while, suggesting that given the likelihood of further trouble, it would be wise to relocate their valuable supplies. To avoid confrontation should the need arise. Liang Shu Yu was particularly concerned they might return armed. While they might not possess sharp knives, they certainly had kitchen knives. In this precarious situation, anyone struck by a blade would face dire consequences. Perhaps most people only reflect on their choices once confronted with the harsh reality of firearms. Until then, they prefer to turn a blind eye to the truth, deceiving themselves rather than heeding advice. At this moment, Wei Youqi finally took Liang Shu Yu's advice to heart. All right, let us move everything inside. We should temporarily close the store. Wei Youqi's face bore traces of blood from the scratches. It's not safe inside either. This was merely a test. If they return, it will be a genuine robbery. Let us call the police. I refuse to believe they won't be held accountable. Aunt Xiaoping cried out in anger. From the kitchen, Wei Youqi retorted angrily. What time is it? We can't rely on the police now. They're taking advantage of the current situation to act so brazenly. I've been saying we shouldn't open the store and sell goods, but you wouldn't listen. Wei Youqi was also somewhat frustrated, thinking it was absurd to argue about such matters now. His mother was an unsophisticated housewife, and her ingrained way of thinking was unlikely to change. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Old Liang, why don't we move the items to your house for now? Wei Youqi suggested. Good idea. That was my plan all along. Only leave a few essentials in the inner room. If they come to rob again, let them think the store is empty. That would be much safer for you. That is a great idea. Chapter 31. Relocation. All right. You all take a good rest. We can sort through the items tomorrow. If anything comes up, just shout. Okay. Wei Youqi gratefully watched Liang Shu Yu leave, feeling thankful for their help today. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how things would have ended. That young man was quite loyal. Liang Shu Yu helped them secure the small door on the roller shutter, then entered the stairwell through the large iron door. After locking the heavy door behind him, he ascended the stairs. As he passed the second floor, he noticed a door slightly ajar. Ever since Liang Shu Yu lent her money, she had begun to appear occasionally, unlike before when she would hide away for weeks. Of course, it could also be that since the power outage, Old Chun had been frequenting the mahjong parlor below, often staying out all night, allowing her the freedom to finally step out. That is about right, Liang Shu Yu said. Old Chin's wife inhaled sharply. Well, Liang Shu Yu interrupted her, but nothing happened. We drove them off. After saying this, he continued upstairs, and after a moment, he heard her close the door. Just as Liang Shu Yu reached the entrance, Liang Ying opened the door and pulled him inside. You weren't hurt, were you? She scrutinized him from head to toe before sighing in relief, her expression a mix of anxiety and guilt. Once Yu Min had left, Liang Ying secured the large iron door and locked the aluminum door inside. The three of them settled onto the sofa, and Liang Wenjing spoke first. We were going to go down and check, but Min Min said it's best for women not to go out, in case something happens and you end up having to take care of us. I thought there was some sense to that, but I also worried. I'm just glad nothing happened. What did those people want? Robbery? She spoke in one breath, expressing numerous thoughts. She was right. In the future, none of you are permitted to venture out unless I call upon you for assistance. It is best to remain at home as much as possible. Liang Ying concurred with Yu Min's sentiments, and, reflecting on the recent events, she realized that the days ahead might only worsen. As time progressed, chaos could escalate. The three of them fell into silence. Although they were aware that the relevant authorities were still striving to address the situation, localized disorder would surely persist. Today, it was the convenience store downstairs. Tomorrow, it could be the shopping mall on the street. As long as people were devoid of money and food, without any aid, they would inevitably resort to desperate measures for survival. The only recourse available would be to plunder the visible resources. The market had 2 vendors selling canned gas, but with the shop submerged, they had likely relocated. Inquiring among the neighbors yielded no information about their whereabouts. Consequently, Liang Shu Yu returned empty-handed. He also observed the water levels at the market and noted that if the rain continued unabated, it could inundate their area within a month and a half. Their residence was not at a particularly low elevation. Lower areas had already been submerged after 2 or 3 days of power outages. This implied that if the rain persisted, Liang Shu Yu's home would also face inundation. With threats looming ahead and behind, life had become increasingly arduous. The nights had grown increasingly unbearable. punctuated by distant screams and wails, often indistinguishable in their origin, yet chilling nonetheless. With time, he had learned to discern the nature of the events from the cacophony. If the screams belonged to a woman, characterized by urgency and despair, it was likely a case of home invasion. The city had become eerily quiet after the power outage. Even the slightest noise could be heard from outside. If such cries were accompanied by the sounds of breaking glass, it indicated a robbery without a doubt. Such incidents were rarely spontaneous. They often involved familiar faces. The nearby community was sparse, a haven for low-rent occupants. Thus, many residents were solitary or shared accommodations, primarily laborers. Some attractive women may have drawn attention long before, and after the power outage, certain individuals began to stir with malicious intent, leading to unfortunate outcomes. There was another typical sound at night, a loud thud, often indicative of someone jumping from a height. Liang Shu Yu had heard this at least 5 times. Then there were explosive sounds, originating from a high-rise nearly a kilometer away from his home. One night, a sudden explosion erupted, followed by a fire. Despite the heavy rain, the downpour did not penetrate his dwelling. The neighbors surrounding the epicenter were nearly all endangered. There were no fire trucks, no ambulances, and no rescue efforts. Days later, news emerged of a family of 4 perishing in the flames, while 2 neighbors succumbed to smoke inhalation. No one attended to the bodies. Some neighbors pooled their resources to have the property management remove them to the police station. However, rumors circulated that the management carelessly discarded the bodies into a waterlogged pit outside the community. From that point onward, any corpse requiring disposal was similarly cast into that pit, which only grew more crowded. In a society governed by law, the world perceived by the populace was shrouded in a veneer, making it difficult to discern the presence of malevolent individuals. Yet in a society unraveling, even those once timid transformed into ferocious beings. The demons emerged from the depths, and the filter vanished. Some individuals even disposed of their deceased relatives within that pit, not out of indifference, but because a corpse could not be kept at home or casually placed on the street. It was more practical to collect them together for future handling once the power was restored. Currently, police stations and hospitals refuse to accept bodies. If they were to transport them, they would simply be bagged and left on the road, since it was essentially the same as discarding them outside. Why go through the trouble of moving them? Perhaps most people shared this sentiment. The following day, Liang Shu Yu and Yu Shifeng assisted Wei Fatty in moving his belongings. The roller shutter of the convenience store on the first floor was completely shut, but Wei Fatty's home had an iron door leading directly to the stairwell. Liang Shu Yu and his companions moved quietly. As long as they remained discreet, their movements would not attract attention. Wei Fatty's stock of rice was surprisingly ample, along with a staggering quantity of various condiments and disposable goods. The supply of bottled water was abundant, totaling several boxes. After all, it was a convenience store, and such items were standard inventory. They managed to fill half of Liang Shu Yu's living room. They also needed to tidy up the moved areas to avoid leaving any trace of the stored goods. Liang Shu Yu cautioned, "We must be discreet." The reason for his caution was not solely due to Xiao Zhao and those women. Residents in the vicinity were well aware of the convenience store, making it likely that someone might have their sights set on it. If one day the store were indeed robbed, they could feign ignorance. Hence, they must conceal any evidence of the store's previous abundance of supplies. Yu Shifeng nodded in agreement, surprised by Liang Shu Yu's prudence, having underestimated the seemingly mild-mannered individual. Wei Fatty replied, "All right, I'll go tidy up now." Thus, they busied themselves for another couple of days. The rain continued relentlessly, leaving them uncertain of when it would cease. It had been pouring for a solid 22 days without a pause, even through the night. And the wind had blown just as long. Was it due to a solar storm, or had this typhoon simply persisted for such an extended duration? That evening, Liang Shu Yu engaged in physical training, practicing his wrist and finger strength until he was drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, finally succumbing to deep slumber. The damp, rainy days and erratic routines were detrimental to his health. Recently, he had felt somewhat lethargic until his training in the past few days restored some vitality. Thus, he insisted that Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing engage in daily exercise to work up a sweat, holding himself to even higher standards. They trained voluntarily in the mornings and evenings, with most of their day consumed by practice. In the dead of night, a loud banging echoed as though someone were attempting to force open the door. Liang Shu Yu, still in a dream state, furrowed his brow, turned over, and continued sleeping. Such sounds were not uncommon in the stillness of night. He merely feared being disturbed from his dreams. However, gradually, the noise seemed somewhat amiss, vaguely familiar. Liang Shu Yu jolted awake. What the hell? Get out. It was the voice of Wei Youqi. By the time Liang Shu Yu woke up, Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing were already alert. He quickly donned a jacket and grasped the knife hidden beneath his pillow. Opening the bedroom door, Liang Shu Yu instructed, "Do not go down." Liang Ying nodded, saying, "Keep an eye on the situation, be careful, and if anything happens, run." "Understood," Liang Shu Yu replied, swiftly opening 2 doors and peering down through the stairwell window. 4 women and 3 men were using tools to smash the convenience store's roller shutter. In the brief moment Liang Shu Yu observed, they had already broken open a small door, and the group surged inside. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Wei Youqi's door tightly shut. Liang Shu Yu had no choice but to open the large iron door and shut it behind him, positioning himself outside the door that had been broken open by an axe. Inside, Wei Youqi was howling, and after a brief hesitation, Liang Shu Yu squeezed through. Upon entering, he saw Wei Youqi being restrained and beaten by 2 men and 2 women. Wei Fatty was confronting Xiao Zhao, who was wielding an axe, while the others rummaged through the chaotic convenience store for useful items, with one individual smashing the cash register. Aunt Xiaoping was nowhere to be seen, likely hiding in the back room. Their previous encounter had been a case of staged confrontation. This time, they were genuinely committing robbery. However, it appeared they were not intent on causing harm, or perhaps they had yet to make the decision to take a life. The assault on Wei Youqi was merely an act of venting their frustration. Liang Shu Yu concealed his knife and stepped forward to forcibly pry apart the 2 men who were restraining Wei Youqi. His sudden presence drew the attention of everyone in the room, as the 2 men were unfamiliar faces. Mediating a conflict is no simple task. It can easily redirect the hostility towards oneself. He simply flung them aside and regarded them with a cold stare. Liang Shu Yu preferred to avoid confrontation, especially since the group was armed with an axe, 2 iron pipes, and 2 kitchen knives. His intent was clear: you may take what you wish, but do not harm anyone. The 2 men seemed to understand, grunting in acknowledgement before turning away to rummage through the room. After all, they had no personal vendetta against Wei Youqi. Their aggression stemmed from the 2 women who sought to attack him, compounded by Wei Youqi's resistance. The 2 women pinning Wei Youqi down were the same fierce individuals from days prior, now returning for revenge. They vividly remembered the stinging slaps and kicks they had received from him. Upon seeing Liang Shu Yu's unexpected arrival, they brandished their weapons with renewed audacity. The woman with thick lips hurled a string of indecent insults before charging at Liang Shu Yu, raising her hand to strike him. Liang Shu Yu reacted swiftly, seizing her wrist and gripping it firmly. "Take what you want and leave promptly, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate," he warned coldly. The woman felt her wrist was nearly crushed, threatening him with foul language, yet Liang Shu Yu refrained from retaliating. After all, she was not alone. Regrettably, there were 7 of them in total. If he inadvertently provoked them, they might wield their knives indiscriminately. Not to mention, even a superficial wound could prove fatal. It is crucial to distinguish between reality and fantasy. He released the woman with thick lips, and at that moment, Wei Youqi managed to break free from his restraints and stood up, his face marred with scratches and blood streaming from his nose. The crimson stains on his white t-shirt resembled a dazzling rose, particularly alarming. Liang Shu Yu hurriedly handed him some tissues to staunch the bleeding. The 2 women, realizing the situation, ceased their immediate harassment. Though the thick-lipped woman yearned to create trouble for Liang Shu Yu, she sensed a chilling demeanor beneath his seemingly refined exterior and thought better of it. After venting their anger and relishing their moment of triumph, they turned their attention to the true purpose of their visit. Wei Youqi, brimming with indignation, signaled Liang Shu Yu to summon reinforcements. Liang Shu Yu, however, did not acquiesce. What good would it do to call Yu Shifeng? Engage in a brawl with these individuals? What if someone got injured? The hospital had already fallen into chaos. Had they not heard reports of health stations being vandalized? Injuries now meant a death sentence. Moreover, even if they won, what guarantee was there that these individuals would not return? Unless they could eliminate all 7 of them, they were better off biding their time. Wei Youqi recognized Liang Shu Yu's capitulation and, in frustration, swatted away the hand that was tending to his bleeding nose. It was one thing for his parents to be attacked. This time, it was he who was assaulted, and he could not swallow his anger. Amidst the turmoil in the room, an eerie harmony prevailed. The intruders rummaged through the premises while Liang Shu Yu and the overweight Wei observed coldly. Found the money, one of the assailants exclaimed, having dug through the cash register for quite some time before uncovering a pile of loose change and a small handful of coins. His excitement waned when he realized it amounted to less than 200 yuan. Damn, is that all? Indeed, they were not short on cash. They simply couldn't access it. Upon discovering the money, Wei Youqi's expression shifted dramatically as he pleaded, "That's our family's only money. If you take it all, how will we eat?" However, Wei Youqi was merely putting on a show. Chapter 33. Counteraction. The money had originally been Liang Shu Yu's idea to stash in the cash register. Most of the food in the store had already been cleared out. If the robbers couldn't find any cash, they would not relent easily. However, the act must be fully performed. They could not allow these intruders to think they still had something hidden. "Your lack of food is of no concern to us. We haven't eaten either," taunted the one who had found the money. "You were so brazen just days ago, now you're so meek?" "Huh," remarked a woman weighing a kitchen knife in her hand. Wei Youqi managed a bitter smile and pleaded once more, but the intruders had already stashed the money away. Showing no signs of relenting for a few words of supplication, they cleaned out every last coin. These individuals had thoroughly turned the store upside down. They found a small pile of unsellable snacks, half a box of mineral water, and a plethora of beverages. Unable to carry them all, they stuffed 6 or 7 large bags full of drinks and beer. Wei Youqi, eyeing the bags, pleaded again, "Those are our last bottles of purified water. Could you spare us a couple? Otherwise, we'll have to drink rainwater." "Shut your mouth." The thick-lipped woman spat, pointing an iron pipe at Wei Youqi. "One more word, and I'll smash your head in." Wei Youqi fell silent. As the men and women concluded their search, suddenly, Xiao Zhao pointed his axe toward the inner room. There must be something in there. The group finally noticed the small door hidden behind the shelves. "Damn, no wonder we couldn't find anything. It's hidden inside." Wei Youqi hastily blocked the door, exclaiming, "Only my wife is inside." "Step aside." Xiao Zhao thrust the axe menacingly against Wei Youqi's neck, the sharp edge grazing his skin and causing warm blood to flow down his collar. Wei Youqi, who was particularly squeamish about blood, had been able to feign calmness in front of the intruders, but upon realizing he was bleeding, he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Don't swing that axe," he pleaded. "Dad," Wei Youqi shouted desperately. "Humph," Xiao Zhao grunted, shoving Wei Youqi toward his father before attempting to enter through the small door. Liang Shu Yu stepped forward, blocking his path. "Let us not escalate this unnecessarily. If you push us too far, no one will walk away unscathed," he warned. Xiao Zhao, thin and slightly shorter than Liang Shu Yu, sported a trendy appearance, adorned with silver earrings. In terms of facial features, he might have been appealing to some women, but his height necessitated tilting his head to meet Liang Shu Yu's gaze. "Haha," Xiao Zhao laughed arrogantly, perhaps believing himself invincible. His expression was so poorly managed, resembling that of a villain from a television drama, utterly grotesque. "Just you?" he sneered. Liang Shu Yu had always thought the acting of performers was overly exaggerated, but it seemed that true arrogance revealed such a countenance. "You can certainly try," Liang Shu Yu replied coolly, "but I advise you to take your loot and depart." I'm bleeding. Wei Youqi murmured in a panic, acutely aware of his father's aversion to blood. He quickly grabbed tissues to apply pressure to the wound. It's all right. It's not much," Wei Youqi reassured him through tears, even as he himself continued to bleed from his nose, each word causing more blood to flow. The sight of blood pooling around Wei Youqi was deeply unsettling. As Wei Youqi mumbled, his eyes rolled back. Dad, he cried out fiercely. Aunt Xiaoping, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out, unable to contain her concern. Upon emerging, she was met with the harrowing scene. Wei Youqi's father lay on the ground, eyes rolling back in a pool of blood, his white tissue soaked, while Wei Youqi's face was splattered with blood. "Fatty, what have you done?" she screamed in rage. Aunt Xiaoping let out a heart-wrenching scream and dashed outside, only to be intercepted by Liang Shu Yu, who grasped her waist. Chaos ensued as the woman with thick lips charged forward, slapping Aunt Xiaoping across the face. "Come on," she shouted. The force of the blow was so great that Aunt Xiaoping saw stars. As the woman prepared to strike again, Liang Shu Yu had no choice but to release Aunt Xiaoping. He swiftly used one hand to push the woman aside, while Aunt Xiaoping finally broke free, seizing Xiao Zhao by the hair and pulling fiercely. "You bastard, go die!" Once the situation escalated, it spiraled out of control. Liang Shu Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of a sharp kitchen knife. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a reflex he had practiced tirelessly, envisioning it countless times in his mind. He disarmed the adversary, drew his knife, and, using the momentum of his body, plunged it into the opponent's heart. The action flowed seamlessly, devoid of contemplation. The blade entered and exited with alarming swiftness. In that fleeting moment, Liang Shu Yu had already mapped out his next course of action, to either utterly intimidate this group or to eliminate them all, with a sound akin to something shattering. The woman with thick lips was propelled backward by inertia, staggering 7 or 8 steps in shock, her hands covered in blood. Her gaze fell upon the gaping wound in her chest. She leaned back, her fingers gripping a shelf as her expression transformed into one of fragility and convulsion. Struggling slowly, she sank to the ground, blood pooling around her, as if she had unleashed a silent scream. Her chest heaved dramatically. Her eyes filled with helpless yearning as they fixed on Liang Shu Yu. Her jaw hung limply, lips parted slightly, and then she shed 2 long streams of tears. Her complexion gradually turned ashen, the rise and fall of her chest visibly slowing, with only the muscles around her lips still twitching. Liang Shu Yu, gripping his knife, slowly turned around. The commotion in the room came to an abrupt halt, all eyes fixed on him. After approximately 10 seconds, those who had regained their senses erupted into a cacophony of furious shouts, brandishing their weapons as they charged at him. Yet, it was merely an empty display of bravado. They were all terrified of the still steaming blade in his hand. Liang Shu Yu merely shifted his stance slightly, seizing Xiao Zhao's hair from behind. The hot edge of the knife pressed against Xiao Zhao's neck, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The axe in his hand fell limply to the ground with a thud, a sound like a warning bell, alerting the remaining onlookers to their perilous state. The crowd froze again, ostensibly concerned for Xiao Zhao's safety. But their trembling hands betrayed their fear. Xiao Zhao's muscles convulsed, unable to utter a word, only managing to emit a whimpering sound. Liang Shu Yu taunted, "I've heard it can spray 2 feet high. Do you think that's true?" Chapter 34. Thank you. Xiao Zhao's face was a twisted mask of terror, more grotesque than a cry. He wished to plead for mercy, yet overwhelming dread rendered him speechless, producing only a series of whines. He had believed his spirit to be robust enough, yet it proved pitifully frail. The sticky warmth on his neck felt scalding. The thought of fresh blood from the dead staining his skin, coupled with the knowledge that someone contemplated severing his throat, plunged him into despair. With a whimper, he shook his head violently, desperately trying to deny his fate. "How can I trust you?" Xiao Zhao exerted all his strength, but could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Tears streamed down his face instead. "I can't take it anymore." Finally, he managed to squeeze out a complete thought, but simultaneously felt warmth spread in his lower body. He had wet himself. Liang Shu Yu let out a cold laugh that, to Xiao Zhao, sounded disturbingly sinister. Liang Shu Yu released him, finally commanding, "Take your things and get lost." Xiao Zhao and the others fled as if granted a reprieve, urine and fear cascading down their legs. One man hesitated, attempting to retrieve the axe, but Liang Shu Yu's foot on the handle made him freeze. "Wait." The man, startled, collapsed to the ground, while the others, caught in a moment of reluctance, turned back. Liang Shu Yu pointed at their weapons, instructing, "Leave this one. Take the rest." "What do you mean?" The group was momentarily perplexed. The woman with thin lips tentatively picked up a bag of drinks. Seeing Liang Shu Yu make no move to stop her, she hastily discarded her weapon and fled with the bag. The others followed suit, discarding their arms to seize the plundered goods. Within 10 seconds, they vanished, leaving behind a trail of urine and blood. Once they departed, Aunt Xiaoping, who had been holding herself together, collapsed onto the ground, erupting into anguished sobs. Wei Fatty, roused from unconsciousness by Wei Youqi's grip, spotted the woman beneath the shelf and Liang Shu Yu's knife, now expressionless, staring blankly ahead. "Old Liang." Wei Youqi stepped forward, enveloping Liang Shu Yu in a tight embrace. Liang Shu Yu felt the weight of Wei Youqi's suppressed cries in his ear. Grief overtook him, and he embraced Wei Youqi, patting the back of his head, attempting to soothe him. "It's all right, it's all resolved." "Okay." Wei Youqi's grip on Liang Shu Yu's shirt tightened, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Wei Fatty understood Liang Shu Yu's intent. "All right, since you've decided to turn yourself in, I'll accompany you tomorrow." Wei Fatty's neck bore a light wound, now treated with iodine and covered with band-aids. Tears brimmed in his eyes, laden with guilt and remorse. He scratched at his knees, suddenly breaking into sobs. "It's my fault. I'm useless. If I were capable, I wouldn't let a child bear such burdens. He had fancied a carefree latter half of his life. Yet he realized it was merely cowardice. Why has it come to this? What sin have we committed? Aunt Shopping wailed. Wei Yochi approached Liang Shu Yu, whispering. Liang Shu Yu pondered. And it seemed wise. Wei Yochi escorted him to the roll-up door, where darkness enveloped them, signaling the dawn's approach. At the iron gate, Wei Yochi asked, Are you truly resolved to turn yourself in? What if they detain you? Liang Shu Yu smiled. Then their detention center must be insufficient. He still had the presence of mind to jest, aiming to lighten Wei Yochi's heart. The sight of Liang Shu Yu's smile pierced Wei Yochi's heart, prompting tears to flow freely, unrestrained. Thank you, he said, unable to contain his emotions. You're welcome. Liang Shu Yu wiped his tears. The two parted ways. Upon returning home, Liang Shu Yu remained silent, and Liang Ying did not inquire. She prepared some hot water and brought out a clean set of clothes. Liang Shu Yu casually wiped himself down. The bloodied garments had already been disposed of by Liang Ying. Liang Wenjing had been peering out the window for some time. Below, the rain continued to pour like pillars. The narrow alley was a gentle stream, the rainwater darkening the night as a broom emerged. Then, Wei Yochi dragged a woman from the entrance. Dark rainwater streaming from beneath her. She was carelessly left outside the convenience store. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. The two women watched him cautiously. Liang Wenjing's eyes red-rimmed. Everything's fine, Liang Shu Yu reassured her. Just a minor issue. The woman who had attempted to rob them had been fatally injured in self-defense by a minor, in comparison to the rampant homicides in the city. This was hardly a significant matter. All right, Liang Ying said, go rest. She asked no further questions. Liang Shu Yu was indeed weary. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had thought that merely lying on the bed would lead him to slumber, yet he found himself tossing and turning, becoming increasingly awake. Was it possible that he was experiencing some form of psychological discomfort? It all began with Wei Yochi being assaulted. He intervened, pushing aside two men. Someone produced the change they had prepared in advance, and as events unfolded, it seemed that Wei, in a half-hearted manner, allowed those individuals to invade the premises, feigning that everything in the house had been stolen. Unexpectedly, Wei suddenly became uncommunicative, and Aunt Shopping rushed out, causing chaos as that woman suddenly attempted to harm him. Thus, he instinctively fought back, threatening and intimidating the scrawny assailant, successfully disarming them and letting them go, while Aunt Shopping began to wail inconsolably. What had Aunt Shopping said? It seemed to be something about committing sins, expressing despair, questioning why one would resort to murder, and so forth. With his chest heaving, Liang Shu Yu turned over and retrieved a cigarette from the nightstand, lighting it and taking a puff, only to find it unremarkable. He extinguished it and leaned against the headboard. Lost in thought, in the pitch-black room, the walls were white, the ceiling a pristine white. There was a diamond-shaped ceiling light adorned with intricate patterns of pink, purple, and blue lotus flowers, with a few inconspicuous black specks that were likely remnants of insects. To his left stood a two-door wardrobe, separated by a desk that held a high-performance computer he had saved for a long time to purchase. It featured a 27-inch monitor, which he had meticulously chosen for its refresh rate. Liang Shu Yu recalled the price of the graphics card. Was it 3,001? 3,003? He had forgotten. Regardless, that computer was now defunct, and he wondered if it would even power on after the electricity returned. Chapter 35. Surrender. The light brown tiles in the corner of the room reminded Liang Shu Yu of a memory. Back then, Yu Shifeng's family consisted of 3 members, and they had a son whom Liang Shu Yu referred to as Greedy Brother. Greedy Brother's home was spacious, with 2 floors and 5 or 6 rooms, all exquisitely crafted from high-quality wood, providing excellent sound insulation. He had hidden under a bed, falling asleep without anyone discovering him, secretly reveling in what he thought was his victory. Suddenly, Greedy Brother entered the room, causing the bed to shake and making noise. He was unaware of what they were doing, but he counted the corner tiles of Greedy Brother's house. If he spent 10 seconds on each tile, Greedy Brother had called out for 37 minutes. Liang Shu Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, yet he felt an overwhelming fatigue. His hand grazed the knife he had cleaned and unsealed, concealed beneath his pillow. He withdrew it, the cold light emanating from its beautiful blade, reminiscent of a crescent moon casting an enchanting glow in the night. He licked it, finding it devoid of flavor, lacking any metallic or morbid scent. The knife was pure. Only humans could impart a bloody odor. A knife, regardless of how many it might slay, remained merely a knife, eternally unchanged. It seemed to possess a peculiar allure, as if licking it could grant one mysterious power. Outside, the rain pattered, sometimes gently, like a tender hand. At other times, it fell violently, battering the ground. Then, without warning, it was swept in by a fierce wind, cascading against the glass window before sliding down despondently, merging into a larger stream. Following this, Liang Shu Yu fell into a deep sleep, almost entirely unaffected by the external clamor. When he awoke, feeling refreshed, it was roughly afternoon. The meal was ready. Today, a side dish consisting of pickled vegetables and ham, steamed in aluminum foil for a unique flavor, appearing quite delectable, albeit slightly dry. Perhaps due to a shortage of water in preparation. "What are you chewing on?" Liang Wenjing suddenly asked as she ate. Liang Shu Yu thought to himself, could she really tell? "I accidentally bit my tongue yesterday," he admitted, having actually cut it without noticing the night before. Liang Wenjing raised an eyebrow. "Are you foolish?" Liang Shu Yu replied, "Forget it. The more I explain, the sillier it sounds." She playfully patted his head. "By the way, I've been conceptualizing a new book. It's super interesting. Would you like to take a look?" Her tone was light, a gentle smile gracing her face, causing Liang Shu Yu to feel an inexplicable sense of dread. "It's not some bizarre novel, is it? It's just a fantasy novel. What are you thinking?" "Nothing," Liang Shu Yu quickly denied, adding that if there was a novel to read, it would be wonderful. "Exactly. Just right." Liang Shu Yu smiled back at her. And Liang Wenjing seemed to be in high spirits again, saying, "By the way, with such heavy rain outside, many places must be flooded. When you go out, try not to step in water. What if there's a pit beneath? It's best to keep a safe distance between each person while walking." "All right," Liang Shu Yu replied. "Oh, and it's better not to touch the utility poles." MHM. Additionally, she produced a modified small bag, slightly larger than her palm, crafted from 2 pieces of canvas sewn together with simple stitches, adorned with her personal lotus emblem, albeit it resembled a wilted chrysanthemum. "In this bag, I've placed adhesive bandages, masks, cold and headache medicine, and a bottle of alcohol spray. Everything is wrapped in cling film to keep it dry, just in case you might need it. Also, I think it's best for you to carry a bottle of mineral water and a compressed biscuit in your bag. If you accidentally get stuck somewhere, at least it could last you 2 or 3 days. She fussed like a mother, stuffing the mineral water into Liang Shu Yu's backpack. The small pouch she had modified was now fastened to his waist. "This must be the legendary EDC, Liang Wenjing remarked, stroking her chin with a sense of accomplishment. Liang Shu Yu had mentioned it to her once, and she had remembered. "It should be," he agreed. Furthermore, she produced a handmade calendar from somewhere. "Today is October 16th, Saturday. It's probably between 2 and 5 in the afternoon. If you don't head out soon, they'll be off work." Liang Shu Yu chuckled. They must be busy beyond measure. Is there even a concept of off work? Who knows? Perhaps they are more at leisure than you think, indulging in a nap. With his backpack secured and raincoat donned, Liang Shu Yu bid farewell to Liang Ying before stepping outside. "Be careful on the road," Liang Ying advised, having just finished washing the dishes with filtered rainwater and was now sanitizing them with alcohol spray. "All right, I'm heading out." Liang Shu Yu descended the stairs, joining Wei Youqi. The portly Wei and Yu Shifeng, who had learned of the news later, as they set out for the police station to turn themselves in. Yu Shifeng had only found out that morning. Liang Shu Yu was aware that their home had exceptional sound insulation. However, Yu Shifeng felt embarrassed, admitting that he hadn't heard anything during the tumultuous events of the previous night. He hadn't anticipated Liang Shu Yu's involvement. Yet, he refrained from saying much, understanding that Liang Shu Yu needed time to process it all. 2 adults sheltered 2 children, navigating through the torrential downpour on a waterlogged street. The police station was a certain distance away, but Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi had been there before, making the journey somewhat familiar. The streets were busier than usual, with many families on the brink of collapse. Not everyone was as fortunate as Liang Shu Yu, with ample cash and a survivalist friend who had astutely reminded him to stockpile sufficient supplies. Many households only realized the necessity of hoarding resources when they received relief rations. Thus, when they ventured out to purchase essentials, they found themselves lacking cash and discovered that the stores were nearly depleted. At present, most small supermarkets and shops had their doors tightly shut. Some had sold out their inventory, while others feared being robbed. Upon reaching the end of Southgate West Street, Liang Shu Yu suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Wei Youqi inquired. As they followed Liang Shu Yu's gaze, they beheld the entrance of a chain convenience store named Famous Attractions, where 4 or 5 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. The shutter door, which should have been closed, was smashed open, leaving a gaping hole large enough for 2 or 3 individuals to pass through. Peering into the inky darkness of the cavity, though nothing was discernible, it was universally understood that the interior was likely devoid of life. The bodies lay in stark contrast against the entrance, the rain having washed away the grime, leaving no trace of their presence. Yet, it seemed as though their eyes could transcend the bounds of time, revealing the vivid bloodstains that appeared to linger there. The woman and child had become separated from their husband, having come from afar, Liang Shu Yu remarked. Do you know them? Yu Shifeng inquired, his voice tinged with a chilling tone. Liang Shu Yu shook his head, stating he had merely seen them before. Let us proceed, he urged. With heavy hearts, they continued onward. If their previous excursion had unveiled the city's harsh realities, seeing it anew now felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, a naive encounter with the world. The desolate streets, the shuttered storefronts, and the vigilant, probing eyes peering through the security bars were all accompanied by the cacophony of torrential rain and flowing water. Corpses accumulated in the corners of the city, a sight both glaring and oddly expected. From an alley, cries echoed forth. Yu Shifeng instinctively moved to investigate, but was swiftly pulled away by Wei Pengzi. The 4 hastily distanced themselves from the scene. It is better not to meddle, Wei Pengzi advised. Yu Shifeng clenched his fists, remaining silent. In the future, be cautious and avoid the alleys, Liang Shu Yu instructed. The narrow passageways were easily concealable for potential assailants, and with certain buildings positioned precariously, a falling stone could strike with deadly precision. The main roads were the safer option. Upon reaching the police station, they were met with a congregation of several hundred individuals. Even before their arrival, the tumultuous sounds indicated that the situation was dire. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene. The security booth was unattended, the entryway rendered meaningless. The lobby was packed with people, a cacophony of shouts, cries, police announcements, whistles, and rain amalgamating into an indescribable tumult. Find a place to stay. A hotel, an inn, or at the very least, a large mall to shelter for a few days. There is no point in causing a ruckus here. Those without funds should seek the bank. Do we have money here? Can I send you money? I have none myself. The officer barked. For those reporting incidents. The forms are over there. Fill them out yourselves, including your address and phone number. We will notify you as we can. There is a shortage of police personnel. I cannot repeat this endlessly. As for the bodies, handle them yourselves. Take them to the hospital. If you have time to be here, you'd be better off waiting in line at the bank. Do not impede my duties. I have said it repeatedly. Everyone must stay at home. Do not venture outside. Wei Yoqi grimaced, feeling the sting. So do we fill it out ourselves? Liang Shu Yu had anticipated such a scenario. It seems we must, he replied. As they approached the crowd, Liang Shu Yu suddenly halted, noting the many individuals coughing. Let us put on masks. Aside from him, no one else had bothered to wear one. However, Liang Wenjing had only prepared 3 masks for him. Yu Shifeng declared, I am well. I can manage without one. Liang Shu Yu countered, then Uncle Yu, please wait for us outside. The current environment is conducive to bacterial growth. It is wiser to err on the side of caution. Very well, Yu Shifeng conceded, recognizing the validity in Liang Shu Yu's words. On this damp, rainy day, prolonged inactivity could indeed weaken one's resistance. Although he considered himself robust, he understood that illness could still strike. After completing the necessary documentation, Liang Shu Yu and his companions managed only a few words with the attending officers before departing. The chaos was overwhelming. The officer, hoarse from shouting into the megaphone, was nearly driven to madness by the incessant demands for money and cries for help. In the expansive police station, only 2 officers remained, while the rest had been dispatched for rescue operations amidst the flooding. In this prolonged storm, while others found solace in their homes, sleeping or playing cards, these officers fought on the front lines of life and death. While men in other households sought to safeguard their families, these officers had left their wives and children behind to battle for the well-being of others. Upon leaving the police station, Liang Shu Yu and his companions intended to explore a nearby large mall, hoping to procure some essentials. After a venture that had ruined a set of clothing, they felt the need to make the most of their resources. Outside the bank, long lines persisted, and nearly all the nearby street-side shops had shuttered their doors. The pharmacies remained open, though with restrictions on the purchase of medications. Common cold remedies had long been sold out, and other related medications were dispensed by the piece or package. Do you have any wound healing products? After the events of yesterday, Liang Shu Yu realized that his home lacked any such supplies, a previous oversight. The pharmacy was staffed by 5 or 6 individuals, presumably a family, standing guard at the counter, likely wary of potential theft. Jishui Ganpian, 2 yuan per piece. Sold by the piece? Wei Pengzi queried, examining the instructions. This medication promoted wound healing and was suitable for treating injuries, surgical wounds, and burns. The standard dosage was 2 pieces, 3 times a day, and a complete course required 30 pieces at a minimum. Isn't there a supply truck that came in yesterday? Has the traffic not yet cleared? Wei Youqi inquired. The pharmacy attendant responded, only certain areas within the city have been cleared. The highways are still severely congested. We cannot leave, nor can anyone else come in. And what of the outside? All coastal provinces are experiencing power outages. Other regions are struggling to meet their own supply needs, let alone spare any for us. Another attendant added. Liang Shu Yu contemplated purchasing a bottle. However, he concealed his reactions, as the prices were exorbitant. What options do you have for wound care? The seller glanced at Wei Youqi's injury and suggested, this one, Jinkuoling powder, but it can only be sold by the bottle, and we only have the 12G size left. Priced at 300. Liang Shu Yu was inclined to acquire this as well. While Yu Shifeng had a basic first aid kit, it was only suitable for minor injuries. Having both items would provide some assurance in the event of a more severe injury. Yet, he could not allow the pharmacy staff to perceive him as affluent. I would like this one. Uncle, shall we discuss? Liang Shu Yu posed the question in a seemingly collaborative tone to Wei Pengzi and Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng, still oblivious to Liang Shu Yu's intentions, was unaware that he was the wealthiest among their group. Wei Pengzi, however, quickly caught on and responded, I have a little to spare. Let us share the cost. As they spoke, Liang Shu Yu drew them outside the pharmacy, forming a discreet circle. He pretended to seek a loan from them, while actually retrieving 500 yuan from his backpack, consisting of 200 yuan bills, 350 yuan bills, and a mix of 10, 20, and even 1 yuan notes, crumpled from being exchanged previously. That will not suffice. Do you understand how crucial these medications are at this moment? Liang Shu Yu feigned distress. This is all the money we can muster. The attendant hesitated, casting a glance at a man by the cash register. Very well. But these items will only become more expensive as time goes on. You will not find them at a lower price later. Thank you. With payment in hand, Liang Shu Yu accepted the medication, and the 4 of them exited the pharmacy. Someone is watching us. We must hurry, Yu Shifeng urged, gently nudging them forward. Wei Youqi gasped. How many people? Surprised that even a simple purchase of medicine attracted attention, he wondered if they had been shadowed all along. At least 3 men, Yu Shifeng replied. The 4 individuals hurried along their path, initially planning to visit other pharmacies and stores for supplies. However, their priorities shifted to evading those who were tailing them. After crossing several streets and taking a shortcut through an alley to shake off their pursuers, they quickened their pace. After running a few more blocks, Yu Shifeng confirmed that they were no longer being followed, prompting them to stop at the roadside to catch their breath, all panting heavily. The external situation had become perilously dire, which caused Wei Fatty to furrow his brows. Liang Shu Yu remarked, it seems we must exercise greater caution when shopping in the future. With the police station in such chaos, a complete lack of government oversight may not be far off. It took Yu Shifeng a moment to grasp the implication of lack of government oversight, and once he did, his face paled. In such a scenario, stores, banks, and pharmacies would likely close their doors. Indeed, Liang Shu Yu affirmed, especially shopping malls and banks. Wei Youqi pondered aloud, considering the provinces affected by the power outages. Is our city perhaps the furthest from rescue efforts? The neighboring regions of Deep Blue City, G Province, F Province, and the areas of Jiangxi and Huguis were also disaster-stricken. Given the incessant rain that had plagued Deep Blue City for over 20 days, the challenges of rescue operations would inevitably be greatest here. If the weather were clear, the power outage wouldn't be so unbearable, Liang Shu Yu replied, but then doused their hopes with cold reality. Moreover, if the relevant authorities wish to assist us, is there only one route available? Since the blackout began, have you seen any aircraft? No, Wei Youqi responded, taken aback. It's quite puzzling, Liang Shu Yu continued. Could it be that the typhoon's intensity has damaged satellite signals, resulting in no aircraft being dispatched for rescue? Wei Fatty speculated. That is indeed a possibility. So I cannot fully endorse that theory. In any case, we must prepare for a longer-term situation, Liang Shu Yu concluded. Nodding in agreement, Yu Shifeng suggested. Then let us stockpile more supplies. It's better to be prepared. He added, Old Wei, please ensure your convenience store remains vigilant. After deliberation, the four set off in search of nearby malls and pharmacies that were still open. They discovered a large mall a few kilometers away, though the shelves were mostly bare. Liang Shu Yu managed to pick up a few items. With limited funds, Yu Shifeng and Wei Fatty could only afford minor purchases, opting for whatever was available. Liang Shu Yu, whose household did not lack staples, focused on selecting vegetables, spices, and various small items to fill his backpack. Upon leaving the store, they ventured further afield, hoping to find a pharmacy Yu Shifeng had previously noticed while driving, which might still be operational. To reach it, they needed to cross a small bridge, where the wind and rain raged fiercely, cascading water like a waterfall that completely obscured the stone steps, transforming the bridge into an artificial waterfall, unrecognizable from its original form. Let's take a detour. This bridge is too perilous, Yu Shifeng determined. As they navigated around, they found that beneath the bridge flowed a turbulent river. The alternate route was not short. Upon reaching a traversable road, they discovered that the downstream area was entirely submerged. The swift current posed a significant threat. Anyone attempting to swim would likely be swept away by the torrent. Yet, glancing across, they noticed at least 7 or 8 rooftops with people stranded, many with their families, including infants still in swaddling. Some houses bore 2 or 3 families, and many lacked umbrellas, shielding themselves with buckets and bags, their duration in the rain a mystery. Thankfully, 4 or 5 uniformed rescuers were attempting to assist them, though their single inflatable boat made the operation exceedingly dangerous in such rapid waters. I'll go help, Yu Shifeng declared, shedding his backpack and tossing it to Wei Fatty before dashing forward. Liang Shu Yu swiftly grasped his arm, exclaiming, It's too dangerous. With unwavering resolve, Yu Shifeng replied, I was the city swimming champion. You need not worry. He continued, with this downpour, every additional hour these individuals are trapped diminishes their chances of survival. I cannot turn a blind eye. You're being selfish, just like that girl in my family, Wei Fatty thought, but refrained from voicing his words. I've made my decision. Yu Shifeng insisted, recalling, if you were in danger, I would do the same. I regret not being able to help you yesterday, but today, I refuse to stand idly by. Old Yu, what are you thinking? This situation isn't a time for heroics. If you succeed, no one will commend you. And if you fail, no one will recover your body, Wei Fatty cautioned. I thought you would support me, Yu Shifeng countered. Wei Fatty shook his head. I have children and a family. I cannot risk them. We are not young anymore, and the burdens we carry are heavy. I understand your concerns, but please cease your admonishments. If I do nothing, I betray my conscience. As he spoke, Yu Shifeng charged forward, leaving Wei Fatty behind, who could only watch his retreating figure with a bitter smile. While Yu Shifeng engaged in rescue efforts, Liang Shu Yu and Wei Yoqi sought shelter from the rain nearby, patiently awaiting his return. Chapter 38. Classmate Wei Fatty observed intently as Yu Shifeng removed his shoes and plunged into the raging waters, successfully rescuing a family of 3 from the nearest rooftop. The presence of someone actively participating in the rescue invigorated the uniformed rescuers, who began to work more diligently alongside Yu Shifeng to save the remaining individuals. The water must have surged down overnight. Otherwise, so many people would not have become trapped. Was it possible that a dam upstream had malfunctioned? Liang Shu Yu, unfamiliar with the city's waterways, retrieved a cigarette from his backpack and lit it. Wei Fatty gasped in shock. What are you doing? You're too young to smoke. Put that away. But Liang Shu Yu paid him no heed. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Fatty decided to let it go. He realized he had no authority to dictate Liang Shu Yu's actions. Besides, it was clear that the boy had been under immense pressure the previous night. Sighing deeply, Wei Fatty wrestled with his thoughts. If only he hadn't been so ineffectual. Liang Shu Yu wouldn't have had to shoulder such responsibility. The child must have been terrified. Though he outwardly remained composed, the experience likely left him with lasting emotional scars. The more he reflected, the heavier Wei Fatty felt with guilt. Once power was restored, he resolved to take Liang Shu Yu to see a psychologist, concerned that the boy might bear this burden alone, developing psychological issues as a result. Thus, Wei Fatty felt somewhat relieved by this plan. Both children were affected by the circumstances. When will this damned solar storm and incessant rain finally cease? He seethed with frustration, glancing at the forlorn figures stranded on rooftops. including a child shivering in its parents' embrace. They had committed no offenses. Why should they endure such suffering? Even if these individuals were rescued, they would be left homeless. Where would they go? How could the economic and emotional losses inflicted by this disaster ever be compensated? Liang Shu Yu had warned him several times against opening his store, but he had dismissed those concerns. He had thought Liang Shu Yu was being overly dramatic, but now, it was this young boy who had stepped up, fulfilling the responsibilities of an adult. The weight of morality and conscience bore heavily upon Wei Fatty, and as he came to this realization, he suddenly retrieved 2 ropes from his backpack, securely binding them together. He rushed to the water's edge and called out to the weary Yu Shifeng, "Old Yu, tie the rope around them. I'll pull from this side. Make sure to secure it tightly. The rope is slippery." Yu Shifeng, buoyed by the prospect of assistance, smiled brightly as he replied, "All right." Under the eaves, Liang Shu Yu had finished his first cigarette and lit a second one. "Give me one too," Wei Yoqi suddenly said. "What does a little brat know about smoking?" Wei Yoqi replied, "After saving everyone, it's already the dead of night." The rescue team, including Yu Shifeng, Wei Fatty, and Wei Yoqi, were all exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Wei Yoqi had gone to assist with the ropes later, while Liang Shu Yu remained seated, unmoved. "Thank you all. Without you, we would have surely drowned today," the leader of the rescue team remarked. They were from the nearby fire brigade, who had been combating floods since the power outage. With no orders from superiors, working in groups, they responded wherever help was needed. Today, they had just finished dealing with a gas explosion when they discovered this area was submerged, and people on the roof had been trapped for over 24 hours. So they plunged back into the intense rescue efforts without even resting. "What are we going to do? Our house is gone. Where will we live now?" A few firefighters were conversing with Yu Shifeng, while some of the rescued individuals lingered nearby. Those with relatives might have left, leaving behind those with nowhere to go. The frightened individuals displayed unstable emotions, their faces etched with resentment. "This rain has been falling for over 20 days. When will it stop? If this continues, the entire city will be submerged." The firefighter retorted, "How should I know? I'm not the meteorological bureau." Clearly, he was seasoned. Saving lives was his job. But comforting the spirits of the disaster-stricken was beyond his jurisdiction. After witnessing so much in the past few days while battling the floods, he had neither the inclination nor the time to engage with those filled with grievances. He accepted their thanks, but turned a blind eye to their complaints. "What kind of tone is that? Is this how you police serve the people?" A bespectacled man exclaimed angrily. This individual fell silent, snorting in disdain, turning away. The firefighter also snorted, continuing to rest beneath the eaves, utterly spent, his body too weak to rise. The only breath he had left had been exhausted in responding to the man's ire. Gradually, those who had been rescued began to disperse. They were not newly emerged from caves and were well aware of the external conditions. Finding no benefit from the firefighters, they left, albeit reluctantly. "Liang Shu Yu?" A female voice tentatively called out. Someone recognized Liang Shu Yu? Wei Yoqi looked over in surprise. "Xiaowen, our middle school classmate. What a coincidence." Wei Yoqi glanced at Liang Shu Yu. Liang Shu Yu, with a nearly burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips, slowly glanced at the drenched girl and her mother, remaining silent. "Wei Yoqi, it's really you," Xiaowen exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, perhaps overwhelmed by the accident and suddenly encountering a familiar face. "Do you know each other?" her mother croaked. "Yes, we were classmates in middle school," they replied. Wei Yoqi raised an eyebrow at Liang Shu Yu, but Liang Shu Yu ignored him. What did being classmates in middle school matter? Liang Shu Yu was reluctant to become entangled in troublesome matters. The two women stood there, encountering someone they knew was merely a small interlude. Her mother, suppressing her grief, spoke again. "This firefighter, I wonder if you've seen a man in a blue jacket, around 45 years old, who is the father of my child. Yesterday, he was swept away while trying to save us." Her voice was filled with sorrow, each word laced with a sob, as if she had used every ounce of strength to utter a complete sentence. The firefighter lifted his gaze, but saw nothing. Chapter 39. Woeful had I known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have asked. If the child's father were alive, how could he leave his wife and child to endure the rain alone? Upon hearing this dreadful news, the two women could no longer contain themselves and broke down in tears. Life is unpredictable, and disaster does not discriminate. When it befalls someone, they must bear it. Those who recognize the reality must either confront it head-on or resign themselves to suffering. Those who are listless will inevitably learn a harsh lesson. Therefore, One must be attuned to the times. Those who fail to do so often meet swift ends. Their cries were deeply moving, resonating with all who heard. And even the firefighter's brow furrowed deeper with each wail. Wei Fatty wiped away tears, and even Wei Yochi found himself crying. After all, they were acquaintances. And such familiarity carried more emotional weight than with complete strangers. Do you have somewhere to go? Wei Yochi inquired. The mother and daughter shook their heads. We're not locals. We have no relatives here. Wei Yochi clicked his tongue in frustration. With nowhere to go, he felt helpless. Why even ask, then? Only to bring them further sorrow? For the first time, Wei Yochi felt he was talking too much. Let us go. Liang Shu Yu suddenly stood up, stating they had been out for too long, and their families would worry. Wei Yochi hesitated. Was he just going to leave? Liang Shu Yu looked at him. What? Do you really want to see them through to the end? Wei Yochi lowered his eyes in resignation, glancing at the hopeful mother and daughter. Were they really going to watch them remain homeless? Wei Fatty stepped forward to pull him away. We can't help. Let us go. Although they had enough provisions, they could not support two strangers, especially not two homeless ones. Wei Yochi understood, yet his conscience was uneasy. Liang Shu Yu strode ahead, followed by Wei Fatty pulling Wei Yochi along, while Yu Shifeng sighed heavily. He could do nothing to assist, as his family's supplies could only sustain two people. The four departed. Liang Shu Yu and Xie Wen gazed at the figure they had secretly observed many times, wishing to see just a little more. The firefighter, unable to bear it, cursed himself. Damn it. He glanced at his remaining companions, one of whom faltered under his gaze. Boss, not again. I'm out. I'll trade with you, the firefighter said. The other person grimaced and pulled out a small amount of money wrapped tightly in a garbage bag, layer by layer, producing 30 yuan, no more than that. He barely had 50 yuan left. The firefighter took it, holding it in his palm, while the others stood with him. They approached quickly, and the firefighter shoved the money into Xie Wen's mother's hand, leaving her little chance to refuse before swiftly departing. It's enough for a meal. He left her with that remark. The night was eerily quiet, like a gaping maw of darkness, swallowing people whole and merging them into the abyss. Liang Shu Yu navigated through the staggered buildings, the heavy rain drenching him, seemingly unable to displace his lean frame. Observing his calm demeanor, Wei Yochi sighed and caught up. He turned to examine Liang Shu Yu's expression. This guy seemed to be deliberately trying to appear cool, wearing an expression he had envied in childhood, one that spoke of worldly experience and exuded masculinity. Hey, there's no need to act so cool, Wei Yochi said, slightly irritated. Liang Shu Yu, lost in thought about the supplies his home lacked, didn't he respond? He finally murmured. Forget it. Wei Yochi resignedly draped his arm over Liang Shu Yu's shoulder. I understand you. Liang Shu Yu wasn't heartless. He was simply too sentimental. However, this guy only showed his affection to those within his protective circle. So it was regarding what had just happened with Xie Wen. Liang Shu Yu smiled slightly, indifferent. He didn't need anyone's understanding. He only needed to uphold his principles, striving to remain uncompromising. Not even Aunt Xiaoping, nor someone as composed as Yu Min, could hide their anxiety, fearing that the group might encounter unforeseen dangers outside. Liang Ying's greatest concern was whether Liang Shu Yu's actions would lead to a negative classification, causing him to be detained at the police station. The situation had arisen unexpectedly, and she was unaware of the extent of the other people's miseries. Wei Pongzi, perspiring profusely, attempted to reassure her, recalling that saving lives had never been this challenging. Liang Shu Yu seemed to be faring better, but Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing were most troubled by his detention. Now that things had progressed this way, they felt a sense of relief. Indeed, even if they went out, they wouldn't know where to find him. Liang Wenjing clung to Liang Shu Yu's arm, burying her face in his shoulder, already in tears. She didn't quite understand why she was crying. It was merely a false alarm. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that it was a false alarm. After the power outage, she had grown increasingly sentimental, having previously hidden under the covers to weep in solitude. Today, however, she could no longer contain herself. Nevertheless, the one with the most troubled expression on sight was undoubtedly Yu Min. Her gaze seemed lethal, having possibly envisioned killing Yu Shifeng over 100 times since the incident began. Yu Shifeng felt a flush of embarrassment. The three families had nearly embraced in sorrowful weeping. Can you not be so willful? The term willful seemed somewhat misplaced on Yu Shifeng's seasoned visage, but he stood his ground, asserting, I cannot simply stand by while someone is in peril. Humph, Yu Min scoffed. Who do you think you are, a great sage? A savior? Just based on your word? Child, you shouldn't speak to your elder in such a manner, Yu Shifeng grumbled as he headed toward the restroom, bewildered by where this girl's temperament originated. Neither resembling him nor her mother. He paused, feeling stiff, pondering, what am I hiding from? Is it not permissible for me to use the restroom? But the restroom was already congested. Yu Shifeng's head throbbed. One must not behave as she did. If one has the ability, yet chooses an action, would that not incur a pang of conscience? Min, I have long instructed you on this. Yu Shifeng's remaining words lodged in his throat like an unyielding peppercorn, neither rising nor falling, an itch that could not be scratched. Moreover, last night, you clearly heard yet did not call for me. Are you not close with Liang Shu Yu's sister? Did you intend to merely watch him get harmed? Is this the bond you share with Liang Wenjing? Min, how can one behave in such a manner? Faced with a lack of counterarguments, Yu Shifeng resorted to revisiting past grievances. Yu Min's expression momentarily froze, indicating that his words had struck a chord. Chapter 40. The discussion. Yu Shifeng felt a flicker of comfort. If Liang Shu Yu were indeed injured, his sister would surely be heartbroken. How would you face her then? Min, sometimes we cannot afford to be overly individualistic, between friends, or even mere acquaintances. Acts of valor cannot be evaded, especially when I possess the capability to act. Why should I refrain? Just as he believed he had swayed her. Yu Min unexpectedly raised her eyelids. If you are so capable, how did your wife end up with someone else? On October 17th, a procurement list was compiled. 100 tablets of snow fungus extract for trauma, burns, surgery, etc. 12 g of Jin Xuan Ling powder for external wounds, burns, etc. 1 bag of Jin Hua Qin Gan granules for dispelling wind, clearing lungs, detoxifying for simple influenza. 8 boxes of crispy potato chips, 16 small bags of rainbow candy, 9 bags of Alps QQ candy, 37 Alpine lollipops, 13 boxes of Guoladeo hard candy, 4 rocket candies from Cartoon Kingdom, various bulk jellies, various bulk candies, 1 bag of Golden Sister ginger candy, 3 boxes of curry powder, 5 boxes of white jelly powder, 6 bags of seaweed, 3 bags of cotton candy, 7 large bags of spicy strips in assorted flavors, 15 small bags of dried tofu in assorted flavors, 3 boxes of licorice olives, 5 boxes of 9-style preserved plums, 2 boxes of premium preserved plums, 6 boxes of pomelo candies, 6 boxes of dried tangerine peel candies, 5 boxes of hawthorn, 3 boxes of mustard, 2 boxes of 13 spices, 2 boxes of concentrated soup treasure, 3 boxes of white pepper, 2 boxes of cumin powder, 6 bags of wet wipes, 60 sheets. The next day, a torrential downpour marked the 25th day of power outage. Liang Shu Yu and his companions visited the store yesterday, and nearly 80 of the visibly large items, such as milk, bottled water, bread, biscuits, instant noodles, and rice, had been sold out. Although some items remained, Liang Shu Yu did not take the larger ones, opting instead for smaller items to stockpile regardless of their utility. His greatest gain from this outing, apart from 2 bottles of external medicine, was the bag of ginger candy he stumbled upon in a corner. The ginger's content was uncertain, yet chewing on 2 pieces daily might provide some warmth. The rest were mere snacks for Liang Wenjing. Are all these for me? I'll put them in your room. Feel free to enjoy. Wow. Would that not be too extravagant? Liang Wenjing exclaimed, having not indulged in snacks for quite some time. Even the family's bread was consumed sparingly. She dared not drink coffee casually, only indulging in half a stick when the craving became unbearable. Many families likely could not even access a warm sip of water now. And here she was, with so many treats to enjoy. Liang Wenjing was perplexed. Liang Shu Yu replied, the situation outside is growing increasingly dire. The public security system is overloaded, and the purchasing power of bank currency is dwindling. The markets, lacking supply channels, will inevitably collapse. Once the markets and banks can no longer sustain themselves, societal order will disintegrate entirely. Will there be looting of the markets? Certainly, Liang Shu Yu asserted. Looting has already begun, albeit on a minor scale. As soon as the markets are nearly emptied, the crowd will lose control. At that point, the currency system will also collapse, hence we must spend our money in advance. Oh, Liang Wenjing realized this point. Right, if everyone begins to loot, money will become worthless. Indeed, only now do you comprehend, Liang Shu Yu teased, poking her forehead. Liang Wenjing shielded her head. I don't often venture outside. How would I know? So, how much do we have left? Over 14,000, Liang Shu Yu answered, separating the cash into 2 stacks. Your EDC from yesterday proved quite useful. I used up the mask. Please prepare another. Okay, no problem. I'll let you know when I need it. Liang Wenjing went to fetch the masks, this time placing 4 inside, each individually sealed in plastic wrap. Should we divide some Jin Chuanling powder in case of injury? Is it easy to pack? After all, it's a powder. There's always a way to pack it, Liang Shu Yu assured. Having organized their items, Liang Shu Yu descended to converse with Wei Pongzi and Yu Shifeng. The conversation's content had been meticulously contemplated the previous night. The group convened in the living room of Yu Shifeng's home, which included Liang Ying, Liang Wenjing, Wei Youqi, Yu Min, and Aunt Xiaoping. As I mentioned earlier, once the system collapses, currency becomes worthless. This money will become obsolete if not spent. Yu Shifeng inhaled deeply. This is unacceptable. After all, this money belongs to your family. How can we take it without reason? Liang Shu Yu replied, it is not without reason. Surely, after the recent burglary incident, you understand that numbers confer power. The more people we have, the safer we are. Unity breeds strength. Had the assailants not had 7 individuals, even with 2 or 3, we would not have initially feigned cowardice. Thus, when our numbers grow, it can psychologically intimidate the adversary. Criminals will always seek out the weaker targets first. Moreover, Uncle Wei's household possesses a considerable stock of rice and bottled water, items that are no longer available outside. In times of necessity, we can engage in internal exchanges. These are valuable resources. Although your household may not have much, your martial skills can protect us and teach us defensive techniques. These are all invaluable resources. While my money may seem plentiful, its purchasing power has drastically diminished. It cannot buy much now. If you are willing, our 3 families can each contribute to collectively weather this calamity. The banks and shopping malls will inevitably collapse, leading to a societal disorder far more chaotic than it is now. Our collaboration will ensure greater safety. However, I have certain prerequisites. My actions are solely aimed at safeguarding my family and myself, and I hope you share this sentiment. Every decision should stem from the desire to protect one's own life and that of loved ones. I am a selfish individual, and under such circumstances, I would never risk my life to save unrelated individuals, and I trust you can understand this. Upon hearing these words, Yu Shifeng's gaze flickered momentarily. You rascal. I was just about to commend your generosity. Helping others is my own affair. Regardless of the circumstances, it will never jeopardize your safety. Rest assured on that front. Liang Shu Yu remarked, if Uncle Yu is willing to join me, your life will no longer be solely your own. If Uncle Yu is unwilling to join me, your life can only belong to you with Aunt Yu's consent. Yu Shifeng felt a headache coming on. This boy sounded just like his daughter. Yu Min's eyes drifted towards him, seemingly enjoying his discomfort. Doesn't it feel unpleasant to be lectured by the younger generation? Altruism should have its limits and be exercised at the appropriate time. Chapter 41. Cooperation indeed, old Yu. Yesterday's situation was perilously dangerous. Although you can protect yourself, you must refrain from such reckless actions in the future. The crowd chimed in, and soon Yu Shifeng's face was flushed with embarrassment. All right, I understand. I won't be so headstrong again. He hung his head, having been chastised by Yu Min all night, and now facing the collective reproach of his neighbors, including Liang Shu Yu, a mere child. His dignity had been thoroughly diminished. Alas, he had come to terms with it. Acts of bravery should be reserved for times of peace. Both Min and Liang Shu Yu were correct. In such circumstances, any injury sustained from heroism would not earn him accolades from reporters or the police, nor would it ensure a swift trip to the hospital. If he were to get hurt, he would have to bear it alone, dragging his friends and family into the fray. No more of this reckless behavior before the power returns. Since Uncle Yu has come to a realization, I wonder if you two would be willing to join me, so that our families can weather this storm together. Yu Shifeng said, that sounds good. However, my family supplies are quite limited. Unlike Old Wei's abundant provisions, I have little to offer. Being skilled in martial arts is also a valuable resource, Wei Youqi interjected. Uncle Yu, you practice martial arts. For me and old Liang, learning it would help us protect ourselves and our families. For my parents, even a little would enhance their health. Given the current weather, wellness is paramount. Very well, I shall serve as your bodyguard. Liang Shu Yu then asked Wei Fatty. What about Uncle Wei's family? My family. Well, even if you don't mention it, I'm aligned with you, Wei Fatty chuckled. Good, Liang Shu Yu nodded. It is my honor to stand with you. In truth, I have little more than this cash to offer. With the current purchasing power, this money may not buy much. so you might find yourselves at a disadvantage. Don't say that, Yu Shifeng said, patting Liang Shu Yu on the shoulder. With your intellect, we will have plenty of opportunities to rely on you moving forward. Yu Shifeng's words were sincere, and as an elder, he felt no need to flatter a younger person. He spoke directly, revealing his thoughts without pretense. Having spent time with Liang Shu Yu, he found him calm, rational, and insightful, always preparing for the future while distinguishing between priorities. When the convenience store was robbed, Liang Shu Yu single-handedly turned the tide, not only managing to retaliate against one assailant, but also intimidating the others into fleeing. Yu Shifeng regarded the killing as an accident, likely a reflexive act of self-defense on Liang Shu Yu's part. Therefore, he did not hold it against him. After all, those who came to rob should be prepared for such consequences. Yet, two qualities about Liang Shu Yu truly impressed him: his ability to remain composed in various situations and his foresight in organizing outings for supplies. Another instance was yesterday when even Wei Youqi ended up helping to pull the rope, while Liang Shu Yu remained seated. That was what Yu Shifeng admired most. This young man adhered to his principles to an astonishing degree, remaining unfazed by external influences, qualities one would not expect from someone of his age. Thus, when Yu Shifeng expressed his reliance on Liang Shu Yu, it was genuine. His greatest flaw was his susceptibility to emotional sway. He needed someone like Liang Shu Yu, calm and principled, to occasionally guide him. Wei Fadi concurred with Yu Shifeng's sentiments. The events at the convenience store were still vivid in his memory, even after having lived through it once. He could not guarantee he would respond as effectively as Liang Shu Yu had in a similar situation. You are more than enough as you are, Wei Fadi remarked. Liang Wenjing chuckled. Then let those with wealth contribute money, and those with strength lend their might. United in purpose, our safety will be assured. Indeed, Wei Youqi agreed. Have you confirmed that the power outage will last over 2 months? Yu Min inquired. Liang Shu Yu replied, it is uncertain. However, there are many peculiarities. Thus, we should prepare for the long term. Even if the power returns and proves our concerns unfounded, we will not suffer losses. Yu Min nodded. Aunt Xiaoping hesitated, saying, I understand the outside situation is dire, but must we take this so seriously? Though she did not oppose Liang Shu Yu's caution, having experienced the previous incident, she recognized its gravity. Yet, sometimes, ingrained thought patterns can hinder swift mental adaptation, especially for homemakers who have not encountered much hardship. Deep down, they yearn for life to remain unchanged, making it difficult to accept that it could suddenly veer onto a different path. Liang Ying gently patted her hand. Even if the power returns in 2 months, it would only cost us a few thousand yuan. However, if it does not return, our preparations today could save our lives. Yes, Aunt Xiaoping nodded, conceding. Additionally, keep this list when we go out. We must carry enough supplies for at least 3 days of food and water to avoid being stranded in danger. After Liang Shu Yu finished speaking, Liang Wenjing presented 2 copies of the list to Yu Shifeng and Wei Fadi. This is a good idea. It's rare that you think so thoroughly. Yu Shifeng remarked as he glanced over the items on the list, feeling admiration for Liang Shu Yu once more. Yu Min also reviewed the list, saying, I have plenty of hand warmers at home. You might find them useful when out. That's great, Liang Wenjing exclaimed. Wei Fadi added, however, I don't have many medical supplies stored. Previously, he had shopped with Liang Shu Yu and others, unaware of the severity of the situation. So he had only stored a small amount of cold medicine, lacking the headache and antibiotic medications listed. This list not only included daily essentials, but also basic medical supplies that Liang Wenjing had compiled based on her household inventory. I suggest that each family create a list of their abundant supplies. We can compare these lists and focus our shopping on what each family lacks, Yu Min proposed. Agreed. Liang Shu Yu concurred. Regarding food, although Liang Shu Yu's family had a sufficient supply, it was only enough to last them just over 2 months. Their home had many ingredients suitable for cooking, tantalizing Wei Fadi. Wei Fadi's family had the largest stockpile, with several bags of rice in both 20 and 50-pound sizes, enough to feed all 3 families for nearly a year. Chapter 42. Organization Yu Shifeng's food supply would last just under 2 months for his 2-person household. But with Wei Fadi's reserves, the 3 families need not worry about staples. Assuming further procurement is necessary, acquiring a few items suitable for culinary purposes would suffice. Wei's family possesses a substantial stockpile of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, various seasonings, and the like. Regrettably, snacks and canned goods have nearly been depleted, leaving them with fewer supplies than Liang Shu Yu. As for their water source, Wei's household is well endowed with mineral water, beverages, and milk, not accounting for what was pilfered by Zhao and others. These resources would sustain them for half a year. Both Yu Shifeng and Liang Shu Yu's families have large water tanks, although the water within has also been largely consumed. The distinction lies in that Liang Shu Yu's family has begun utilizing rainwater, while Yu Shifeng's family has commenced using water from the storage tank. Regarding the allocation of cooking responsibilities, they do not intend to directly share their resources, but rather contribute a portion from each household. After consumption, they will replenish collectively, thereby minimizing potential conflicts. Currently, Liang Shu Yu's family is providing funds, allowing them the opportunity to purchase items that are scarce in their own households. Consequently, Wei's family is supplying rice, ensuring 2 months' worth of staple food. Yu Shifeng's family is contributing water and gas, while the vegetables are brought by themselves, with cooking primarily overseen by Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping. Henceforth, meals will be prepared at Yu Shifeng's residence. In terms of fuel, Liang Shu Yu's family possesses 2.5 canisters of gas, Wei's family has 1.5, and Yu Shifeng's family has 2.5, totaling 4.5 canisters. Their fuel reserves are alarmingly low. Even when pooled together, they would last merely 3 to 4 months. More fuel is indeed required. Concerning medical supplies, Liang Shu Yu's family boasts the most comprehensive assortment, encompassing various antibiotics, stomach medications, wound care supplies, headache remedies, cold medicines, vitamins, and more. Yu Shifeng's family had previously stored a considerable amount of wound care supplies and trauma medications. However, after borrowing 500 yuan from Liang Shu Yu, he solely purchased a few cold medicines, using the remainder for food, leaving his household with minimal medicinal reserves apart from the trauma medications. Wei's family possesses only the basic cold medications, antipyretics, stomach remedies, and Wei's own hypertension medication, resulting in even fewer medical supplies. Thus, they primarily focus on cold medications, antibiotics, stomach remedies, and antidiarrheal medicines, purchasing them as they encounter opportunities. Apart from Yumin having half a bottle of vitamin C, Liang Shu Yu's family is the sole household with vitamin reserves, possessing a substantial stock of 500 tablets, which they distributed 100 tablets each to Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi's households. In an environment lacking fruits and vegetables, prolonged vitamin deficiency could adversely affect mood, skin health, and lead to other cascading effects. Thus, those with the means should naturally supplement their intake. Regarding consumables, Wei's family has a plentiful supply of soap, sanitary napkins, tissues, disposable utensils, plastic cups, cling film, garbage bags, body wash, and a plethora of other daily necessities. Therefore, they are adequately stocked in this regard. Liang Shu Yu previously purchased 500 pairs of disposable underwear, and during that time, Yu Shifeng and Wei also acquired some, ensuring they are well equipped in terms of hygiene. However, the other two families have limited supplies of female hygiene products, a topic that women tend to discuss privately, and thus Liang Shu Yu refrained from bringing it to the forefront. Additionally, they possess disinfectants capable of filtering rainwater. Wei's family also has disinfectant supplies, though not 84 disinfectant, it should still prove useful. In terms of mental sustenance, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, Wei's family has a considerable stock of both cigarettes and alcohol. The cigarette reserve amounts to approximately 10 cartons, while the alcohol includes various brands of white spirits, potent liquors, and some ordinary red wines, along with a few cans of beer. Liang Shu Yu's family has dozens of coffee packs. However, they lack in tea supplies, with the combined total from all three families falling short of 1 pound. Thus, their most pressing needs are cooking fuel, followed by medical supplies, while water sources and staple foods are abundantly available. Beyond gas, they have the option to purchase solid alcohol, butane, and other alternatives. Wei knows the location of the largest wholesale market nearby, leading them to decide to venture there to seek suitable fuel. Originally, there was a wholesale market below 27 Lane, yet it has been inundated due to the prolonged rainfall. This area also housed 2 stores specializing in canned gas, which Liang Shu Yu and the others had previously visited, but their whereabouts remain unknown. Comparatively, the market's elevation was not particularly low relative to other parts of the city. The incessant rain is to blame. Wei, however, refers to another wholesale market, approximately an hour and a half's drive away, the largest in Deep Blue City. They resolved to try their luck there. I suddenly have an idea, Wei Youqi remarked. While the gas-selling shops are submerged, a canister of gas must be quite heavy, right? Even if transported by tricycle. It would be challenging to remove a large quantity in a short time. Might there still be gas down there? Moreover, the submerged area combines both a vegetable and a wholesale market. Undoubtedly, many individuals could not evacuate everything in time, so there must still be plenty left beneath the water. Wei Youqi's words sparked a reminder for Liang Shu Yu and the others. Given that the wholesale market Wei mentioned is an hour and a half away by car, traversing on foot in stormy weather, compounded by flooded roads, means they may need to take lengthy detours, potentially taking half a day or more. If the submerged wholesale market still harbors resources, could they not simply dive down? On October 18th, the scavenging list included 2 canisters of gas. On October 19th, the list expanded to 3 canisters of gas and 2 barrels of water. On October 18th, they found 2 pairs of swimming goggles at Wei Youqi's home and donned simple clothing as they approached the inundated vegetable market. Originally over 800 meters from Liang Shu Yu's home, rising water levels have now reduced the distance to just over 500 meters. The buildings here do not exceed 5 stories, with the market itself, a mere roof structure, having long been submerged without a trace. From a distance, all that remains is a murky expanse of yellow water, gently rippling, littered with debris and refuse, revealing only the tops of buildings above water, devoid of any signs of life. Chapter 43. Diving unlike the circumstances of their previous rescue. Although submerged here, the water appears considerably calmer. Nevertheless, even with this relative tranquility, the dangers of diving in such conditions are unequivocal. This water is utterly opaque even with goggles. It is far too perilous, Liang Shu Yu assessed. Yu Shifeng replied, I can give it a try? We must test the waters to know. Wei, being more cautious, remarked, there may be undercurrents below. Perhaps we should head to the larger wholesale market instead. Wei Youqi suggested. We could first locate the building that sells gas. Descending along its structure might mitigate the risks. However, the main obstacle is that it could be locked, necessitating a door breach. What type of door does their establishment have? Once, when they ran out of gas and the phone was unreachable, Liang Shu Yu had to call for gas at his shop. If memory serves, it was a rolling shutter door. A rolling shutter door is manageable, Yu Shifeng replied. A heavy iron door would be too cumbersome to handle underwater. Last time at the convenience store robbery, they confiscated an axe, which may come in handy now. Thus resolved, they tied themselves together with a rope, forming a chain of 4. Yu Shifeng led the way, while Wei Youqi brought up the rear. Liang Shu Yu and Wei, not being strong swimmers, particularly Wei, relied on Wei Youqi, who had participated in swimming training and diving years ago, far better off than Liang Shu Yu. They had a swimming ring from Wei Youqi's home, and the 4 of them gradually advanced while encircling the ring. Upon entering the water, they were met with a bone-chilling cold. The water is rife with debris and refuse, exhibiting a buoyancy slightly greater than that of a swimming pool. Although the refuse hampers their floating somewhat, there are houses on either side that remain partially above water. With the aid of swimming rings and the edges of these structures, they manage to traverse the area. The most precarious part is navigating the gaps between the houses, where the water flows with considerable ferocity and hidden currents lurk below. It is imperative for Yu Shifeng to swim ahead, securing a rope on the opposite side, enabling the others to barely make it across. The murky yellow water exudes a foul stench. Crossing this neighborhood necessitates traversing a road approximately 10 meters wide, beyond which lies a vegetable market, and behind that, a wholesale market, with the first floor of the 5th building selling gas. However, the market is now submerged beneath the floodwaters, and Liang Shu Yu and the others can only see a vast expanse of yellow water. They estimate the distance to reach the gas-selling building is at least 50 meters, with the current on the road being quite turbulent. Let the rope out longer. I'll swim across first, he instructs. They have 2 ropes in total. Yu Shifeng unties the one he had on him and secures the other, longer one to his belt. Donning his glasses, he plunges into the water with a splash. The current here is not excessively strong, and being an experienced swimmer, Yu Shifeng finds the conditions more favorable than his previous endeavors, where he had no goggles. This time, at least he has glasses that protect his nose and allow him to take a breath underwater. He propels himself upward at an angle, and upon reaching the destination, he finds his drift to be much less than expected, indicating that the water's force was not as impactful as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Liang Shu Yu secures the other end of the rope to a safety net, and the remaining 3 grasp the swimming rings and swim toward the opposite bank. Encountering no difficulties along the way, the 5th building they aim to reach is not far, and they arrive with little exertion. Next, the more adept swimmers. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi dive in to explore the conditions below. Follow my lead underwater. If you feel overwhelmed, surface immediately. Do not push yourself, Yu cautions. Understood. Wei replies. They first perform several ear pressure equalizations at a depth of 1 to 2 meters, and, feeling acclimated to the underwater environment, they begin to descend along the building structure. The remaining rope is secured to both Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, with Liang Shu Yu and Wei Fatty each holding an end. If they need to pull the rope forcefully underwater, Liang Shu Yu must promptly reel it in. Before entering the water, they confirm their underwater signals and codes once more. Upon immersion, darkness envelopes them, rendering visibility non-existent. The pressure from all sides bears down on Wei Youqi, who can only rely on touch to navigate his surroundings. The first thing he encounters is the concrete wall of the building, and as he descends, he steps on a piece of metal, likely a rain shield for the security bars. Continuing downward, he indeed finds the protective railing. Sound is absent, replaced by an indescribable echo, and the darkness amplifies his fear and uncertainty, heightening his tactile sense. He feels the rough surface of the concrete wall again and steps on another piece of metal, slowly deducing that he has reached the first floor. However, his goggles do not cover his nose, making it impossible to breathe midway, and he begins to feel dizzy. The pressure in his ears and chest becomes unbearable, prompting him to abandon his efforts. He reaches out and taps Yu Shifeng on the shoulder, signaling his need to surface. Once out of the water, Wei Youqi exhales deeply, overwhelmed by the darkness. Is there anything amiss? Liang Shu Yu inquires. No, it appears quite clean around. Wei removes his goggles, wipes his face with the foul water, and shakes his head. This water reeks. After approximately a minute, Yu Shifeng surfaces as well. The roll-up door is closed. Secured with a lock, a crowbar would be ineffective. A steel pipe would serve best. They have a hatchet and a steel pipe. Remnants of the weaponry left by Xiao Zhao. The pipe is cylindrical, and Yu Shifeng uses the back of the hatchet to flatten it somewhat before diving down to pry the lock. This time, Yu descends alone, below the water. He first reaches the road and feels a stone, propping it against the outside of the door lock. He inserts the steel pipe near the lock, exerting all his strength to press down. After 3 or 4 attempts, he hears a sound from the lock. After another 4 or 5 presses, he senses the gap widening. Yet it remains insufficient to completely disengage the lock. He takes a breath underwater, but his goggles fog up, and he realizes he lacks enough air for another attempt. Deciding to stabilize the steel pipe, he lifts 1 foot and stomps down hard, but the force is less effective than using his hands. Changing hands, he applies pressure again, and with a sudden noise, he nearly loses balance, discovering the pipe has bent. Without further contemplation, Yu kicks off the surface and rises. How did it go? Wei Fatty asks. Yu removes his goggles and takes a breath. The pipe is bent. I'll try again. This time it should be more stable. He resurfaces and, with Wei Youqi, descends once more to pull open the door. Chapter 44. Bathing Wei Youqi cannot remain underwater for too long, so Yu Shifeng, relying on his experience, drags him swiftly to the roll-up door, where he indicates a spot for Wei Youqi. Yu then feels around, and together they heave the roll-up door upward. The door rises slightly, and Wei Youqi senses a minor surge of water rushing inward. However, he is well prepared and does not let the small force sweep him away. Yet, this is the limit of his strength. After pulling, he quickly signals to Yu Shifeng and descends. Breaking the surface, he coughs up a large mouthful of water. Below, the roll-up door has opened a gap of over 20 centimeters, and after taking a breath, Yu Shifeng finally creates an opening wide enough for a person to pass through. In between breaths, he dives back in, exploring the elongated space inside, which is cluttered with various items. He collides with objects multiple times, but after moving a piece of fabric, he finally locates a few stacked metal cans. Yu Shifeng first assesses their weight underwater. Unfortunately, he cannot discern whether they are empty or full. With no other option, he decides to pull them up first, tying one end of the rope to the cans. Yu clears the surrounding debris and surfaces. The 3 of them work in unison to hoist the gas canisters to the surface, confirming their fullness. Is the flow of water in the room strong? Liang Shu Yu inquires. Not particularly. I'll give it a try, he replies. But you haven't dived before. It's too dangerous. Better not. Wei Youqi interjects. There's always a first time. Hand me Uncle Yu's goggles. If I can't hold on, I'll pull the rope. You all just need to act quickly, Liang Shu Yu insists. Since he is resolute, the others no longer protest. Given the circumstances, acquiring an additional skill is indeed beneficial. Liang Shu Yu dons the goggles, securing one end of the rope to his person and tying the other to his wrist. Following Yu Shifeng's guidance, he acclimates to the underwater environment, performing several ear pressure equalizations before attempting to descend along the building. On his first attempt, he only reaches the second floor before feeling overwhelmed. The goggles allow for one breath, but lacking experience, he struggles to manage his breathing underwater, and the pressure forces him back up after only a couple of seconds. After a few more attempts, he finally makes it into the roll-up door. Recalling Yu Shifeng's directions and locating a gas canister, he unties the rope from his wrist and secures it to the gas canister. After dragging it out of the roll-up door, he kicks off the bottom and effortlessly surfaces. Wei Youqi's sudden inspiration leads them to acquire two of the most precious fuel canisters. On their way back, they cautiously avoid the scrutiny of the surrounding homes, transporting the canisters to Yu Shifeng's residence first. Is there really gas? Liang Wenjing inquires, her face alight with joy. And it's full. Indeed, it's mostly empty inside. These must be the items the shopkeeper hasn't had the chance to take away, Liang Shu Yu remarked. There are probably 5 or 6 cans left, Yu Shifeng added. The group exchanged glances, each face revealing joy. This was delightful news. That evening, at Yu Shifeng's home, they prepared a meal, which included fried pickled vegetables and ham, along with some salted eggs, resulting in a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, the outdoor crew, including Liang Shu Yu, needed to train and sweat to avoid catching a cold. Liang Wenjing practiced throwing darts in the living room, and Liang Shu Yu suggested, I'll ask my mother to prepare some hot water for you. You and Yumin should take a bath. There was an old wooden tub in Yu Shifeng's house, left by the previous owner and unused. They had found it in a room while checking for gas, and Liang Shu Yu had already washed it thoroughly. Wow, is this too extravagant? Wouldn't it waste gas? Can you even take a bath in this power and water outage? How blissful. Yumin's eyes sparkled with surprise. Of course. The water is already heated, so let's go. As the warm water enveloped them, dried rose petals bloomed, and soon the water turned a gentle yellow hue. The two of them, shedding their clothes, entered the tub, the rose petals drifting alongside their pale arms. To keep the water warmer for longer, Liang Ying had even prepared a raincoat to cover them. Liang Wenjing and Yu Min sat on opposite ends, their faces flushing from the steam as they savored the moment. Ah, this feels wonderful, Liang Wenjing exclaimed, closing her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Yu Min, too, wore a genuine smile. The most indulgent act since the power and water outage was to mix a small basin of hot water for a body wash, and to luxuriate in a bath felt surreal. Having a mother truly is a blessing, Yu Min reflected. Liang Wenjing paused. No, it should be my brother's doing. To be honest, my mom is a bit forgetful. Yu Min inquired, why do you say that? Let me tell you a secret. My mom doesn't wash clothes or dishes properly, and her cooking isn't great either. The only reason it tastes good now is that during the power outage, the best meals are made by my brother. He has been in charge of our meals since he was 10. Yu Min was somewhat surprised. What about you? Liang Wenjing coughed lightly. My cooking isn't great either. She added, but I think it's decent. I can eat what I make, even if they don't find it tasty. Perhaps I didn't inherit that gene? Yu Min couldn't help but laugh. My cooking isn't great either. Liang Wenjing laughed heartily. My brother may seem unreliable, but he can be quite attentive at times. Yu Min remarked, he seems alright. Really? That's because you've known him for too short a time. You haven't seen his true nature. Liang Wenjing began recounting her brother Liang Shu Yu's childhood mischiefs, painting him as a notorious little villain. He appeared charming now, but it was all a facade. For instance, when he would wet the bed as a child, terrified of being scolded by their mother, he would deliberately pour water on Liang Wenjing's bed, claiming that his sister had also wet the bed. But Liang Wenjing was already in middle school at the time. Such a lie was incredibly easy to debunk. Chapter 45. Little Rascal. The most infuriating thing was that he would hide the snack wrappers under Liang Wenjing's bed after finishing his treats, leading their mother to scold her each time. Yet she, too, secretly snacked, so she could never be sure whether it was her own mess. It wasn't until one night when she caught him sneaking into her room that she discovered the truth. What is the big deal about snacking? I could just save the wrappers and throw them out. Who knew Liang Shu Yu would say, I heard that eating junk food harms the body. But if you hide the trash under someone else's bed, it won't harm your own body? Liang Wenjing was left speechless. What kind of logic is that? Why not hide it under mom's bed? Liang Wenjing pressed. I don't want to make mom feel unwell. That would trouble my conscience, Liang Shu Yu replied earnestly. But hiding it under my bed eases your conscience? Liang Wenjing challenged. Liang Shu Yu's serious gaze responded, I feel uneasy too. But I've heard that messy girls are more likely to be liked, so perhaps sister will be pursued by a wealthy and domineering CEO. That would surely make her very happy. Although this statement was utterly illogical and riddled with flaws, failing to address Liang Wenjing's question. She was still touched by little Liang Shu Yu. At that time, she was quite enamored with the idea of a domineering CEO, so she reluctantly accepted this blessing and let the little rascal off the hook. The next day, she discovered in the little rascal's diary, thank goodness for my wit. I escaped a calamity under that old woman's, hands. Liang Wenjing. That night, she gave Liang Shu Yu a good thrashing to let him feel the wrath of a beautiful young girl. Haha. Yumin covered her mouth, splashing water everywhere. When did you two stop fighting? Liang Wenjing pondered seriously, probably after he turned 14. But it seems he still stirs up trouble occasionally, maybe once he started high school. Yumin propped her chin up with her hand, finding the two quite entertaining. Liang Wenjing smiled, brushing her long hair with her fingers, twirling the fallen strands into a ball. I think every lifestyle has its unique charm. The environment shapes us, tailoring experiences to each individual. Countless small events have shaped who I am today, so no matter what circumstances I encounter, it's all a form of fortune. That seems somewhat profound, Yumin commented. Hee. Liang Wenjing laughed. I want to cut my hair. It's too long and inconvenient to wash. Shall I find some scissors for you? Yumin asked. Can you cut? No, Yumin replied straightforwardly. No worries, just give it a couple of snips. I won't blame you if it turns out uneven. I can give it a try, Yumin agreed. After their bath, Yumin fetched scissors, though she had no experience in cutting hair. She mimicked the techniques she remembered from others and gave Liang Wenjing a neat, short haircut. Soon, Liang Wenjing felt a significant lightness in her head. Using the remaining warmth in the tub, she washed her hair, and when they emerged, it was already dark outside. Liang Shu Yu was waiting for her on the redwood sofa in the living room, engrossed in an old martial arts novel borrowed from Yumin's family. Flipping through the pages with interest. Upon looking up, he noticed Liang Wenjing's long hair had vanished, replaced by damp, short locks that clung to her head, making it hard to discern its appearance. Why haven't you dried your hair? He asked. Why are you still here? She retorted. How can you say that? You don't even have a single physical book in a house full of novel writers. No wonder you're a flop. Liang Wenjing was furious. Are you calling me a flop again? Suppressing his laughter, Liang Shu Yu continued reading. I didn't mean that. I misspoke. Liang Wenjing exclaimed, stop laughing at me. Just because I'm a flop doesn't mean I lose my rights. You have water in your hair, Liang Shu Yu said, pushing her aside and brushing off the water droplets from the pages. Liang Wenjing felt quite wronged. You think I'm disgusting? I don't, he replied. You do. The expression you just had clearly says so. It was a shame she had just praised him to Yumin, though the criticisms were more plentiful. Liang Wenjing tossed a towel at Liang Shu Yu, stomping out in anger. Liang Shu Yu resigned himself to picking up the damp towel, retrieving an umbrella from behind the door, wrapping it around Liang Wenjing's head, shielding her from the cold wind. You just washed your hair. You don't want to catch a cold, do you? We don't have any extra cold medicine at home for you. The two of them crossed the road under the umbrella, a distance of about 5 meters, which took less than half a minute, yet their pants were already soaked halfway through, illustrating the downpour's intensity. You're quite the caretaker, Liang Wenjing remarked. The next day, Liang Shu Yu and the others continued their journey to the market. Liang Shu Yu was fortunate. After plunging into the water, he encountered a hidden current that inadvertently swept him into a neighboring store, where he unexpectedly found himself grasping a barrel of mineral water. Given their ability to procure supplies from the water, and considering that it was a wholesale market, was it not possible for them to acquire even more? Certainly. It was feasible. However, their capabilities were limited, preventing them from remaining underwater for an extended period. If they possessed equipment that allowed for underwater respiration, they could secure an endless supply of resources. They could then utilize all their funds to purchase medicine, ensuring their future days would be more secure. They only had a pair of goggles to protect their noses from inhalation, but with appropriate gear, it should be possible to modify them. Liang Shu Yu shared his proposal with the others. We could puncture a hole in the lens, connect it to a large bottle of mineral water, and seal the connection with waterproof tape to ensure airtightness. Wei Yochi suggested, it might come loose. We can look for some 502 glue. Do you have any at home? Liang Shu Yu inquired. It seems we don't have any. Use glass adhesive, Wei Pengzi suddenly interjected. What is glass adhesive? Seeing the confusion on the faces of the two children, Wei Pengzi huffed. Of course, Yu Haven Tea used it before. It's glue specifically for bonding glass and has excellent sealing properties. This simplifies things. They could use the soft tube from the coffee table to connect to a large mineral water bottle, creating a rudimentary breathing apparatus. Yu Shifeng had a tube, but they were still in need of glass adhesive. On October 20th, they set out to locate a nearby hardware store that had not opened. After knocking for a while, they finally managed to purchase glass adhesive at a steep price. With no diving activities scheduled for the day, they intended to spend all their cash at a pharmacy to buy medicine, whatever they could acquire. There were 5 pharmacies in the vicinity of 27th Alley, 2 health stations, 2 dental hospitals, a people's hospital, and a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, all relatively nearby. The nearest health station had never opened, and the farther one had been looted following a murder. Among the 2 dental hospitals, one was a street-side clinic that had never opened, while the other was part of a national chain located on the 4th floor of Guangdao Plaza. Liang Shu Yu and his companions had never visited, so the likelihood of it being open was slim. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital was closer, but when Liang Shu Yu passed by once, it was already filled with corpses. The People's Hospital was comparatively farther. Wei Pengzi and Yu Shifeng had been there before, and the situation was similar. The last time they visited, there were still staff on duty, but now it was uncertain. However, it was clear they wouldn't be able to purchase medicine there. They had all been to the 5 pharmacies, and the cold medicine was nearly sold out. Yet Liang Shu Yu and his group were unconcerned about money, believing that with enough funds, they could obtain what they needed. They split into pairs. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Pengzi went inside to buy, while Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi stood guard outside. This pharmacy was not the same one Liang Shu Yu had visited last time. The current shopkeeper was an elderly lady, an old man, and a middle-aged man, likely 2 generations of relatives. The pharmacy's roller shutter was closed, leaving only a small door, which was further barricaded by a heavy table, behind which the staff stood. In front of the store stood a couple. The woman appeared severely ill, with a waxy complexion and swollen legs that prevented her from fitting into her pants. Liang Shu Yu intended to wait until they finished shopping, but the couple remained at the entrance, showing no signs of leaving. The elderly lady did not even glance at them, stating, "In your condition, you must go to the hospital. The hospital has no one on duty. We've already been there," the man replied. Liang Shu Yu perked up at this mention of the hospital situation. How could there be no one on duty? Was the hospital truly in such disarray? The elderly lady's eyes widened in shock. Doctors have been killed? Yes, there were family members of patients, and some just stormed in and murdered them. It seems personal. Clearly, these were instances of medical disputes, lawlessness embodied. The pharmacy lady expressed her resentment, her eyes glistening with tears. If it weren't for the upper management's stringent regulations, I wouldn't have to be here, anxiously keeping the shop open. Everyone was aware of the chaos outside. They often heard screams in the dead of night. Had they not been astute on several occasions, their pharmacy would have been looted long ago. They never benefited from favorable circumstances, yet were compelled to remain operational when trouble arose. What kind of situation is this? Next, the elderly lady called, prompting the couple to notice Liang Shu Yu and Wei Pengzi behind them. However, upon seeing the 2 wearing masks, the couple instinctively recoiled, fearing they might be infected. "Madam, please help me figure out what medicine I need," the woman pleaded. The pharmacy lady finally scanned her from head to toe and asked, "Do you have any family medical history?" The woman appeared to contemplate for a moment. "My father has high blood pressure, my mother had breast cancer, and..." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, covering her mouth with both hands. "My second uncle passed away from uremia." At that moment, the woman burst into tears. The man embraced her swollen form, cradling her chubby face in his hands, comforting her. "It's not necessarily that bad. Don't cry. What about our son?" The woman wailed into her husband's arms. It was evident that before her illness, she must have been quite a striking woman. Liang Shu Yu observed them for only a brief moment. However, Wei Pengzi was already tearing up and discreetly wiping his eyes. Since the power outage, it seemed that everyone had grown more sentimental. Cold medicine, antidiarrheal, wound care, masks, iodine, bandages, Liang Shu Yu enumerated in one breath. The pharmacy lady looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the tearful Wei Pengzi. "These items are not cheap. They are priced more than 10 times their usual cost. Do you have that much money?" Wei Pengzi appeared momentarily distracted. "Huh, yes, just ask him," he muttered. The pharmacy lady then turned her attention back to Liang Shu Yu, who nodded. You can take what you think is necessary. She said no more, gathering a pile of medicine as per Liang Shu Yu's request, but each item was sold separately, limiting the quantity she could provide. Only those with a substantial supply were given a little extra. In the end, their total expenditure amounted to over 6,000 yuan, just enough to fill Liang Shu Yu's backpack. Previously, he had purchased twice as much for just over 1,000 yuan. After completing their purchases at this pharmacy, Liang Shu Yu and Wei Pengzi departed for another one. The ill woman and her husband remained slumped at the pharmacy entrance, weeping. Liang Shu Yu, laden with a full backpack, slipped into a narrow alley, with Yu Shifeng following closely behind. When they emerged, Liang Shu Yu's backpack was empty once more, while Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi kept their distance. Liang Shu Yu did not intend to visit too many pharmacies. It would be best to resolve their needs within 2 or 3 without causing too much commotion. The second pharmacy was one he had previously visited before the power outage, where he had purchased antiviral cold medicine. This time, he came across Aunt Lu, who was in her 50s. "Aunt, I need some medicine," Liang Shu Yu stated directly. The pharmacy was empty except for her, but it had a glass door. One side was closed while the other remained open, allowing access as usual. Upon recognizing him, Aunt Lu smiled. "What medicine do you need? Just gather whatever can be useful. We need to keep some in reserve. You youngsters are being overly cautious," she remarked as she turned to fetch the medicine. Liang Shu Yu observed the pharmacy with its door wide open and noted that she was alone in the shop. There have been numerous robberies outside. I heard even the hospitals are unmanned. "Aunt Lu, with your shop open like this, isn't it unsafe? What is there to fear?" she replied, retrieving some medicine from the shelves. The inventory on the shelves and in the glass cabinets was visibly reduced by at least half compared to before. A disarray of scattered medications lay piled upon the table. Aunt Lu bent down and retrieved a heavy long knife, weighing it in her hand. "Am I afraid of them?" Her gaze was sharp. Chapter 47. The Pursuit. Liang Shu Yu was genuinely taken aback. Wei the Fat looked at the knife and questioned, "Is it real or fake?" "Of course it's real. My grandmother can even perform the 18 dragon-subduing palms." A clear, youthful voice rang out from within the shelves, though the speaker was hidden from view. After a brief moment, a small head emerged from behind the glass cabinet. Judging by her expression, it seemed climbing the stool was quite the effort for her. "Very impressive. No, I want to watch the store." The little girl, with a gap-toothed grin, whined adorably. Wei the Fat reached out and pinched her chubby cheek, unable to resist her cuteness. To be so little and already able to manage a store, truly remarkable. "Of course, I will learn the 18 dragon-subduing palms too, and become invincible, ruling the world and uniting the martial arts realm." Wei the Fat chuckled at her charming antics. Aunt Lu hastily lifted her down and escorted her into the back room. "What a racket. I want to watch the store." Inside. The little girl was settled in, and only then did Aunt Lu approach Liang Shu Yu to settle the bill. 3,000, please, she stated briskly. "All right." Liang Shu Yu said nothing further and promptly counted out 3,000 in cash. Having purchased medicine twice today, he had exhausted 10,000 in an instant. Furthermore, Aunt Lu had clearly given him a discount. While this pile of medicine was not as extensive as the previous one, it was still substantial. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. However, I suggest you close the store's door and leave a small window like the neighboring one." "Understood. I shall have my husband fix that right away." Liang Shu Yu took his leave. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi followed at a distance behind them. Despite the relentless rain and wind outside, Liang Shu Yu and his companions had developed sufficient immunity to navigate through the tempest with ease. The streets had a few scattered pedestrians, and near the open shops, there were even more, unlike before when the streets were nearly deserted. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the alleyway, and Liang Shu Yu discerned that it was emanating from the very alley he was about to traverse. Out of caution, he pulled Wei the Fat aside by 2 steps. In such weather, someone sprinting through the alley was likely up to no good. Sure enough, within seconds, a frantic, terrified middle-aged man burst from the alley. Spotting Liang Shu Yu and Wei the Fat, he shouted, "Run." By the time he uttered those words, he had already dashed across the street and disappeared into the opposite alley. Hearing his warning, Liang Shu Yu quickly yanked Wei the Fat back. Simultaneously, 3 men wielding kitchen knives charged out of the alley. Their expressions were menacing, scanning the surroundings like predators on the hunt, and their gaze swiftly locked onto Liang Shu Yu and Wei the Fat, the knives still glistening with blood. The leading middle-aged man flashed a sickly, excited smile at Liang Shu Yu. The 2 younger men appeared to be his lackeys. Strangely, Each of the three had a black ribbon tied around their left wrists, resembling a symbol of some organization. Liang Shu Yu pulled away the fat and turned to flee. Behind them, 2 or 3 passers-by were still on the street. Liang Shu Yu urged them to run as well, but they were not as quick to react. Liang Shu Yu had already prepared himself when he heard the sound of running, while these individuals were still in shock. Time was of the essence. Among the 3 pedestrians, a middle-aged man in his 40s was the slowest. By the time he comprehended what was happening, a knife had already struck his neck mercilessly. In an instant, blood sprayed forth. His head tilted at an unnatural angle, one side facing upwards, resembling a severed piece of ham or a bisected ice treat. What a vivid imagination. At that moment, Wei Youqi found himself strangely preoccupied with such thoughts. Run. It was Yu Shifeng, rushing to pull Wei the Fat along. The 4 of them, along with the 2 innocent bystanders, sprinted frantically forward. Have they lost their minds? Why are they attacking people in broad daylight? A younger middle-aged man cried out as he ran. My brother was the one who got slashed. Despite his grief, he dared not stop to confront the 3 assailants, opting instead to flee alongside Liang Shu Yu and the others. When the assailants suddenly emerged, Liang Shu Yu and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage, even with Yu Shifeng present. He was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. However, during their frantic escape, they unknowingly entered a winding alley that led to a dead end. Up there, Liang Shu Yu pointed to the buildings flanking the alley. The structures were equipped with security grills and air conditioning units, making them easy to scale. Without hesitation, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, and the others followed Liang Shu Yu's lead, climbing up the security window and balcony railings until they reached the 2nd floor. They stood precariously on the air conditioning units, one hand gripping the security window and the other holding their weapons. Seeing them ascend, the 2 other passers-by also climbed up. Just as they steadied themselves, the 3 men adorned with black ribbons quickly pursued them. From their vantage point on the 2nd floor, Liang Shu Yu could see that the other side of the dead-end wall appeared to lead to a courtyard, where a vehicle was parked beneath a closed gate, rendering it impossible to discern whether anyone resided there. However, if the 3 men pressed them too hard, they could always leap into the courtyard. The wall stood over 3 meters high. A jump onto the vehicle would likely be safe. Liang Shu Yu shifted towards the courtyard wall. Upon spotting the 6 individuals clinging to the wall, the eldest of the pursuers smirked curiously. What are you all doing up there? Playing a game? Liang Shu Yu and the others remained silent, save for the man whose brother had been killed, who glared furiously at him. Hee hee. What else with that expression? I delivered a clean cut just now, without a hint of pain. The other 2 men joined in the laughter. You beast. Scum. The middle-aged man's eyes burned red with rage. Among the bystanders, one appeared to be in his mid-20s, round-faced, and slightly plump. Witnessing the trio's brazen cruelty, he felt a surge of indignation. Why are you doing this? Do you not fear the consequences of your actions under the law? Don't think that just because there are no cameras now, you can act with impunity. You will not escape. Ah, I nearly forgot, said the middle-aged man holding the knife, his gaze sweeping over the 6 of them. It seems I cannot allow you to leave. The round-faced young man felt a chill of realization, gritting his teeth as he stared back at them. Chapter 48. Fishing for opportunities as he scavenged. He wore a self-satisfied expression, proclaiming, "This is how society operates. Do you not understand? The strong devour the weak. I may have once been inferior to you, but now, I am your master." With a chuckle, he weighed the stone in his palm, his gaze fixated on the round-faced young man. From your attire, you should be quite wealthy. What brand are you wearing? The round-faced young man retorted with a cold laugh. A brand you cannot afford. There's no need to provoke me. In this world, every action you take is futile in my eyes. Suddenly, he hurled the stone forcefully at Liang Shu Yu, provoking the round-faced young man to instinctively dodge, nearly losing his balance. However, Liang Shu Yu had anticipated this maneuver and evaded swiftly. The stone struck the security grill and fell harmlessly to the ground, causing no injury to Liang Shu Yu whatsoever. Impressive reflexes, remarked the middle-aged man, locking eyes with Liang Shu Yu. Ah, so that is how it is. Liang Shu Yu could not decipher what the other man saw in his gaze, but the man suddenly displayed an expression of realization. Lowering his head, he mumbled something unintelligible before abruptly turning and walking away, still clutching the knife. The young man with a round face could hardly believe they would let him go so easily. There must be some hidden scheme at play. Let us proceed this way, Liang Shu Yu suggested as he moved towards the courtyard wall, followed closely by the others. The 3-meter-high wall was embedded with shards of glass. And as Liang cautiously stepped onto it, eyeing the black Audi below, he hesitated to jump. Instead, he executed a gentle leap, carefully landing beside it. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the height of the wall and the force of gravity left his feet tingling. After the others jumped down, Liang sensed several gazes directed at them from the windows of the courtyard. "My apologies for the intrusion," he remarked, and the group swiftly opened the grand red wooden door of the courtyard and dispersed. To their surprise, those 3 individuals truly departed, without any ambush nearby or pursuit following them. It was indeed peculiar, though they had escaped unscathed this time. The inexplicable departure of that person left Liang with an unsettling expression etched in his memory. He was certain he had never encountered that individual before. But what could have been the reason for such odd behavior? In a society where order has unraveled, everyone stands on equal footing, with class, wealth, and power all reshuffled. A millionaire entrepreneur might find himself living in worse conditions than a stray dog, while those at the bottom of the social hierarchy might suddenly transform into someone's nightmare. Hence, the elites yearn for societal stability and peace, while the underprivileged crave chaos and upheaval. In the following days, after modifying their goggles, Liang and his companions sealed them with glass adhesive. This adhesive required time to dry and solidify, typically half a day in normal conditions, but longer in damp weather. After resting for 2 days, they revisited the market behind Alley 27. The rope tied in the middle of the road remained untethered, and they floated along it to their previous location. Yu Shifeng, equipped with the modified swimming goggles, tested their functionality underwater at a depth of 2 meters, and once satisfied, he submerged again. Inside a gas station, they managed to acquire 8 canisters of gas, while next door, at a bottled water company, they secured 13 barrels of tap water. They then shifted their focus to nearby shops. Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng took turns diving. They utilized empty bottles costing 3 yuan each, strapped to their waists. Liang had fully acclimatized to the underwater environment, despite the murky water and dim light rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, thanks to his recent experiences, he navigated with relative ease. This time, his target was a wholesale grocery store. After Yu Shifeng pried open the roll-up door, they entered. Where could the snacks be hidden? Typically, they are stored up high. Many food bags contained air, so Liang simply needed to jostle the shelves below, and after a short while, he could collect a bounty from the corners of the ceiling. As for the lower shelves, he opted not to explore. The risk of getting ensnared or tripped was unwarranted. He thoroughly searched the 4 corners of the ceiling and, while tracing the wall, he unexpectedly felt a gap. Following the crevice, he discovered a door. At last, a door. Perhaps it led to a storage room or the owner's living quarters. The doorknob was round and unlocked. The gap beneath the door was wide enough to suggest water inside, mitigating potential risks. Liang turned the knob and slowly pulled the door open. Upon opening, he immediately sensed 2 distinct water temperatures and a subtle flow, with surrounding objects gently bobbing. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he felt the waters on both sides stabilize before he cautiously slipped through the wall. To his left stood a wooden cabinet. Items atop it had either floated to the surface or scattered about. Consequently, aside from particularly heavy objects, most had shifted from their original positions. The underwater scene was utterly enchanting. With visibility limited, he relied solely on touch, a sensation Liang had never experienced before. The first time he donned the goggles and submerged, the phrase "vividly splendid" suddenly resonated in his mind. The underwater realm starkly contrasted with Liang's reality. Though murky, filthy, and odorous, it exuded an air of mystery and novelty. Thus, most of Liang's time submerged was not solely spent searching for supplies, but rather exploring this intriguing and enigmatic new world. At that moment, Liang found himself enveloped in the warm, murky waters, surrounded by the unique tranquility that only exists beneath the surface. His senses were entirely focused on his hands, as they grazed the unfamiliar wooden shelf, the texture whispering tales of its history and wear. Liang stumbled upon a glass jar. Shaking it, he discerned liquid inside. Perhaps it contained fruit preserves? He placed it into his backpack and continued to explore. A soft, mushy sensation reached his fingertips, and as he gently tugged, he revealed another glass jar. Indeed, a whole box of glass jars. Within that storage space, Liang amassed a considerable bounty, boxes upon boxes of glass jars, along with tin cans, possibly containing 8 treasure porridge. Chapter 49. Dining. Pushing open the door to Yu Shifeng's home, The wind and rain accompanied 4 smiling men inside. The room was suffused with the aroma of cooked food and warmth. On the table lay 4 neatly folded sets of clean clothing and towels. Liang Shu Yu set down his soaked backpack and belongings, grabbing a clean towel and fresh clothes as all 4 squeezed into the space. The bathroom contained 2.5 buckets of clean cold water, which way, the heavier set man, mixed with hot water. "Don't dawdle, or you'll catch a cold," he warned. Being men, they felt no embarrassment. The 4 stripped off their clothes, dampened the towels, and with 2 buckets of hot water, they took turns washing up, donning fresh attire afterward. When they emerged, Wei Youqi and the heavier man exited first. Liang noticed that although Yu Shifeng had finished washing, he remained still, prompting Liang to be cautious. Pretending to leave, he stood outside for half a minute before suddenly re-entering. He found Yu Shifeng hastily concealing something by the sink, clearly startled. "You scared me." Liang laughed. "What are you hiding a cigarette for?" Yu Shifeng was about to explain that it was Yu Min who forbade him from smoking, but felt embarrassed. Liang approached to discover that Yu had stashed cigarettes and a lighter in a bag taped beneath the sink. Quite a crafty maneuver, indicating he was no novice. Liang snatched a cigarette from him, lit it, and teased, "The hardest life is that of a man. Before marriage, he is controlled by his mother. After marriage, by his wife. And once children arrive, even his daughters will manage him. It's utterly unfair." Yu Shifeng found this sentiment strikingly accurate. Yet, upon observing Liang expertly smoke the stash he had hoarded for so long, a pang of discomfort surged within him, coupled with a desire to admonish. "What are you doing smoking?" "That's my stash." Liang was in good spirits, his words tinged with a childlike innocence, as he sought to relieve some pressure. Yu Shifeng initially thought it absurd for such a young lad to claim to feel stressed. However, this was a moment of reflection, and he soon realized the weight of their current circumstances and what Liang had endured, leading him to recognize that the pressure was indeed considerable. Unbeknownst to Yu, Liang had merely been speaking whimsically. Watching Liang's expression soften, the 2 clandestinely finished a cigarette behind the sink before slowly emerging from the bathroom. "Canned oranges. Ate treasure porridge," the 2 girls exclaimed, their voices filled with delight. "We finally have fruit to eat." Heaven knows how long it had been since they last tasted fruit. Liang Wenjing's eyes seemed to sparkle with a luminous glow, her bright and glistening gaze fixed upon Liang Shu Yu. Like a crab, she scuttled over to his feet, lifting her face with an excited tone. "Really? Wow, how wonderful." Clutching 2 jars of canned oranges, she rubbed her face against them, her round head resembling a satiated kitten, nuzzling against Liang Shu Yu's knee, nearly rolling on the ground in sheer bliss. "Dear brother, may I inquire whether you dropped the jar of oranges on the left or the right?" "Neither. Both are for you." They laughed heartily. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us gather for dinner." Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping brought the dishes to the table, noticing Liang Wenjing giggling on the floor without a trace of decorum. "What a sight. Get off the floor and sit properly." Today's meal, aside from the ever-present pickled vegetables and ham, featured a delightful addition of sweet fermented rice dumplings and canned fruit. With ample fuel available, they could afford to indulge in preparing dishes everyone loved. The sweet fermented rice had been collected just days prior, and when boiled with the dumplings, it was utterly delicious. Originally, the plan was to cook at Yu Shifeng's home, with each family contributing dishes. Liang Wenjing recalled the first time they shared a communal meal, when Wei Youqi's family brought Peking duck, spicy strips. They can also complement a meal. Aunt Xiaoping had once stir-fried them with luncheon meat, creating a particularly delectable dish. However, today they remained unprepared, serving as a snack akin to beef jerky. Liang Wenjing contributed half a jar of fermented tofu, half a jar of preserved vegetables, and most of a jar of dried anchovies. Although they had agreed to share, everyone was inwardly prepared to stick to their own family's contributions, a modicum of adult courtesy. Yet, upon seeing Liang Wenjing's delightful offerings, especially Yu Min, who gazed at the dry biscuits in her hand, she instantly felt her snack was lacking. As the dishes were placed together, Liang Wenjing first poured some oil from the anchovy jar over her rice, added half a piece of fermented tofu, and mixed it all together, exclaiming, "This combination is incredibly delicious. You must try it." Although Yu Min's family did not typically eat fermented tofu, the fragrant aroma made her swallow hard, stubbornly remarking, "Isn't that moldy?" Liang Wenjing eagerly took a few bites. "Moldy tofu? It's fantastic. Don't be shy." Wei Ponzi, seeing this, unhesitatingly added a piece to his bowl, affirming that it was indeed a good accompaniment to rice. "Had I known the power would go out, I would have stocked up on more Laogan Ma, he lamented. Alas, my supplies are all gone. Aunt Xiaoping lowered her head, knowing she had sold off a fair bit herself. Eventually, Yumin reluctantly picked up a piece and tasted it. Her delicate brows furrowed. What a strange flavor. Ha! Wei Youqi laughed. Sister Minmin, you seem a bit silly. This needs to be mixed with rice to truly appreciate it. You resemble a foreigner trying century egg. Mm. Liang Wenjing nodded vigorously. I'll prepare century eggs for you tonight. You have century eggs? Aunt Xiaoping asked, astonished. Liang Wenjing nodded, yes. Didn't Tiu buy any? She assumed Liang Shu Yu and the others had gone shopping together, thinking they would all purchase similar items. She was unaware that Yu Shifeng had specifically bought instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, while Wei Ponzi had fixated on acquiring alcohol, believing it would become especially precious. Although Liang Shu Yu had advised them to stock up on various foods, each family's reserves varied significantly. Yu Shifeng could not afford to buy miscellaneous items and thus had to rely on staples. Wei Ponzi had ample supplies of both staples and snacks, so he focused on purchasing consumables. Of course, he later discovered his stock of snacks was not as plentiful as he had thought. As they chatted, Yumin quietly picked up some anchovies, realizing how delightful they were with rice. Hence, she had grown accustomed to scenes like today's. After the power outage, she had expected to live on dry rations. But ever since Liang Shu Yu's family had moved in, their meals had dramatically improved. While the sweet fermented rice dumplings were relatively standard, the simple hand-grabbed pancakes Liang Ying made the day before were exquisite. She couldn't fathom why Liang Wenjing would claim her mother's cooking was mediocre. Chapter 50. Truth or Dare After Dinner. As dusk approached, they tidied up their bountiful harvest and stored it in a room that Yu Shifeng had cleared for this purpose. Liang Wenjing, a budding online writer with a passion for storytelling since childhood, had begun creating narratives with her classmates after being inspired by a magical anime. In hindsight, it could be labeled fan fiction. Later, during her schooling amidst a widespread flu outbreak, she inexplicably developed a fascination for suspenseful horror tales, rewriting numerous short horror stories and compelling the not-yet 10-year-old Liang Shu Yu to critique them. He estimated that his courage was honed during that time. However, Liang Wenjing was a girl of fleeting enthusiasm. Many who had co-authored stories with her became prominent figures, even earning substantial incomes, while she had yet to find her success. During the power outage, she conceived 2 novels, one traditional fantasy, which Liang Shu Yu had already read and was eagerly awaiting the next installment, and another, a realistic diary, seemingly intending to document the post-blackout days as a narrative. This endeavor appeared intriguing. Liang Shu Yu savored the intricate descriptions of life in her blackout diary, thoroughly engrossed. Alongside Yumin's home was a rectangular 2-story dwelling, featuring a long corridor on the 2nd floor adjacent to the alley. Sitting by the window, one could enjoy the view while sheltering from the rain. Thus, since discovering this charming spot, Liang Wenjing often came here to relax. As the sun still lingered, she pulled Yumin to sit with her, enjoying the breeze and catching sight of Liang Shu Yu across the way, illuminated by candlelight as he perused her work. Here, Liang Wenjing pulled a bag of QQ candies from her pocket. Yumin declined. I don't really eat those. Surprised, Liang Wenjing exclaimed, a girl who doesn't tea snack. You don't like QQ candies? She asked, retrieving a bag of rainbow candies from another pocket. How about these? Yumin sighed. Why does your family hoard so many snacks? Liang Wenjing flicked her foot playfully. Let me tell you, he used to be incredibly stingy, often snatching my snacks and secretly indulging when he had pocket money. How outrageous. Yumin chuckled. You mentioned that before. Oh, it seems I did. Liang Wenjing laughed, unable to resist speaking ill of Liang Shu Yu. Try one. The sweetness is stress-relieving. She offered the QQ candies again. Yumin glanced at the vibrant packaging, reluctantly pinching one between her fingers and tasting it. I can give it a try. I hope the power returns soon, or that sunny days arrive quickly. Otherwise, I may begin to mold away. I long to go out shopping and watch a movie. Yumin laughed again, finding these days rather agreeable. Liang Shu Yu. Liang Wenjing suddenly shouted across the alley at the window of Liang Shu Yu's room. After calling out a couple of times, his window opened, revealing his head behind the security bars. What is up? Why don't you come over? Let us play chess. Minmin's house has international chess. Find Wei Youqi. I'm not going, came Wei Youqi's voice from the first floor. Then, half of his head appeared from their dilapidated roller shutter door. I can't play international chess. How about Do Diju? But there are 4 of us, Liang Wenjing responded. Jinhua? Wei Youqi inquired. No way, Liang Shu Yu retorted. If we're playing, let us make it interesting. How about a game of truth or dare? Liang Wenjing suddenly had a brilliant idea. That sounds great. The two stood at their windows. Liang Wenjing fetched a deck of cards, splitting them with Yu Min, declaring, no cheating allowed. If anyone cheats, they want to be served breakfast tomorrow. Fear not. Am I the type to cheat? Wei Youqi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that even if he were to play tricks, he would not let them see through it. So, let the game begin. In the first round, Liang Shu Yu had the highest score with 9 points, while Liang Wenjing had the lowest with just 1 point. A truth or dare, perhaps? Liang Wenjing felt like crying without tears, lamenting why she had to be the first to suffer. Liang Shu Yu, however, found little interest in the situation. After all, the opponent was his own sister. Though Liang Wenjing could be considered a half-goddess in public, with her attractive looks, good figure, large eyes, and flawless skin, he had seen her in all her vulnerability, including her struggles with constipation. Thus, he held no mysterious expectations for her. Who was your last crush? Liang Shu Yu casually inquired. Whoa! Wei Youqi howled in excitement. Hurry and tell us. Liang Wenjing's eyes widened. I would crush on someone? Am I the type to secretly harbor feelings for others? I've never had a crush in my life. They all crush on me instead. Then who was the last person pursuing you? Wei Youqi pressed on enthusiastically. Yu Min reminded them. That's the second question now. Indeed, it is the second question, Liang Wenjing replied. Next round. In the second round, the highest score was held by Wei Youqi, while the lowest was Yu Min's. Liang Wenjing ignited her gossip spirit, confident that Min would not have secret crushes, but surely had many admirers. Quick, ask how many have pursued you. Liang Wenjing wildly gestured at Wei Youqi. With a scoff, Wei Youqi replied, It's obvious that Sister Min has never dated anyone. Do we even need to ask? Huh, is that so? Liang Wenjing glanced at Yu Min. Yu Min chuckled and shook her head, affirming that she indeed had never dated. Ah, I see. Liang Wenjing drooped her head, wishing to glean some experience from Yu Min, only to discover they were both lifelong singles. A miscalculation on her part. So, my question arises, Wei Youqi smirked. Have you ever watched adult films? Liang Wenjing covered her mouth, exclaiming, What a cheeky question. Yet, she was also curious as she looked at Yu Min. Yu Min's expression remained unfazed as she retorted, Do pop-ups count? Wei Youqi raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I'm asking if you've watched a complete one. Humph. Trying to evade the question? Not a chance. Yu Min's face turned slightly red. Clearing her throat, Liang Wenjing added seriously, Girls are human too. They possess curiosity. So, you have watched them, Wei Youqi deduced. Well, Liang Wenjing's cheeks flushed. Isn't it a bit precocious for you, a minor, to discuss such things with an older sister? At this moment, Liang Shu Yu appropriately interrupted. All right, next round. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never imagined that girls would watch such things too. I thought I was the only one. Liang Shu Yu remarked in astonishment, turning his face toward them. You haven't watched them? Never. Where would I even find them? Upon realizing this, Wei Youqi was struck dumb. What the? So among the four of us, he is the most innocent. You guys are too much. Wei Youqi scratched his chin, feeling slightly aggrieved. Come on, at least share some information. Chapter 51. Guest Wei Youqi truly did not expect that he, who appeared the least serious among the four, would turn out to be the most innocent. Whether to feel proud or lamenting was a perplexing matter. Life after the power outage was mostly mundane, but their company made it bearable. Initially, it was just a game among four young people, but unexpectedly, Wei Youqi found it amusing and decided to join in. At that moment, the male head of the household in the neighboring building, to the right of Liang Shu Yu's home, expressed his desire to join the game. On the left of Liang Shu Yu's house lived the village chief, who had not dared to cause trouble since Zhang Run's admonishment. Thus they had not been seen for a while. On the left of Yu Shifeng's house was the Luo family's residence, where the father and son duo kept to themselves, maintaining a distant relationship with the neighbors. To the right of Yu Shifeng's house was an elderly lady's standalone house with a small garden. The old lady enjoyed socializing, playing mahjong, and gossiping, but she had little in common with the young folks like Liang Shu Yu. At 8 points, the highest score belonged to the new male guest. His name was Zhao Guoji, around 60 years old. After retiring from his job, he and his wife moved to this street to enjoy their retirement. He had always struck Liang Shu Yu as an eccentric uncle who enjoyed playing with children, while his wife was strict and serious, making it difficult for the neighbors to approach them. What question should I ask? Zhao Guoji and Wei Youqi sat on the stone steps of Yu Shifeng's house, with Zhao Guoji crossing his legs, his hair gray, but his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he scanned Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi through the third-floor window. Then let me ask, what are the benefits of black hair? This question took Liang Shu Yu by surprise, as he had expected a game of truth or dare rather than a riddle. Does it not fade? Liang Shu Yu ventured. Incorrect. Zhao Guoji waved his hand, his expression resembling a bitter melon. Is it related to good kidney health? Liang Shu Yu probed further. Is there a direct correlation? My kidneys are just fine. Zhao Guoji replied as he stroked his white hair. Looks good? Liang Wenjing called out from above. That is not it either. Everyone pondered for 7 to 8 reasons, but ultimately could not come up with any more. Even Wei Youqi could not think of an explanation. Well, what exactly are the benefits? Zhao Guoji looked at Wei Youqi with an expression that seemed to say, how can you be so dim? You don't get sunburned. Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu exchanged incredulous glances. Cough. Next round. Does Wei Hongying live here? Just as they were speaking, 2 men entered from the alleyway, asking as they walked. Upon reaching the dilapidated convenience store, one of them pointed at the shabby sign. This must be the place. One of the men, a stout figure, approached with a large beer belly, wearing a transparent raincoat that bulged prominently. He wore a farmer's pointed straw hat and smiled as he walked towards Wei Youqi. The other, a thinner man, also wore a straw hat, with his long black hair tied up in a bun, dressed in a black wudong robe. He had an elongated face speckled with dark spots or freckles. If they carried swords, they would resemble wandering heroes from the countryside. Is that you, old Joe? Wei Youqi squinted for a moment before recalling the man's surname. Yes, I thought you had forgotten me. The stout man clapped his thigh and sat down on the long bench in the courtyard, shifting it closer to Wei Youqi. Where have you been making money lately? It's been a while since we've seen you. You should come out and gather with the brothers. Old Zhou and Wei Youqi were old acquaintances from the same factory. In the past, when Wei Youqi was promoted to a supervisor but was sabotaged, Old Zhou helped him navigate many situations. Back then, Wei Youqi, full of youthful vigor, felt that the factory manager did not trust him. In a fit of anger, he resigned. If he had only lowered his head a little back then, things could have been resolved. However, in youth, one never considers the long-term consequences. After leaving the factory, Wei Youqi and his wife used their savings to open this convenience store. In the early years, Old Zhou visited often, but over time, they drifted apart. What brings you here all of a sudden? Wei Youqi was not naive. The camaraderie they shared years ago had faded. It was unlikely that they were just here for a reunion. However, Wei, a man of good heart, had not yet entertained the notion of taking advantage of others. I miss you, my dear brother, he exclaimed. Allow me to introduce you to Brother Fan, a senior member of the Martial Arts Association in Deep Blue City. He has graciously accompanied me today for protection, as the outside world is in utter chaos. Were it not for my desire to see you, I would not have dared to venture so far. Upon hearing that Fan was from the Martial Arts Association, Wei felt a surge of respect, especially as Fan donned a lightweight robe. Greetings, Brother Fan, he said, and proceeded to introduce Old Zhao. At that moment, Yu Shifeng emerged from within. On the second floor, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min leaned over the railing, eavesdropping on the unexpected guests. Meanwhile, Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi, observing from the third-floor window, exchanged tense glances before descending to join the others. After passing through the heavy iron gate, they arrived at Wei's shuttered shop, ready for any confrontation. Wei introduced Yu Shifeng to the 2 men. An old Fan quickly discerned that Yu was also a practitioner of martial arts. Fortune favors the bold, he remarked politely. Yu, unfamiliar with the local customs, merely offered a casual greeting and stood aside, listening to their conversation. The group sat down again, and Old Zhou, with a cheerful demeanor, got straight to the point. Wei, given our friendship, I shall not beat around the bush. I am here for a specific purpose. Wei listened attentively, curious about what was to be revealed. Old Zhao chimed in, urging Zhou to elaborate. Old Zhou lowered his voice conspiratorially. This matter is typically reserved for our internal members. But considering the dire circumstances outside, I thought of you, my brother. Have you ventured out recently? The sights I encountered on my journey were dreadful, bodies strewn everywhere. It was horrifying. Wei replied, with such heavy rain, how could I possibly go out? My shop was robbed. I had no choice but to stay indoors. Old Zhou was taken aback. What? Your shop was robbed? Wei pointed to the damaged shutter door behind him. Just take a look. The door is smashed. Old Zhou was astonished to learn that Wei's convenience store had been targeted. Is everything all right with you, Wei? Wei gestured to the healing scratches on his face. I'm fine, but my wounds are still healing. Old Zhou leaned in, noticing the visible marks on Wei's fair complexion. This is utterly outrageous. How can such lawlessness prevail, especially during a blackout? What a pity, he lamented. Wei, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? Although I lost my belongings, I'm still alive, which is a cause for celebration. Old Zhou sighed deeply. Let me explain. Brother Fan's Martial Arts Association has established an internal group that offers protection to its members. Not only are there martial arts masters, but also doctors. Those who become members can prioritize access to these resources. Old Zhao, intrigued, interjected, are personal bodyguards included? Old Zhou almost spat out his drink in disbelief. If the membership fee is sufficient, personal bodyguards are certainly feasible. Old Zhao quickly inquired, how much is it? Old Zhou felt Old Zhao was trying to undermine him. When negotiating, one does not rush to discuss money. It's about camaraderie. He continued, addressing Wei. The chaos outside is beyond your imagination. Robberies and murders are rampant, utterly disregarding the law. Thus, our association was formed to protect law-abiding citizens like us. We have martial artists, doctors, nurses, essential public resources are at our disposal. For instance, my wife's friend, a doctor, has joined the association. If any member requires assistance, we are always ready to help. Of course, this is all a response to the current environment. Hospitals are overwhelmed. A child from my neighbor's house succumbed to an illness due to the lack of care. The streets are filled with corpses. It's terrifying. Who could have predicted society would descend into such chaos? Wei sighed in agreement. After a long, arduous journey, Old Zhou, drenched and chilled, suggested, why not discuss this in your shop? The wind here is too cold. Wei, realizing he had little left in his store, agreed and invited them to his convenience store. The group crossed the street, with Old Zhao joining in, and Yu Shifeng naturally followed. However, given that Yu was not particularly eloquent, and Old Zhou was clearly a loquacious individual, only Wei, as a half-businessman, could engage him in conversation. Thus, Yu chose to remain silent. Upon entering the store, the dim light revealed a cold, dark atmosphere. Old Zhou nearly collided with Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu, startling him. Your son has grown so tall, Old Zhou remarked, gazing at Liang Shu Yu. Wei sheepishly admitted, yes, he is growing up fast. Do you have two sons now? Old Zhou inquired. Wei neither confirmed nor denied it, quickly pulling out a few plastic stools for them to sit. Once seated, Old Zhou finally discerned the disarray of the store. The shelves were askew, the floor damp and dirty, covered in mud. The only items on the shelves were daily necessities. The once stocked food items were now entirely absent. Have you truly been robbed? Old Zhou pressed. Indeed, twice, Wei emphasized. Old Zhou sighed heavily. Young Wei, please fetch your uncle some water. I am parched and famished after my journey. He gestured toward Liang Shu Yu. Wei Youqi intended to assist, but Liang Shu Yu patted him and went into the back, retrieving a few cups and a partially consumed bottle of mineral water. He placed the cups and water on the counter, noticing the cups were dusty from neglect. Liang Shu Yu wiped the cups with his sleeve. While Old Zhou discussed the association's matters with Wei, he observed this unsanitary scene and exclaimed, how unhygienic. Is there no water? Liang Shu Yu hesitated briefly. Is rainwater acceptable? Old Zhou acquiesced. That will suffice. Wei Youqi stifled a laugh, while Yu Shifeng observed silently, still trying to comprehend Liang Shu Yu's actions. Liang Shu Yu poured half a cup of cold mineral water for Old Zhou and Brother Fan. Uncle, here is some water. Old Zhou gulped it down in one go and complained, why is it cold? Can't you spare a cup of hot water for your uncle? I must say, Wei, your son lacks proper manners. And who serves only half a cup? Such stinginess is unbecoming of Wei Hongying, who was quite generous in his youth. Wei felt embarrassed and scratched his head. I apologize. Conditions are limited. Once the power returns, we'll have a proper gathering. Old Zhou sighed, pondering whether his visit might be in vain. He expressed regret. With so many valuable resources in the association, you were the first person I thought of. I came specifically to invite you to join us. Each member can invite only one person, and under normal circumstances, I would gladly cover your membership fee, but alas, I find myself in a precarious position. After all this, how much is the membership fee? Old Zhao could no longer contain his impatience. Is this merely a matter of money? Such an association is inaccessible without an internal invitation. In the current situation, where can one find doctors, nurses, or martial artists? They would hardly pay you any mind. Old Zhao curled his lips and asked, what kind of supplies are needed then? It's not merely a matter of money or resources. You need an internal recommendation, do you understand? Moreover, the slots are limited, and not everyone has this opportunity. Old Zhou felt that this old man was merely trying to undermine him. Every word struck home, which was truly infuriating. How, then, could one join the association? Liang Shu Yu also stepped in to stir the pot. Finally, a knowing smile broke on old Zhou's face. While others may find it difficult, I have a long-standing friendship with the association as president, and with just a word from me, it wouldn't be a problem. Yet I must say, even though we are old friends, we cannot join for free and exploit others' resources, can we? Liang Shu Yu nodded in sudden realization. What should we offer then? Well, that depends on your capabilities. A token gesture will suffice. Of course, the association has certain standards. There are distinctions between junior, intermediate, and senior members, and naturally, the higher the level, the better. How much does a senior member need to contribute? Liang Shu Yu rephrased old Zhao's inquiry. But our family has been robbed clean. We have nothing left. Could we perhaps get some rice on credit? We have nothing to eat tonight, and we just finished the last half bottle of clean water. Old Zhou was taken aback, nearly toppling off his stool, and almost letting the empty cup slip from his hands. You want cold medicine? Do you have any idea how hard it is to obtain that? The entire association has barely enough for 2 people. Give you some. Are you the king of heaven or my father? Why should I give it to you? Old Zhou's mind was in a frenzy, cursing inwardly. He had spent half his life mooching off others, yet this audacious little brat nearly outdid him in shamelessness. What a twist of fate. How dare he seek benefits before anything has even transpired? However, old Zhou, being a veteran of the world, was not so easily rattled. I can apply for you, he said with a chuckle. Oh, thank you, uncle. Liang Shu Yu replied. Thank you for what? Old Zhou felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. Initially, he thought that with Wei Hongying's convenience store, even if he couldn't get into the association, he could at least procure some resources, or, at the very least, enjoy a warm meal. But now, it seemed those were mere illusions. He regretted rushing over after dinner, nearly getting swept away by water on the way. Come on. After so many years of brotherhood, what else with the pleasantries? Wei Fatty waved his hand. Just remember to put in a good word for me. Hearing that last line nearly made Wei Yoqi burst into laughter. When did his father become so playful? He used to be so serious. And now he was even engaging in some verbal sparring with old Liang, surely influenced by him. Old Zhou's smile was beginning to fade. Of course, we share a bond. Uncle, take care. Liang Shu Yu interjected at the right moment. Old Zhou's smile completely vanished. He hadn't even stood up yet, and they were already sending him off? Was he being dismissed? How could Wei Hongying have such an ill-mannered son? Meanwhile, the old Taoist priest, dressed in robes, could no longer maintain his composure and was the first to step out the door, his long face now looking even longer, resembling a spotted black horse. Old Zhou dared not offend this martial artist, and without time to reproach Liang Shu Yu, he hurriedly followed. Yet he was seething with anger. He had come in empty-handed and was leaving just as bare. Where would he place his dignity? As he stepped outside, he noticed various household items within, including buckets, brooms, and mops. Wei, you have quite a few buckets here, Liang Shu Yu remarked. There aren't many, but we have plenty of trash cans if Uncle wants. Old Zhou thought that this young Wei was finally coming around. Trash cans could serve a purpose too, especially for collecting rainwater. These are for trash, but they can hold water as well. Old Zhou had already grabbed 2 or 3, cradling them in his arms. They are for trash, Liang Shu Yu insisted. No problem. No problem. Old Zhou was already walking out with the trash cans. Take care. Wei Fatty mused. This man truly has no shame. Could that little brat be insulting him? Damn it, that little scoundrel. Old Zhou was infuriated, pondering how such a seasoned person like himself could be reduced to this by a mere child. Regardless, he wouldn't be seeing him again. He had to give that boy a good talking to. As Wei Fatty and the others prepared to close the door, they heard him shout. Wei Fatty leaned out halfway, asking, "What is it?" "You, this son." Suddenly, Old Zhou caught a whiff of a foul odor. Sniffing the air with intensity, the stench seemed to intensify. It must have been carried in by the wind moments ago. How could it be so foul? Initially, Wei Fatty hadn't noticed, but soon he too caught a scent that was quite unpleasant. Oh no! Wei Yoqi suddenly dashed out from inside to the wall. I forgot to move the body after I cleaned it last time. It must have started to rot. I thought someone would come to collect it the next day. Doesn't a rotting body harbor many bacteria? Wei Yoqi inquired. Upon hearing the words rotting body, Old Zhou's expression changed. What body? It was an accident during the robbery. There are definitely bacteria. We must quickly relocate it. Or should we take it to the corner? What? The 3 trash cans in old Zhou's hands clattered to the ground, rolling away in the wind. Wei Fatty then raised his head to look at him. Wei already reported it to the police, but they are too busy to attend to it. At this moment, Wei Youqi was already devising a plan to dispose of the body. Old Zhou, realizing the expressions on Wei Fatty, Wei Youqi, Liang Shu Yu, and Yu Shifeng's faces were all menacing, swiftly dropped the trash cans and fled in panic. Wei, my brother, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Hey, you forgot the trash cans. After old Zhou's hasty retreat, Wei Fatty suddenly erupted with laughter. Shu Yu, you truly are something else. Ha! Yu Shifeng joined in the laughter. I never would have guessed. You're quite the character. Wei Youqi, hands on his hips, chimed in. Old Liang has always been a master of disguise. You just didn't know it. Old Zhao found the unfolding scene highly amusing, rubbing his hands with glee. More entertaining than a movie. Little one, I didn't realize you were such a clever one. Liang Shu Yu merely pursed his lips, remaining silent. To be honest, he hadn't anticipated the outcome to be so comedic. Old Zhou had been frightened away by the mention of the corpse, and Wei Youqi's closing performance was nothing short of brilliant. Liang Shu Yu's initial plan was merely to dismiss the man, but he hadn't expected Wei Fatty and Wei Youqi to cooperate so seamlessly. It was quite unexpected. As Liang Wenjing and her companions approached to inquire about the situation, Wei Pengzi and Wei Youqi were already doubled over with laughter. They had caused quite a stir at Wei Pengzi's convenience store that evening. When the night had fully descended, Lao Zhao refrained from intruding further and arranged with Yu Shifeng and the others to assist in the transportation of the deceased the following day before taking his leave. Lao Zhao was aware of the robbery incident at Wei Pengzi's home. The neighbors had mostly heard about it from the old woman. Consequently, they remained wary of the inhabitants of the 2 rental properties, which were primarily occupied by individuals connected to KTVs and bars. While the nature of their professions was not inherently negative, most upright individuals preferred not to mingle closely with those from such establishments. Given the circumstances, their caution was indeed justified. Fortunately, recent days had been free of any unusual disturbances. Thus, Lao Zhao naturally supported Wei Pengzi and committed to helping with the body transport the next morning to prevent the proliferation of bacteria that could lead to disease. On the morning of the next day, several adult men, including Yu Shifeng, Wei Pengzi, and Lao Zhao, donned masks and disposable gloves as they prepared to move the corpse to the fields behind for disposal. Being a compassionate individual, Wei Pengzi ultimately decided to dig a shallow grave for a simple burial. The body had begun to decompose, and even with masks on, the odor was far from pleasant. That day, Wei Pengzi had hardly eaten lunch, and the matter of disposal had, of course, been delayed. In light of the escalating incidents of robbery in the outside world, perhaps the collapse that Liang Shu Yu had predicted was not far off. Liang Shu Yu possessed several thousand in cash and, lacking for nothing, resolved to extend a favor. He planned to give 1,000 each to the households of Old Chun and Luo Wei on the 2nd floor. Liang Shu Yu was by no means a benevolent soul who freely bestowed money. His actions were driven by his own considerations and concerns. With 1,000 yuan in hand, he knocked on the door of Old Chen's apartment. To his surprise, Old Chen himself answered the door. Liang Shu Yu had not seen Old Chen in quite some time. After the power outage began, he had continuously occupied himself at the local mahjong parlor, often staying out all night. Today, Old Chen appeared utterly dispirited and haggard. His stubble suggested he hadn't shaved in a month, his face seemed unwashed, and he reeked of alcohol. His eyes were murky and yellow, with crust forming at the corners. He wore a dark red, greasy, and filthy coat, resembling someone who had just crawled out from a pile of beggars, and emanated a faint, unpleasant odor. What had become of the somewhat handsome and refined man from years past? Uncle Chun, Liang Shu Yu greeted. Old Chen nodded slightly and opened the door as if inviting Liang Shu Yu inside, but Liang Shu Yu refrained from entering. You must be aware of the recent circumstances. I won't elaborate. Here is 1,000 yuan for you. Please use it to procure some essentials, food, drink, and medicine, whatever you can get. Liang Shu Yu handed him the money. Old Chen said nothing, simply extending his hand to accept it. Liang Shu Yu continued, medicine is a pressing necessity. If you can still obtain it, do so quickly, for it may not be available later. Old Chen's clouded eyes did not meet Liang Shu Yu's, lacking focus as he muttered a low, thank you. Liang Shu Yu was not seeking his gratitude. He turned to take his leave. having heard that old Chun had become this way after a car accident left him with a broken leg and a mountain of debt. Disasters and misfortunes can indeed transform a person drastically. Liang Shu Yu reflected that regardless of the adversities faced, one must not allow their spirit to wane. He then knocked on Luo Wei's door to deliver the money. Luo Wei left a deep impression on Liang Shu Yu, recalling a time he visited his shop. Luo Wei had previously owned a small computer store on the street, primarily selling computer peripherals and printing supplies. Liang Shu Yu, then in 6th grade, had gone there to print exam papers. A customer was seeking a rare part for a printer, and Luo Wei had scoured half of the city's computer markets and shops to find it, resulting in Liang Shu Yu waiting in the store for 3 hours. He had thought the part must be expensive to warrant such an effort, yet it was sold for a mere 12 yuan. 12 yuan for over 3 hours of work. Luo Wei claimed he made no profit as the part cost him 2 yuan, and the transportation cost 5. Thus, he earned only 5 yuan for 3 hours of work. At the time, Liang Shu Yu thought him absurd. How could one run a business so miserly? It was no wonder his store had failed. Half a year later, Liang Shu Yu's perception of Luo Wei shifted. One morning, while buying breakfast, he saw Luo Wei's son, Luo Junxian, enjoying chung fun with eggs and ham. The fragrant steam rising from the dish. Liang Shu Yu, who had not been in touch with Luo Junxian for some time, felt a pang of envy. Despite being in middle school, he was still driven to school by his father, who even delivered his breakfast. Yet Luo Junxian always appeared aloof and indifferent. Luo Wei, resembling a doting uncle, catered to him. Liang Shu Yu often pondered whether all fathers acted this way. After Luo Junxian finished and left, Luo Wei consumed the remaining soy sauce and chung fun scraps, even asking for an extra cup of rice soup. He then hurried to take his taller son to school. That was likely Luo Wei's breakfast, Liang Shu Yu mused. He could not fathom it. If he were simply trying to save money, the chung fun, priced at 7 yuan, should have afforded him the means to prepare a pot of porridge with some side dishes at home, even peanuts, which would be more filling and economical. He could not comprehend the existence of such irrational parents who indulged their children. Nevertheless, he recognized that Luo Wei was indeed a good father, albeit not of the type Liang Shu Yu respected, leading him to cease envying Luo Junxian. "Uncle Luo, please take this 1,000 yuan and procure some supplies," he said. Chapter 55. Assistant Luo Wei's demeanor shifted upon seeing the bright stack of money. He waved his hands in protest, saying, "Hey, what's this for? Why are you suddenly giving me money?" Liang Shu Yu explained, "Before the power outage, we withdrew some cash. Please accept it and buy some essentials while you can. You may not be able to do so later." Luo Wei hesitated, scrutinizing Liang Shu Yu's serious expression before reluctantly accepting the money. He folded it neatly and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his leather jacket. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it," he said once the money was secure. Luo Wei glanced outside and invited Liang Shu Yu in for a moment to have some hot water. "Once the power is restored, I'll find a way to pay you back. It's infuriating that I can't access funds anywhere." "That's unnecessary. We can discuss repayment later. For now, focus on buying supplies as soon as possible." All right. Luo Wei replied enthusiastically, a smile breaking across his face. As Liang Shu Yu turned to leave, Luo Wei suddenly called him back. He glanced around to ensure no one else was present before leaning closer to speak softly. "I've noticed you all frequently visiting the market behind. Is there a possibility of acquiring resources from there?" He had long wanted to inquire, having seen them transporting gas. Gas was indeed a scarce resource. However, he felt too unfamiliar with Liang Shu Yu and Wei Pengzi to ask directly. At such times, these resources are invaluable, and he felt too embarrassed to ask. Now, with Liang Shu Yu unexpectedly providing him with money, it indicated that he still regarded him, a longtime neighbor, with respect. Thus, he mustered the courage to inquire. Liang Shu Yu, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained that not everyone possesses the skill to dive. It all comes down to one's abilities. The wholesale market had been flooded, and beneath the water lay a considerable amount of food. Occasionally, they would dive down and retrieve some. "Is that so?" Luo Wei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "How deep is the water?" he inquired. "In some areas, it reaches depths of 7 to 8 meters, but there are strong currents. It can be quite dangerous for anyone who is not a trained diver." Upon hearing this, Luo Wei recalled that a few years ago, Luo Junxian had expressed a desire to learn to dive, and he had even taken him to lessons, spending a considerable sum on equipment. Regrettably, Luo Junxian had given up after a short while. Although there were supplies beneath the water, it was murky and foul-smelling and the currents posed significant dangers. Never mind, he concluded. That money should suffice for a while. Thank you. Liang Shu Yu nodded in understanding and took his leave. Luo Wei lived next door to Yu Shifeng, making Liang Shu Yu's home only about 20 meters away. As Liang Shu Yu turned to walk toward Yu Shifeng's house, he aimed to train with Wei Youqi today instead of diving. However, before he reached the stone dam, he heard the sounds of a quarrel coming from the second floor of his house, followed by a loud slam of a door and the furious shouts of old Chun, though he couldn't quite make out the words. Soon after, he saw the disheveled Chun Baoi emerge from the large iron gate on the first floor. Her face bruised and swollen on one side, with several scars on her wrist, and her eyes were reddened, giving her a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, upon noticing Liang Shu Yu standing at the stone dam, she quickly tidied her clothes and hair, restoring her usual aloof demeanor. She swayed her hips and stepped through the downpour to the stone dam by Yu Shifeng's house, where he was instructing Wei Youqi in training. Uncle, could you do me a favor? Her tone was soft and pleading, hinting at her request. Otherwise, her expression could easily be mistaken for someone who had just rejected a suitor. Upon hearing her voice, Yu Shifeng turned to see Chun Baoi, her cheeks swollen and her wrist injured, appearing as though she had just been in a fight. He furrowed his brows and softened his tone. What's wrong? My mother is ill, and I need to buy some medicine for her. But my father can't go out, so I was hoping you could help me. Her voice was high-pitched and slightly hoarse from crying. What do you mean your father can't go? He probably just doesn't want to. Yu Shifeng had heard some rumors about old Chun. No problem. I'll accompany you. Just wait while I change my clothes. Without hesitation, Yu Shifeng agreed. At this moment, Liang Shu Yu had also arrived at the stone dam, sitting on a nearby bench with Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi whispered to Liang Shu Yu, I never realized old Yu was such a tender-hearted man. I thought he was a bit insensitive. Liang Shu Yu retorted, Is that how you use that term? That's quite inappropriate given the generational gap. Liang Shu Yu intended to provide old Chun with financial assistance to limit their interactions. He never expected old Chun to be so ineffectual that he would allow his daughter to go out for supplies in such circumstances. Was he not aware of the rampant robberies and murders outside? Very well then, he thought. If he were to let Chun Baoi go alone, it would contradict his original intention even more. Yu Shifeng stepped indoors to fetch a raincoat and equipment. Upon entering, he saw Yumin leaning against the railing. Besides, accompanying someone to buy something shouldn't be considered a life-threatening activity, right? Yet, Yu Shifeng still felt somewhat guilty, glancing at Yumin. Seeing her mild displeasure but no outright objection, he felt relieved and went to get the raincoat. Once he emerged clad in his gear, he noticed Chun Baoi was wearing only a flimsy outfit and lacked even an umbrella. How can you go out like this? He asked her. I'm on my period, so it's not very convenient, she replied, lowering her head. Oh, you're on your period? That indeed makes it inconvenient to go out. A girl's menstrual cycle is crucial. If she gets cold, it could lead to pain during her next cycle and affect her ovaries and uterus. Wei Youqi felt a surge of frustration. What is the big deal about being on your period? If you're capable, go buy it yourself. What do you mean by dragging us into this? We're not your errand boys. Watch your mouth, kid, Yu Shifeng reprimanded. Having grown more comfortable with the two since they had become acquainted, Wei Youqi merely scoffed, rolling his eyes at Chun Baoi. Liang Shu Yu sensed something amiss and quietly asked, When did you two become enemies? Your previous relationship didn't seem this strained. Wei Youqi let out a cold huff. It's a big grudge. Liang Shu Yu pressed for more information, but Wei Youqi remained tight-lipped. Finally, he whispered, Do you think their family provides their own food and drink? It's all thanks to my dad. I can't stand her. She thinks she is something special just because of her pretty face. Wei Youqi was frustrated, believing that Fat Wei was captivated by Chun Baoi's beauty and thus secretly assisted her family. However, Liang Shu Yu disagreed. Fat Wei was inherently a warm-hearted individual. Even if Chun Baoi were merely average-looking, he would still consider helping if she asked. Yet, there was animosity between Wei Youqi and Chun Baoi. This stemmed back several years when their relationship was average, but that was before Chun Baoi's suitor had beaten Wei Youqi up. After that incident, their relationship had soured considerably. Liang Shu Yu stood up and approached them. After all, it was not his money that was being given to old Chun. If it were not for him, Yu Shifeng would not have to make this trip. The root of the matter lay with him. He could not allow Chun Baoi to dismiss this situation so lightly. One could not simply command others to run errands at will. Uncle Yu, we need to discuss this further, Liang Shu Yu interrupted, his gaze settling on Chun Baoi's slightly swollen right cheek. Given the frequent occurrences of robbery and murder outside, it's far too dangerous for you to go out alone. Yu Shifeng sensed that Liang Shu Yu was not trying to dissuade him, which eased his mind slightly. I'll call Uncle Wei to join us. It will be fine. Yu Shifeng felt this was acceptable. However, Chen Baoyi interjected, No, I can't wait. My mother's illness is urgent. She can't even get out of bed. Is it that serious? Yu Shifeng quickly asked, What's wrong? I don't know, Chen Baoyi replied, her eyes welling up again. She has a cold. Her body is swollen, and she can't eat. I'm afraid something might happen to her. Yu Shifeng and Liang Shu Yu simultaneously recalled the couple they had seen outside the pharmacy that day. Does she have a pale complexion? Is there any family history of illness? Yu Shifeng asked urgently. Chen Baoyi was taken aback. No, not that I know of. That's good, Yu Shifeng sighed in relief. The woman they had seen that day appeared to be suffering from a severe illness, and given the current state of medical care, she likely wouldn't survive without immediate treatment. What medicine do you need to buy? Liang Shu Yu inquired. She assumed Liang Shu Yu was there to prevent Yu Shifeng from going. Having worried for a moment. After all, Liang Shu Yu had seldom spoken to her directly. Her pride in her beauty had never seemed to impress him. However, the funds had originally come from Liang Shu Yu, so she doubted he would try to stop them. Yu Shifeng was at a loss for words. Given the current situation, where would they find a doctor? They might not even have the chance to hide. You don't understand the chaos outside. It's extremely dangerous. Then what should we do? Chen Baoyi's tears began to flow like two clear streams. She had never cried in front of others before. While she could accept it from Yu Shifeng, it was unacceptable in front of Liang Shu Yu, who had always looked down on her. This time, she couldn't even wipe her tears away in time. I think she might not make it, Chen Baoyi said, causing Yu Shifeng to feel a jolt in his heart. What do you mean, not make it? For several days, I have been unable to eat, and since last night, I can hardly even swallow porridge. After some inquiries, I discovered that Chen Baoyi's mother has been ill for quite some time. Initially, it was just a mild cold. But eventually, her condition worsened, leading to severe swelling and an inability to eat. This has persisted for at least 10 days. A few days ago, after she could no longer get out of bed, Chen Baoyi sought out Lao Chun at the mahjong parlor, but he refused to help, claiming he couldn't work due to being at the hospital. Consequently, Lao Chun accused Chen Baoyi of deceiving him, resulting in a fierce argument between them, which caused her mother's condition to worsen dramatically the following day. Chen Baoyi continued to argue with him, insisting he buy medicine and consult a doctor, to which he replied he had no money. Today, Liang Shu Yu brought 1,000 yuan, which Chen Baoyi overheard in her room. When she emerged to ask for the money, he refused, claiming he needed to repay debts at the mahjong parlor first. How can there be such a father who neglects his wife and child? Yu Shifeng was filled with rage upon hearing this, especially when he saw the crumpled 600 yuan that Chen Baoyi had managed to gather. With two of the bills even torn, a testament to her struggle to acquire that money. It was utterly disgraceful. I am going to confront him. How can there be such a scoundrel who disregards his family? Yu Shifeng rolled up his sleeves and was about to cross the street when Liang Shu Yu quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Wei Youqi, having listened to the unfolding events, set aside his personal grievances for the moment and felt disdain for Lao Chen's actions. Uncle Yu, we cannot act impulsively. What good will it do to confront him? Our most pressing concern is how to take her mother to see a doctor. After Wei Youqi's reminder, Yu Shifeng calmed down. You are right, but where can we find a doctor now? It's quite challenging, Liang Shu Yu candidly remarked, given her symptoms. A few days of medication will not suffice. It may require specialized equipment and, moreover, professional physicians and a healthcare system. Liang Shu Yu was correct. At that moment, Yu Min's voice chimed in from behind the group. Since the first day of the blackout, we have endured nearly 40 days of torrential rain and typhoons. Have you ever witnessed the rain cease? No, not once. Yu Min's tone was crisp yet steady as she stated a fact. The rain fell strangely. The winds arrived unexpectedly, and the power outage was even more bizarre. The healthcare system has collapsed. Can you afford the cost of saving someone whose illness remains undiagnosed? What do you mean? As soon as Yu Min finished speaking, Chen Baoyi's eyes widened in inquiry. Literally, Chen Baoyi's eyes reddened. Are you suggesting I should give up on her? She is not your mother. How can you say such a thing? Yu Shifeng quickly reassured her no. That is not her intention. He grasped Yu Min's hand and pulled her inside, whispering, How can you speak like that? It is too cruel. I merely offered a reminder. It is not my fault if your minds are clouded, Yu Min retorted coldly. Min, Yu Shifeng felt deeply wounded. You cannot be so cold-hearted. She is a person, not a disposable object. One's life cannot be judged solely by the cost of saving it. If that were the case, what distinguishes a human from an object? Have you never heard the saying that one must live with value? The one who utters that phrase has equated themselves to mere merchandise. Thus, humanity has always been treated as goods, with equivalent exchange as the unbreakable law. Yu Shifeng was left speechless. Excuse me. Liang Wenjing suddenly interjected. Uncle, I believe Min Min has a point. Given the dire circumstances, saving someone whose illness is unknown indeed poses a significant challenge. You are not wrong, but we must at least attempt to help. Liang Wenjing continued, for the wealthy. Trying is merely an investment. For ordinary people, it could mean losing everything. Are you prepared for that? Is it truly that exaggerated? If you find a doctor willing to treat her, but the fees are exorbitant, who will cover those costs? Yu Shifeng paused, pondering, but we must try. Liang Wenjing shrugged, leaving Yu Shifeng at a loss for words. Chapter 57. Perseverance. Yu Shifeng stood in place for a considerable time. Just as Liang Wenjing thought he was about to give up, he suddenly declared, indeed, in this situation, saving a critically ill person is incredibly challenging. Yet, I cannot stand by idly and watch someone perish. You may think me old-fashioned or a fool for kindness, but my choice to act is not for gratitude or favor. It is simply because life must go on. I cannot bear to confront my own inaction once the power returns. Therefore, I choose to act in good conscience. After addressing the two women, Yu Shifeng turned to Chen Baoyi. I will do my utmost to help you find a doctor for your mother. However, if the fees are exorbitant, I can only offer limited assistance. I too have a family to support. I hope you can understand. Then he turned to Liang Shu Yu. Shu Yu, you need not persuade me further. You have your choices, and I have mine. Yu Shifeng's gaze reflected determination intertwined with stubbornness, as though his tightly furrowed brow conveyed the weight of his conflicted, yet resolute decision. Indeed, everyone has their own choices and convictions. Who has the right to dictate another's beliefs? Liang Shu Yu was not in a position to do so. When Liang Shu Yu initially laid down his terms to Yu Shifeng, it was solely to prevent him from engaging in reckless, life-threatening acts of heroism that could jeopardize their collective interests. Very well, Liang Shu Yu acquiesced. As long as it does not affect our three families, Uncle Yu has every right to uphold his beliefs. I understand, Yu Shifeng nodded. Even if it is my personal resources, they will still impact the three families, and I must be mindful of that. For even if my resources are personal, overutilizing them to assist others will inevitably affect my family when they find themselves in need. Recognizing that he had grasped this concept, Liang Shu Yu felt reassured. Good. With that settled, Yu Shifeng decided to visit Chen Baoyi's mother. After he left, Liang Shu Yu continued his training unaffected, while Wei Youqi appeared somewhat disheartened. Liang Shu Yu urged him, train, do not slack off. Wei Youqi slumped on the bench, feeling somewhat at a loss. I'm not sure how to express it, he said, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Old Liang, what do you think we should do after the blackout? After all that has transpired, while killing was a matter of self-defense, engaging in illegal activities such as theft cannot be entirely justified as coercion. Of course, they could compensate those businesses post-blackout. But still, can one return to life as it was before after such a series of events? Do what needs to be done, Liang Shu Yu. Having completed a set of exercises, paused to catch his breath. But that doesn't seem right, Wei Youqi lamented, feeling overwhelmed with thoughts, worries, and uncertainties, all tangled like a ball of yarn, lacking any clarity. Liang Shu Yu began his second set of training while speaking to him. You have simply experienced too little. You'll get used to it with time. I've experienced plenty. I'm only 2 months younger than you. How can you say I've experienced less? While Liang Shu Yu exuded maturity and steadiness, Wei Youqi was no slouch either. Though he seemed carefree and unreliable at times, he never faltered when it mattered. Enough talk. Let us train, Liang Shu Yu insisted. Take a break today. Recently, under the tutelage of Yu Min, Liang Wenjing has significantly improved her accuracy. Out of 10 attempts, she can strike near the bullseye 5 or 6 times. However, she urgently needs to enhance her dynamic shooting skills, which poses a considerable challenge. While practicing, she noticed that Yu Min was observing her intently. Is something wrong? Liang Wenjing inquired. Am I doing it incorrectly? Not at all, Yu Min replied with a smile. Today, I have a new task for you. In the kitchen, Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying were preparing dinner for everyone. They were making pancakes today, after the power outage. The variety of dishes had dwindled significantly, cycling through the same few options daily. Yet, with the ingredients at her disposal, Aunt Shopping began to creatively whip up some delicious treats. Her culinary skills far surpassed those of Liang Ying, who had devoted most of her life to her career, while Aunt Shopping's focus lay in the kitchen and the home. "This isn't quite right. Let us knead it again," Aunt Shopping said, adding a bit of flour to the dough before handing it to Liang Ying. Liang Ying glanced outside at the sky. "It's around 4 o'clock. We should be fine if we take a little longer." Aunt Shopping blinked in surprise. "How did you tell the time?" Liang Ying replied. "With enough observation, patterns emerge. The sun is still present, merely obscured by clouds, and there are subtle changes in the outside light." Peering through the iron bars of the window, Aunt Shopping noticed that the downpour continued unabated. The sky remained as dreary as it had been when they woke up, darkening even further as night approached. Showing no signs of change, Liang Ying handed over the newly kneaded dough. "Is this consistency acceptable?" "Yes, that's about right." Aunt Shopping then mixed chopped spicy strips and anchovies into a small piece of dough, planning to experiment with spicy pancakes today. Just as she finished shaping one, Wei Pengzi, who had just woken from his nap, searched for Yu Shifeng and asked Liang Shu Yu outside. Liang Shu Yu recounted what had transpired to Wei Pengzi, who pondered for a moment before deciding to look for Yu Shifeng on the second floor, donning a mask as he did so. Meanwhile, Yu Shifeng arrived at Chen Baoyi's home and was immediately greeted by an unpleasant odor, a damp, putrid scent that was a disturbing medley of various decaying substances. Chen Baoyi was there, and her biological father lay sprawled on the couch, fast asleep and utterly oblivious. Yu Shifeng had no choice but to endure the stench as he proceeded to check on her mother. What he found was a disheveled bed with a pallid, frail figure lying amidst the damp and chaotic blankets. The slight rise and fall of her chest made it difficult to determine if she was alive or dead. Her face was so swollen that her original features were unrecognizable, and her eyelids bulged like light bulbs, leaving only a narrow slit for her eyes. It was evident that even if she tried to open her eyes wide, she could not fully see. Why hasn't anyone sought medical help sooner? Yu Shifeng thought, distressed. This illness was clearly not a recent development. It likely stemmed from pre-existing health issues exacerbated by the recent power outage, which had triggered a cascade of ailments. In previous circumstances, treatment would have been challenging, let alone now. "You must prepare yourself mentally," Yu Shifeng could only say. A flicker of resentment appeared in Chen Baoyi's delicate eyes as she covered her face with her hands and began to weep quietly. "Please help me. She is my mother. She cannot die." But Yu Shifeng felt utterly powerless. "Help me lift her onto my back. I'll carry her to the pharmacy to see if anyone can determine her illness and if it can be treated." Chen Baoyi, tears streaming down her face, complied. Yu Shifeng first removed his raincoat and draped it over her mother before hoisting her onto his back and securing her with 2 ropes to prevent her from falling in the strong wind outside. As he stepped out, old Chen remained on the couch, snoring loudly, completely unaware of the unfolding crisis. Yu Shifeng felt a surge of anger, wanting to confront him. But he knew it would serve no purpose. There are individuals in this world who do not deserve to be called human, let alone a father or husband. They bring life into the world but do not nurture it. They raise children but do not educate them, and instead, they turn against their offspring. While others rely on the elderly, these individuals prey upon the young. As Yu Shifeng descended to the first floor, he unexpectedly ran into Wei Pengzi, who had come looking for him. Upon seeing the condition of Chen Baoyi's mother and the accompanying odor, Wei Pengzi quickly handed Yu Shifeng a mask. "Old Yu, this is where you've erred. When helping others, you must also safeguard your own well-being. How do you know her illness isn't contagious? If you get infected and no one looks after you, what will happen if you pass it on to the children?" Yu Shifeng had already considered this when he first entered the house, but with Chen Baoyi present, he refrained from expressing his concerns. Now, filled with guilt, he replied, "All right, I will be more cautious next time. Are you planning to carry her to find a doctor?" Wei Pengzi asked. "We should first check at the pharmacy. We don't even know where the doctors are now. In a normal situation, we could locate them at the hospital. But now we can only hope to find someone at the pharmacy." "Very well. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you," Wei Pengzi agreed. Yu Shifeng smiled, relieved to have company. He had not misjudged Wei Pengzi. However, Wei Pengzi had already seen through Yu Shifeng's intentions. "I heard your grand ambitions earlier, but I'm not like you, old Yu. I'm only helping out of respect for the friendship between me and old Chun from years ago, and it's merely a matter of taking her to see a doctor. It's not a significant burden. I don't share your lofty aspirations." Yu Shifeng chuckled bitterly. "What aspirations could I possibly have? I simply do not wish to feel guilty. How much is a conscience worth?" As they emerged, Yu Shifeng instructed Chun Baoyi to wait at home. He took the crumpled 600 yuan and, with Chun Baoyi's ailing mother on his back, left 27th Alley with Wei Pengzi. As they departed, the aroma of freshly cooked rice wafted through the air from their home. Standing beneath the eaves, Chun Baoyi felt the rain splashing against her feet. Her fair complexion appeared both delicate and translucent in the rain. Silently, she gazed in the direction they had gone. Her quiet demeanor made her seem elegant and serene, yet her character often manifested as a prickly hedgehog. Back on the second floor of Yu Shifeng's home, Liang Wenjing, feeling fatigued after her training, leaned against the window, sneakily indulging in a can of fruit. Min Min, she called out, spearing a slice of orange with her fork and offering it to Liang Wenjing. If you keep eating like this, your family stock will be depleted within a month. Liang Wenjing teased, sticking out her tongue. I won't eat any more tomorrow. Liang Min remarked, people often say that regardless of whether one is in adversity or prosperity, as long as one perseveres, hope will eventually dawn. But now I realize that one's fate is predetermined and beyond choice. Huh. Liang Wenjing was bewildered by her sudden philosophical musings. Oh dear, I really won't eat anymore. Only then did she notice her partner being carried away by two men for medical attention. After Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi had just placed Chun Baoyi's mother down, Old Chen scolded them for meddling. You have no right to interfere. Even if she dies, my family is not your concern. Old Chen shouted. Wei Pengzi stared at the man before him, once an elegant friend but now a disheveled and menacing figure, struggling to reconcile the two versions of him. Now, even if we wanted to help, it's too late. She's beyond saving, Wei Pengzi stated coldly. Old Chen's murky eyes flickered briefly before returning to their vacant state. Oh, that's just perfect. She should have died long ago. You bastard. You are the one who deserves to die? Upon hearing the words, Chun Baoyi suddenly dashed towards Old Chun, her delicate hands striking fiercely against his worn and greasy figure. Old Chun, in a fit of rage, seized her wrist and delivered a resounding slap. The slender form of Chun Baoyi was instantly sent tumbling over the sofa, crashing heavily onto the floor. Yu Shifeng, taken aback by such inhumanity, could hardly believe that he was witnessing a father striking his own daughter. Are you even human? You disregard your wife's life, and now you inflict harm upon your own child. I have never encountered such a scoundrel. Yu Shifeng erupted in furious invective, yet found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his outrage in more creative terms. Wei Pengzi hurried to assist Chun Baoyi, who now bore the marks of swelling on her face. Huh. She was never truly mine to begin with. I have already shown enough mercy in raising her. What more do you want from me? My life. What do you think you are? Just because you took her to the doctor, you consider yourselves her rightful parents? And what of me? I have raised a bastard for 18 years, and you expect gratitude? You are truly meddling in affairs that do not concern you. The others stood frozen in disbelief, while Chun Baoyi's expression shifted from shock to understanding. So that was the truth. She was not his biological daughter. Hence the cruelty inflicted upon her. Did they torment her mother as well? Wei Pengzi, too, was taken aback by this revelation. All he knew was that old Chun and his wife had fallen in love freely, their bond strong. However, Chen Yuqing had come from a well-off family, while his wife was from the countryside, and her family disapproved. The couple had eloped to the coastal city to work, marrying, and bearing a child. When they first arrived at the factory, Chen Yuqing was a refined young man, occasionally reciting poetry, while his wife was gentle, beautiful, and virtuous, admired by the single men in the factory. Subsequently, Wei Pengzi resigned from the factory to open a convenience store. After the factory closed, Chun Baoyi reached school age. Unable to afford the original rent, Chen Yuqing sought Wei Pengzi's help, who introduced him to an apartment above his store. Later, Chen Yuqing obtained a driver's license and began driving a truck, but shortly after earning some money, he met with an accident. At that time, his employer, seeking to cut costs, had not insured the vehicle or its cargo. Chen Yuqing not only suffered a broken leg, but also incurred a substantial debt, which led him into a downward spiral of despair and bad habits. Yet, Wei Pengzi had always believed his friend had lost his will due to misfortune. The realization that Chun Baoyi was not his biological daughter raised questions about old Chen's transformation. Stunned by the shocking revelation, both Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi found themselves at a loss for words. Upon learning the truth, Chun Baoyi pushed Wei Pengzi away and dashed into her bedroom, slamming the door shut as if to shut out the world. Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi exchanged bewildered glances. The herbal medicine, prepared in 6 bowls and condensed into one, could alleviate some suffering. After leaving the medicine, Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi took their leave. They carried Chun Baoi's mother to Aunt Lu's pharmacy, where Aunt Lu took a glance and declared her beyond saving. However, after some persuasion, she provided them with the contact information for an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, though she could not guarantee his willingness to help. Later, Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi sought out the old doctor, who proved amiable and prescribed herbal medicine, stating that if a course of treatment was successful, it would yield results. Otherwise, they should prepare for the worst. He did not charge a consultation fee. Yet Yu Shifeng offered him some canned fruits he had salvaged. Chun Baoi used her 600 yuan to purchase the herbal medicine. Fortunately, while Western medicine was in short supply, traditional Chinese medicine was not particularly scarce. The prices had risen, but Aunt Lu did not overcharge them. In the days that followed, Chun Baoi's mother passed away, and Chun Baoi alone dragged her body to a deserted field behind their home for burial. But that was a matter for many days later. "My son mentioned that this item might be of use to you," said Liang Shu Yu, presenting a diving mask that boasted better sealing than Wei Youqi's. Liang Shu Yu expressed gratitude, and after discussions with Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi, they decided to share some of the items they had recovered from underwater with Liang Shu Yu's family. However, since they had no manpower to spare, the portion they received would inevitably be smaller. "No, this is simply to thank you for the timely 1,000 yuan," Luo Wei said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "But if you happen to have any surplus supplies, I would be immensely grateful for even a small share." After bidding farewell, Liang Shu Yu and the others modified the goggles, resulting in 2 pairs that allowed them to support one another underwater, significantly enhancing their safety and emboldening them to explore deeper waters. On November 1st, 2032, a torrential downpour marked the 40th day of a power outage. The city had become a veritable ghost town, shrouded in a perpetual gloom that seemed to emphasize the apocalypse. The sounds of destruction and screams escalated daily, more intense than the last. Countless individuals armed with weapons surged into malls and banks, confirming Liang Shu Yu's fears. Order had disintegrated. The city resembled a lifeless bird. Its heart long ceased to beat, its veins parched and devoid of blood as its cells clamored, frantically tearing at its own flesh to sustain themselves. The once vibrant metropolis visibly deteriorated, decaying and emaciated. The city's collapse proved even more ferocious than Liang Shu Yu had anticipated. What had been a quiet town seemed to awaken in a frenzy overnight. Alas, people preferred the clamor of industry and automobiles over the terrifying cacophony of despair and anguish. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating. Those living downstream faced dire circumstances as the water level rose, submerging half of the 27th alley. The homeless gathered upstream, pleading at each door. Though the village chief was no longer in power, he, concerned for his family's safety, took it upon himself to lend out keys to 2 rental units at the entrance. These units, which he had contracted for rental, were mostly equipped with appliances and were only half occupied. He decided to temporarily house these homeless neighbors rather than risk an outbreak of violence from desperation. Thus, many relocated upstream, drastically altering the neighborhood's security situation. The nighttime sounds became unbearable. Most of those living downstream were small vendors near the market, motorcycle taxi drivers, factory workers, and construction laborers. A motley crew of society. They only relented after multiple explanations that the convenience store had been completely looted. Among them were some particularly troublesome individuals, as their homes had been flooded, leaving them with insufficient food and no clothing or bedding to change into. Pleas for assistance echoed from one household to another. The elderly woman living next to Yu Shifeng was a kind-hearted recluse who could not resist the numerous women seeking her company. Ever since she lent them a few articles of clothing, they had taken to visiting her daily for idle gossip. The elderly woman, fond of socializing, also enjoyed visiting Aunt Shopping at Yu Shifeng's home. As a result, she brought along the group of women, transforming the 27th alley into a chaotic scene of disarray. In the early hours of November 2nd, a gunshot marked the beginning of a series of robberies. Outside, the sounds of chaos erupted, smashing, shouting, insults, and cries. Waves of people broke into malls, banks, and various shops, rushing in to loot. Those who had come up from downstream were desperate, their hunger driving them forth like famished ghosts. Upon hearing the shot, they surged out the door, eager for the spoils. However, if they remain indifferent, it would only arouse suspicion and vigilance among others. In such a chaotic environment, there exists a paramount condition for survival: one must conform to the actions of those around them. If others appear destitute and disheveled, it is prudent not to present oneself as overly pristine. When everyone is gaunt and emaciated, one cannot blame them for casting a predatory glance upon the well-fed. Consequently, they secured the door, leaving Fat Wei to guard the house. All gathered at Yu Shifeng's residence, freeing Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng, who donned their gear and set forth, equipped with backpacks, emergency supplies, weapons, and wits. Upon exiting, they encountered Luo Wei and his son, Luo Junxian, wearing a duckbill cap lined with layers of transparent plastic, bore a stern expression, remaining silent. Cloaked in a transparent raincoat, his tall, slender figure slightly exceeded Liang Shu Yu's height. Meanwhile, Luo Wei wielded an umbrella, similarly shielded by layers of plastic, his old blue slippers and rolled-up pants giving him a hunched appearance. Many had already departed. They needed to hasten, lest they miss out on the spoils. After delivering 1,000 yuan to Liang Shu Yu's family and often sharing supplies during their fishing escapades, they had grown closer to the three families. Chapter 60. The mall. Through their interactions, it became evident that Luo Wei was a man of discretion. Regardless of how much provision he received, he never asked for more, accepting with sincere gratitude. Occasionally, he would manage to procure fish not sourced from the village chief's pond. Though the origins of such fish remained a mystery, his efforts had afforded Liang Shu Yu and his companions several meals of fresh fish. Before we embark, let us establish a few points. Our foremost priority is safety, followed closely by securing supplies, declared Yu Shifeng. Indeed, Luo Wei nodded in agreement. The group closed the door and set out. Inside, Fat Wei and Yu Min maneuvered the marble dining table to barricade the entrance, as the vicinity had become increasingly perilous, necessitating greater caution. The throng from the 27th alley streamed into the street, merging with the bustling flow along the road. The last time such a multitude graced the streets was during the distribution of relief grain. However, the intentions behind this mass exodus were starkly contrasting. One was fueled by hope, while the other was a complex tapestry of hope intertwined with despair. Unlike the previous occasion, this crowd was organized into cohesive small groups, each maintaining a vigilant distance from one another, silence reigning amongst them, broken only by the sounds of rain, wind, and hurried footsteps. All eateries along the street had been ransacked, including restaurants, fast food outlets, and bubble tea shops. For those on the brink of starvation, even the remnants of frozen food in a restaurant's refrigerator represented a viable source of sustenance. The crowd converged upon the nearest shopping mall, quickening their pace as they approached, nearly breaking into a run to gain entry. Smaller shops had already been looted, leaving only the larger chain establishments. To prevent such incidents, armed forces had previously been stationed at the mall's entrance. Yet, following a gunshot in the early hours of the previous night, their last vestige of order had crumbled. It remained unclear whose shot had first shattered the semblance of peace, yet for the majority rushing in to seize supplies, it might have sparked a sense of relief and exhilaration. A group of 5 entered the mall. It was a sprawling complex. The first floor featured clothing stores, jewelry, decorative items, and toys, while the second floor housed a vast discount supermarket. The third floor offered electronics, and the fourth was home to a cinema and arcade. Liang Shu Yu's target was the first floor, as they urgently needed clothing. Had it not been for the fortunate drying of a garment that day, he would have had to venture out in women's attire. The surging crowd stormed through the shattered entrance of the mall, the ground littered with shards of glass, debris, and filth. The disheveled interior bore testament to its prior plundering. Liang Shu Yu and Luo Wei's objectives diverged. Liang's family lacked clothing, but not food, while Luo's family had adequate supplies, but would benefit from a surplus. Let us regroup at the entrance after counting to 1,000. We cannot afford delays, Liang Shu Yu instructed. Luo Wei, unfamiliar with this custom, mentally began counting 1, 2, 3. Wei Youqi demonstrated the counting pace, indicating it would take approximately 20 minutes to reach 1,000, slightly slower than a watch's timing. Luo Wei soon grasped the implication. Are we to split up? Liang Shu Yu clarified. We will procure clothing on the first floor and depart promptly. You must also be swift and avoid trouble. Understood, Luo Wei acknowledged. Realizing that Liang Shu Yu's group would not be raiding the discount supermarket on the second floor. Parting ways, Luo Wei hastily guided his son, Luo Junxian, towards the second floor. This middle-aged man, often criticized for his slow pace, moved through the crowd with the awkwardness of a clumsy penguin. He was the type of customer that salespeople dreaded. Taking hours to purchase even a modest item, he would scrutinize the item from every angle, never bombarding the sales staff with questions, but standing idly in one store for hours, which was inevitably irksome. If he had also been incessantly inquisitive, he would have surely earned a spot on the blacklist. Fortunately, he was not one to chatter incessantly. Had he combined his slow browsing with incessant questioning, he would have surely become a pariah. Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng entered the first floor. This level was filled with expensive gold jewelry, cosmetics counters, and brand-name clothing boutiques. Many rushed towards the gold jewelry displays, armed with hammers and wrenches, their aggressive demeanor suggesting premeditated intent. However, the glass of the jewelry cases proved resilient. As Liang Shu Yu and his companions retrieved their items, the would-be thieves had yet to breach the displays. The brand-name clothing stores on the first floor primarily featured women's apparel. However, in such dire circumstances, any clothing would suffice. Liang Shu Yu's current attire was far from pleasant, and women's clothing was preferable to the damp and foul rags he wore. He sought long pants, t-shirts, jackets, and coats, deliberately avoiding shorts, miniskirts, or sundresses to minimize any sense of dissonance. The acquired clothing had been securely bagged, mitigating concerns of moisture damage. The throng within the mall was dense. Yet as long as they refrained from engaging in overt competition, the crowd's focus lay on the heist, rendering it relatively secure and free from obstructions. Why haven't they returned yet? Yu Shifeng inquired. Could it be they're counting too slowly? Wei Youqi pondered the reason when suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed from within the mall. This was soon followed by a frenzied stampede of people fleeing in panic. It was evident that chaos had erupted within the mall. Last night, a gunshot shattered the tranquility that had prevailed since the power outage. Prior to that moment, the people still harbored hope for the city. However, that single gunshot extinguished their illusory dreams, revealing that the city was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 61. Chaos. From the frantic expressions and bewildered glances of the fleeing crowd, Liang Shu Yu discerned that many individuals were merely swept along by the inertia of the throng, unaware of the events unfolding inside the mall. Since the power outage, Liang Shu Yu had been striving to enhance his survival skills, which included maintaining composure in chaotic situations and gathering as much advantageous information as possible from the outside world. By observing the facial expressions and body language of the people, Liang Shu Yu quickly seized upon one individual whose face was etched with terror. What happened inside? Based on his assessment, this person was likely a witness to the incident. Employing a soothing tone, Liang Shu Yu asked, "What's the matter?" rather than demanding, "What happened?" This approach made the stranger more inclined to open up. They killed someone." The words tumbled out in a stammer, the individual breathless from either running too fast or being overwhelmed by fear. A group of people in black, armed with guns. They killed anyone in sight. The mall is drenched in blood. Through the fragmented and chaotic account, Liang Shu Yu learned that a group of uniformed individuals in black had indiscriminately slaughtered people in the discount mall on the second floor. The leader, wielding a gun, was likely the same person who had fired the shot last night. The other assailants, while unarmed with firearms, carried weapons such as knives, iron rods, and large wooden sticks, effectively cornering the patrons inside the mall, leaving their intentions unclear. The witness had managed to escape due to quick reflexes, while those remaining were trapped inside. Upon receiving this information, Liang Shu Yu and his companions were increasingly concerned that Luo Wei and his son had become ensnared within. How would they handle such a situation? "Let us wait for a moment," Liang Shu Yu suggested. Perhaps Luo Wei and his son were merely slower in their escape and had not met such dire misfortune. The three then positioned themselves on a higher vantage point, each diligently watching the exit to the mall, hoping to catch a glimpse of Luo Wei and his son. Regrettably, as the crowd thinned, their hopes dwindled, and they failed to see any sign of them. What now? Wei Youqi was at a loss. Before Liang Shu Yu could respond, Yu Shifeng, brow furrowed, fixed his gaze on the mall's entrance, where shattered glass had been trampled aside, revealing the dirty yet smooth marble floor beneath. "We cannot abandon them," Yu Shifeng declared, more an assertion of attitude than mere words, perhaps aimed at Liang Shu Yu, who he might perceive as a cold-hearted individual. "Let us first check if they are trapped inside the mall, and then we can decide based on the situation." Liang Shu Yu articulated his resolution. Agreed. Although Yu Shifeng did not entirely concur with this decision, he felt somewhat satisfied. Liang Shu Yu implied that if the situation became exceedingly perilous, They might have to allow Luo Wei and his son to fend for themselves. Yu Shifeng, however, believed that no matter the circumstances, they must devise a means to rescue them. With differing perspectives, yet shared determination, the trio swiftly made their way into the mall, heading towards the expansive discount supermarket on the second floor. Before reaching the supermarket's entrance, they noticed two individuals in black, wielding large knives, vigilantly guarding the entrance. A supermarket typically has at least one entrance and one exit, but unfortunately, both were secured. The size of the supermarket made it impossible for them to probe the interior through the entrance. Outside, they could only hear a familiar melody echoing within the supermarket. The tune from Kung Fu, accompanied by the sound of a man laughing uproariously, though his words were indecipherable. This type of supermarket usually has an employee passage. Let us search for it, Liang Shu Yu suggested. The employee entrance would likely be outside the mall, perhaps through a small door, an elevator, or an emergency exit. They needed to leave the mall first and search around the external exits. This was no small task, as none of them had prior experience in such situations, lacking the expertise to quickly locate the employee passage. Perhaps fortune favored them. Upon reaching the rear of the Grand Mall, they discovered a freight elevator passage. Supermarkets require restocking, and ascending this freight elevator would surely lead them to another entrance. Indeed, they navigated through the fire escape adjacent to the freight elevator, arriving at a small entrance at the back of the supermarket, where no black-clad guards were stationed. Exiting the warehouse led them to the supermarket's first floor. However, this large supermarket's warehouse was unique, resembling a protective moat encircling the store. The trio swiftly traversed the warehouse, and through a ventilation opening above, they glimpsed the interior of the supermarket. Empty shelves were pushed aside, revealing a spacious platform where approximately 30 to 50 individuals were trapped. Surrounding them were over 20 youths clad in black t-shirts, of varying ages, alongside several burly women. Luo Wei and Luo Junxian were among them. Additionally, familiar faces from the neighborhood in 27 Alley were present, including a man surnamed Gu, whom Liang Shu Yu had met during a ration distribution. Before this group of innocently confined individuals lay several corpses, some shot, others brutally hacked to death, and one emaciated man, trembling and pleading for help, yet still alive. The leader, a middle-aged man with a gun, danced to the tune coming from a radio, his movements reminiscent of the Axe Gang dance from Kung Fu. The scene was surreal, akin to a parody of Stephen Chow's work, yet the bloodshed was real, and the firearms were genuine. No one had the luxury of appreciating this grotesque spectacle. Upon witnessing this grisly sight, Liang Shu Yu's heart sank. It is often said that three types of individuals are most dangerous: artists, madmen, and criminals. The man before him, clad in black and sporting a standard middle-part hairstyle, dancing with a firearm, could very well embody a blend of all three: an artist of chaos, a madman, and a criminal. "Haha, I've worked up quite a sweat," the man exclaimed, his appearance not fitting the typical image of a gangster. Many people's looks starkly contrast with their true natures. This individual had a delicate, unremarkable face. He tossed his coat aside, affixing the gun to the half-zipped zipper of his pants, then plopped down onto a chair his subordinates had prepared for him. With a grin, he surveyed the terrified and bewildered crowd, licking his lips. "Who's next? You decide for yourselves. If I make the choice, it might end up far worse." Chapter 62. The criminal, what is he saying? Is his aim not to rob, or to kill? Liang Shu Yu pondered. Certainly not. He even suspected that the entire event had been orchestrated by this individual, deliberately slaying people in the mall to incite a stampede for goods, thereby allowing him to ensnare the crowd and fulfill his own twisted desires, satisfying urges unattainable in a lawful society. In order to maintain order, the shopping mall has always been guarded by armed forces dispatched by relevant departments. However, these so-called armed forces are unarmed, wielding only electric batons and iron rods. Even knives are merely for intimidation, never truly wielded against anyone. After all, these armed personnel are merely temporary public officials, not thugs. Thus, they were easily overpowered. As the performance artist spoke, those in the front row instinctively recoiled, yet were threatened by the knife-wielding assailants behind them, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. Since no one dared to step forward, I shall take the initiative. With a casual gesture, the performance artist signaled his two accomplices, who rushed into the crowd and dragged a man out. The crowd gasped in panic, and the man, filled with terror, screamed uncontrollably. The performance artist, delighted by his reaction, laughed heartily. "Fear not. You understand the rules, don't you? I need not repeat myself. The man shook his head vigorously, but his mouth was covered. Very well. My question is, which do you prefer, apples or bananas? The man, utterly frightened, began to cry. This individual had no intention of letting them go. He merely sought to torment them. As the music from the radio played Duga 9 Swords, the performance artist lost patience, declaring, "You're too slow." Chop off one of his hands. Wei Youqi nearly screamed along with the crowd, but thankfully Liang Shu Yu covered his mouth in time. Yu Shifeng's expression mirrored that of the frightened onlookers, his gaze towards Liang Shu Yu no longer steadfast. Faced with such madness, what could they do? Liang Shu Yu grasped Yu Shifeng's shoulder, squeezing it, as if to offer solace. They were fortunate that at least the three of them were not among those trapped inside. Oh, you don't want your other arm either? Wrong. As expected, there is no answer to this question. You still have one chance, the performance artist said. The man had no choice but to comply with the madman's words. What else could he say? You don't like fruit at all. Ha ha. The performance artist burst into laughter. Alas, you are quite foolish. With a loud bang, a bullet struck the man's head. The trapped crowd could no longer contain themselves, although the assailants had weapons. Their numbers were greater. Unable to confront them directly, was there not a glimmer of hope for escape? In an instant, the crowd broke free from the black-clad captors and scattered in all directions. Some, armed, engaged in combat, while others fell victim to the chaos. Overwhelmed by a flurry of blades. This may have marked the first incident of armed violence in this city, yet in days to come, such occurrences would likely become increasingly commonplace. It was difficult to ascertain whether those trapped had the ability to break free. Just as they initiated their escape, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the supermarket, accompanied by a series of commanding shouts. Do not move. Drop your weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the warehouse, Liang Shu Yu quickly pulled the others behind a stack of goods as chaos erupted outside. Gunfire, the clash of weapons, screams, and cries of agony. Two factions, a group of hostages, who would triumph, who would falter, and who would ultimately escape. All was contingent upon fate. Pat, pat. A pair of uneven footsteps resonated within the warehouse. Liang Shu Yu and his companions held their breath, crouched behind a wooden frame. Creak. The sound of the warehouse door opening and then closing was followed by the rustling of fabric approximately 5 meters away. Set against the backdrop of men should be strong and the din of conflict. It was the performance artist, with whom their encounter ended swiftly, with the performance artist being the only one to vocalize. Yet, Liang Shu Yu discerned 2 additional voices amid the chaos. One was male, and the other was a cripple. After the 2 concluded their grim task, the sound of footsteps departed towards the entrance where Liang Shu Yu and his companions had entered. Outside, the clash of blades continued, and the cacophony persisted for what felt like an eternity, suggesting that Liang Shu Yu and his group had concealed themselves for at least an hour. As they sat, their limbs grew numb. Yu Shifeng's expression became vacant, while Wei Youqi's eyes were filled with confusion. Liang Shu Yu rose first, peering through the ventilation above to assess the situation outside, confirming that no figures lay within his line of sight. He instructed Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi to remain behind as he ventured out to inspect the bodies, seeking the Roi father and son. Fortunately, they were nowhere to be found. For a fleeting moment, Wei Youqi was bewildered, since the supermarket robbery, after Liang Shu Yu's unfortunate act of killing. He had realized that the world had irrevocably changed. What they now faced was a new, brutal era yet to be recorded in history. Wei Youqi wiped away the small tears from his eyelashes, snagged a backpack from one of the fallen, and, after scanning the area for anything valuable, stepped over the crimson stains toward the exit. Meanwhile, Yu Shifeng removed a coat from a corpse and draped it over the face of a uniformed public servant. The 3 of them cautiously exited the mall, where a torrential downpour continued unabated. The rain remained the same, yet the skies seemed darker than before. Had something happened to Roi? Chapter 63. Recollections. The trio hurried forward, and Yu Shifeng hesitantly inquired, "Where's your father?" Luo Junxian sat on the cascading steps, wearing a black cap, his eyes blankly staring ahead, a sight that weighed heavily on the hearts of Liang Shu Yu and his companions. A sigh of relief escaped them. Yet, what was he doing sitting alone here? Water cascaded, soaking Luo Junshuan's attire. Liang Shu Yu noticed the bloodstains on Luo Junshuan's raincoat that had not been washed away and urged Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, "Hand over your backpacks." Without hesitation, Yu Shifeng complied, recognizing Liang Shu Yu as a composed and decisive individual whose actions bore reason. Wei Youqi, however, hesitated, glancing between Liang Shu Yu and Luo Junxian before hastily following Yu Shifeng. As they watched the two figures vanish into the rain, Liang Shu Yu traced the flowing water along the ground, following the deeper streams to their source. In a narrow alleyway, around the corner, a contorted figure lay crumpled. They were both quite young then, as was Luo Junxian. They had gone to play games at Xiaoqi's house, which was now Yu Shifeng's home. He recalled a time during their game when he could not find Luo Junxian. To his young mind, Xiaoqi's home felt like a palace, filled with countless rooms. He opened door after door, but found no trace of Luo Junxian. Eventually, he heard Luo Junshuan's cries, though it sounded less like weeping and more like a struggle. He crouched down to listen through the crack of the door. Just as he began to grasp the situation, the door swung open, revealing Uncle Gu, a smile lighting up his face. Little Liang Shu Yu, what are you doing here? Young children are often enamored by generous and humorous elders. We're playing a game. Would you like to join? What game? Just as Liang Shu Yu was about to step inside, a voice called from outside, Shu Yu. It was Chen Yuqing, clad in a white t-shirt, holding a bag of chips, drifting toward the stone steps like a gentle cloud. Your sister Bowie can't eat chips after getting her tooth pulled. Could you help her out? Liang Shu Yu was instantly captivated. The Gu family slammed the door with a resounding thud. Later, Liang Shu Yu, having finished his chips, realized he had forgotten to bid farewell to Uncle Gu, which left him feeling regretful for several days, deeming himself excessively impolite. Perhaps Uncle Gu would no longer hold any affection for him. The subsequent events became hazy in his memory. Years later, the miserly older brother moved away, leaving the house vacant for many years. A convenience store opened downstairs, and the owner had a son of similar age to him. Gradually, he distanced himself from the increasingly irritable Luo Junxian. Thus, many years later, when he inadvertently overheard neighbors gossiping about the sudden departure of the miserly older brother, which seemed to be connected to a young man with the surname Gu, he learned that the incident had escalated considerably, resulting in the loss of the young man's job and subsequent relocation. The miserly older brother had also gone abroad. Liang Shu Yu settled on the steps, where silence enveloped them, only interrupted by the relentless sound of rain cascading onto the moist earth. The wind carried the rain, which plummeted into murky puddles, flowing into deeper realms, where refuse swirled in the yellow water before being drawn into an unknown abyss, sinking deeper and deeper, never to see the light of day again. They were all innocent, merely victims of the torrential rain that had formed such vast puddles. The refuse, lacking eyes or limbs, was at the mercy of the currents, swept wherever fate dictated, with no room for choice, regardless of whether they lay before something noble or were trampled underfoot. Yet, in this murky puddle, they were all equal. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi returned with empty backpacks. As Liang Shu Yu asserted, once the long-standing order of society is disrupted, the ensuing chaos knows no bounds of law or morality. People would first seize the visibly available resources in the city, taking advantage of the fact that many were still unaware of the turmoil, hoarding what they could for themselves. They lacked not for food, having already scavenged extensively beneath the water. Water sources were also abundant, but they were currently in dire need of fuel and medicine. Thus, Liang Shu Yu and his companions seized the opportunity to head to the pharmacy, hoping to find something affordable. Accompanying Yu Shifeng was Luo Wei, who had presumed that after the incident, Liang Shu Yu had abandoned them to escape. Little did he know that Yu Shifeng had returned home even later than he. Although he had yet to grasp the intricacies of the events, he now found himself placing greater trust in Yu Shifeng and the others. Let us hurry to the pharmacy and see what we can find. Despite having narrowly escaped from the supermarket, Luo Wei was more terrified of a world without medicine. Faced with matters of life and death, he rarely showed indecision. Moreover, being with someone like Yu Shifeng felt significantly safer than attempting to navigate the chaos alone. Let us go, Liang Shu Yu responded, and the five of them hurried toward the nearest pharmacy. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, reminiscent of the scene before the power outage. Perhaps due to the gunfire and scuffles heard from the supermarket, the streets were now populated with hurried officials, which added a semblance of reassurance to the throngs of people. It seemed that although the order in the city was crumbling, there were still some individuals striving to maintain it. However, it was uncertain how long they could sustain such efforts. This time, officials had intervened to suppress the chaos, breaking up the group of miscreants. But what would happen next? No one could say. Upon reaching the first large pharmacy, they found a considerable crowd gathered outside. It appeared that many shared Liang Shu Yu's intentions after the incident. They had all come to the pharmacy to seize medicine. Inside, 7 or 8 men clad in worker uniforms were hastily filling nylon bags with all manner of pharmaceuticals from the shelves. The floor was stained with blood, the result of a struggle. The male proprietor had been injured and, seeing the futility of defending his establishment, fled with his family. Consequently, a larger conflict was averted, allowing these workers to seize control with little resistance. Liang Shu Yu observed the scene from the periphery for a while. Even if the workers filled their bags to capacity, they could not possibly clear out everything in one trip. He instructed Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi to remain there, waiting for the workers to leave in hopes of salvaging something afterward. He then took Luo Wei and Luo Junxian to a closer pharmacy. He left Yu Shifeng behind. Concerned about potential conflict, should Luo Wei and Luo Junxian remain, he could not guarantee their safety, let alone the possibility of finding any useful items. Liang Shu Yu was gradually becoming the de facto leader, Luo Wei thought. Despite the fierce winds outside, Liang Shu Yu and his companions navigated the route with ease. Upon reaching the second pharmacy, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Liang Shu Yu. Compared to the first pharmacy, the proprietor of this one was somewhat familiar to him. He had purchased the first batch of medicine from here on the day of the blackout and had encountered Aunt Lu's granddaughter during subsequent visits. As expected, the glass door of this pharmacy had been shattered, and the shelves were completely bare, with a few individuals rummaging through the emptiness. Luo Wei, unaware of this pharmacy's history, felt frustrated at the sight of its desolation, exclaiming, "We're too late again, let us check the next one." However, Liang Shu Yu dashed inside. Luo Wei intended to protest, believing they should not waste time in a place devoid of supplies. As they entered, a strong scent of blood assaulted them. A young man was rummaging through the back room, startled by Liang Shu Yu's presence. He initially grabbed a weapon for self-defense, but soon noticed the bodies of a grandfather and grandson lying on the ground. He quickly defended himself, saying, "It's not me. I had nothing to do with it. They were already here when I arrived." The blood on the floor had already begun to congeal, indicating that some time had passed. Liang Shu Yu surveyed the room, and the young man pressed himself against the wall in a state of panic. The two bodies lay curled up in a corner, the grandfather tightly embracing his granddaughter, occupying less space than a single brick. There were footprints on the windowsill, yet Aunt Lu was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she had been pursued by someone, or she had chased after another. Liang Shu Yu sighed. Perhaps the morning's gunfight had left a profound impression. For witnessing two lifeless bodies now evoked little more than a sense of the unpredictability of life within him. He stepped out of the back room, finding Luo Wei and Luo Junxian standing outside, looking as though they were two penguins awaiting his command. With a hint of irritation, Liang Shu Yu tapped the nearby Chinese medicine cabinet. "Pack up any usable Chinese medicine you can find. Don't just stand there." "Oh, right," Luo Wei finally responded. Actually, he had been puzzled as to why Liang Shu Yu was wasting time in a pharmacy that held no supplies when every moment was crucial. It dawned on him that aside from Western medicine, there was also Chinese medicine available. The two fathers and sons dove into the glass cabinet for Chinese herbs, and the other two, having previously found little to scavenge, finally grasped the situation and joined in collecting the herbs. Considering Luo Wei's unreliability, Liang Shu Yu reminded them, "Only take a little of each herb, don't grab too much, or we won't have enough space." Luo Wei had been thinking that these herbs took up too much room. Liang Shu Yu felt a wave of exasperation. He found Wei Youqi to be much more astute, as he at least did not require Liang Shu Yu to personally direct him on what to do. As for Luo Junxian, well, he might as well be invisible. This rain, akin to the 10,000 straw boats borrowed by Zhuge Liang to gather arrows, has become so overwhelming that it numbs the senses, accompanying one as naturally as breathing. It continues to patter incessantly, providing a rhythmic accompaniment to the fervor of the looters. Liang Shu Yu, of course, is one of these robbers, targeting even the shop of an acquaintance. The herbs, angelica, licorice, astragalus, white peony, and mint, catch his eye, particularly the cotinopsis, which shares a name with ginseng. He wonders about their differences in efficacy. After rummaging for a while, he fails to find ginseng but discovers red ginseng instead, recalling that it can be steeped in water. As for its benefits, he is utterly clueless. If only he had access to the internet or a reliable source of information, he could learn more. Alas, The current circumstances render such conveniences impossible, as there is no electricity, let alone internet access. Standing atop a glass counter, Liang Shu Yu selects only those traditional medicines he has heard of, filling his bag swiftly. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Luo Wei exclaims in shock, hastily retreating from the register without even searching the cabinets. He gathers the straps of his backpack and stands in the center of the hall, reasoning that the register must have been thoroughly searched by now. His startled cry, though insignificant, causes Liang Shu Yu's hands to freeze momentarily. Yet, it is but a fleeting moment. In such unpredictable times, fate does not heed the familiar ties of friendship. Liang Shu Yu approaches the register, spotting a man in uniform, and feels a wave of relief mingled with tension. The man's attire resembles that of the 8 robbers from the first pharmacy, raising suspicions about whether they had raided this pharmacy before moving on, or if he were merely an employee of a factory participating in these thefts. Chapter 65. The factory. The worker dons a gray uniform made of a peculiar fabric that resists soaking, suggesting he hails from a chemical plant. Numerous factories surround Deep Blue City, with many workers coming from afar to seek employment along the coast, residing in dormitories provided by their employers. In the wake of the power outage, the gathering of these workers could form a natural, distinctly stratified organization. Larger factories boast thousands of employees, and even if these individuals are divided into smaller factions, each group would still consist of 20 to 60 people. The prospect of such a labor force descending into a lawless society is alarmingly easy. Liang Shu Yu recognizes the red-threaded characters Shanhua chemical embroidered on the worker's gray uniform. His neck bears a gaping wound, resembling a slice of blood orange. This wound is indicative of a technique far superior to the dragon subduing 18 palms. Likely the work of Aunt Lu, whose martial prowess is indeed formidable. Whether she has survived remains uncertain, but given the gruesome fate of the grandfather and grandson, she likely faced grave peril. With their bags filled, Liang Shu Yu and his companions have little reason to linger. It is evident that these individuals operate as a gang, and even a low-tier factory could comprise at least 50 members. If they coordinate their efforts, they could amass considerable wealth. Liang Shu Yu is determined to confront this chemical factory gang and discern the location of their base. However, a nagging sense of danger cautions against such action. In an era devoid of phones or mobile networks, Liang Shu Yu must communicate his plans and speculations to his companions to ensure they are not left in the dark should something go awry. Upon hearing Liang Shu Yu's intention to follow a potential gang of 50, Luo Wei hastily attempts to dissuade him. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. You have amassed enough supplies, and I believe it unwise to take this risk. Yet, Liang Shu Yu's perspective differs. No matter how abundant their resources may be, there will always be gaps, and the factory gang is no exception. They too cannot simply venture out to replenish what they lack. It won't be long before they resort to trading their existing supplies for what they need. For Liang Shu Yu, they represent a vast supermarket. Understanding the location of this supermarket could prove advantageous for future transactions. Liang Shu Yu has stretched his expectations of the power outage to 6 months, or even longer. Thus, he is unwilling to overlook any potentially useful resources. He refrains from lengthy explanations to Luo Wei, deeming them futile and a waste of time. After their brief encounter today, he has also decided against future outings with the Luo father and son. Luo Wei's lack of quick thinking, compounded by his age, makes him a liability in unforeseen situations. As for Luo Junxian, he seems utterly indifferent to the outside world. If not for his breathing, one might mistake him for a zombie. Indeed, everyone has unique experiences that shape their distinct personalities. However, for safety's sake, Liang Shu Yu declines to collaborate with such individuals. Most concerning is the bond between Luo Wei and Luo Junxian. Should both of them encounter trouble, it is evident what choice Luo Wei, as a father, would make. This arrangement effectively grants Luo Junxian 2 forms of protection without effort, while Liang Shu Yu must bear the burden of decision-making and lead the charge, receiving no assurance in return. Thus, Liang Shu Yu offers little explanation, tossing his backpack to them, informing them of his potential direction before following the group of factory workers who have already distanced themselves. These workers are evidently not the same individuals who robbed the first pharmacy. They carry bundles fashioned from their clothing, bulging with unknown but presumably useful supplies. Ultimately, he identifies their stronghold approximately 4 kilometers away in an industrial park. Though somewhat distant, the yield is substantial. This medium-sized factory is one of many in the industrial park, which Liang Shu Yu estimates houses dozens of factories of varying sizes. During his observation from across the road, he has seen several groups of workers from different factories carrying goods inside. Most operate in clusters, engaging in collaborative efforts. In Deep Blue City, such industrial parks abound. And if they house food processing factories, they likely contain vast quantities of consumable resources. Regrettably, the current predicament involves merely a power outage, rather than a siege by zombies or an extraterrestrial assault. While the factories are filled with ample supplies awaiting eager consumers, it is certain that these enticing resources will be seized first, leaving Liang Shu Yu with little chance of obtaining any. If it were merely a zombie invasion, the situation would be simpler, with bountiful resources readily available in the homes of the deceased, eliminating the need for such exhaustive efforts. The trek from the industrial park to Alley 27 is even longer, requiring navigation through multiple intersections and a half-hour walk along a broad road resembling a washing basin. The gazes of passers-by are sharp, imbued with unspoken emotions, prompting Liang Shu Yu to exercise heightened caution. As he traverses a park, a sharp, piercing cry erupts from the rain-soaked, decaying underbrush, causing the damp foliage to tremble as if breaking under the strain, dislodging a slumbering snail. Dazed, it raises its antennae to gaze at Liang Shu Yu. The hurried passerby, its bewildered expression seemingly asking, "Did the earth shake? Let me go?" A woman's voice emerges. "After protecting you for so many days, shouldn't I receive some benefits in return?" A man's voice remarked. "It's a man's world now. Do you think things are still as they used to be?" Another man's voice chimed in. Liang Shu Yu, who was about to hastily retreat, paused and observed the scene with a sense of leisure. Chapter 66. Women Rain often evokes a gentle and charming feeling. A song about rainy days once captured the hearts of countless individuals across the land, leading many to fall in love with the rain. The picturesque scenery of applauding in the rain is indeed a rare sight. Had this scene occurred in the past, Liang Shu Yu would have pretentiously shielded his eyes and turned away. However, the current situation was vastly different. After experiencing a gunfight in the morning and witnessing a familiar acquaintance's demise in the afternoon, he felt that without some form of excitement to stimulate his senses, the day's balance seemed skewed. Moreover, the park's environment was dismal. Flowers and grass were submerged, and the leaves felt slimy and foul, akin to seaweed. The sight of people rolling around on the ground could only be described as utterly grotesque, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. There was also the fear of contracting parasites. Thus, Liang Shu Yu stole a glance before hastily departing. Upon arriving at 27th Alley, dusk had set in, casting a shadow that felt like a devilish filter. From a distance, he spotted 7 or 8 women surrounding the stone embankment of Yu Shifeng's home. One woman was seated on the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig. What had transpired? Liang Shu Yu rushed over. "Oh no, a fine person has been killed because of you. Murderers!" The woman cried out, her eyes dry as if parched for 3 years. Despite the tears that should have flowed, her face was marred with dark spots, resembling a fierce demon, and her expression suggested a desire to devour Yu Shifeng and the others alive, gnawing on their bones as well. Liang Wenjing leaned against the doorframe, displaying a look of disdain and speechlessness. The others, such as Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping, remained hidden inside, unwilling to confront the chaos. Yu Shifeng, being simple and inarticulate, refrained from humiliating himself and merely watched with his arms crossed, maintaining a cold demeanor. "Get up. Don't sit here. How embarrassing for the neighbors to see." The woman retorted. "My husband is dead. What do I care for face? You are the ones who caused his death, so you can say whatever you like. Here I am, a lonely woman, unable to survive." The woman flailed her short legs, her large feet mostly obscured by her bulging belly. From afar, it appeared as if she had no thighs, just calves. "His body is still at the mall. If you want to know if we caused this, go check for yourself." Luo Wei had explained this multiple times, but the woman seemed intent on creating a scene rather than seeking the truth, ignoring his words. Thus, without a resolution, she would not relent. Luo Wei, having seen the man before, kindly advised, "You should go soon. The weather is dreadful, and if you wait too long, he might deteriorate." Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze turned even more menacing. "You dare say it wasn't you who caused this?" After eavesdropping for some time, Liang Shu Yu began to piece together the events. It appeared that a neighbor had perished during a shopping spree at the mall. The woman, not having found her husband, had come to demand answers from Yu Shifeng and the others. Or more accurately, She was using this pretense to extort them in broad daylight. Liang Shu Yu recognized the woman. She lived downstream and previously sold trinkets at the market. Her dark-spotted face had left a strong impression on him. When she first moved in, she often visited Yu Shifeng's stone embankment to chat with the old lady. Liang Shu Yu disapproved of the arrival of the old lady and her companions. Yet with the constant rain, staying indoors felt akin to waiting for mold to grow on stale bread. The only place to seek shelter from the rain and enjoy a breeze was Yu Shifeng's stone embankment. Thus, despite Wei Fatty's repeated attempts to send them away, they continued to congregate there. This woman was particularly assertive, having praised Wei Yoqi upon her arrival and promptly declaring him her godson. The following day, she showed up at his home to scavenge for favors. As Liang Wenjing would put it, if it weren't for the lack of cola, I would have sprayed her with salt soda. Liang Shu Yu scrutinized the 7 or 8 women gathered around. Except for the old lady. 4 of them were at least in their 50s, and the youngest appeared to be in her 30s, all dressed plainly, their hands calloused. Faces etched with the hardships of life, clearly women who toiled for a living. Only they would forsake the chance to secure their survival in such a situation, opting instead to roam the streets in search of gossip, hoping to gain an advantage from their neighbors, as if everyone else were a fool. Hey ma'am, do you have any evidence? Can you prove your claims? Are you expecting us to compensate you based solely on your words? Wei Yoqi interjected after a brief pause, rejoining the fray. Exactly. How can you accuse us of causing harm without any evidence? We haven't even examined the body, Luo Wei added. Any discerning observer could see that the woman had ulterior motives. Instead of seeking to retrieve her husband's body for a proper burial, she had come here to confront Yu Shifeng and the others. Isn't Xiao Wu the one you killed? What more do you need to argue about? Murderers, she exclaimed. Who is Xiao Wu? The crowd fell silent for a moment, then recalled the unfortunate woman who had perished during a robbery at Weiwei convenience store. You certainly have some nerve. A young man emerged from the pouring rain, confidently ascending the stone embankment steps. He shook off the water from his clothes, removed his raincoat, and casually hung it on a nearby railing before sitting on the red wooden bench before the woman, smiling as he addressed her. You still dare to threaten us? His voice carried a hint of chill from the rain. Chapter 67. Shall we eat? If the woman was a shameless bandit, Liang Shu Yu was the epitome of an upright official. No matter how fierce the bandit, they would tremble in the presence of authority. Luo Wei, with his eloquence, resembled a superficial assistant, able to articulate reason, yet often overshadowed by the weight of action, for a single slap leaves its mark. When have I ever threatened you? Though she feigned bravado, the woman's confidence had waned by a third. Liang Shu Yu was well aware that this individual had blood on his hands. The woman, claiming to have seen it all, believed she could read people like a book, yet even she could sense that Liang Shu Yu was not to be trifled with. His demeanor might appear ordinary, but when he fixed his gaze on someone, his eyelids drooping to obscure half of his pupils, it was akin to being stared down by a hawk or a wolf. Though he was young and still unrefined by life, his intensity was palpable. The crowd on the stone embankment dispersed in an uproar, leaving only the woman and her fellow onlookers. It was only then that the seated woman realized she had been outmaneuvered. Had she not momentarily lost her focus, she would have surely clung to Yu Shifeng, preventing his escape. With someone as meek as Yu Shifeng, he would have stood no chance against her. The crimson wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. This solid wooden barrier was impervious to any attempt at force, be it a punch, a kick, or even a knife. It would require countless blows to breach. The strategies she had meticulously devised and contemplated remained unutilized. Inside the room, Liang Shu Yu first retreated to the restroom to don a fresh outfit, a pair of black women's casual trousers paired with a light green off-shoulder t-shirt. One might wonder why such a delicate attire. The answer lay in their dire financial straits. He then layered a slightly damp outer jacket over his attire. The vibrant green beneath was somewhat mitigated by this addition, rendering his appearance more palatable. Emerging from the restroom, he was greeted by a bowl of bright, golden broth presented by Liang Wenjing. What a delightful surprise. It even contained lingji mushrooms. Liang Shu Yu was momentarily taken aback as he sipped the warm liquid, which bore a hint of bitterness but lacked any distinctive flavor. The lingji available at pharmacies was likely cultivated artificially, reputed for its benefits in relieving coughs, easing breathing, and promoting tranquility. Although ginger and koik seed would have been more suitable for their current condition, perhaps the lingji held some merit after all. Should he indulge in a bit more? No, that would be unnecessary. The fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air, reminiscent of the first sip of a chilled soda after physical exertion, igniting a longing within him. All the provisions they had procured earlier that day had been carefully organized by Liang Wenjing, Yu Min, and others. The clothes, undergarments, shoes, and socks acquired from the mall, along with the herbal medicines obtained during their second excursion to the pharmacy, were all stored as communal supplies in a small storage room on the second floor. Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng had guarded the first pharmacy, securing not only lingji, but also assorted dried herbs like ginseng and dried tangerine peel, which Liang Wenjing had sifted through before placing in the storage area. Meanwhile, Liang Shu Yu and his fellow men were primarily tasked with external matters, free from the burden of household trivialities, allowing him to disregard the specifics of those items. However, Liang Wenjing was acutely aware of Liang Shu Yu's struggles outside and sought to alleviate his burdens in every possible way. For instance, she was currently using a dry towel to gently dry his hair, encouraging him to sit on the wooden sofa while her delicate hands worked meticulously. "Would you like some hot water for a bath? You've been out for quite a while today," she inquired. "Indeed, that would be nice," Liang Shu Yu acknowledged with a nod, her touch becoming even softer. Had this scene unfolded before the power outage, Liang Shu Yu would have deemed it inconceivable. It was a blessing that he had not yet been exposed to the harsh realities of their situation. Nowadays, Liang Wenjing had grown immensely in maturity. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks erupted from the security window behind him. "You will not escape justice so easily. Taking a life comes with consequences. Do you think you can evade retribution simply because the police are overwhelmed? I will not let you go without an explanation." The shrill voice of a woman outside grated on Liang Wenjing's nerves as she disdainfully glanced towards the window, finding the woman's thoughts as unattractive as her appearance. Liang Shu Yu, however, had no intention of engaging with her. A mere rap on the window and a few shouts would suffice. If she relished her shouting, she could continue unabated. Initially, during the power outage, they may have been concerned with appearances and moral propriety. Yet, as the blackout persisted and societal order crumbled, the masks of those with ill intentions slipped away, revealing their true, unrepentant selves. If every malicious individual demanded Liang Shu Yu's attention, he might as well abandon any hope of a normal life. As the saying goes, without morality, one cannot be held hostage. "Do we have any wire at home?" Liang Shu Yu inquired of Liang Dezongwen. Liang Wenjing pondered for a moment, recalling that they likely did not. "What do you need wire for?" she asked. "The hardware store should have some. The one we visited last time is likely to sell it to us." Just then, the drowsy Wei Fatty descended from upstairs. "What do you need wire for?" he echoed. "To reinforce the house," Liang Shu Yu replied. Just as Liang Wenjing had updated Wei Youqi, he smacked his thigh in realization. "Yes, I was just thinking about that. Foreigners use wooden boards, but we cannot do that with our cement walls. Wrapping wire around should definitely work." Since the three families began to collaborate, Liang Shu Yu and his companions primarily conducted their daily activities at Yu Shifeng's residence. The rising floodwaters downstream were accumulating rapidly, threatening to inundate Liang Shu Yu's neighborhood within a fortnight, rendering Wei Fatty's home uninhabitable. After his roll-up door sustained damage, the family had relocated to Yu Shifeng's abode. Consequently, their activities were largely concentrated there, making the security of this house paramount. This residence was a rectangular two-story building, featuring a semi-open balcony on the second floor devoid of security bars. A nimble individual could easily scale the wall to access the balcony, presenting a significant danger. However, the house had the advantage of solid wooden doors, providing excellent soundproofing and sturdiness. Liang Shu Yu had contemplated reinforcing the house before. Ever since the neighbors downstream began moving into new apartments, accompanied by numerous women congregating to gossip, he had been considering the matter. Their family's relative affluence was common knowledge among the locals, not due to any overt display, but rather their constant comings and goings at all hours, leaving no room for concealment. Thus, many individuals harbored ulterior motives towards them. In addition to reinforcing the house, Liang Shu Yu intended to relocate some supplies. It was unwise to place all eggs in one basket. Diversifying their resources could prevent unforeseen mishaps and offer an alternative refuge. If relations with the neighbors proved untenable, they could contemplate relocating altogether. His mother's studio would serve as an ideal secondary base, as the building was likely unoccupied. However, the specifics would require further inspection. Having shared his thoughts with the group, the living room soon filled with Wei Fatty, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, and Yu Min. As the dishes were prepared, They gathered around the dining table, discussing the matter while enjoying their meal. The table was adorned with a modest variety of dishes, 5 or 6 in total, alongside bowls and drinks, filling the entire table. During mealtimes, in fear of being seen from outside due to the abundance of food, Wei Yoqi habitually drew the curtains. Today was no different, except that an unsightly black frog was obstructing the view outside. "You will provide me with an explanation." The woman's naive shouting echoed through the tightly sealed glass window. With a scoff, Wei Yoqi made a face at her, then swiftly closed the curtains, effectively shutting out her ugly visage. At the dining table, several small plates held an assortment of food, including a dish of canned yellow peaches served as an appetizer, which everyone was required to eat, regardless of personal preference. Wei Fatty particularly despised this, but Aunt Xiao Ping insisted on serving him 2 pieces, prompting a grimace that twisted his features. Additionally, there was a small plate of lao gan mom mixed with yellow beans, golden beans soaked to a soft, sticky texture, adorned with vibrant red fermented black beans, seasoned with vinegar and sugar, making for a pleasantly tangy and appetizing dish. All ingredients had been procured from the local market. They also enjoyed a plate of shredded Peking duck mixed with crushed Oreo cookies, a stir-fried noodle dish with ham, and a pot of seaweed soup with vegetables. Aunt Xiao Ping and Liang Ying, spending their days at home, tirelessly concocted nutritious and delicious meals for the others, especially for Liang Ying. Her talents were not primarily in the kitchen, but given the chaotic external situation, she preferred to stay indoors to avoid unnecessary troubles, focusing instead on making the most of her time at home. In addition to these dishes, everyone had a drink at their place. Every day, the beverages vary. Sometimes it is warm milk, at other times beer, cocktails, or green and black tea. Today, however, it is boiled reishi mushroom water. "So, shall we go to the hardware store tomorrow to buy wires and tools? Aren't we going out to gather supplies anymore?" Wei Yoqi furrowed his brow and took a sip of the reishi water. The others at the table had just listened to Liang Shu Yu's plan and had no objections to his decision to refrain from venturing out to collect resources. However, they were acutely aware that their fuel supply was limited. They had only approximately 4 months' worth left. Under rainy conditions, the water source was unlikely to dwindle. Yet, if the rain ceased, their current water supply could only sustain them for 4 to 5 months. There were lakes and rivers outside, so water should not pose a significant issue. The primary concern remained the fuel for cooking. Liang Shu Yu's suggestion to reinforce their shelter and transfer supplies was also something Yu Shifeng and Wei Pengzi had contemplated, but they had yet to find a suitable method or location. Gathering more supplies indeed seemed unnecessary. The current situation was far too perilous. "If we go out every day now, others will assume we are gathering resources, not realizing we are actually relocating supplies," Liang Wenjing analyzed. Wei Pengzi nodded. "Today, I noticed someone loitering nearby. It does seem to attract attention. In this environment, the best survival strategy is to maintain a low profile. Unfortunately, their frequent comings and goings left traces, and the nearby houses were all occupied. Who is it? Do you recognize them?" Liang Shu Yu caught the crux of Wei Pengzi's words and set down his chopsticks to inquire. Wei Pengzi instinctively frowned and shook his head. "I don't know them. They seem unfamiliar." Ordinarily, as a convenience store owner, he would have encountered many locals, at least to have some recollection. This only indicated that the person might not be from the vicinity. "Right? Isn't he nicknamed Foot Rap?" Wei Yoqi suddenly interjected. Yumin chuckled and asked why. Wei Yoqi replied, "When he speaks, it's long-winded and tedious, never-ending. He can elaborate on anything related or unrelated." The group shared a laugh, but Liang Shu Yu said seriously, "Although Luo Wei knows his boundaries, Luo Junxian is of no use. From now on, we should operate independently and not get entangled with them." Chapter 69. Discussion. Liang Shu Yu and Luo Junxian were quite close in their childhood, but their bond faded due to subsequent events. Moreover, Luo Junxian came from a single-parent family. Unlike Liang Shu Yu, who had a democratic parent in Liang Ying and a sister to accompany him, Luo Junshuan's upbringing led him to develop a more introverted character. Luo Wei, despite his simple and kind nature akin to a farmer, had an overly maternal instinct, often fussing over Luo Junshuan's life to the extent of taking on problems that should have been his to face. Luo Junxian experienced some distressing events in his early years that he could not share with anyone, leading to his increasingly subdued and withdrawn demeanor. Everyone possesses their own personality, devoid of the notion of good or bad. However, Luo Junshuan's temperament was ill-suited for their current circumstances. He could serve as a temporary collaborator, but not as a comrade. Yu Shifeng, having interacted with Luo Junxian, quickly nodded in agreement with Liang Shu Yu's assessment. It was acceptable to include Luo Wei alone, but bringing along his precious son was not viable. Nonetheless, this did not mean they would exclude Luo Wei from future endeavors. As he was ultimately a decent individual who understood boundaries, they would simply maintain some distance during their actions. Subsequently, Liang Shu Yu shared the specific address of the industrial park where he had tracked several workers with Yu Shifeng and the others. Is that possible? I was contemplating that if the personnel from those large companies and factories unite, they could certainly form a formidable group. That would be terrifying. The likelihood of companies banding together is somewhat slim, as relationships among co-workers are often as tenuous as diluted water, with many people having families, making it difficult to coalesce. Factories, however, are different. Many workers are single. If a charismatic leader were to rally them, the factory employees could swiftly transform into an organized entity. Indeed. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Once societal order disintegrates, it will plunge into a chaotic period akin to sand entering a cup of water. It is only during this tumult that we can navigate through the turmoil. After the chaos, society will establish an entirely new order. At which point we should minimize our outings, Liang Shu Yu stated. So, you are suggesting you only have a few days? Liang Wenjing queried. Yumin glanced at Liang Shu Yu and nodded, affirming that indeed, these few days were relatively safe. Although there were many people outside, everyone was preoccupied with looting. Once they could no longer obtain goods, they would begin to seize from one another. Precisely, Wei Pengzi solemnly affirmed. The atmosphere at the table grew considerably heavier as they all silently contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. The power outage had persisted for over 40 days. And with the sound of a gunshot yesterday, not only had societal order collapsed, but so had their hopes. How much longer will the power outage last? Life is sure to become increasingly arduous. They finished their dinner in silence, the sky outside darkening like ink, with an eerie stillness enveloping the surroundings. Broken only by the relentless patter of rain against the ground and walls, along with the persistent presence of the black-spotted woman by the window, one that everyone chose to ignore. Bah! Liang Wenjing spat a mouthful of saliva at him. It's already a miracle I'm showing you this. You have no right to demand more. Wei Youqi, in turn, wore a mournful expression. Just as they were about to leave, Yumin suddenly dashed down from upstairs in her pajamas, pulling Liang Wenjing aside to whisper something in her ear. Huh? Liang Wenjing replied, her tone laced with surprise. Are you sure? Yumin nodded, her expression a mix of shyness and something indescribable. Liang Shu Yu stood at the door, holding an umbrella, and as Liang Wenjing approached, he drew her and Liang Ying behind him. As the grand red door swung open, a gust of cold wind, laden with the dampness of rain, rushed toward the three, causing their hair to glisten with tiny droplets. The rainy night drizzled softly, enveloped in darkness so thick it was blinding, rendering everything invisible. Just over 10 days prior, the city nights still flickered with lights, be it candle flames, flashlight beams, generators, or other sources, but all had extinguished since then. Thus, those who ventured out at night resembled stones dropped into ink, blending seamlessly into the darkness. The temperature had dropped, Liang Ying remarked. Liang Wenjing noticed the chill as well. Indeed, the weather was growing colder. Would they soon face an ice age? She recalled her imaginative musings in novels. Perhaps it was the night's chill that caused the previously raucous woman, who had been calling out beneath the window, to vanish. Liang Shu Yu, along with the two others, swiftly crossed the narrow street, adeptly locating the keyhole on the door. They opened it quickly, and a strong surge of water gushed forth. Yet their experience allowed them to evade it with ease. Once inside, they stowed away the umbrella and cautiously ascended the stairs while holding their raincoats. The stairwell resembled a small waterfall, with green spots sprouting on the steps from over a month of moisture. Thus, they needed to tread carefully. Fortunately, they all wore slippers and had rolled up their pant legs, needing only to focus on preventing slips. However, before that, he still had to push the desiccant under the pillow. Due to the excessive humidity of the rainy weather, each of their rooms contained quicklime. This idea was conceived by Wei, who had previously implemented a similar moisture-proofing method in his factory. The quicklime was sourced from a nearby unfinished construction site, which proved to be quite useful. The following day, just as dawn broke, or rather when the outside world finally became somewhat visible, they prepared to depart according to their previous arrangements. However, an unexpected visitor arrived at the stone dam of the Yu family. Chapter 70. The unexpected visitor. As the first light of dawn began to appear, Liang Shu Yu was fully awake, still nestled comfortably under the covers. Although he was conscious, his eyelids felt heavy, and his mind was clouded, as though his body was luxuriating in a hot spring while his head was mired in a swamp. Liang Shu Yu recognized that this malaise stemmed from consecutive days of rain and a damp environment, leaving him in an indeterminate state of subhealth. Despite engaging in daily exercise and ensuring he sweated moderately, alongside ample rest and avoiding late nights, the discomfort each morning remained unchanged. At times, he even felt as if all his organs had grown heavy, akin to a saturated sponge, making it difficult to breathe. He was aware that Liang Ying and Aunt Shoping were showing signs of edema, while Liang Wenjing had developed pimples on her face, perhaps due to her better physical condition. Yumin had not yet exhibited any unusual symptoms. Each person was experiencing minor ailments, yet solutions eluded them. They could only endure and hope for the rain to cease and the electricity to return soon. Exhaling gently under the covers, Liang Shu Yu felt some tension in his brow ease before extending a hand from the warmth of his bed to retrieve a cigarette from the drawer of his bedside table. After a brief moment, he abruptly tossed aside the covers, leaped from the bed, stretched lazily, and took a deep breath to reveal a smile as he called for Liang Wenjing to rise. Reluctantly, Liang Wenjing was pulled from her slumber, protesting that they should not be lazy about getting up and exercising. Liang Shu Yu, in an attempt to motivate her, removed the flattened pink rabbit she had around her neck and inquired about her progress with dart practice, asking if she felt confident about her skills. Such provocative questions early in the morning. What was the outcome of her training? Naturally, she believed she was invincible. Liang Wenjing tucked the pink rabbit back into her blankets and finally got out of bed, asserting that her master, Yumin, was formidable, and thus, she could not be weak. In truth, before the power outage, Yumin's dart skills were only slightly better than those who had never trained, lacking professional proficiency. However, after extensive practice during the blackout, she could now be considered quite skilled, hitting moving targets with 7 out of 10 darts. Liang Wenjing's abilities, however, had not advanced to such a level, as she remained at the fixed target stage. Liang Shu Yu chuckled and shook his head, begrudgingly acknowledging her self-proclaimed prowess. He assisted her in selecting clean clothes and a jacket from the wardrobe, then waited in the living room, donning his raincoat. Just as he rolled up the cuffs of his pants, Liang Wenjing emerged, fully dressed. He helped her into her raincoat, and as they were about to open the door to head downstairs, they heard a loud knocking and a man's voice calling out, "Is Old Wei there?" Liang Wenjing glanced at Liang Shu Yu, who calmly closed the door again, suggesting they would check downstairs. The early morning visit to summon Wei was not a good omen. They quickly made their way to the first floor, where Liang Shu Yu paused under the eaves to look toward the stone dam. A man was peering inside from the window, taking advantage of the morning light, as the curtains were drawn wide open. Unfortunately, he only beheld the empty hall, devoid of anything remarkable apart from standard furnishings. However, the enticing aroma of rice wafting from the kitchen nearly made his mouth water. "Old Wei, he hasn't woken up yet, has he?" he called out again. Liang Shu Yu was in no rush to approach. Instead, he circled around to Wei Youqi's convenience store, where he and Liang Wenjing took a seat on a small stool to wait. This man, whom Liang Shu Yu knew well, was surnamed Lu and lived a bit further down. He was a friend of Old Chun and would greet Liang Shu Yu occasionally, but their relationship was limited to shared meals. After moving in, Old Chun had gained his freedom, often gathering with a few friends to play mahjong. After a couple more calls, Wei had yet to appear, but Yu Shifeng manifested behind the security window on the first floor. "Where's Old Wei? Didn't he move in with you?" Upon realizing the visitor was not Wei, Lu's expression showed slight disappointment. Yu Shifeng shook his head, his face stern, indicating that Wei was still asleep. "Quickly wake him. I have something important to discuss with him. It's a tremendous opportunity for you all." Lu's face bore a smug expression, as if he were about to reveal a significant windfall. Yu Shifeng remained composed. They had previously agreed that if anyone came looking for Wei, he would handle it, and vice versa. They were resolute in not allowing anyone to take advantage of them. They were simply there to share a meal. Sighing softly, Yu Shifeng expressed his concern for his own health. "What do you need to discuss with him? What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Lu feigned concern. Yu Shifeng waved his hand dismissively, appearing reluctant to divulge anything further. Lu lingered for a moment, inwardly cursing the theatrics, yet maintaining a facade of cordiality. No worries, I can speak with you instead. Actually, I have a lucrative business proposal that guarantees profit for you. Although Yu Shifeng and Lu had only shared a meal, he quickly categorized Lu among those he deemed unworthy of association or collaboration. What business can be done in this chaotic world? Surviving is already a feat. I am not cut out for business, he replied, exhibiting disinterest. Lu, bewildered by Yu Shifeng's evasiveness, was left confused as he only heard the mention of making money. Cash must be nearly worthless now. You can't buy anything with cash anymore. What is the point in making money? Chapter 71. The deal. Lu was momentarily taken aback, not by rebuttal but by the seemingly naive tone of Yu Shifeng's words. I am not suggesting merely making money. I am referring to acquiring goods, food, drink, fuel. These are what we desperately need now. Why not step out, and I can elaborate. You'll find it utterly intriguing. He refrained from suggesting they enjoy tea together, as Lu was not one to be so brazenly shameless. I am definitely not interested. Yu Shifeng shook his head, resolutely unmoved. You will be interested, Lu insisted. No, I am absolutely not interested. Yes, I guarantee you will be. I am going to eat. Yu Shifeng replied. Lu thought to himself, is this big fellow a child? Why does he speak in such a manner? As Yu Shifeng attempted to leave, Lu called out. Wait, let me finish. Here is the situation. There are many people on our street. My friends and I have discussed forming a trading platform to facilitate exchanges of supplies among our neighbors. Given the chaos outside and the prolonged power outage, who knows how long it will last? With shops and banks plundered, even if you have a stockpile at home, there will always be something lacking. Why not collaborate with us? You can trade your surplus for what you need. Doesn't that sound like a mutually beneficial arrangement? Your idea does seem reasonable. Yu Shifeng mused to himself. Liang Shu Yu is indeed remarkably perceptive. Just yesterday at the dining table, we discussed this matter, and today someone has come knocking. Is this not a sign of foresight? However, Liang Shu Yu also mentioned that he preferred to exchange in distant places rather than with neighbors. Yu Shifeng shook his head, deciding it best to prioritize his meal. No, allow me to finish, old Lu urged, reaching through the window to grasp Yu Shifeng's sleeve, as if fearing his escape. Not only is it a trading platform, but we can also conveniently offer security services or tax transactions. If you're willing to join us, with our numbers, we can all prosper together and live comfortably. Yu Shifeng twisted his arm, akin to a rhinoceros shaking off pests. Contemplating that he already enjoyed a lavish lifestyle and questioned why he should entangle himself with such individuals. It felt akin to a collaboration between Ma Baba and an impoverished household earning a mere 2,000 a month. To suggest that families like Yu Shifeng's collaborate with old Lu was not cooperation, but rather a form of charity. I must go eat, Yu Shifeng stated plainly, finally shaking off the unwelcome grasp. He firmly closed and locked the window. Old Lu's face turned an ashen hue, unable to restrain his irritation. Do you understand the phrase "a tall tree catches the wind"? It implies that your household has accumulated a considerable amount of goods, which has not gone unnoticed by the neighbors. We are not coveting what you possess. We merely wish to invite you to join our ranks. Once united, we can support each other. Anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards you must first contend with us. Do you not grasp the strength in unity? It's all about numbers. If you had collaborated with us sooner, Old Way's convenience store would not have faced such scrutiny, would it not? Having observed enough from the convenience store, Liang Shu Yu stretched and stood up, walking over with Liang Wenjing. Old Lu continued his persuasion, unaware if Yu Shifeng could hear him. Liang Shu Yu suspected he could not, given the house's excellent soundproofing. Ah, Xiao Liang, do persuade your uncle, old Lu implored with desperate eyes. Liang Shu Yu feigned a smile, drawing Liang Wenjing close beside him as a shield, casually knocking on the door while inquiring, Uncle Lu, do you know a woman with dark spots on her face from the residential area? Oh, Liang Shu Yu nodded. So you do know her? That woman, upon moving here, had initially tried to take advantage of the situation, but yesterday she became quite troublesome, even clinging to Luo Wei and Yu Shifeng until the night fell. Given her tenacity, it was likely she would reappear in the morning when Liang Shu Yu and the others were to leave. Clearly, someone had tipped her off. The door opened, and Liang Wenjing slipped inside first. Old Lu craned his neck to peer in, but was entirely blocked by Liang Shu Yu's tall frame. I too must go eat now. Uncle Lu, feel free. Observing their demeanor, old Lu sensed his efforts were in vain. Yet his own household was on the brink of desperation. To venture out and take risks was not an option, especially when his two sons would surely suffer from hunger. Thus, regardless of the outcome, he aimed to extract some benefit from this group. Xiao Liang, let me speak frankly, he started. My visit today is not solely about recruiting you, but also to save you from peril. Oh, how so? Liang Shu Yu inquired, closing the door, arms crossed, leaning against it with keen interest. Old Lu, unafraid to share his thoughts with Liang Shu Yu, a mere youth, had gathered intel suggesting that this young man held considerable influence. Previously, a member of Xiao Zhao's group was killed. Do you truly believe they will let it slide? Xiao Zhao is a clever individual and has already allied himself with San Gu and Pao Gu. The goods you have amassed are already under scrutiny. Who is Pao Gu? Liang Shu Yu asked, familiar with San Gu, a friend of old Chen's. A burly man from the northeast, heavily tattooed, he appeared more robust than Yu Shifeng. However, Liang Shu Yu regarded him as merely a facade, a paper tiger. Yet, he was unfamiliar with Pao Gu, which prompted a vague recollection of what Wei Fatty had mentioned about unfamiliar faces loitering nearby. Chapter 72. Old Lu appeared to be a man in his 50s, though his actual age was likely less. His aged visage bore the marks of time, and his murky eyes only sparkled with cunning when calculating others, as they did now, glimmering with a threatening intensity. His furrowed cheeks were speckled with age spots, and his calloused hands bore no trace of labor, but rather of a life spent playing mahjong. Liang Shu Yu recalled his previous role as a supervisor in a factory, adept in the art of communication. Initially, he attempted to entice Yu Shifeng, then resorted to threats, ultimately intimidating the young Liang Shu Yu, evidently well prepared. Pao Gu is the local leader, he stated, raising his left eyebrow with a smirk. Years ago, he was associated with the top boss of Shenlan City and spent 12 years inside. As you can imagine, only the capable survive in such environments. Though I'm not personally acquainted with him, I hear he is quite formidable. I advise against making enemies with someone like him. Liang Shu Yu chuckled inwardly. Setting aside the fact that Shenlan City had long since eradicated criminal elements, those once close to the so-called top boss were likely long gone. These so-called leaders were merely self-proclaimed figures. Yet, Liang Shu Yu did not underestimate this Pao Gu. Even a cornered dog would leap over a wall when desperate. He would not dismiss any potential adversary, but he also would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Oh, he nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. So this Pao Gu must be quite formidable. Indeed, old Lu replied, surveying his surroundings. He commands a crew of dozens. I'm not coveting your possessions, merely reminding you that strength lies in numbers. Otherwise, with merely your small group, you cannot hope to defend what you have. Rather than lose both possessions and lives in the end, why not take precautions? Seeing Liang Shu Yu smile, old Lu assumed he was naive to the harsh realities outside. Do not underestimate the current chaos. Murder and arson abound. This is no longer a lawful society. Just yesterday, a gunfight erupted at the mall, claiming the lives of over 10 people. Those were real lives lost, not mere statistics. Do you comprehend the weight of death? Old Lu believed Liang Shu Yu, despite his stature, remained unaware of the true meaning of mortality, which only becomes apparent in one's 30s or 40s, when one grasps the fleeting nature of life. Yes, I understand. Liang Shu Yu replied earnestly. Good, as long as you understand. Ultimately, life is singular. Whether you cherish it is of little consequence, but consider your loved ones and friends. Reflect on their well-being. As old Lu spoke, he recalled hearing of Liang Shu Yu's past involvement in a fatal incident, albeit claimed to be self-defense. Yet, witnessing the faint smile on Liang Shu Yu's face sent a chill down his spine. What do you think we should do, Uncle Lu? Liang Shu Yu inquired, his smile unwavering, yet devoid of warmth in his eyes. The eyes, which should have sparkled with youthful brilliance, instead conveyed a dull sharpness. Lao Lu suddenly felt that his visit was somewhat reckless. He should have brought along a couple of companions. If negotiations fell through and he inadvertently angered the other party, would he face dire consequences? Given the current societal climate, provoking someone could lead to unforeseen repercussions. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Lao Lu. I believe it would be prudent for you to enlist additional collaborators. Strength lies in numbers. If we unite, we need not fear robbery. Oh, who should we approach? Lao Lu contemplated. Ideally, he would want to involve himself. Yet he sensed it unwise to entangle himself at this juncture. At least 2 others should accompany him. His instincts, honed over years in the workplace, warned him that Liang Shu Yu would be a particularly challenging individual to deal with, perhaps even more so than the imposing Yu Shifeng. This matter warrants further discussion. Lao Lu conservatively suggested. Then Uncle Lu, please consider it further. I must go have my meal now. My apologies, Xiao Liang, for delaying your meal. Lao Lu replied with an apologetic smile. Liang Shu Yu nodded and entered the house. A chill ran down Lao Lu's spine, and he felt somewhat unsteady on his feet. It was ridiculous to be unnerved by a mere child. He quickly turned and made his way back to his temporary quarters, his steps faltering, shoulders trembling like a frightened penguin fleeing after abandoning a companion to the depths. Inside, Liang Shu Yu found the dining table already set, with everyone seated, awaiting his arrival. Today's breakfast consisted of simple congee and pickles, accompanied by half a salted egg for each person. To Liang Shu Yu, this breakfast felt more sumptuous than what he had experienced before the power outage, as he often skipped breakfast. Why don't you start eating? The dishes are getting cold, Liang Shu Yu remarked as he took a seat. Aunt Xiaoping interjected, the congee is piping hot. Let it cool a bit before you dig in. Their little group comprised an unusual assembly. Surprisingly, the most resourceful leader was none other than Liang Shu Yu, a boy yet to reach 18. Among their 3 families, only 2 had adult men. Yu Shifeng was indeed formidable, but at times stubborn and foolish, lacking the cleverness required for leadership. Wei Pengzi, though possessing good ideas and an earnest disposition, was too timid and physically unfit, proving unreliable in critical moments. Among the remaining members, Yu Min was the best candidate, possessing both strength and intellect, yet her gender rendered her unsuitable for outdoor endeavors in such perilous circumstances. Liang Ying, equally sharp, experienced, and wise, was similarly constrained by her gender, limiting her ability to contribute fully. Thus, Liang Shu Yu seized this opportunity, believing it to be fortuitous. Are you going to agree to collaborate with them? Liang Wenjing inquired. How could I? Liang Shu Yu sipped his congee as everyone picked up their chopsticks. Wei Pengzi responded. It's impossible to agree outright. We can only maintain a vague stance for now. Yu Min nodded in agreement. If we lay down definitive terms, they may resort to other actions. Chapter 73. The studio Wei Youqi furrowed his brow, but we can't drag this out indefinitely. In their eyes, we must appear affluent. Perhaps in due time, they will attempt to exploit this wealth, and when they grow desperate, their actions may become increasingly aggressive. Liang Ying concurred, indeed. Aunt Xiaoping, though she grasped the essence of their discussion, recognized her lack of decisiveness in such matters and paid little attention. Her thoughts preoccupied with what to prepare for lunch to reward them. Mom, if we move to the studio, will there be enough space? Liang Shu Yu asked Liang Ying. Yes, there's south over 400 square meters, but there are no beds, so the sleeping conditions will be rather rudimentary. That is of little consequence. We need not reside there permanently unless our current location becomes untenable. After we finish eating, let us transport some items and assess the situation, just as we planned yesterday. Only with greater conviction. The group responded affirmatively, the clatter of bowls and chopsticks soon signaling the end of breakfast. Liang Ying and another cleaned the table, while Liang Wenjing and Yu Min hurriedly organized items for relocation. 3 backpacks, not fully packed, to maintain an appearance of manageable weight. Inside were ready-to-eat 8 treasure congee cans and bread, as the studio lacked a gas stove or fuel, rendering rice and flour impractical for transport. They concealed the backpacks beneath raincoats, while Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng donned clean socks and 3 layers of waterproof plastic bags before slipping into their designated outdoor shoes. Frequently traversing the outdoors, their feet often became damp, leading to skin irritation over time. The plastic bags not only provided waterproofing, but also helped keep moisture from entering their bodies, perhaps promoting better health. However, they made walking slippery, necessitating extra caution. As the trio prepared to depart, Luo Wei arrived at the stone dam. Observing them with their backpacks and weapons, Luo Wei initially expressed surprise, then sheepishly remarked, "Are you all heading out today?" Luo Wei was alone and dressed in a manner suggesting he had no plans to venture out. The 3 nodded in response. I was a bit startled yesterday. I think I'll stay home to rest for a couple of days. Our preparations are nearly complete, so I won't be going out. Liang Shu Yu was relieved. Had Luo Wei insisted on joining them, it would have been awkward to refuse. Wei Pengzi, already tall and with a heart condition, had been feeling unwell lately due to the humid weather, which may have aggravated his condition. He often slept for 15 to 16 hours a day. Even exercise had failed to invigorate him, and while they had intended to take him for a checkup, recent events had delayed that plan. As they passed by a pair of residential buildings, Liang Shu Yu glanced up. What had once been largely vacant was now nearly full, occupied by vendors, workers, and shopkeepers relocated from downstream. A few unfamiliar faces emerged, their heads covered only by plastic bags, as carrying umbrellas was clearly impractical. "Do you think that woman from yesterday will bother us again?" Wei Youqi asked, eyeing the buildings with concern. Yu Shifeng also cast a glance, his square face reflecting agitation. She seemed intent on taking advantage of their predicament. If she continued to stir trouble, would it adversely affect them? "There will undoubtedly be repercussions," Wei Youqi stated. "It's the incendiary effect. Many nearby know we are relatively affluent, and someone may seize the opportunity to cause trouble." "Does she have anyone else with her?" Liang Shu Yu suddenly queried. Both Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng turned to look at him in unison. Wei Youqi pondered seriously. "I don't believe I've seen anyone else." Liang Shu Yu nodded. Wei Youqi blinked, instinctively rubbing his thighs. Since the power outage, Lao Liang had changed significantly, becoming increasingly cunning, even casually considering such matters. "That's a relief. If they all came to my house to cause a ruckus, it would be quite troublesome." Yu Shifeng sighed in relief. "Wait, what is the focus here?" Wei Youqi exclaimed. "Is that really the main concern?" Yu Shifeng gazed innocently. "Aren't you worried about that?" "Ahem." Wei Youqi cleared his throat. We've arrived. He then pushed open the heavy fire escape doors. The Xiangfeng building stood 10 stories tall, with Liang Ying's studio located on the 7th floor. Fortunately, the ground floor fire door was unlocked, alleviating their earlier concerns about it being locked. They had even brought along a pair of pliers. But it seemed they would not be needed after all. As soon as they entered the fire escape, Wei Youqi's expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, starkly contrasting with his usual youthful exuberance. Liang Shu Yu remained unchanged, his demeanor consistently steady, though his hands gripped the hilt of the knife hanging at his thigh. At the forefront was Yu Shifeng, firmly clutching his axe, his steps deliberate and forceful. Wei Youqi positioned himself in the middle, pressing his back against the wall, while Liang Shu Yu brought up the rear, his eyes vigilant. This unspoken understanding among the trio required no explicit allocation. Upon entering unfamiliar territory, they instinctively adopted such a defensive posture. Following the fire escape to the 2nd floor, they encountered the tightly locked fire door. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, the steps bore no traces of water, suggesting that no one had visited this area in the past few days. Perhaps this building was temporarily desolate and safe. Thus, they meticulously traversed 6 floors, arriving at the fire door on the 7th floor. Liang Shu Yu examined each lock on the fire doors. Some were secured with iron chains, while others bore U-locks. The anti-theft locks on the 5th and 6th floors showed signs of tampering, indicating that the premises had been previously breached by outsiders, albeit unsuccessfully. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they found the U-lock on the fire door had sustained the most significant damage, with dozens of marks from sharp blades. Although the lock had not been completely severed, one could only wonder who had ventured up these floors with the intent to unlock it. This building housed only small companies and studios, devoid of restaurants or supermarkets. "Old Liang, this lock has been tampered with," Wei Youqi exclaimed, his voice a mixture of alarm and caution as he surveyed the surroundings, drawing his knife, which glimmered ominously in the dimly lit corridor. "I noticed," Liang Shu Yu replied. Who could it be? Wei Youqi, accustomed to visiting this place with Liang Shu Yu, was well aware of its lack of valuables. What would compel anyone to damage the locks here? Could it be the employees from Bihua Garden? But why? The silver alloy had also been subjected to varying degrees of damage, yet the deepest cut did not exceed 1 centimeter. The perpetrator might have lacked suitable tools, and the uneven nature of the cuts suggested it was not a single attempt. At this point, Liang Shu Yu's heart abruptly fluttered, as if an electric current surged from his heels, sending chills throughout his body, akin to standing in a tempestuous plain filled with wind and lightning. It could be Aunt Lee. If the elevator was still out of order, the only exit from this building would be this fire door. Though it was barricaded behind Bihua Garden's rolling shutter, breaching such a shutter was not insurmountable. But could it be that Aunt Lee damaged the shutter yet could not sever the anti-theft lock? No, it might not be that straightforward. Perhaps Aunt Lee had already left, and the marks on the lock were left by someone else. Regaining some composure, Liang Shu Yu extended his hand to push the heavy iron door ajar, hoping for a small gap to glimpse what lay within. Yet, his hand trembled uncontrollably in the air, the chilling sensation transmitting to his heart, rendering him pale. With a sudden push, Liang Shu Yu managed to create a narrow opening. A foul stench erupted from the gap, reminiscent of viscous black liquid splattering from a sewage drain, nearly causing Wei Youqi to retch. Yu Shifeng's expression shifted as he quickly stepped back, retrieving 3 masks from his waist pouch. Tossing one to each of them before donning his own, and swiftly opening the ventilation window at the corridor's entrance, allowing the cold breeze to dilute the overpowering stench of decay. Be cautious of infectious bacteria, Yu Shifeng advised. Wei Youqi, now wearing his mask, noticed Liang Shu Yu still stood frozen, neglecting to put on his mask. Old Liang, the mask, he called out urgently. Liang Shu Yu turned, one hand gripping the railing, resembling a famished individual relying on support to remain upright. His brow furrowed as he closed his eyes, seemingly taking deep breaths. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, now reddened, with moisture pooling in his gaze but not spilling over. Both Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng sensed something amiss but refrained from speaking. After a brief pause, Liang Shu Yu straightened, tilted his head back, pressed his lips together, and finally donned his mask with composure. Turning back, his expression had returned to normal, though his voice was slightly hoarse. Let us break it open. Agreed, Yu Shifeng replied. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi cleared the way as Yu Shifeng raised the axe high, bringing it down forcefully upon the U-lock. They had anticipated the circumstances prior to their arrival and had brought along a lock they had used for securing bicycles. Yu Shifeng struck the already damaged lock over 20 times, swiftly rendering it inoperative. Once the broken lock was removed, considering the potential for infectious bacteria inside, the trio wrapped towels around their masks, allowing the door to ventilate for a good 10 minutes before cautiously stepping inside. Upon entry, the floor was not the filthy or chaotic sight Liang Shu Yu had imagined. Instead, it gleamed as if new, the beige porcelain tiles reflecting bright light. The rolling shutter between Bihua Garden and Sanmu Accounting had been raised, while the elevator door outside had been forcibly pried open, leaving traces of tools on the door and dried fingerprints of blood along the edges of the elevator floor. Everything outside appeared normal, yet within Sanmu Accounting, the glass window facing the street had been shattered, now rattling in the gusty wind. Strangely, below this window, aside from water stains, everything was remarkably clean, devoid of any glass shards, as though someone had meticulously swept the area. The foul odor emanated from within Sanmu Accounting. Yet peering through the double glass doors revealed a pristine interior. No signs of dirt or damage on the floor, desks, or reception area, casting doubt on the presence of a corpse that had been trapped for over 40 days, emitting such a stench. Perhaps the restroom had malfunctioned? Similar to the Rowe family's situation, where waste erupted from the toilet, contaminating the air. Was that the case? Liang Shu Yu pushed open the unlocked glass door, and the stench intensified. Even through the thick towels and mask, the unmistakable scent of death permeated the air, one Liang Shu Yu was all too familiar with. The studio retained the same appearance it had when Liang Shu Yu visited previously, even more orderly and immaculate. The floor was spotless, and the 7 desks within were neatly arranged, but he saw no sign of a body. However, Liang Shu Yu had already deduced where she might be. The office. Only the office contained a foldable bed, which could be set up for resting when fatigued. As a child, Liang Shu Yu often watched anime there, while Liang Wenjing would perch on a small stool beside him, doing her homework while sneaking glances at his screen. Once discovered, she would promptly be taken away to the front desk to finish her assignments. During those times, Aunt Li would tell Liang Wenjing, "Anime is not worth watching. Such things are for children. A well-behaved girl like you should prefer reading." Yet, Liang Wenjing, already in her teenage years, was not oblivious to the insincerity of such reassurances and would retort to Liang Shu Yu, "If you dare to tell on me again, I'll break your legs and shove your toes in your mouth. Try me." Chapter 75. The funeral. Initially, Liang Shu Yu was intimidated and refrained from reporting her, but later realized that Liang Wenjing lacked the courage to actually harm him, let alone break his legs. As for stuffing his toes into her mouth, Liang Shu Yu had already attempted that, and it was utterly impossible. Thus, he remained unperturbed by her baseless threats and continued to act as he pleased. On another occasion, the 2 siblings had a scuffle in the studio, with Aunt Li trying to mediate while chuckling, for the reason that Liang Shu Yu lost his balance and fell onto the ground. This incident made him harbor a quiet resentment towards her for quite some time, vowing never to eat the fruit she offered again. The remaining memories were hazy, yet Aunt Li always left an impression as a gentle person who occasionally uttered trivial, ill-timed remarks, but was serious when it came to work. During the beginning and end of the month, she resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Standing before the black door of the office, the odor intensified, and he was entirely certain that the corpse lay within. Without hesitation, Liang Shu Yu donned a pair of transparent disposable gloves, twisted the golden round doorknob, and the door creaked open, revealing the scene and scent inside. The interior and exterior were two starkly contrasting worlds. Though the off-white tiled floor was meticulously cleaned, the ground inside was marred by black lesions. And even the pristine white walls were not spared, splattered with ink-like stains radiating from the resting place of the corpse. The floor was also strewn with paper stars and origami cranes, fashioned from newspaper, some adorned with red ink drawings of stars, moons, and flowers, exquisite and lifelike, surpassing even real blossoms in beauty. She had not dared to use the financial statements from the studio, opting instead for outdated newspapers and scrap pages, perhaps running out of red ink, leaving behind some pale cranes devoid of patterns. She had bestowed upon herself a splendidly beautiful farewell. Liang Shu Yu recalled that her favorite color was royal blue, as she had once worn a royal blue dress, to which he had remarked was hideous. At that time, he was quite resentful towards her, yet she, in her buoyant mood, had retorted, "Not at all. It's lovely. My husband spent 2,000 on it. It's my favorite color." But no royal blue patterns adorned the cranes, possibly due to her dissatisfaction with the blue water-based pen available in the office. "Old Liang, look at this." Wei Youqi approached from behind, holding a long cord made of various wires and fabrics tied together. All the electrical cords had been severed, and this cord had been found on the coffee table outside. It was only 7 or 8 meters long, and the rubber insulation made it slippery, making it challenging to tie securely, requiring a considerable length to do so. Yet, even then, the knot slipped. In that moment, Liang Shu Yu suddenly comprehended the purpose of the shattered window. It was not for suicide, but an escape route. Everything here was startling. He stood in place for a while. Wei Youqi, upon witnessing the scene inside the office, could no longer contain his tears, despite previously vowing never to cry again. He was unable to maintain the calm demeanor of Liang Shu Yu. After all, he had known Aunt Li for quite a while, though they were not particularly close. She was nonetheless someone he recognized. She had departed with dignity. After some time, Wei Youqi refrained from wiping away his tears, fearing that bacteria on his hands might enter his body through his eyes. This thought lingered in his mind, and he suddenly felt appallingly cruel. A familiar person had died. Yet he was preoccupied with the fear of contracting a disease. It seemed he had changed as well. Yu Shifeng approached and gently patted Wei Youqi's shoulder, quietly inquiring Liang Shu Yu, "Should we leave the things here?" Liang Shu Yu, no longer melancholic, pulled the office door shut. "Next time we come, we'll seal this door with glass adhesive." The corpse had decayed beyond recognition. Even the maggots had perished, of course. It was impossible to touch the body and move her from here. The risks were too great. The only option was to seal the door completely to prevent the transmission of pathogens. According to their original plan, they intended to hide their belongings in the studio. However, there were indeed techniques to conceal items. It was out of the question to hide them in drawers or cabinets, as they would be easily discovered if someone visited. Thus, the places to hide were quite limited. This included inside the standing air conditioner, where one could simply unscrew the back panel. The computer case also offered ample space to conceal numerous items, a location that most would not think to check. Yet, the items to be hidden were not to be carelessly tossed together. Liang Wenjing and Yu Min had thoughtfully designed and packaged them into portions. Liang Shu Yu and the others had prepared 6 portions today, each individually wrapped in plastic bags, containing a bottle of mineral water, a can of 8 treasure porridge, biscuits or bread, and candy or chocolate. Each portion contained at least 3 essentials: water, sugar, and sustenance. This way, a single portion could provide 2 to 3 days' worth of food and water. The food at home was also similarly packaged, with some containing medications separated into differently colored plastic bags for emergency use. However, the 6 provisions brought out today did not include any medication. Once everything was securely hidden, Wei Youqi, still sensing the pungent odor of decay in the air, remarked, "I reckon the people from 27th Alley 1T let this go easily. Since the environment here is still decent and there are no other threats, why don't we just move over here?" Yu Shifeng nodded in agreement. "Yes, that seems feasible. Should we open the windows to air it out first?" Liang Shu Yu shook his head. "No, we cannot open the windows. There are surely residents in the nearby buildings, and suddenly opening the windows would draw attention." However, Yu Shifeng expressed his concern, although there are currently no others. "The anti-theft locks on the 5th and 6th floors have been damaged, indicating that someone has had their eye on this place. There are no others, Liang Shu Yu asserted confidently. Puzzled, Yu Shifeng noted the signs of damage on the 5th and 6th floors. Before he could ponder further, Wei Youqi pointed toward the elevator and the bloody fingerprints on the floor's edge. Oh, so it was her. It dawned on him that she had crawled from the elevator shaft to the 5th and 6th floors, but had still failed to break the external anti-theft locks. Chapter 76. Disinfection. After leaving the shopping building, they revisited the hardware store where they had previously purchased items, exchanging 3 bags of biscuits, 2 bags of jelly, and a pack of cigarettes for a substantial amount of iron wire, a pair of pliers, and a saw. The biscuits and jelly were not particularly appetizing, but fortunately, cigarettes held significant value, and men who smoked would not refuse them. The hardware store was not a target for robbery. Moreover, it was typically stocked with a full range of knives and tools, making it unwise for anyone to attempt to rob it. However, the owner was only willing to exchange for unimportant hardware items. He stubbornly refused to trade for knives or any potentially harmful tools, despite Liang Shu Yu and the others exhausting their efforts to persuade him. Fortunately, they were not in dire need of weapons. Their homes had kitchen knives, small knives, hammers, axes, steel pipes, and even a watermelon knife. The 3 men heading out each concealed at least 3 knives on their persons, so they were not lacking in that regard. The women who had previously gathered around had vanished without a trace. Rest? Is he suggesting we take a break? Yu Shifeng found it irritating. Even without the woman wailing nearby, who could possibly sleep soundly now? He was slightly annoyed with him, realizing that even cockroaches recognized he was putting on an act. Yet he feigned ignorance and continued to perform earnestly. However, Yu Shifeng was aware of his own ineptitude in arguing, fearing that he would fall into the other's trap. He could only maintain a stern expression and say, "Thank you for your hard work." Old Lu coughed, feeling as though Yu Shifeng was subtly mocking him. Not at all. Old Lu chuckled, stepping back a pace to introduce the 2 individuals behind him to Yu Shifeng and Liang Shu Yu. "This is Brother San, and this is Old Li." As the bald-headed Old Li stepped forward, he wore a cordial smile, inviting me to call him Lightbulb. He extended his hand for a handshake. Unexpectedly, Wei Youqi interjected, cheerfully stating that he had just touched a corpse that had been rotting for days. If Uncle Li did not mind, he was still wearing disposable gloves, stained with an unknown black substance. It was well known that this family possessed 2 sets of underwater tools and frequently rummaged through the market. Now, it seemed, they had even resorted to handling corpses. What could one possibly find within a corpse? Surely not internal organs as sustenance? This was absurd. The gleaming surface of bald-headed Li's head seemed to twist in discomfort. Wei Youqi shrugged, aware that Li's exaggerated reaction was entirely predictable, while the 3rd brother appeared notably unfazed. Perhaps a sign of his formidable nature. Old Lu turned his gaze toward Liang Shu Yu, inquiring if they had been out to handle a corpse that day. Clearly, he recognized that among the trio, Liang held the most authority. As a mere bodyguard, Yu Shifeng had no sway in the conversation. Liang Shu Yu felt no obligation to disclose their activities, ignoring the 3 men entirely, and instead conversing with Liang Wenjing, requesting her to toss out a bottle of alcohol spray. He paid no heed to the wailing woman on the ground. Following his instructions, Liang Wenjing threw out a bottle of alcohol spray from the window. The group proceeded to lay down their wires, remove their raincoats to wash them in the rain, and took brushes to clean the soles of their shoes. They disinfected their heads, faces, pant cuffs, and shoe soles with the alcohol spray, while the raincoats, due to their size, remained undisinfected. After draining the raincoats, Old Lu and the others were finally convinced that they had indeed been out handling corpses. Otherwise, such meticulous disinfection was inconceivable, especially considering the scarcity of alcohol spray. The ambition that Old Lu had recently gained from the encouragement of the 3rd brother dissipated completely in the face of the trio's calm and deliberate actions. These individuals were formidable. To threaten them could lead to dire consequences. Old Lu's expression reflected his retreat as he glanced at the 3rd brother, who, undeterred, maintained a commanding demeanor, compelling him to adhere to their original plan. Fearfully, Old Lu subtly shook his head at the 3rd brother, indicating his disapproval. Last night, he had sought insight from Xiao Zhao and others, who warned him that Liang Shu Yu was indeed a tough character. And it was rumored that Yu Shifeng had trained in martial arts, possessing formidable skills. Did they truly want to target these individuals? Their ability to amass such resources was not merely a result of foresight or cleverness. Surely, they must have faced obstacles while scavenging for supplies? Who could say whether they had taken lives or committed heinous acts. Just because they remained unaware did not imply others had not acted. Old Lu's heart was heavy with conflict. He was not the leader of this operation. That role belonged to the third brother. He was merely a smooth talker, thrust into the position of a frontman. Having narrowly escaped death, he had no desire to venture outside again. Fortunately, he had managed to procure some food and drink through his cunning. At that time, they had not anticipated such a prolonged blackout. They believed that, given the capabilities of their country, power would be restored within a fortnight, unlike in Europe. Moreover, he preferred to believe that, even in the absence of power, the government would take measures to care for its citizens. Little did he know the predicament they now faced. Thus, when he finally comprehended the reality of no rescue, he would have to pay for his past arrogance and folly. Under the persistent gaze of the third brother, he thought of his 2 children at home, left uncertain for their next meal, steeling himself and taking a deep breath. Liang, have you reflected on what I said yesterday? Rather than ending up with nothing, both sides suffering, wouldn't it be more advantageous to cooperate with us? We could share in the wealth and blessings together. It was impossible for Liang Shu Yu to outright reject old Lu. As Yu Min had mentioned, closing off communication forced the other party onto an alternative path, which was not a prudent approach. Old Lu and his associates sought to obtain supplies from Liang Shu Yu, cloaked in the guise of cooperation. While the truth was a blatant attempt at robbery, old Lu's audacity stemmed not from his own strength, but from the multitude of eyes watching them from their apartment complex. If they were truly pushed to desperation, he could issue a command, and perhaps a horde would emerge to rob them. They were not genuine allies, and regardless of the outcome, Liang Shu Yu would bear the greatest loss. This was a game of strategy, not one of commerce or psychology, but of life and death, where the losers would pay the ultimate price. Hence, since yesterday, Liang Shu Yu had entered this game. Just as he engaged in the meticulous disinfection and washing of shoes while deliberately ignoring old Lu and his companions, it was not arrogance or pretense. It was a psychological tactic to instill pressure and mystery, leading old Lu to believe that Liang possessed some hidden advantage. Had Liang treated them with customary hospitality, it would have signaled fear. Yet, he could not afford to offend them either, for a careless misstep might provoke their wrath, leading to a chaotic confrontation where victory was unattainable for him. We truly cannot gain any advantage, Liang Shu Yu remarked, draping the drained raincoat over his arm, tilting his head slightly with a smile, but neither will you. At that moment, Wei Youqi positioned himself beside Liang Shu Yu, while Yu Shifeng stood resolutely beneath the eaves, raindrops cascading onto his shoulders, dampening his dark coat. The breeze tousled his long, unkempt hair, creating a stable triangle with Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi. Yu Shifeng exuded strength and solidity, with sharp, robust features. Wei Youqi radiated cleverness and courage, while Liang Shu Yu embodied calmness and composure, exuding a meticulous air. Together, they formed an impenetrable unit, like masterfully crafted wood, with every piece fitting seamlessly, leaving no room for exploitation. A gentle breeze ruffled the remaining strands of hair atop old Lu's head, sending a chill down his spine. The third brother, who had been silently observing the trio, finally scoffed. Are you treating us to a drink only to receive punishment? Old Lu hurriedly interjected. We aren't at that level yet, nothing of the sort. Acting as a mediator, he continued, Liang, we truly harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to collaborate with you. You must understand our earnest efforts and not lose sight of the bigger picture. Wei Youqi scoffed coldly. If you wish to negotiate cooperation, you must show some sincerity. Threatening us and bringing a crying woman is far from earnest. If they were truly capable, they would have taken action against Liang Shu Yu and the others when they ventured out. They were merely hesitant, caught between fear of life and death. No, how could that be? Old Lu sensed a shift in Liang Shu Yu's tone and glanced at the third brother, pleading for his intervention. After a brief pause, the third brother finally spoke. What conditions do you desire? Be straightforward. Liang Shu Yu smiled. What can you offer us? At that moment, the third brother's expression flickered, and Liang Shu Yu rapped on the wooden door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Liang Wenjing's large eyes. Liang Shu Yu and his companions carried the wires and raincoats inside, disregarding the 3 men, presumably to discuss what they could offer. In the room, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min took the raincoats and iron wire, while Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping joined them. Aunt Xiaoping, with a pair of worried eyes, anxiously inquired, are we truly going to collaborate with them? Isn't this akin to seeking the skin of a tiger? Mom, You can use idioms? Wei Yoqi exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Xiaoping's expression faltered. I've attended vocational school, you know. You underestimate your mother too much. Liang Shu Yu and the others were not very wet, but still wiped themselves with the towels that Liang Ying had brought. Liang Ying asked, Are you all going out again? We still have to make 2 or 3 more trips. The amount we can carry at once is too little. And given the current situation, they may not be able to stay here for long, she replied. Aunt Xiaoping's use of the idiom was indeed appropriate. Collaborating with such individuals was akin to courting danger. No, to be precise, under these circumstances, collaborating with anyone was perilous, even Luo Wei. In extreme environments, one could not guarantee that he would not turn against them. Trust should only be placed in one's closest family. Anyone else was untrustworthy. Does this iron wire need to be processed? Is it the same as the wire mesh at school, where we just need to create star shapes on it? Liang Wenjing pondered over the heavy coils of wire. Yes, we will need your help today. Once you twist the wire, we can start work tomorrow, Liang Shu Yu responded. What about Dad? Is he still asleep? Wei Yoqi asked, noticing the absence of Wei Pongzi. He said he feels weak and is simply lying in bed, came the reply. Yu Shifeng recalled how Chun Baoi's mother was gravely ill and decided, I'll go check on him. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Yoqi hurriedly followed. Wei Pongzi's room was quite simple, containing a 1.5-meter bed with no tables or wardrobes. Everything was piled neatly on the floor, not messy. In various corners of the room were burlap bags filled with quicklime to prevent moisture, keeping the floor relatively dry compared to the dampness in the living room. Old Wei, how are you? Yu Shifeng gently patted the sleeping Wei Pongzi, who did not stir, lost in a deep slumber. Much like someone on the verge of waking up yet too weary to do so. Ugh, just very tired, he mumbled. After some effort, they managed to rouse him. But his eyes were heavy and slightly swollen. Liang Shu Yu suddenly lifted the blanket at his feet, discovering that the swelling in Wei Pongzi's legs had worsened. This won't do. We need to take him to see a traditional Chinese doctor today, the same one Yu Shifeng took Chun Baoi's mother to. I'm really fine. I'm just tired, nothing else hurts. Wei Pongzi protested. That doesn't mean you're fine. Wei Yoqi exclaimed in frustration, having assumed his father was merely fatigued, as he appeared quite normal during meals. Unceremoniously, Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng worked together to lift Wei Pongzi off the bed. Chapter 78. Seeking medical attention, what's going on? Seeing Wei Pongzi being carried down by Wei Yoqi and Yu Shifeng, Aunt Xiaoping rushed over, concerned. It's nothing. We're taking him to see a Chinese doctor today. Liang Shu Yu replied, wishing to avoid causing unnecessary worry at home. Aunt Xiaoping hurriedly nodded and quickly found a raincoat to put on Wei Pongzi. Dazed, he could barely stand as they fumbled for several minutes. Aunt Xiaoping, witnessing his condition, was nearly in tears. Someone needs to stay at home. If even Wei Pongzi goes out, there would be no man left in the house, which is too dangerous. Their household was well known to the neighbors, who were aware of the number of residents and their genders and ages. They could not simply abandon the place. Yuqi, you stay at home. Yu Shifeng was their physical protector, while although Wei Yoqi was clever, he lacked the calmness needed to accompany both Yu Shifeng and Wei Pongzi outside. Wei Yoqi understood and nodded in agreement. Uncle Wei, we can't help you up the stairs, otherwise it will raise suspicions. Can you walk on your own? Yes, I can. Wei Pongzi replied, trying to slap his face awake and open his eyes, albeit unsteadily. I should be able to manage. I'll just have to take it slow. With that settled, Liang Shu Yu, along with Wei Pongzi and Yu Shifeng, stepped outside. Just as they were about to leave, Liang Shu Yu suddenly remembered, Sister, please hand me our list of traditional Chinese medicines. The old doctor may not have all the herbs in stock. They had not prepared duplicates yet. Sure, she responded, handing it over, which he folded and tucked into his coat before they set off. The trio moved at a slow pace, with Wei Pongzi in the middle. Though he swayed slightly, walking independently posed no significant issue. The residence of the old Chinese doctor was not far. Located in an older neighborhood that only Yu Shifeng had previously visited, introduced by Aunt Lu. It felt as if those who seemed alive yesterday had already passed away long ago. The sorrow of life's inevitable separations tinged Liang Shu Yu's eyes with a hint of melancholy. Reminiscent of the great influenza outbreak years ago, which had officially claimed around 2 million lives. They arrived without incident at the old doctor's residence, where hurried passers-by brushed past them, preoccupied with their own concerns. Chenbo, Yu Shifeng called up to the second-floor balcony. The buildings in this old section were typically 5 or 6 stories high and somewhat dilapidated. However, Their dilapidation meant that the doors and windows were fortified. Years ago, coastal security was poor, prompting residents to secure their homes robustly. Their own home was a quintessential old building, with a heavy iron gate on the first floor. And by the third floor, even more secure with iron and aluminum doors. Thus, Yu Shifeng could only call from below. After a single shout, a small head appeared over the balcony, peering down. "It's me, Xiao Yu, from last time," Yu Shifeng quickly affirmed. He assisted Wei Pengzi up, and the middle-aged man extended a hand to check Wei Pengzi's pulse, examining his eyes and tongue, and then took out a stethoscope to listen to his chest and lungs. Liang Shu Yu stood a meter away, not encroaching. Yu Shifeng had never met this middle-aged man. "Where's Chen Bo?" "He is resting. It's difficult for the old man to move around." "I can take a look," the middle-aged man replied. Without further ado, he began the examination, not even mentioning any conditions. And Yu Shifeng felt grateful enough not to question him. After some time, the middle-aged man had already taken out paper and pen to write a prescription, only asking Wei Pengzi a few questions along the way before reaching a conclusion. Spleen deficiency with excess dampness, and the 3 burners are not functioning well. It's not a major issue, but it's best to treat it immediately. Don't delay. He meticulously wrote down a simple prescription for traditional Chinese medicine along with some Western medications, noting alternatives for some herbs. After he had finished, he tore off the paper and handed it to Yu Shifeng, who examined it to find a prescription for traditional Chinese medicine alongside several Western medications, including a bottle of Buzhong Ichi Wan, indicating that the situation was manageable. Moreover, judging by the middle-aged man's proficiency, it seemed that many patients had been visiting him with similar ailments lately. "Thank you. Can we obtain these medications here?" Liang Shu Yu inquired. "It's nothing, thank you." Yu Shifeng replied sincerely, smiling as he retrieved some prepared supplies from his backpack, including a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai, a pack of cigarettes, 2 cans of fruit, and a jar of Lao Gan Ma, all rare and useful items. He handed them to the middle-aged man through the gap in the iron gate. Upon seeing these offerings, the man's demeanor softened, his expression brightening, and he replied warmly, "Get treatment as soon as possible, although it's just damp heat causing the issue. It can easily lead to bigger problems." He originally worked at a hospital in the neighboring city. Initially, he anticipated a quick call, but as time passed, he sensed something amiss. Thus, he took his wife and eldest son to seek out his father and younger son. Fortunately, he arrived. His elderly father was exceedingly kind, treating anyone who sought his care, and they had nearly faced fatal consequences. He had intended to relocate his father away from this place, as many nearby were aware of his father's profession as a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. However, his father refused, asserting that it was precisely in such times that doctors were most needed. How could he argue against that? After all, he too was a physician. And was it not the duty of a doctor to save lives? Yet, before saving others, one must first ensure their own safety. Consequently, he now only treated patients from behind an iron gate on the first floor, refraining from demanding consultation fees. If patients were willing to pay, they could, but if not, it was of no consequence. For him, it was merely about diagnosing ailments and prescribing remedies, without any additional expectations. Nonetheless, Yu Shifeng presented him with a bottle of liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and a jar of precious fruit preserves, which filled him with gratitude. Since he had taken over his father's practice, he had encountered many who were unwilling to pay for their consultations while harboring malicious intentions. After escorting Wei Fatty away from that place to another secluded shelter, Liang Shu Yu retrieved the note given to him by Yu Min. Upon comparison, he found that only one herbal medicine was missing, but they had substitutes for the others. He carefully stored the 2 notes, and together they assisted Wei Fatty on their way home. Upon returning home, there were no major issues, merely excessive dampness causing discomfort. Liang Shu Yu handed the prescription to Aunt Xiaoping, only to learn that their home was well stocked with traditional Chinese medicine, which relieved him greatly. "I told you there was nothing to worry about," Wei Fatty chuckled, feeling much better after a brief outing, his mind now clear. The doctor had advised him to exercise daily and sweat, and it would be best to receive gua sha treatments to dispel cold and dampness. Yu Shifeng patted Wei Fatty's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled over. "Be gentle, old Yu, I am a patient." Learning that he was fine lifted Wei Fatty's spirits, and he began to joke with the others. "Do we have essential oils and gua sha boards at home?" Liang Shu Yu inquired of Liang Wenjing, as she and Yu Min were in charge of household supplies and knew best what they had. "Yes, I believe we have rose essential oil," Liang Wenjing recalled, though though she noted its quality was not exceptional. I have tea tree oil and orange blossom oil, Yumin added. Any essential oil will do. The doctor suggested using mild essential oils for gua sha on the back, which can help dispel cold and dampness. It became apparent that one should never prioritize aesthetics when purchasing items. It was still early, just around lunchtime. The smoothness of their trip surprised Liang Shu Yu, especially given the current scarcity of medical supplies. Dr. Chun had been remarkably generous, offering his assistance without hesitation, for which they were truly grateful. Liang Shu Yu also admired his wisdom. It was known that Dr. Chun had practiced medicine there for many years, with many aware of their base. If they were to refuse treatment without reason, it could provoke the ire of certain individuals. By treating patients from behind the door without inquiry, he incurred no costs and avoided offending anyone, a most prudent tactic indeed. Inside the house, activity ensued as Liang Ying prepared medicine. Aunt Xiaoping helped Wei Fatty with his gua sha treatment, and Liang Wenjing and Yumin twisted iron wire. Liang Shu Yu poured several cups of hot ginseng water from the kettle and shared them with Wei Youqi and the others. He also gathered glass glue, Ulox, and alcohol spray, readying himself for another journey. Their supply of alcohol spray was limited, having been used up long ago. Now, the bottles contained highly inferior liquor, as Wei Fatty's family sold such items, including low-quality wine. Later, they procured more from the underground market, ensuring they had sufficient alcohol. At the shopping building, Liang Shu Yu and his companions conducted a second inspection of the structure. Ultimately, they confirmed that no one else had visited the building in the past 3 days besides themselves. Only the first-floor staircase bore water stains, which had seeped through the second floor's ventilation window. The staircases above the second floor were pristine, save for a few footprints they had left that morning. Each floor's locks were intact, and after entering, they used the U-lock to secure the door from within. They then climbed to the rooftop on the 11th floor, where they found only a locked machine room and an empty terrace, devoid of any items. Subsequently, they forcefully opened the anti-theft locks on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, searching for supplies. Regrettably, the building housed only small companies and studios, yielding merely cigarettes, lighters, candies, snacks, utility knives, and small tools. However, they did discover a few bottles of red wine in an executive office, seemingly hidden away. The 5th and 6th floors had already been searched by Aunt Li, leaving no trace of candy or biscuits, though some cigarettes, tea, and small tools were found. Liang Shu Yu noted that due to the design of the 5th and 6th floors, there were only small windows, and the sole larger window was positioned high, making it difficult to secure a rope nearby. Had there been a window as large as theirs on the 7th floor, Aunt Li might have had a chance to escape. After thoroughly searching each floor, Liang Shu Yu and his companions concealed their supplies in various discreet locations throughout the building, ensuring that they would not be easily discovered. Liang Shu Yu and Yu Shifeng began sealing the 7th floor office with glass glue. Aunt Li had left this world with dignity, lying peacefully on the black sofa, surrounded by the stars and paper cranes she had prepared for herself. Liang Shu Yu wished not to disturb her final resting place, bowing gently at the door, lighting a candle, and placing a hand-painted bouquet of black and white chrysanthemums. "Are you really not going to tell your mother?" It was clear they could not keep this secret for long. Eventually, Liang Ying would find out. The later she learns, the fewer days of sorrow she will endure. Liang Shu Yu cut away the dry white glue from the glass glue tube and handed it to Yu Shifeng. "That seems reasonable," Yu Shifeng conceded, having no counter-argument. "Old Liang, look at this." Wei Youqi suddenly approached, holding a note. Chapter 80. Aunt Li's letter. Xiaowen, I am truly sorry. I cannot help but speak hurtful words. I know you may have forgotten, but I have never let it go. That day when I scolded you, it was not entirely your fault. I also failed to fulfill my supervisory duties. I apologize. You are an exceptional child, and I believe you will continue to excel. Who does not make small mistakes in their youth? You will surely thrive. I wish you and your boyfriend a swift and successful union. This note was addressed to a staff member named Xiaowen, who Liang Shu Yu remembered as the youngest administrative worker in the studio, a gentle-looking girl in her 20s. Each desk had a note, and this one was for her mother, among others. Wei Youqi handed Liang Shu Yu a collection of colorful notes. He had only received 2, but Liang Ying had received 5. "Yingjia, I am sorry. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here. I regret that despite my many attempts, I could not escape this place. I am so hungry that my hand trembles while holding the pen, and my vision is blurred. Yet I can still recall how to write. Yingjia, do not be sad for me. I depart in peace. Although there are many things I wish to accomplish and dreams unfulfilled, I can accept this reality. My life was meant to end here. You must find a man to support you. Do not carry on alone. The children are grown. They will understand. There was a man who, in times of trouble, would at least have someone to share the burden. I wonder how you are faring at home. The rain outside is torrential and the wind is fierce. I truly envy you. Your family Shu Yu is so understanding and composed. My Nan, on the other hand, is quite mischievous. I regret placing him in my hometown. For what can the elders really teach? Ingjia, I am departing now. Please do not take it to heart or grieve for me. Death is a part of life. What difference does it make whether it comes early or late? In truth, I have contemplated that my existence has lost its significance, and perhaps it would be better to simply fade away, as it might prompt more people to remember me. Will I make the news? Just a jest. I truly must go now, farewell. Li's final notes, written with an array of emotions, are now the only witnesses to her last moments. She departed not only peacefully and gracefully, but also with a calm demeanor. Perhaps she initially struggled, resisted, and felt despair, but in the end, she accepted her fate, leaving behind notes for everyone and ensuring the office was spotless. She folded countless stars and paper cranes, uniquely decorating their wings with stars, moons, and flowers using a red pen. Shu Yu imagined her smiling softly as she painted, perhaps listening to the rain and feeling the wind. Reclining comfortably in her chair as she used to do when she was joyful, her foot playfully teasing her high heels, embodying the essence of a fashionable lady. The thin, pastel-colored paper felt warm to the touch. Shu Yu, I wonder how long it has been since you received this letter? Has the power returned? How long did the outage last? Let me take a guess. Last year, Europe experienced a blackout that lasted a month and a half, but in our country, the rescue efforts surely wouldn't exceed a month. Right? Am I correct? You must study diligently. Your mother is working hard to support you and your sister. If possible, I hope she finds someone. For as you both grow up, you will eventually start families of your own. Is it fair to leave her alone in her twilight years? That would be too cruel for a woman. Please tell Wenjung I wish for her to find an exceptional partner and hope she has a prosperous family soon after marriage. You two must always honor your mother. She is truly struggling alone. Farewell, Shu Yu and Wenjung. Do not mourn for Ai, for she will not miss you. Let us part ways and allow me to leave this world unburdened. After reading all the notes, Wei Yochi broke down in tears once more, sobbing audibly. Even Yu Shifeng's eyes were red-rimmed. Wei Yochi shot Shu Yu a look, questioning his stoicism. Are you even human? Your eyes aren't even red. He sniffled, his nose flushed. Shu Yu replied, tears are not the only way to express emotion. Then what emotion is the expressionless young Master Liang conveying? Wei Yochi wiped his tears and carefully organized the colorful notes, placing them into a clean folder. An expressionless emotion, Shu Yu replied softly, halting Yu Shifeng, who was about to close the door, as there might be a letter left behind. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he saw the notes, it was evident that Li Ai would have left a letter for her family, possibly in the office. Thus, Shu Yu donned a mask, towel, and gloves, instructing Yu Shifeng and Wei Yochi to step back before re-entering the office. He surveyed the room and indeed spotted a conspicuous envelope on the desk. Initially, he had only noticed the paper cranes on the floor and the body on the sofa, assuming the documents on the desk were merely financial. Now, upon seeing the transparent folder with a cover illustrated in red pen, he confirmed it was indeed a letter. Cautiously, Shu Yu entered the office, wishing to preserve the sanctity of Li Ai's farewell. Fortunately, the dark stains were subdued, not crawling like insects beneath his feet. The true insects had long since perished and could not stir. Shu Yu successfully retrieved Li Ai's letter, sealed within a transparent, white-striped envelope, adorned with a cartoon cover resembling a nearly unrecognizable Ultraman. The contents, neatly stapled A4 pages, initially displayed orderly handwriting, but as he progressed, the script became increasingly chaotic, finally devolving into an unrecognizable scrawl. Shu Yu opened the letter, reading each word carefully. Chapter 81. The letter Nan. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here. Is this opening too cliched? It seems all letters and dramas begin this way. Do not grieve, listen closely. I have 4 commonly used bank cards under my name, totaling around 160,000. Save this money wisely for your education. The passwords are all your birthday. If you cannot find the cards, take my ID and death certificate to the bank. If they give you trouble, Bring this letter to Aunt Liang Yang. She will guide you on what to do. I also have an investment account accessible through my phone's app. The login password is LXL3762999, and the payment password is your birthday. Liquidate all investments and transfer the funds to your bank card. If, after the power returns, the investments haven't dropped significantly, there should be over 300,000 remaining for your future endeavors, whether for a down payment on a home or starting a business. However, if they have plummeted, consult Aunt Liang Yang, as she will instruct you on how to proceed. Your grandparents are aging. You must keep track of these funds, for they will be your only companions in my absence. Do not squander them. You are still too young and lack the means to earn. How will you survive without this money? Nan, I apologize. I am inadequate and cannot stay to watch you grow. Always honor your grandparents. Your grandmother's back is weak, so she should refrain from heavy work. Additionally, be gentle with your grandfather. He has endured much hardship in his life. Nan, I implore you to study diligently and at least complete your university education. You are still young and unaware of the world's harshness. The last time you mentioned factory jobs paying $300-500, I sensed your yearning to drop out and work. However, I calculated the living expenses for you, and I fear you may not have grasped it. With the money you have now, consider whether $300-500 a month can sustain your household. Nan, please promise me you will finish your university education. The lengthy letter was read thoroughly by Shu Yu and his companions, who then found a clean folder to neatly store it. Placing it securely in Shu Yu's backpack, let us depart. We have several errands to run this afternoon, and we should not linger too long, he urged. Wei Youqi sniffled, crouching on the floor as he wiped his tears. It's just too heartbreaking. Yu Shifeng, appearing defeated, sat at the table with red eyes, resembling a gorilla that had lost its aspirations, shedding tears. Old Liang, you are heartless, Wei Youqi lamented. Your eyes aren't even red after such a poignant letter. Yu Shifeng collected himself, his expression solemn as he inquired, should we still keep this under wraps? We cannot conceal it any longer. Let us inform them, Shu Yu resolved, recalling the long-standing camaraderie between Liang Ying and Li Ai, hoping it wouldn't cause them too much sorrow. Indeed, Yu Shifeng agreed, recognizing that this was merely a poignant matter, and whether they concealed it or not would not alter its impact, thus rendering secrecy unnecessary. Let us go, Yu Shifeng said, approaching Wei Youqi and helping him to his feet as they exited Samu Accounting. Before leaving, they locked the fire door on the 10th floor, but left everything else unsecured, preparing to hide some less significant items on the 10th floor, invisible corners to mislead the eye. As they departed from the shopping building, they secured the fire door on the 1st floor, which had previously remained unlocked. Along the way, Wei Youqi's tears flowed freely, and he observed Liang Shu Yu's composed silhouette from behind, his step steady, showing no signs of emotional distress. Wei Youqi merely pouted. Why call a crybaby a little rascal? Yu Shifeng inquired. Rascal implies a certain naughtiness, and means abundance. Hence little rascal, Wei Youqi explained. Yu Shifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled, as it seemed an incongruous connection. In any case, he is rather repressed. How so? Wei Youqi whispered into Yu Shifeng's ear, covering his lips with his hand. Just as Liang Shu Yu's deep voice echoed a warning from the front, I can hear you. But he didn't actually hear anything just now, Yu Shifeng retorted. Upon returning home, they handed Aunt Li's farewell letter to Liang Yang. To prevent her from losing control of her emotions, Liang Shu Yu remained by her side while she read it. Surprisingly, Liang Yang only wept quietly at the table for half an hour. After learning from Liang Shu Yu that Aunt Li had passed away peacefully, she ceased her tears. She must have wished for us to accept her departure with peace, Liang Yang said, her gaze lowered, a smile gracing her lips. After a moment, she took a deep breath and asked Liang Shu Yu if there were any mentions of where Nan lived in the other notes. No, he replied. Perhaps she thought the police would notify us, but there was no mention of Nan's whereabouts. This complicates matters, Liang Yang said, clutching the thick stack of letters. I don't even know where her hometown is. Let's set it aside for now. If we happen to encounter her in the future, we can hand it over to Nan then. Liang Shu Yu thought objectively. Perhaps there will be no chance encounter. It seems we have no choice, Liang Yang concluded, organizing the letters and notes. Due to Aunt Li's passing, the atmosphere at home felt somewhat somber. Even during lunch, laughter was scarce. After their meal, they ventured out 3 or 4 times in the afternoon, transferring some of their pack supplies to shopping building. Each floor was equipped with a mainframe, air conditioning, server rooms, or large all-in-one printers, providing excellent hiding spots. They also placed some less important supplies in various drawers and corners on the 10th floor, assuming that if the Xiaofeng building were ever breached, those intruders would be lured away by the items on the 10th floor, overlooking the more deeply concealed ones. Unaccustomed to the new title, Liang Shu Yu frowned. "You won't be scraping my skin off, will you?" "Huh. How could that be?" Liang Wenjing replied, although her technique was indeed lacking. "I want to sleep." "No, you don't." Chapter 82. Shall we peel some skin together? Thus, if one were to inquire of a younger brother who the most terrifying woman in the world is, without a doubt, it would be his sister. For while she may appear delicate and helpless outside, at home she can single-handedly tear apart adversaries. Not only that, but most of them have also mastered the long-lost techniques of the martial arts world, such as the elusive footwork of Foshan and the art of distant communication. "Does it hurt? Are you peeling my skin?" "I'm merely relieving your coldness and dampness, dear brother." Liang Wenjing diligently scraped Liang Shu Yu's back with a pink crystal gua sha board. "Little brother, you look like a poached chicken." Liang Wenjing licked her lips, exclaiming, "Oh, how I crave chicken, fish, KFC, fried chicken legs, and cake. I want to eat everything." Lying on the bed, Liang Shu Yu felt as though he were on the brink of death. Would Liang Wenjing truly consume him, frying or steaming him alive? Her voice, so absorbed, suggested she had been longing for food for quite some time. "Little brother, can we get KFC?" Liang Shu Yu could no longer tolerate the new moniker. She was already quite the tomboy, and with this northeastern accent, it made him feel as if the one scraping his back was not a cute woman, but rather a robustly built one with an adorable face. "Speak properly. Dear brother, can we get KFC? I really want fried chicken legs." She feigned a pitiful tone, as if she were truly in need. Yet her grip grew firmer, and Liang Shu Yu felt as if his skin were being scraped off. "We'll check tomorrow." "You're the best. Love you, dear," Liang Wenjing exclaimed, blowing a kiss into the air, then applying even more pressure. Outside, Wei Youqi trembled, clutching a towel, unsure of what to do. Just then, Yumin happened to pass by. "Little brother, your kidneys don't seem well," Liang Wenjing commented, scraping the reflex zone on his kidneys along his spine, eliciting a pained cry from Liang Shu Yu. "Ugh. With that kind of force, how could he be okay?" Did Liang Wenjing carve a hole in his back with that gua sha board? Approximately 10 minutes later, Liang Shu Yu finally escaped Liang Wenjing's clutches, leaving him with an indelible shadow cast by the mere mention of gua sha. As the door swung open, Wei Youqi seized the opportunity. "Old Liang, how do you feel?" "Sister Jing, could you give me a scrape too?" "Of course," Liang Wenjing replied, eager to practice her technique. Overjoyed, Wei Youqi rushed to join them, but was met with a pair of large hands that pushed him away. "I can do it too. Let me help you scrape," the owner of the large hands declared. "Oh, all right." The naive Wei Youqi joyfully tightened his towel, stripped off his shirt, and obediently lay down, presenting his backside while casting a flirtatious glance at Liang Shu Yu. "Please enjoy." Even a power outage couldn't quell his mischief. "Ah," Wei Youqi yelped. "Why does it hurt so much? Is it because it's your first time?" Liang Shu Yu replied coldly, completely ignoring Wei Youqi's playful expression. "Humph," Wei Youqi scoffed. "Are you taking revenge on me?" The innocent Wei Youqi was left with an unforgettable impression of gua sha that day. "Sit still and don't cause trouble," Liang Wenjing admonished. In another room, Aunt Xiaoping was sorting through the clothing she had just received that evening. This room lacked a wardrobe, and even a table was absent, requiring her to invest more effort in her organization. Little did she know that the usually indolent Wei Fatty had decided to help her fold clothes today. His assistance only complicated matters further, provoking irritation. "Hey, I just wanted to help," Wei Fatty chuckled, leaning close to Aunt Xiaoping's side and placing his hands on her shoulders. "You've worked hard, my dear." "Oomph," Aunt Xiaoping scolded him. "Now you realize I'm working hard? Just look at yourself. Your teenage son is out there working hard while you lie around at home, napping. I'm not the one struggling, it's your son." At this remark, Wei Fatty felt a pang of guilt. His health had been relatively decent until his condition worsened after a trip to the market where he had to reach underwater for items. In truth, he had never dived. He had merely assisted others from the surface. Little did he know that this would take a toll on his body, and before long, he began to feel unwell. As the items they could retrieve dwindled, they became targets for others, and after Liang Shu Yu's dealings with the others, they provided them with diving equipment and transferred their territory to them. Hence, he had not gone back into the water. He had hoped that avoiding the water would lead to recovery, but instead, his condition deteriorated, leaving him drowsy and with swollen legs during the day. Well, You should know better. Is sending you out a death sentence? I'd rather let Yochi go. I'd feel more at ease. Hee. I knew you were tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Wei Fatty chuckled, pulling Aunt Xiaoping into his embrace. Wife, dear Xiaoping. Aunt Xiaoping quickly pushed him away, scolding. What are you doing? Don't you see where we are? Do you have no shame? Of course it's you. With a creak, the mahogany door was abruptly pushed open, and a head peeked in. Is there anything to eat? Fortunately, Aunt Xiaoping and Wei Fatty managed to separate quickly. So when Wei Yochi poked his head in, he only saw Aunt Xiaoping organizing clothes. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough at dinner? Aunt Xiaoping quickly rose to her feet, while Wei Pongzi reclined back with a sigh, collapsing onto the bed and casting a bewildered glance at Wei Yochi. Nothing. Just craving a bite to eat. Supporting his waist, the earnest Wei Yochi entered, striking a pose reminiscent of Song Dandan. What happened to your waist? Cupping, but not really. Is there anything to eat? You should sit down first. Aunt Xiaoping gestured towards a small stool in the corner of the bed and immersed herself in a neatly organized stash of supplies. Rummaging out several snacks she knew Wei Yochi adored. In the past, she had disapproved of Wei Yochi indulging in such treats, believing they were detrimental to his health. Yet now, she regarded them as treasures, placing them in the most esteemed position. With Liang Wenjing overseeing the supplies, they had reorganized their existing resources. Fuel, medicine, water, staple foods, and daily necessities were all converted into communal property, while the remaining snacks, beverages, and canned fruits were redistributed according to the proportion of communal resources. Hence, Wei Yochi's household received the largest share of snacks, as they possessed the most staple foods and purified water. Chapter 83. Hehe. Naturally, the allocation for the Yu Shifeng family was the least, given their limited reserves, although Yu Shifeng's personal capabilities also contributed to the communal shares. While everyone was amicable about sharing, Yu Shifeng was reluctant to take advantage, and the other two families were equally unwilling to burden him, opting for a straightforward approach to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The clearer the distribution, the less likely they were to encounter discord. I haven't had me in ages. Why does it suddenly taste so good? Wei Yochi marveled at the snack in his hand, realizing the adage of absence making the heart grow fonder was indeed true. Previously, he found it dry and unappetizing, yet now it seemed utterly delectable. Is there more? I'll ask Lao Liang if he wants any. He noticed Aunt Xiaoping smiling at him and inquired if she wished to partake. I don't eat these. You enjoy them, Aunt Xiaoping replied sweetly, helping him tuck away the hair that had fallen into his eyes. Your hair has grown so long. Shouldn't you get a trim to keep it out of your eyes? This is called being handsome. After finally escaping school, he had no intention of cutting his hair, at least not until it was below his ears, and then he could style it. He recalled that there seemed to be a styling product at home. Indeed there was. And he would search for it when he had the time. Perhaps one day he could even impress a girl? Speaking of girls, Wei Yochi suddenly remembered something. Mom, I'm going to sleep. He tossed the empty snack bag into his mother's hands and dashed off, locating his backpack and extracting a popular magazine from the compartment. The following day, the objective was quite simple, to venture out twice in the morning towards Xiangfeng Tower, as Liang Wenjing and the others had nearly finished their wire work. In the afternoon, they would reinforce the windows and the second-floor balcony at home. Yesterday, Liang Shu Yu had promised Liang Wenjing to look for KFC, though the hope was slim. Nevertheless, Liang Shu Yu and Wei Yochi discussed the possibility of checking nearby fast food outlets. The streets were crowded these days, filled with individuals intent on looting. It seemed that anyone who spotted something useful would seize it for themselves. As Yuman noted, this situation was somewhat safer since everyone was preoccupied with their own thefts and had little time to concern themselves with passers-by. Unless the market ran out of items to steal, only then would their gazes shift to others. I remember it was around here. The continuous rain had altered the streets to the point where Wei Yochi almost forgot the way. After moving their belongings, they had checked all the nearby KFCs, Wallace, McDonald's, and other fast food establishments, all of which lay in disarray, completely stripped bare. Thus, Wei Yochi recalled that there were several similar fast food outlets near the school, but half of that area had been submerged, rendering him unable to recognize the path. I recall KFC's chicken legs and wings are frozen, even if we find them. They're likely spoiled, Yu Shifeng remarked. But we could find seasonings, ice cream cones, drinks, or perhaps other items. They were not merely searching for KFC, but for all visible fast food outlets, milk tea shops, beverage stores, snack stalls, and so forth. Although they didn't find anything particularly useful along the way, They did manage to procure a few bottles of homemade seasonings from the stores, such as chili powder or cumin used for barbecues. Over there, Wei Yoqi pointed at a red rooftop peeking through the murky yellow water. So that area was submerged. No wonder I couldn't find it after so long. Since it had already been flooded, the contents of such restaurants were likely lost as well. The three of them circumvented the flooded area and moved farther away. This section was severely inundated, with the water level rising above their waists. And further down the street that Wei Yoqi had just indicated, the buildings were entirely submerged, rendering them invisible. They walked along the eaves beside the street, and Liang Shu Yu's keen eyes spotted a cosmetics store high up. They need not rigidly fixate on food, water, and fuel. Surely, the cosmetics store would contain useful supplies. Over there, Liang Shu Yu called out to the others as they approached the green storefront with a prominent logo and glass doors, which were easy to break. Are you sure? Wei Yoqi hesitated, seeking further confirmation from Liang Shu Yu. Although they had pilfered numerous items along their journey, they had never actually smashed a door themselves. Of course, aside from the underwater market and Shangfeng Tower, they hadn't ventured to many places. Give me the axe, I'll do it. Liang Shu Yu extended his hand. Wei Yoqi obediently handed it over, and with a resounding thud, Liang Shu Yu struck the glass door at one corner. The glass shattered after just 3 blows, falling into the water in large, jagged pieces as if they were held together by tape. Then, Wei Yoqi caught sight of boxes adorned with the SK logo. Could this be the legendary fairy water? He quickly stuffed the entire series of products from the shelf into his backpack. Do you think Sister Jingjing will adore me for this? Liang Shu Yu kicked him with an expressionless face, causing Wei Yoqi to stumble and kneel. You Shifeng, a sibling romance is not feasible. Wei Yoqi. He was momentarily stunned by Liang Shu Yu's piercing gaze. I didn't. Absolutely not. My legs just felt a bit sore. I lost my balance. Oh my. I almost died from that look. You Shifeng, why are your legs sore? Last night, Wei Yoqi immediately hit the brakes, squinting. Old you. Are you trying to set me up today? You Shifeng feigned innocence. Huh. Why would I set you up? This child was utterly nonsensical. The latter part of his sentence was muttered to himself. Wei Yoqi, with a pure, innocent, and wronged expression. Old Liang, you have to believe me. Believe what? Liang Shu Yu raised an eyebrow. It's just a magazine. It's not that serious. Wei Yoqi was taken aback. He had hidden it so well. Were you spying on me? Do I need to spy? Liang Shu Yu retorted with a look of incredulity. That book was finished by Liang Wenjing and the others before dinner yesterday. Oh, and your mom saw it too. What is wrong with kids these days learning such things at such a young age? Yu Shifeng sighed. It was his first time. The first time seeing something like that. Really? Mom, give me another chance. TT, Chapter 84, Classmates. Wei Yoqi felt his life had lost its ideal. All right, let's get back to business. Liang Shu Yu flicked him on the forehead and began stuffing useful cosmetics into his backpack. Facial cleanser will come in handy, and perhaps masks could be useful. Let us take a few. Moisturizer, and what is this? Condensed milk? Oh no, I misread. It's lotion, might be useful, let us grab some of that too. Wet wipes. Liang Shu Yu gathered all the wet wipes, cotton pads, and disposable masks that could serve as tissues, filling his backpack to the brim, making it impossible to fit anything else. Rose essential oil. Yu Shifeng called out from the other side of the shelf, and Wei Yoqi glanced over with a forlorn expression, replying weakly, that's probably rose water. Have you ever seen such a large bottle of essential oil? The old man Ute seems utterly devoid of common sense. Oh, it is pure dew. Upon closer inspection, Yu Shifeng realized he had misjudged, revealing an innocent smile characteristic of the unworldly. Is this useful? I recall one can drink it. Let us take the pure dew as well. Wei Yoqi believed he possessed a fair understanding of this matter. The items in this specialty store were rather abundant. Liang Shu Yu and the others filled 3 backpacks, unable to carry more, thus resolving to return another time. The naive and simple-minded Yu Shifeng had indeed heard of the divine water. Isn't it excellent for washing the face? 1,000 yuan for a basin of face wash seems a tad extravagant, does it not? Even if it were acquired through dubious means, it would still be painful to use for such a purpose. Is it truly so expensive? Liang Shu Yu was astonished, his knowledge expanding slightly. This is nothing. Wei Yoqi wore an expression that implied a deeper understanding, asserting that when a woman loses her composure, none can truly comprehend her. Yu Shifeng wholeheartedly agreed. Liang Shu Yu? Is it you? The 3 were engaged in conversation while wading through increasingly deep waters when a tentative voice called out to them. The curly-haired, Slightly stout boy's eyes sparkled with a jubilant surprise akin to one who has survived a calamity, while the two middle-aged men maintained a more composed demeanor. Their gazes inquisitive. Yao Hao. It was their classmate. Wei Youqi widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Immediately, he chuckled, realizing there could be no other place for him to be. Yao Hao served as the class health monitor, and they had always shared a close bond. Having attended the same middle school and subsequently ascending to the same class, a camaraderie that transcended ordinary friendships. The movements of the two stirred the murky yellow water, prompting Liang Shu Yu to step aside, creating a relatively safe distance between them. Unable to contain himself, Yao Hao burst into tears, exclaiming, "At long last, I see my classmates. Damn, it's been so tough." He released Wei Youqi and turned to seek Liang Shu Yu's embrace. Liang Shu Yu, however, was quicker, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you crying? Show some dignity." Yao Hao leaned against the wall, wiping his tears with his fingers to avoid smearing the dirt on his face. Laughing and crying simultaneously, Wang Lin is dead, and many others have perished. It's terrifying. Truly, seeing you all safe brings me some comfort. Who? Wang Lin? Who else has died? Wang Lin was also their classmate, a lovely girl. No, I mean, I've seen many deceased. Yao Hao's tears flowed even more freely. He was not typically one to cry. He had only wept for half a night when Wang Lin died. Yet, encountering once close friends made his tears uncontrollable. He wished to appear composed in front of his classmates, but found it impossible. They were all strangers. What I mean is, many are dead, Yao Hao clarified. Indeed. Wei Youqi sighed. What about the others in our class? Have you seen anyone? Liang Shu Yu inquired. Yao Hao shook his head. Wang Lin lived near me. I don't know about the others. Since the blackout, I've only seen you two. How did she die? Wei Youqi pressed. Yao Hao fell silent, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. 20 days into the blackout, she went out to look for food with her grandparents. Her parents were in another province. Not here. After that, he left the rest unsaid, yet it was enough for Liang Shu Yu and the others to deduce the grim truth. A profound sigh escaped them all. Suddenly, Liang Shu Yu recalled, "Have you been playing well in the Battle Royale game?" Just average," Yao Hao replied, surprised, his expression suddenly turning shy. He wondered why Liang Shu Yu was complimenting his gaming skills. Was it you who Lu Xiaopeng hired to play with him? Liang Shu Yu hit the nail on the head. Well, it was a while ago, but I remember clearly, yes. Why? Do you know where Lu Xiaopeng lives? Liang Shu Yu pressed on. Of course, I've been to his house. Yao Hao replied. Lu Xiaopeng was the only person Liang Shu Yu knew who had some survival knowledge. Following the blackout, he had been eager to find Lu Xiaopeng, but was unaware of his exact residence. Now, encountering Yao Hao might lead him to Lu Xiaopeng, where he could potentially glean some invaluable insights. We need to find him for something, Wei Youqi interjected, aware of Lu Xiaopeng's prior insistence that Liang Shu Yu hoard supplies. Yao Hao, without hesitation, replied, "It should be in the C district of Baigui Yuan. I can't recall the exact building, as I was just there to play. But I think it's either the third or fourth building on the right after entering the main gate. The first room on the left on the 17th floor. It has a big black iron door." He relayed all the information he could think of to Liang Shu Yu and the others. "All right. Thank you," Liang Shu Yu expressed sincerely. "What are you looking for him for?" Yao Hao inquired. Wei Youqi instinctively glanced at Liang Shu Yu, unsure whether to divulge this information to Yao Hao. However, Liang Shu Yu disliked feeling indebted to others, so he candidly shared Lu Xiaopeng's request for him to stockpile supplies, omitting any mention of his own hoarding. Chapter 85. Reunions. What the heck? Yao Hao exclaimed. He didn't even give me a heads up. If it were me, I'd have emptied the entire mall. Yao Hao was astounded. Was he a prophet? How could he be so accurate? Impossible. Wei Youqi scoffed. He was adamant about waging war. Yet who knew it would be a solar storm? This time, it can't merely be a solar storm, can it? What kind of solar storm would cause rain for over a month? Yao Hao even feared that if the rain continued, it might lead to a tsunami. Yet, that seemed unlikely. He preferred to believe that there would be no tsunami or disasters, that the rain would cease soon, power would be restored, and the police would once again take to the streets to maintain order, and that toilets would flush properly. These were his hopes. But could hope translate into reality? Yao Hao suddenly felt a profound sense of uncertainty regarding the future, wondering when normalcy would be restored. Wei Youqi harbored many unspoken thoughts, but restrained himself, merely stating, "It's just about finding supplies and surviving, you know." Perhaps recalling some unpleasant experiences, Yao Hao's expression shifted. I now realize how wonderful school was. If only I could be a student for life. Wei Youqi raised an eyebrow. Really? What have you been through to say such a thing? Yao Hao shook his head with a bitter smile, glancing at Liang Shu Yu, sensing that old Liang had become considerably more composed. Really? Liang Shu Yu, didn't he perceive it himself? He believed he had always been of this character. There has been a change? Yes. You used to enjoy joking around. But now you hardly smile, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yao Hao recognized that everyone had endured hardships. So, are you planning to find Lu Xiaopeng? Yes, to communicate. Perhaps we can gain something, Liang Shu Yu replied. Yao Hao pressed his lips together and nodded. Initially excited to see his classmates, he now felt a wave of sadness. But once the impulsive emotions faded, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, everyone was now guarded, unable to open their hearts as before. How about we exchange contact information? Yao Hao suggested tentatively, then jokingly added, if only we could have exchanged phone numbers or WeChat before. Now it feels like finding someone in a sea of faces is truly difficult. Indeed, Wei Youqi mused, unless we exchange addresses, it's hard to keep in touch. However, sharing one's address was a secret, and even with a friend like Yao Hao, who had been close since middle school, Wei Youqi hesitated to share his. Reflecting on this, he suddenly found the current world deeply sorrowful. Thus, Wei Youqi's lament prompted Yao Hao to feel he had been too unrestrained in his words. My father and I still need to search for supplies. What about you? The matter of contact information was left unresolved. Yao Hao nodded, casting a glance at Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu, as if to engrave their faces in his memory. My father seems to be calling me, so I must take my leave. If anything arises, let Lu Xiaopeng convey it to you. Take care. Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu waved back, while Yu Shifeng acknowledged the trio with a nod. Once farewells were exchanged, Liang Shu Yu and the others turned back, retracing their steps. Yao Hao gazed at their retreating figures and suddenly raised his hand high, waving vigorously. Do take care. See you again when school resumes. Let's enjoy a meal together. He reminisced about everything before the power outage. The memories lingered. Some souls were not entirely lost. They writhed on the ground, wailing. Yet what could he do? How could he confront them? The only recourse was to willfully ignore their plight, pretending they were utterly gone. However, at that moment, the haunting scene vividly resurfaced in his mind, intertwining with the familiar school environment. A warm and long-forgotten sunlight spilled over the afternoon desks. Only to be swiftly replaced by a pool of blood, the school morphed into a slaughterhouse, a terrifying nightmare. Yao Hao broke into a smile. Liang Shu Yu raised a hand to wave at him once more. At last, Yao Hao departed with the two middle-aged men. Casting one last glance back to see Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu standing still, watching him, which allowed him to leave with ease. The crimson wooden door stood resolutely against the wall. Wei Youqi, feeling a bit downcast, knocked on the door, and a pair of strong hands landed on his shoulders. You should properly explain the photo matter to your mother. Wei Youqi was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Liang Shu Yu, have some decency. I had finally forgotten that embarrassing incident. Was it necessary to bring it up now? Was it really necessary? Throughout the meal, Wei Youqi was restless, fearing that each time his mother spoke, it would lead to inquiries about the photo issue. Each glance from Liang Wenjing and Yu Min instilled dread within him. Anticipating Liang Wenjing's sudden remark, or perhaps we should share the good things together. Someone should just come and end him. Chapter 86, Reinforcement after lunch. They refrained from venturing out again, opting instead to twist wires onto the security bars and the open balcony of the second floor. The security bars were straightforward to install, requiring only the wires to be secured. The balcony on the second floor posed a challenge, with no suitable fixtures to anchor the wires. They could only hammer nails into the wall, and lacking a power drill, the task proved laborious and physically taxing. Thus, Wei Youqi soon forgot about the photo incident. Naturally, matters concerning Yao Hao became hazy as well. He spent a tiring yet enjoyable afternoon. Once they reinforced Yu Shifeng's home, they proceeded to fortify Liang Shu Yu's third floor. They also repaired the rolling shutter of Wei Wei convenience store. Repair was a loose term, as they merely patched up the damaged areas with wires. In truth, the shutter's state was quite fortunate, sparing Liang Shu Yu and others from considerable hassle. Most were aware that the convenience store had been robbed. Although the robbers claimed they acquired little, the loss of one among them led everyone to rationally abandon further thoughts of that location. Moreover, the robbery occurred too early, at a most inappropriate time. Had they waited until after the mall incident, the sacrifice of one might not have instilled such fear. However, courage wanes after one failure. No one would willingly risk their life to try again. Once they had fortified the house, night fell. Everyone enjoyed a sound sleep, feeling somewhat more secure within the reinforced walls. The following morning, Liang Shu Yu and the others ventured again toward the specialty shops near the school, but unfortunately, after a night of fermentation, the items in the store had vanished entirely. Even the items Liang Shu Yu had hidden were thoroughly cleared out. Damn it, Liang Shu Yu cursed, having specifically dismantled the air conditioner to stash them inside. How could they have found it? Perhaps the floor was too dirty, leaving traces after moving the air conditioner. Wei Yoqi speculated helplessly. With no options left, they had no choice but to depart and search elsewhere. They couldn't return empty-handed after making the trip. Fortune favored the diligent. They stumbled upon a small store selling ornamental fish, which were neither edible nor in good condition, yet Liang Shu Yu refused to let the opportunity slip by. Filling a bag with fish food. Can this even be eaten? Yu Shifeng exclaimed. Perhaps it could be used for fishing? Wei Yoqi conjectured. Just taking a little for the sake of it, Liang Shu Yu admitted. Wei Yoqi thought he had expected something of greater significance. Had he placed too much trust in old Liang? Had he become blindly optimistic? Apart from the fish store, they found no other establishments. Not every shop was deserted. Some still had occupants, hence they only targeted the abandoned ones. How could one determine if a shop was inhabited? Typically, public markets and eateries near malls lacked owners, as these establishments were usually investments, with employees merely tasked with overseeing them. Thus, after the incident, the owners would not be present, nor would the employees. Hence, such shops were the easiest to rob. Conversely, shops that were small and often family-run typically housed the owners, making them out of reach for Liang Shu Yu and his group. After this filtering, they found no additional shops to target. That morning was not entirely fruitless. At least Liang Shu Yu learned Lu Xiaopeng's address. Baiguiyuan was somewhat far from their location, and with the rain causing urban flooding, it might take 2 hours to walk there. Thus, they resolved to set out the next morning to find Lu Xiaopeng, hoping he might possess more information. Since the power outage, Liang Shu Yu had ceased to harbor any expectations. The mall incident, despite the arrival of armed forces to assist them, saw these individuals arriving swiftly only to depart just as quickly, leaving even the bodies of their comrades unclaimed, a grim reality. To this day, the corpses within the mall remained unattended. This could not solely be attributed to the power outage and solar storms. Something significant must have transpired in this nation, or rather, across all of Asia, explaining the persistent absence of governmental aid. Anyone still clinging to the hope of rescue must surely be a fool. Thus, they were left with no choice but to fend for themselves and strive for self-sufficiency. The efficacy of their fortifications soon became evident. Just past noon, upon returning home, Liang Shu Yu and his companions discovered a group of women gathered under the eaves of an elderly lady's house, gossiping and pointing in their direction. A few of the women smiled at the trio, remarking, "You all are being overly cautious. Who would dare leap onto your balcony?" Liang Shu Yu merely nodded at the elderly lady. After lunch, expecting to rest, old Lu and baldly appeared at their door, forcing Liang Shu Yu to rise from the sofa and, alongside Yu Shifeng, attend to them. The four of them congregated on the stone platform, perched on 2 long benches, 2 per bench. Within the confines of the star-patterned wire mesh windows lay Wei Yoqi, flanked by Liang Wenjing and Yu Min. While further away on the sofa, Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping listened in. Days without work and devoid of television series to binge were languid. The women, confined at home, had little to occupy themselves beyond cooking, tidying up, and washing clothes. If only there were yarn, they could at least knit a couple of garments, not for wearing, but merely to pass the time. Alas, there was none. Having grown weary of playing Go and having exhausted the books on the shelf, everyone began to chase after the fresh novels penned by Liang Wenjing, compelling Yu Min to pen one as well. Yet, despite these distractions, the days still felt arduous and unrelenting, leading to a sense of despair that life had lost all hope. One might feel akin to a decaying corpse. Lao Lu conveyed the terms they had discussed to Liang Shu Yu. "We cannot provide you with supplies," Liang Shu Yu stated plainly. "Do you truly believe we need your protection? Or are you willing to be our blade, ready to sacrifice your lives at a moment's notice? If so, I wouldn't mind supporting you." Chapter 87. The trading platform. Lao Lu intended to establish a trading platform aimed at the neighbors and residents nearby. Their platform would offer a relatively safe environment for all who entered to engage in barter while ensuring security during transactions to prevent violence and theft. Liang Shu Yu would not need to exert effort, but would be required to invest. Should Liang Shu Yu join the platform, Lao Lu and his associates could share a portion of the transaction tax earned from the neighborhood with him. However, although Liang Shu Yu would not need to provide personnel, he would need to pay a regular platform fee, akin to investing in shares. Concurrently, if Liang Shu Yu encountered any difficulties, he could directly draw manpower from the platform for his protection. Additionally, the platform would safeguard Liang Shu Yu's home. These were Lao Lu's surface statements, but it was evident that Liang Shu Yu grasped the deeper implications as well. In essence, if Liang Shu Yu was unwilling to provide supplies, he could expect to be robbed. Conversely, if he complied, they would offer him a share. Yet a businessman must confront a stark reality. Believing your idea is profitable is merely your subjective view. The market's response and public opinion are not solely determined by you. How many would be willing to pay the transaction tax? And what level of protection could Lao Lu's platform actually offer? The risk of being murdered for resources upon exiting the city is vastly different from a service that provides comprehensive safety. Upon hearing Liang Shu Yu's blunt refusal and counter-question, Lao Lu, seasoned and shrewd, did not easily become discouraged. What we require is minimal, a mere trifle to you, yet it could safeguard your home and family. Surely you can do the math? You often venture out for extended periods. If something were to happen at home, wouldn't we neighbors be the ones to assist? Think carefully about these terms, Xiao Yang. This is undoubtedly a lucrative deal for you. Lao Lu's words struck at the core of the matter, resonating even with Aunt Xiaoping, who was listening from the sofa, as she found them quite persuasive. Liang Shu Yu and his companions could only dare to venture out for half a day at most, always leaving a male at home to keep watch, precisely due to fears of opportunistic thieves. However, Liang Shu Yu contemplated deeper than Aunt Xiaoping. If their trading platform failed to materialize, they would resort to leeching off others. If the platform succeeded, they would inevitably grow dissatisfied with their current position and would likely demand more from Liang Shu Yu. Refusal would lead to repercussions from the platform. To conspire with a tiger is to invite peril. Analyzing the situation from any angle reveals it to be a venture fraught with risk, jeopardizing both personal and familial safety. Fortunately, Liang Shu Yu had devised a counter-strategy. He would neither outright reject nor agree to Lao Lu's proposal. The concept of the platform is indeed commendable, he conceded. Of course, it's a foolproof venture, Lao Lu replied with a hint of relief, though he had some business acumen himself. But regrettably, you cannot guarantee profitability. Liang Shu Yu remarked with a smile. If you cannot turn a profit, that would mean I am merely sustaining you. If it comes to that, I might as well choose a few capable individuals to support, who wouldn't be better than you. Lao Lu hastily protested, while secretly he mused that no one capable of cooperation existed among them. Only inept individuals who would have sought sustenance independently, rather than hiding away like turtles. In this world, there are both the bold and the timid. Lao Lu, being cautious and self-preserving, understood all too well the mindset of those who, when faced with impending doom, shrink away. If there were any alternative means to earn a living, he would not wish to risk his life. I might as well hire some security, Liang Shu Yu sighed. In this day and age, with rampant violence, how can you trust that security? Lao Lu implored earnestly. And how can you guarantee that you won't betray me? Lao Lu faltered, speechless. He and Liang Shu Yu locked gazes, the tension palpable. Seeing Liang Shu Yu maintain his calm demeanor and unwavering stance, Lao Lu felt himself deflating like a helium balloon. Xiao Liang, Lao Lu's voice softened. It is not easy for me either. If I possessed any skills, I would not be forced to come here and discuss these matters with a child like you. There are so many resources in this city, Liang Shu Yu retorted. If you just venture out, couldn't you procure a meal? That would be illegal, Lao Lu hesitated. Oh, you possess a sense of morality, Liang Shu Yu quipped, as Lao Lu awkwardly wiped away the tears that had barely surfaced. Uncle, I'm also left with no choice. Actually, I would like to befriend you. Having one more friend is better than having another enemy. Indeed, Lao Lu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. You are absolutely right. In this world, one relies on friends. I have a set of diving equipment at home that I can lend you. I can also provide detailed information about the underwater market, including where resources and dangers lie. Liang Shu Yu smiled, adding, on the condition that you no longer set foot in my home, including the women from your building. Lao Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected something more. Diving. Is that not perilous? He hesitated. Liang Shu Yu fell silent, allowing Lao Lu and Baldly some time to ponder. Initially, Lao Lu had envisioned obtaining useful supplies from Liang Shu Yu through bluster, believing they could comfortably remain at home enjoying the fruits of his labor while merely keeping an eye on his house, as he deemed the area relatively safe from outsiders. Little did he know that Liang Shu Yu would not budge an inch. Chapter 88. The stifling heat. It must be said that Lao Lu's aspirations were quite lofty, albeit rather shameless. Having grown accustomed to trickery, there would inevitably come times when it would not suffice. Now, he found himself unable to laugh or cry, realizing that Liang Shu Yu was resolute. Was he truly to shout for help to raise Yu Shifeng's home? Yet, Lao Lu lacked the courage to commit murder or theft. He neither possessed the audacity nor wished to break the law. After all, he did not perceive their current survival situation as desperate enough to warrant such extreme actions. He was not a madman. He had to consider his own future and that of his children. Ultimately, they had no manpower at all, merely a handful of frail old men who had come together in a moment of inspiration. Daring to threaten Liang Shu Yu relies solely on mere words, revealing the deep-seated insecurities of old Lu. After successfully sending old Lu and baldly away, Wei Youqi exhaled a long sigh. Do you think they will accept it? I doubt it. Once we provide them with the diving equipment, they might turn their attention back to us. Inside the room, Aunt Xiaoping, who thought the ordeal had concluded, perked up her ears once more. Liang Ying, on the other hand, idly flipped through a high school textbook authored by Yumin. Liang Shu Yu remarked, if they want to, who could stop them? Liang Wenjing sighed in frustration. These people are so annoying. It's like a palace intrigue. Goodness, had I known that a life without work could be so arduous, I would have prayed for daily classes. Wei Youqi's gaze drifted towards Liang Wenjing. Before the power outage, it seemed Sister Jing wasn't working either. Quite the fortunate homebody, isn't she? Really? Liang Wenjing feigned ignorance. I suppose that's true. Yumin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Liang Wenjing felt her face flush with embarrassment, clearing her throat. But I do have a job. Is your salary dependent on perfect attendance? Liang Shu Yu silently scoffed, but restrained himself from voicing it. Otherwise, Liang Wenjing would surely be furious. Yumin smiled, and everyone joined in laughter. Liang Wenjing, feeling awkward, wished to dig her toes into the floor, but then reconsidered. Bringing a bit of levity to such a dreary atmosphere was no small feat, especially since the floor was tiled and impossible to scratch. Though they would not venture out in the afternoon, it did not imply a lack of tasks. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi trained daily. Initially, they practiced on the stone dam, but later moved indoors to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yu Shifeng's home was spacious enough, and with a slight rearrangement of the living room, a training area was established. As dinner approached, Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, Yu Min, and Liang Wenjing donned comfortable long shirts and pants, tumbling and rolling across the tiled floor of the living room. After completing basic physical training, they transitioned to practical combat training. At this moment, Yu Shifeng wielded a small wooden stick as a weapon while Liang Shu Yu stood directly opposite him. Testing the waters, Yu Shifeng lunged forward, but with a swift motion. Liang Shu Yu knocked the stick from his hand, swiftly advancing with a bow step to bring Yu Shifeng to the ground in mere seconds. Clap, clap. Yu Min and Liang Wenjing applauded. That seemed even faster. Liang Wenjing remarked. Rising from the floor, Yu Shifeng declared, is that all? Not enough, continue. During training, Yu Shifeng's demeanor was far from his usual affable self. He was serious and stern, offering no leniency or sympathy. In truth, mastering a skill is not overly complex. It requires relentless practice until it becomes second nature, akin to an instinct. Much like calligraphy, there are not many intricate techniques involved. Only diligent practice and refinement are necessary. If one were to speak of skill, it involves the eyes, hands, and heart working in unison. Learning cannot be a thoughtless replication, for humanity, as the most advanced of beings, possesses the capacity for critical thinking, allowing us to distill, analyze, and summarize known concepts, ultimately forming our unique systems. Thus, practicing martial arts follows the same principle. Though Liang Shu Yu appeared to rely purely on brute force to disarm Yu Shifeng, there were profound techniques at play, considering the angle, the precise point of contact, and the tactical application all required careful deliberation. It is encapsulated in a seemingly simple motion. After the practical session, Liang Shu Yu moved to a vacant area to continue training against the air while reflecting on the insights gained from the day's practice. Next up were Wei Youqi, Yu Min, and Liang Wenjing, each taking turns to spar with Yu Shifeng. with everyone committed to their training even in his absence. This might be the only engaging activity since the power outage, as everyone grew more diligent and eager to learn. After all, the consequence of laziness is dire. The cost of failure escalates, prompting a natural recovery from procrastination. On November 9, 2032, amidst a torrential downpour, they were on day 48 of the power outage. Today, they intended to visit Biyuan Garden to find Liu Xiaopeng. Wei Pengzi's condition had seen improvement. Although the swelling persisted, his spirit had notably revived, much to everyone's relief. They became increasingly mindful of resources. If not for the medicinal herbs available at home, which treated Wei Pengzi's ailment, what would they have done? Would they have let him suffer? Biyuan Garden, located near the North Station, presented a surreal scene as they passed the subway station, which had been completely submerged, resembling a massive cup filled with water, with bodies floating atop. Liang Shu Yu recalled seeing sanitation workers not long after the outage, transporting corpses to garbage trucks, accumulating them in a pit. Consequently, he had forgotten what the corpses truly looked like. At this moment, they navigated through unfamiliar streets, witnessing sights previously unseen. For instance, one subway entrance had miraculously avoided flooding, but was filled with bodies instead. It was unfathomable that so many lives had been lost in just over a month. In the days before the blackout, people enjoyed stable incomes, predictable living conditions, and the convenience of ordering takeout when hungry or purchasing drinks when thirsty. If they fell ill, they could seek medical attention, and assistance was just a call away. But now, all these conveniences vanished overnight. The city, unable to guarantee even its basic sanitation systems, could hardly serve its citizens in any capacity. With no money, hospitals, banks, security, or even the internet, the post-blackout world had devolved into one where even the most basic human functions required digging a pit. The difficulties faced were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Liang Shu Yu's family was among the exceedingly fortunate few. Without delving into resource matters, Liang Shu Yu had exerted every effort possible. Even more fortunate was that no one in his family fell ill, with no relatives reliant on hospitals for survival. After the blackout, those most vulnerable likely succumbed first. Perhaps most of the bodies in the pits had perished from illness, while the starvation victims were few. A desperate person, as long as they could move, would seek every means to sustain themselves. Some of the remaining souls may have been victims of plunder, regardless of whether they were the aggressors or the prey. Among these corpses, women, particularly those of fair appearance, were often found unclothed. Yet no one sought to uncover their fates or the stories they held. Now they lay as cold corpses, callously discarded in mass graves, awaiting decay. In a city where essential services, banks, hospitals, and emergency departments had collapsed, this was the merciless reality. Upon reaching Biyuan Garden, the neighborhood remained remarkably beautiful even amidst the torrential rain. At the entrance of Area C, a massive black iron gate stood firmly shut, leaving only a small door adjacent to the security booth open, where 2 guards were stationed. Liang Shu Yu and his companions were taken aback. Is it truly the case that even affluent communities are so daunting? Even the government cannot manage the current situation. Yet the community's property management continues to serve the public? They don masks, deciding to send Wei Youqi to scout ahead, while Liang Shu Yu and Yu Shifeng waited behind a stone sculpture 30 meters away. After listening, Yu Shifeng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not about protecting the residents of the community, or he would have questioned the meaning of life. For such affluent individuals, their lives are indeed inscrutable to mere mortals. What is the trade area like? Liang Shu Yu was astonished to find it aligned perfectly with old Lu's idea, even implementing the transaction tax flawlessly. However, unlike old Lu's concept, the property management controlled a vast network of resources within the entire community, while old Lu possessed nothing of the sort. Shall we take a look? All right. Thus, Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and their companions each contributed a small piece of bread and entered the C district of the Biyuan Garden. They intended to seek out Liu Xiaopeng, undoubtedly bringing resources with them. After all, even if Liu Xiaopeng was willing to share some tips for free, it would be rather impolite to merely express gratitude without offering something in return. Upon entering the community, they were greeted by a grand fountain sculpture, which was no longer operational. Next, they encountered a crimson rubber track, and the once exquisite greenery had become unrecognizable. Puddles filled the shallower sections of the track, while the other areas remained relatively clean. Indeed, this was a wealthy neighborhood, boasting an impressive drainage system. To the left, within a 3-story building, they discovered a massive convenience supermarket, which was the trade area mentioned by the security guard at the entrance. At that moment, 3 or 4 individuals were loitering outside, whispering to one another. Inside the supermarket, the lights were bright, casting flickering shadows, and through the glass doors, they could see no fewer than 50 people gathered. It appeared that this so-called trade area had been in operation for quite some time, though they were still uncertain about the nature of the transactions taking place within and whether it offered items they desperately needed. With heightened vigilance, the trio approached the supermarket entrance but were halted by a security guard. Another fee? Yu Shifeng raised his voice. The guard, imposing in stature and demeanor, coldly replied, yes. At this point, Liang Shu Yu hesitated to submit another transaction tax and opted to first consult Lu Xiaopeng before making any decisions. After all, once they entered, any unforeseen developments would leave them vulnerable on unfamiliar territory. Upon entering the building, they soon discovered that the green belt was riddled with excrement pits, the stench overwhelming. The walls of the building, despite being washed by rain, revealed unsightly stains upon closer inspection. The first-floor residences, which originally boasted small gardens, were now littered with garbage and waste. Some gardens had been somewhat tidied, while others had been abandoned entirely, with doors and windows sealed. Consequently, the entire community was engulfed in a nauseating odor. Covering their noses, Liang Shu Yu and his companions rushed into the fire escape, expecting a reprieve, but found it equally filthy and foul-smelling. What the hell? Wei Youqi could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in frustration, is this the standard of a wealthy community? Our place is far cleaner. The trio hastily ascended to the 3rd floor, where the pungent aroma had finally diminished. The property management is still operational, Liang Shu Yu assessed, but it seems the cleaning staff has ceased their duties. The management likely continues to function solely for the purpose of accumulating resources. Hence they do not dispatch anyone for cleaning. Wei Youqi leaned out of the fire escape window, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. This building is in such dire straits. Dealing with waste must be utterly exhausting. Chapter 90. A dismal community indeed, and there's no water reservoir. In the semi-suburban areas, every household has a water tank in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Liang Shu Yu and Yu Shifeng's standalone homes were equipped with large-capacity water tanks to cope with power outages and water shortages. Currently, Liang Shu Yu's tank is over half empty, while Yu Shifeng's remains largely untouched. Water resources are abundant here. However, the Biyuan garden community has a significant drawback. They all rely on natural gas. This means unless they possess independent gas stoves, they cannot cook even with a canister of gas. Contemplating this, Wei Youqi suddenly felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He no longer envied the wealthy for their upscale residences. The trio continued their ascent, reaching the 17th floor. Below the 10th floor, every fire door was locked from the inside, with some secured by U-shaped locks, while others were bound with thick ropes. Above the 10th floor, each level had only a single fire door, indicating that the residents on those floors likely enjoyed larger living spaces. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Liang Shu Yu began knocking on the fire door. The locked fire doors and the total failure of the elevator system served as a self-protection mechanism for the residents. This arrangement was indeed quite secure, alleviating concerns about potential intrusions. However, the waste management issue remained a pressing concern. After dozens of knocks, a voice finally emerged from within. Who is it? Hello, we are looking for Lu Siyuan. Could you please let him know that Liang Shu Yu is here? The voice repeated Lu Siyuan's name, followed by the sound of the door creaking open and the shuffle of slippers on the floor. Moments later, they heard a knock. Lu Siyuan. Someone named Liang Shu Yu is looking for you. Lu Xiaopeng resided in the 3rd building, and it seemed their luck was favorable. Their arduous climb to the 17th floor was not in vain. Inside, Lu Xiaopeng, engrossed in a game on his console, leaped from the sofa upon hearing Liang Shu Yu's name. Brother Liang has come to see me. He tossed the console onto the couch and hurriedly slipped into his slippers, but in his haste, his toes struggled to fit. Seeing his frantic movements, his mother furrowed her brow, delicately sipping from a fine ceramic teacup filled with red tea. Put your shoes on properly. Why the rush? Oh. Lu Xiaopeng bent down to fasten his shoes, his fair face breaking into a foolish yet mischievous grin, clearly too excited. After adjusting his appearance, he composed himself, unlocked the 8 locks on the door, and stepped outside. Wearing a cream-colored cashmere sweater and light brown casual pants, Lu Xiaopeng's plump figure appeared somewhat clumsy. Yet he moved with a lively urgency. Brother Liang? A fair and delicate face peeked through the door. It's really you. You're alive. His words, if not for his cheerful smile, might have been misconstrued as sarcasm. Yes. Upon seeing Liu Xiaobang, Liang Shu Yu felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Wei Youqi. Old Wei. Liu Xiaopeng's excitement soared upon spotting Wei Youqi, who reciprocated the greeting with equal enthusiasm. The reunion after such a long separation from familiar classmates evoked a deep sense of joy and nostalgia, making their hearts swell with emotion. It had been far too long since they last saw each other, and it was a heartwarming and poignant experience. Liu Xiaopeng was about to retrieve the key to unlock the door and invite them in when Liang Shu Yu stopped him. No need to open the door. We simply wish to consult you about some survival matters. Momentarily taken aback, Liu Xiaopeng burst into laughter. So how did I do? Was I right or not? Just tell me, was I right? Now you know my worth, huh? His final remark carried a hint of grievance, recalling how they had once doubted him. Didn't we come to acknowledge our mistake and seek you out? Wei Youqi reached through the door crack to ruffle Liu Xiaopeng's hair. We really exerted ourselves to find you. Do you have any idea how challenging it was to climb 17 floors? Wei Youqi remains as playful as ever, which brings a sense of relief to Liu Xiaopeng. Perhaps they have not encountered too many terrifying experiences outside. Recently, he has heard that rampant looting has begun in the world beyond. How have you been lately? Liu Xiaopeng inquired. Despite knowing that the external environment is far more challenging than he can imagine, he is still eager to learn how his two closest companions from the past are faring. If they are particularly struggling, he is willing to offer his assistance. Not too bad, Liang Shu Yu replied, biting his lip. Liu Xiaopeng is undoubtedly living comfortably. You've gained some weight. Have I? No way. Liu Xiaopeng exclaimed. I've been exercising every day. How could I have possibly gained weight? You've definitely put on some pounds, Wei Youqi stated bluntly. Liu Xiaopeng let out a cry of despair. This is unscientific. I knew you would come looking for me. I have everything prepared for you. Just wait. I'll get it now, he declared. Yu Shi phone watched from the side. Upon opening the metal box, it revealed a long-range intercom, a hand-crank generator, a portable water filter, a handwritten supply list on A4 paper, a note of precautions, a mechanical watch, a small gaming console, and a pack of water purification tablets. I haven't hoarded many filter tablets, so I've saved you a pack. However, this filter is highly effective. It will surely suffice for your needs. Wow. Wei Youqi was taken aback. Even Liang Shu Yu was astonished. Did you purchase all this before the power outage? Not at all. This has been accumulated over 3 years of my New Year's money. Thankfully, it has come in handy during this outage, or my father would have definitely killed me. Chapter 91. Liu Xiaopeng with tears in his eyes. Wei Youqi picked up the small gaming console and pressed the power button, and to his amazement, it powered on. Damn it, Wei Youqi exclaimed. Liu Xiyuan, you truly are a genius. How did you preserve this? Liu Xiaopeng smiled with pride. As a competent survivalist, all electrical devices must be protected against electromagnetic interference. While I couldn't afford a Faraday cage, I could manage to buy a few metal boxes to encase them, and that is how they were preserved. However, I never anticipated an actual electromagnetic pulse. I was more inclined to think about war. The EMP weapons currently remain conceptual and are far from battlefield ready. Hence, the solar storm did damage quite a few items, leaving me with only 2 gaming consoles, one for myself and one for you. Wei Youqi had already started playing Super Mario, and upon hearing the familiar, enchanting sounds of the game, tears streamed down his face. It felt as though a century had passed. Just as Mario jumped over a pit, he accidentally collided with a turtle and met his demise. Yet, Wei Youqi felt no anger. Instead, he was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. It had been a long time since he had yearned to play games, and although he had often expressed his desire to play, he knew it was merely a way to cope with the absence of electricity. He understood that as long as the power was out, he could not touch a computer or a game. Objectively, he had even promised himself that once the power returned, he would study diligently and reduce his gaming. Yet now, grasping a real game, even if it was a long outdated one like Super Mario, filled him with indescribable elation. Those who have not experienced such a loss will never comprehend the feeling of regaining something once thought irretrievable. The emotions surged within Wei Youqi. While Liu Xiaopeng was explaining the origins of the items in the box to Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi suddenly broke down in tears. All his grievances, fears, joy, pain, and worries erupted like a balloon that had been punctured, releasing over 40 days of pent-up emotions in an overwhelming explosion. What's wrong? Liu Xiaopeng did not expect Wei Youqi, who had just been joyfully playing a game, to suddenly start crying. He hastily placed a hand on Wei Youqi's shoulder. Is it just a month apart that has you so emotional? You must think highly of me. Are you secretly in love with me? I'm not into that. Lu Xiaopeng scoffed, feigning disgust. Liang Shu Yu gently patted his shoulder, remaining silent as he understood Wei Youqi's emotions. Wei Youqi, crying profusely, retorted, "Go to hell. Even if I were into that, I wouldn't choose this fatso." Though he was fair-skinned and handsome, he had no interest in such matters. Lu Xiaopeng raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. What would happen if I died? Lu Xiaopeng, now playfully flirtatious, left even Wei Youqi feeling inadequate. Damn it. Don't bother me. Let me be alone. Wei Youqi buried his face in his knees. He wasn't as fragile as he seemed. It was merely an overwhelming surge of emotions he could no longer contain. The imagery of bloodshed in the marketplace, the sunlit afternoons at school, Lu Xiaopeng's familiar tone, and all the exhausting events from the past month flickered like black and white stripes in his mind. There was no turning back. No one attempted to comfort Wei Youqi, allowing him the space to heal on his own. Lu Xiaopeng's timely provision of resources was invaluable, particularly the portable water filter, which relieved Liang Shu Yu from worrying about water supply. The intercom, which Lu Xiaopeng also possessed, was set to be activated every 3 days at 10 in the morning, allowing them to exchange information remotely. Furthermore, the hand crank generator would ensure adequate power for the intercom, gaming console, and other small electronic devices. Lastly, there was the mechanical watch. Liang Shu Yu was not well versed in such items, but recognized that the watch must be expensive. After the initial excitement of seeing these valuable items subsided, Liang Shu Yu quickly regained his composure. However, in such a societal climate, Lu Xiaopeng unconditionally gifted him these precious items, which were beyond monetary value, making it difficult for him to accept. These things are far too valuable. Noticing Liang Shu Yu's hesitation, Lu Xiaopeng reassured him, "Brother Liang, please don't refuse. I considered various possibilities when I bought these items and reserved a portion for you. I've set aside some for my relatives as well, so you need not worry." Refuse? Liang Shu Yu could not possibly decline. During the first semester of our first year, if it weren't for you helping me, I can't imagine how much I would have suffered. These items are my way of repaying you, so please do not feel burdened. If it weren't for your past assistance, we wouldn't have become such good brothers. Lu Xiaopeng, who had a plump appearance, looked rather foolish when he smiled. Even though he was quite intelligent and performed excellently in school, his outward image often led others to perceive him as an easy target. At that time, there was a school bully sitting behind Lu Xiaopeng, who delighted in using others as pawns, resorting to insults and physical violence. During the first month of their freshman year, Lu Xiaopeng suffered greatly due to his size. Chapter 92. Thank you later. There came a day when Lu Xiaopeng was bullied excessively and ended up in a fight with that bully. Naturally, Lu Xiaopeng lost and was beaten badly. It was then that Liang Shu Yu noticed him and befriended the fair-skinned, chubby boy, beginning to help him resist the bully. Lu Xiaopeng could have easily asked his father to intervene and resolve the matter with the school authorities. However, Lu Xiaopeng did not wish to rely too heavily on his parents, nor did he want to ask his father to intervene in the disputes at school. That would be quite embarrassing. His mother would undoubtedly mock him. Eventually, the school bully targeted both him and Liang Shu Yu. Initially, they suffered greatly, but after being reassigned to classes, they found themselves in the same class as Wei Youqi. As Wei Youqi was an old childhood friend of Liang, the three of them united and finally subdued the bully. Shortly thereafter, the bully transferred schools, and the bond among the three of them deepened. Yet, Lu Xiaopeng held a special gratitude for Liang Shu Yu, whose position in his heart was unlike any other. Liang never made jokes about his physique. Despite feeling quite handsome and fair-skinned, there were always those who mocked his weight. But Liang Shu Yu never partook in such ridicule. Therefore, their relationship transcended the mere label of brotherhood. It was a bond forged through shared trials, through fights, shared moments in the restroom, punishments, and mutual disdain for teachers. All right. Liang Shu Yu nodded, acknowledging their connection. Lu Xiaopeng shyly smiled, a dimple appearing on his left cheek. Among brothers, there was no need for elaborate expressions. Understanding was enough. Liang Shu Yu offered a sincere smile, placing his palm gently on Lu Xiaopeng's shoulder. "Thank you." It was heartfelt. As for that trading post, at the mention of it, Lu Xiaopeng scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Originally a supermarket owned by a relative of an investor, it had been overtaken by the desperate residents after 2 weeks without power. Initially, they merely scavenged for food, but it soon evolved into a marketplace. Many residents engaged in trade, and people from outside flocked to it. The selection was surprisingly ample, yet caution was advised. The residents had employed some thugs, and showing wealth could attract unwanted attention. Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that this trading post had been operational for over half a month. What began as simple barter within the community expanded to include neighboring districts, establishing itself as the largest trading hub in the area. The group managing the property had grown from a mere 20 individuals to 40 or 50, transitioning from basic material exchanges to more dubious dealings, rapidly maturing into a complex establishment. If Liang Shu Yu and the others wished to partake in transactions there, they could do so safely, provided they concealed their affluence. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaopeng advised against entering. As the environment was crowded and unpredictable, one could easily become a target. Should Liang Shu Yu require supplies, he could always turn to Liu Xiaopeng, who had ample resources, food and medicine aplenty, acquired both personally and through exchanges. Though Liang Shu Yu refrained from mentioning his own family's wealth, he still expressed a desire to see the trading post, curious about what goods were being exchanged and the current market trends. Additionally, he sought to gather information regarding the solar storm's impact. With that in mind, Liang Shu Yu promptly inquired, "This solar storm must be quite peculiar, right? Do you have any insights on the extent of the power outages?" At this, Liu Xiaopeng's expression tightened. "The scale is vast," he declared, "so extensive that it is beyond imagination." Beside them, Wei Youqi, with a reddened nose from tears, interjected, "How extensive? Could it be a global blackout?" "Indeed," Liu Xiaopeng affirmed. "That is my suspicion." "Seriously," Wei Youqi exclaimed, "that can't be possible. If the entire globe were to lose power, wouldn't that spell doom for humanity?" "The implications of a blackout extend far beyond mere inconvenience," Liu Xiaopeng explained. "It is not a simple failure of electrical systems. Rather, it is a catastrophic electromagnetic explosion from the sun that has damaged power infrastructure, circuit boards malfunctioning, transformers failing. If this calamity spans the globe, the world could regress economically by 50 or even 100 years. Such a notion is terrifying. In today's society, the dependence on electricity surpasses common comprehension. It is not an exaggeration to state that every tool humanity relies upon, from domestic implements to industrial machinery, is powered by electricity. Should a power plant fail, it requires electricity to be repaired. If a transformer malfunctions, it too necessitates a power source for repairs. In short, without electricity, all operations would come to a standstill. The breadth and intricacy of this issue far exceed what the general public can comprehend. The difficulty of repairs and the resulting economic losses are incalculable and unfathomable. Even a computer would struggle to compute the economic impact of a month-long global blackout, as the figures could exceed its computational capacity. Once global power collapses, even if the world's finest resources were mobilized for repairs, it might take a year to restore power, and even then, only in a few key cities. However, the most severe consequences of a global blackout are not merely economic. The most critical issue is the availability of food. Modern agriculture has become entirely industrialized. For instance, in today's agricultural environment, a single acre of wheat can yield 800 to 1,000 gene, whereas in ancient times, the yield was merely 120 to 200 gene per acre, drastically reduced to 60 or 80 gene in times of drought or flood. What catastrophic outcomes would arise from a modern population reliant on ancient agricultural yields? Without industrialized agricultural products, it is impossible to sustain the 7 billion inhabitants of the planet. A vast number would perish from starvation, exposure, or disease, plunging the world into a horrific state of chaos, famine, plague, and war. The more scarcity exists, the more frequent wars become. Chapter 93. Conspiracy. It is conceivable that in the wake of a global blackout, humanity would endure a prolonged era of calamity, 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 to 100 years, depending on whether nations cooperate or descend into conflict. Liu Xiaopeng held two primary hypotheses regarding the power outages. One was a global blackout, and the other was a blackout confined to Asia. His rationale stemmed from the collapse of the government, banks, and hospitals following over 40 days without power, resulting in countless deaths without any rescue efforts. If only a few cities were affected, the nation would not be caught unaware to such an extent. Thus, two possibilities emerged. Either all of Asia was plunged into darkness, prompting Europe to take action while the entire Asian perimeter fell into war, preventing any governmental rescue efforts. However, Liu Xiaoping soon dismissed this notion. For if war were truly underway, coastal cities would not remain so eerily quiet. There would at least be bombers or other military presence. Yet, nothing materialized. Ultimately, Liu Xiaoping deduced that it was indeed a global blackout. He was nearly certain that it was not confined to a few cities, but rather a worldwide phenomenon. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Liu Xiaoping had gathered information suggesting that after the blackout, a batch of relief supplies arrived, with individuals from the supply trucks claiming that only 7 or 8 provinces near the coast had lost power, while the Sichuan region was still striving to save other cities. Just moments ago, he had received confirmation from Liang Shu Yu that these statements were indeed relayed by those from the relief trucks. This revelation indicated that they had been deceived. Why would they lie? Wei Youqi felt a chill run down his spine, consumed by dread. To conceal the truth of the power outage, Liang Shu Yu spoke calmly. And at that moment, the voices of the 3 individuals lowered significantly. Yu Shifeng could not resist moving closer, half squatting on the steps beneath Liang Shu Yu, joining the trio as they furrowed their brows and listened intently. The atmosphere was thick with tension, suffused with an air of conspiracy. Why conceal the truth? If the entire world experienced a blackout, wouldn't it be more beneficial for humanity to unite and strive together? Can the concentrated cutting-edge forces of a nation not restore power to the capital? Wei Youqi was perplexed. Liu Xiaoping articulated a hypothesis he had mulled over countless times. What if there was something more pressing drawing their attention? Could anything be more significant than human life? Or, to phrase it differently, what if this matter were indeed more critical than the lives of individuals? No. Perhaps it would make sense if a power outage merely claimed a fraction of lives, while this far more significant issue posed a greater terror. Liu Xiaoping stated. Wei Youqi's complexion paled instantly, his eyes widening in shock. In truth, these thoughts had crossed his mind as well. Yet, mere speculation paled in comparison to Liu Xiaoping's assertive tone, which left him stunned and disoriented. A typical solar storm could not possibly result in a global blackout. Thus, this particular solar storm possessed peculiarities that could trigger greater calamities. Had the world opted to forsake power restoration efforts in light of a more formidable disaster? Liang Shu Yu speculated logically. This incident was not a mere solar storm. The incessant rain over the past 40 days made that clear. But what exactly was it? And what subsequent disasters would unfold? Liang Shu Yu found it difficult to deduce with his own logic. Indeed, Yu Shifeng murmured in agreement. The blackout severed their connection to external information. Although residing in a city, they were ultimately trapped. I suddenly question whether the satellite signals are indeed malfunctioning. This speculation was so audacious that even Liu Xiaoping had not considered it. Upon hearing Yu Shifeng's sudden declaration, Liu Xiaoping felt a profound terror. Could this have been a premeditated act? When did it begin? Was it after last year's massive blackout in Europe? The 4 of them simultaneously experienced a chilling tremor. If the satellite signals were truly intentionally severed, it could only imply that someone was deliberately concealing certain truths. What kind of truths warranted such concealment? After severing the information source, what could they possibly gain? I suddenly have a bold thought. Wei Youqi's eyes glimmered with cold intensity. Could a solar storm trigger a volcanic eruption? For instance, the Yellowstone or Mount Fuji. Liu Xiaoping immediately analyzed this possibility. Uncertain of the odds, yet if Yellowstone were to erupt, the severed information source would mean they would be entirely oblivious. At most, a significant portion of America might be submerged in volcanic ash, but the ash would not cross the Pacific to reach their shores. However, if Mount Fuji erupted, might it not cause a tsunami? Could the continuous rainfall in Deep Blue City over the past 40 days be connected to these speculations? If Yellowstone did erupt, it would undoubtedly induce tectonic movements, triggering various aftershocks. Yet, Deep Blue City had not experienced any earthquakes recently. Perhaps this hypothesis remained unverified. Of course, other cities might have experienced tremors, but without the internet, even the ancient means of communication, carrier pigeons and relay stations, were now absent. Obtaining information from the outside world was exceedingly difficult. As Liang Shu Yu and the others conversed, they unwittingly arrived at mealtime. The items in the green metal box were carefully packed into plastic bags and stuffed into their backpacks, as the box was too cumbersome to carry. To avoid suspicion, Liang Shu Yu removed the lid and placed it inside the backpack, holding the metal box in hand to signify it was empty. Upon reaching the supermarket on the ground floor, the trio donned masks and layered scarves for additional protection. The supermarket was bustling with people, and they could not guarantee the absence of epidemics or other pathogens. Caution was paramount. They exchanged a small, independently packaged biscuit and ventured into the trading area. This supermarket spanned approximately 500 square meters, with shelves that once occupied the center now dispersed along the walls, transformed into makeshift stalls. People either stood or sat on the ground, some holding signs: hot water available, fried snails for sale, cold medicine needed, antibiotics needed, prices negotiable, fuel for sale, alcohol in abundance, negotiable. The trading area had developed to such an extent that Liang Shu Yu and his companions felt a sense of overwhelming variety, whether seeking medicine or selling goods. Small clusters had formed, categorized by type. The atmosphere was strikingly quiet. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, even those conducting business. It felt akin to stepping into a bank lobby. Liang Shu Yu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng found a secluded corner to observe carefully. They soon realized that while many vendors occupied the first floor, the highest foot traffic was on the second floor. After observing for a while, they discovered that the supermarket had multiple levels. However, the staircase leading to the second floor was guarded by a security officer, requiring an additional fee to ascend. Judging by the excited expressions of those going up and the relaxed demeanor of those coming down, it was evident that the second floor was likely involved in illicit transactions. Why don't they just trade outside? Wei Youqi whispered to Liang Shu Yu. What you can think of, others have surely considered too. They just haven't succeeded in implementing it. Wei Youqi replied, understanding. Inside the supermarket, the most lucrative businesses appeared to be those selling fuel, hot water, and fried snails. The 3 or 4 individuals selling hot water each carried 4 large thermoses. A cup of hot water could be exchanged for a small piece of bread or other items, with sales occurring every few minutes. Some individuals even pre-filled bowls with instant noodles, purchasing hot water to seal the containers, clutching them closely, as if afraid to lose the warmth. They entered solely to obtain that cup of hot water. Perhaps it was for family, as the longing in their eyes seemed to radiate a greenish hue, yet they refrained from indulging themselves. The seller of fried snails had the least business, with customers rarely purchasing a small bowl. However, Liang Shu Yu recalled news reports about snail poisoning. The large snails he bought were common in coastal cities during rainy weather. Some as large as a palm, known as the African giant snail, wild, harboring bacteria and parasites akin to those found in wild bats. Nevertheless, it seemed not everyone was aware of this news. Besides the snail vendor, others sold mushrooms and wood ears, seemingly freshly picked from parks. But perhaps due to concerns over poisoning, they attracted fewer buyers. The most successful vendor was the one selling fuel, possessing a small gas canister resembling those used in fish grilling or hot pot restaurants, which he connected with a thin tube to refill others' lighters. The signs held by vendors prominently featured cold medicine, antibiotics, stomach medications, antidiarrheal drugs, and diuretics. The demand for trauma medication was nearly non-existent. Liang Shu Yu speculated that severe injuries likely resulted in death. Minor injuries could be treated with adhesive bandages, while moderate wounds might be abandoned. Trading in cigarettes and alcohol also fared relatively well, albeit with small transaction amounts. 1 or a few cigarettes, a bottle or half a bottle. Exchanges were conducted quietly, with minimal conversation beyond necessary haggling. After observing the variety of items traded within this place, Liang Shu Yu then turned his attention to each individual present. In fact, from the moment Liang Shu Yu and his companions entered, they had already been scrutinized by several groups of people, particularly some vendors seated in the corners, with nothing but trivial trinkets that were clearly of little value displayed on their cloth, appeared less like business people and more like hawks, their eyes darting around, leaving no new face unexamined. Distinguishing between newcomers and regulars was quite straightforward. Liang Shu Yu's immediate retreat to a corner to observe, rather than browsing the items, marked him unmistakably as a novice. Those who wandered about in astonishment and engaged in idle inquiries were also evidently newcomers. In contrast, the seasoned patrons would head straight to their objective upon entering, swiftly exchanging goods before departing, with only a few pausing to scan the market for any new offerings. Liang Shu Yu suspected that these non-vendors were the rogues Liu Xiaopeng had warned him to be cautious of. They typically carried only a small backpack, eschewed flip-flops, donned hats, and refrained from wearing raincoats, prioritizing mobility above all else. Concealed within their waistbands or clothing were invariably several sharp blades. Within this modest trading venue, the fixed number of attendees hovered around 45, while the transient count ranged between 10 to 20. Approximately half of these individuals ascended to the second floor, curiously, all of whom were men, with no women in sight. Could it be that the upper level was exclusively a domain for male flesh trade? Liang Shu Yu and his companions spent approximately 3 hours in the market, after receiving a mechanical wristwatch from Liu Xiaopeng, which he promptly concealed within his sleeve. He noted that this watch not only kept accurate time, but also displayed the date, having belonged to Liu Xiaopeng's father. Liu Xiaopeng had remarked, "I have so many watches. I merely took one at random from home." By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the trio was keen to avoid revealing anything, having consumed neither food nor water. Upon successfully leaving the Baigui Yuan community, they remained vigilant, attentively monitoring their surroundings. Only after confirming they were not being followed did Wei Youqi cautiously suggest, "This market looks promising. Should we consider trading here?" Yu Shifeng responded, "Hot water could work. It's a guaranteed profit with high demand." "Not advisable," Liang Shu Yu pondered. "Though the demand for hot water is substantial, it would expose the fact that we have fuel. Until we fully understand the situation here, we should hold off." "That makes sense. After all, we are not lacking in goods. We should seek progress with caution," Wei Youqi agreed. Nevertheless, they resolved to return when time permitted, as today was merely an observational visit with no interactions. However, frequent visits might yield useful information. Approaching 6 o'clock, the trio neared Alley 27, famished and each consuming a piece of bread to sustain themselves. Yet, upon entering Alley 27, they spotted Chun Baoyi standing in the rain, unprotected by an umbrella, confronting the downpour head-on. Chapter 95. Hatred beneath the downpour. Relentless rain pelted Chun Baoyi's head, slicking her hair against her face. Yet, her disheveled appearance could not obscure her striking beauty. Tears cascaded down her face like a waterfall, clearly discernible even in the rain. She wore thin clothing, her shoulders trembling, and her eyes, filled with deep-seated hatred, were wide and bloodshot as they fixated on a particular spot in the building above. In her gaze resided not only hatred but also pain, anger, and sorrow. Though she remained silent, her body trembled uncontrollably, revealing her helplessness, suffering, and silent screams. She stood there for a full hour, drenched by the rain, until someone in the building above noticed her and began to call out to her from the window. Yet, she remained oblivious, her body shaking in the rain, completely immobile. She had expected that her mother's death would unleash a torrent of grief, screams, and wails, but now, all she could do was weep silently. However, that wretched mother of hers hardly deserved her tears. In Chun Baoyi's memory, her mother was merely a woman who traded on her beauty, a disgraceful creature. All her warmth and tenderness had been mere facades, masking the endless abuse, torment, and insults she had heaped upon Chun Baoyi. Indeed, her mother had raised her, yet within the confines of their home. The words she uttered most frequently were worthless, and the most degrading terms she employed were cheap and slut. She had been a master of pretense, and it was long overdue for her to die. Chun Baoyi, how could you shed tears for such a woman? You ought to rejoice instead. She has finally exited your life. You are no longer subjected to her relentless emotional torment and abuse. Yet, she was still her mother. The only blood relative in this world, the sole person bound by blood ties. If only there were a red string of fate to sever the ties that bound them. If that were possible, Chun Baoyi would gladly have killed her. But alas, she could not, for this was her biological mother. She had given birth to Chun Baoyi, raised her, albeit with humiliation and torment. The bond of blood was a complex web, unbreakable and tangled, even amidst her profound hatred. She could not escape the grief and pain coursing through her. Thus, Chun Baoyi remained there, standing beneath the rental building, gazing up at the man who was her mother's husband, yearning for a moment when he might peer out to see her, to acknowledge the wretched woman who had died. Yet, time stretched on, and that man did not cease his game of mahjong to glance outside. Perhaps he had perished within. Who could know? Chun Baoyi's feet had grown numb, the cold seeping through her to the core, as if the rain were not water but ice, freezing her entirely, leaving her devoid of warmth. She began to pick up stones from the ground, hurling them at the windows above, one after another, mechanically repeating the action. Whether she struck the window or missed, she persisted, her right hand numb but finding warmth in the stones, warmer than anything she had ever encountered in her life. Was she on the brink of death? It was said that only the dead could find warmth in cold stones. Then let her die. She had lived enough. Chen Baoyi thought bitterly, consumed by resentment. It was so unjust. She had committed no wrong. Why must she endure such a family? Fate was truly cruel. In that moment, she suddenly recalled the Buddhist teaching of karma. What nonsense it was that the suffering endured in this life stemmed from sins of past lives. Let them be cast into hell. The stones finally struck accurately against the security screen, awakening the men inside who had been engrossed in their game of mahjong. Who is it? They jumped at the sound, initially fearing it was some nefarious intruder. Cautiously, they approached the window, only to find a slender girl throwing stones at the glass, her delicate features strikingly beautiful. One man's eyes brightened as he recognized her as Old Chen's daughter. Old Chen, your daughter is looking for you. Old Chen, clad in a greasy brown leather jacket, sported a beard that resembled a neglected ball of wire. And though no odd objects dangled from it, it was sufficiently unkempt. His eyes were murky and yellowed, reminiscent of a dying elder. Yet, judging by the thick brows above his eyes, if he were to clean himself up, he might still appear as a handsome middle-aged man. Old Chen's eyes flickered as he finally shifted his gaze from the mahjong table, awkwardly rising from his chair, his protruding belly abruptly emerging from beneath the tablecloth. This once-admired gentleman had succumbed to a rather disheveled state. He awkwardly maneuvered his heavy body to the window, where his murky eyes met the reddened gaze below. Chen Baoyi glared at him fiercely, while he, devoid of any expression, coldly scrutinized the girl with whom he shared no blood ties. The rain poured heavily, and the weather grew increasingly chilly. Even indoors, one needed to don thick sweaters for warmth. One of the card players, unable to bear the sight, remarked, "After all, she is your daughter, Lao Chen. You shouldn't be so despondent." The despair of life rekindled the hope of familial affection, leading many who once had mediocre family relations to experience a rebirth of kinship, thus reevaluating their familial roles, placing greater importance on their wives and children. However, the card player's thoughts were not solely occupied with his own nagging wife and disobedient son. His mind wandered to the fair and beautiful girl below, envisioning the exquisite skin beneath her thin clothing, which ignited a fervor within him. To be frank, although he had been playing cards with Lao Chun for many years, ever since the power outage, Lao Chun had been at his home playing mahjong, enduring the discomfort of merely wrapping himself in a filthy blanket in the corner. A coward like Lao Chun, truth be told, even dogs would disdain him on the streets, was a gambler, an abuser, and a cowardly man. If it weren't for the fact that he could still put forth some money when he lost, no one would associate with him. Of course, since moving here, keeping Lao Chen around had its safety considerations. In a crowded place, more people meant more strength. Despite his cowardice, Lao Chen's character was decent, and after years of acquaintance, there was no need to guard against any malicious intentions from him. Yet, the card player was now excitedly contemplating that after sheltering Lao Chun for so many days and occasionally providing him with a meal, he ought to receive some interest in return. Don't let that fine girl get soaked, he thought. If there's anything to discuss, let them talk it over. Father and daughter should have a good conversation. With that, the card player opened the door and headed downstairs, leaving the other two players to curiously rise to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 96. Mockery. The card player descended with an eager spring in his step, nearly floating as he approached the entrance, where he could see Chen Baoyi's visage more clearly. Her delicate young skin, youthful and slender figure, and charmingly beautiful face were a true gift from the creator. How had he never noticed before how lovely Lao Chen's daughter was? "Baoyi, don't stand out there any longer," he called. "If there's anything to say, go talk to your father. There are no overnight grudges between a father and daughter." He waved at her amiably. But Chen Baoyi ignored him, her eyes still fixed in a fierce glare above, as if there lurked a ghost ready to claim her life. And she feared that not staring would result in her being devoured. The card player called out to her several more times, but to no avail. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated to go out and risk getting drenched, deciding to let it be for now. After all, he had plenty of opportunities, surely. Chen Baoyi would not run away. Yu Shifeng had once saved Chen Baoyi's life and, upon learning about her family situation, felt a surge of compassion and pity for the girl. Seeing her standing recklessly in the rain startled him, leading him to a possibility as he hurried towards her. He retrieved a spare umbrella from his backpack and opened it, exclaiming, "Why are you standing out here in the rain? What if you catch a cold? There's nowhere to buy cold medicine now. Don't you care for your own health?" The black umbrella conveniently blocked Chen Baoyi's line of sight upwards. prompting her to finally turn her dry, reddened eyes towards Yu Shifeng. My mother, she died. Despite having his suspicions, hearing this from Chunbao's clear, hoarse voice struck him with astonishment. Just as he was about to comfort her and ponder how to alleviate her distress, she coldly remarked, she's finally dead. You have no idea how happy I am. What? Yu Shifeng was taken aback, failing to comprehend her words. At that moment, Chunbao turned her gaze, her pale lips curving into a bitter smile. Does uncle care for me too? What? Once again, Yu Shifeng found himself puzzled. Suddenly, Chunbao's delicate arm draped over his chest, her slender fingers, against the backdrop of his dark clothing, appeared as ethereal as a forest sprite, playfully dancing across his chest. As long as the price is right, it wouldn't be out of the question. What? How can it be like this? Yu Shifeng was so stunned that he lost his words, unsure how to address the impropriety of her earlier statement. Humph! Chunbao scoffed disdainfully. How dare a stranger like Yu Shifeng lecture her? What was he really? Did he understand her plight? Did he comprehend her past? Did he know about her wretched, hypocritical mother? Or her cowardly, inept father? No one knows another's suffering. Do not advise them to be virtuous, since he had never endured the same pain as she. He had no right to discuss humanity and moral boundaries with her. The sarcasm and weariness etched on her youthful face suggested a woman who had weathered many tribulations. Such a child requires proper guidance. Yu Shifeng took a deep breath, choosing to refrain from debating those matters for the time being. The wind and rain are fierce outside. You cannot remain out here soaking. It is your own body that will suffer. Chunbao lifted her chin mockingly. If you don't pay me, don't waste your breath beside me. Yu Shifeng attributed her drastic change in demeanor to her mother's death, believing she was affected by the trauma. While racking his brain for a suitable approach to counsel her, Lao Chun, clad in a brown leather jacket, descended the stairs. His disheveled beard gave him the appearance of a wild man, albeit one with poor body management. Yu Shifeng's expression hardened, becoming even more serious. The transformation in Chunbao was undoubtedly due to her father's influence. Creating a happy family is a challenging endeavor. It is all too simple to cultivate unhappiness, requiring only the sharpest words and violent actions to inflict harm. From what Yu Shifeng knew, Lao Chun frequently abused Chunbao. Lao Chun, Yu Shifeng was about to address him, but before he could finish, Lao Chun, without a word, seized Chunbao's arm and began dragging her towards their home. Chunbao resisted, letting out sharp cries, repeatedly kicking Lao Chun's shins. Yet he seemed oblivious, forcefully pulling her along until half her body was dragged along the ground. Her already thin clothing quickly becoming caked in mud, rendering her a pitiful sight. What are you doing? Stop. Let's talk this over. The well-meaning Yu Shifeng could not bear such a scene, though Liang Shu Yu had advised him against intervening in matters that could threaten his life. When it came to domestic disputes, he felt compelled to act. Yu Shifeng stepped forward, grasping Lao Chen's arm and pulling Chunbao up from the ground. A flicker of impatience crossed Lao Chen's murky eyes. Mind your own business, he said with disdain. Today, I will indeed mind it. The stubborn Yu Shifeng was like a bull, unyielding in his determination, unbothered by Lao Chen's greasy, middle-aged frame. He intended to argue that even if she were not Lao Chen's biological daughter, she should not be treated with such violence. However, reconsidering, he thought it would be too humiliating for Lao Chun and instead stated, she is still a girl, even if you need to discipline her. It cannot be done in this manner. Chapter 97. Interfering, huh? You really are meddling, came the words not from Lao Chun, but from Chunbao herself. Yu Shifeng looked at her in surprise, while Lao Chun sneered, this is a family matter. With that, he roughly dragged Chunbao away once more. She continued to scream sharply, resisting his hold, yet this time Yu Shifeng found no justification to intervene. After all, even Chunbao herself resented his interference. Yu Shifeng, feeling rejected, lamented inwardly, this child must have suffered greatly at the hands of her parents. The temperament of Yu Min was strikingly similar to that of her 12 or 13-year-old self, reminiscent of a prickly hedgehog. Wei Youqi shook his head in silence. Uncle Yu, why do you concern yourself with her? There is a reason for pity, and often a reason for disdain. If you truly possess an unquenchable desire to discipline, why not spare a thought for me? Fine, today's foundational training will be doubled. Wei Youqi exclaimed, what? I was just joking. You can't take that seriously. Liang Shu Yu, who had been listening nearby, found amusement in the exchange. Wei Youqi was at a loss for words, pondering why every time Liang Shu Yu sought to comfort others and shift the conversation, it went so smoothly, yet when it came to him, it turned into a misfortune. The meddlesome nature of Yu Shifeng was what she found most irksome. At the table, Liang Shu Yu shared the day's spoils with everyone, including their walkie-talkies, a hand-crank generator, mechanical wristwatches, and a portable water purifier. Everyone present at the table was filled with excitement. Even Yu Min's demeanor shifted, her delicate face brightening with joy. With these items, their survival was assured. The walkie-talkies they obtained could not only connect with Liu Xiaobang, but might also reach other channels. Although Liang Shu Yu mentioned that Liu Xiaobang had already tried and found no other channels, what if there were? The portable water purifier was exceedingly practical. Aunt Xiaoping beamed with delight, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, exclaiming how wonderful it all was. In contrast to the other's enthusiasm, Liang Ying remained composed, questioning why her classmate had gifted her so many invaluable items. Did he not ask for anything in return? Wei Youqi reassured her, rest assured, Auntie, Liu Xiaobang is trustworthy. His family is affluent, and he is a survival enthusiast. These items are merely excess supplies he has chosen to share with us, without ulterior motives. Liu Xiaobang lacks for nothing, including his secure residence. He lives in a building with only 2 households per floor, on the 17th floor, making the chances of a home invasion exceedingly low. Unless one day we can no longer stay in this city and are forced to migrate elsewhere, it is unlikely Liang Shu Yu will find an opportunity to repay him. After hearing Liang Shu Yu's rationale, Liang Ying responded, "The bond between you and your classmate is for you to navigate. If there is a need for multiple families to come together, do not hesitate to speak up." Liu Xiaopeng's assistance benefited Liang Shu Yu, but indirectly aided 3 families, not only through these supplies, but also through his generous spirit. Indeed, Liang Shu Yu nodded. The others echoed Liang Ying's sentiment. Especially in these extraordinary times, one mustn't overlook the kindness of others. Subsequently, Liang Shu Yu shared the analysis he had gleaned from Liu Xiaobang, suggesting that this blackout might not merely be a localized event affecting a few cities, but could potentially be a global outage. The previously jubilant atmosphere turned pale at the prospect of a worldwide blackout. What could this entail? Liang Shu Yu noted that while a global blackout sounded terrifying, nations could rally their advanced resources to overcome it. It was unfathomable that they were currently cut off from all external communication. Even law enforcement had ceased operations. Countries could not simply abandon their citizens to slumber in ignorance. Even if the higher-ups wished for such a scenario, the diligent workers below would not permit it. Thus, there must be an even more dreadful calamity brewing, one that could be so urgent that nations were unable to spare resources to rescue their citizens from the blackout. Or perhaps, not all citizens had been forsaken, only a segment had been. But how is that segment determined? Perhaps it is divided by region? This was the conclusion Liang Shu Yu arrived at later. You don't mean to suggest that coastal cities have been abandoned? Liang Wenjing cautiously inquired, incredulous. I cannot say for certain. I lack concrete evidence to confirm anything. However, one thing is clear. This blackout is not merely a simple solar storm. It may require us to devise a more comprehensive plan. Liang Shu Yu shared his thoughts, hoping for a collective discussion among the families to reach a more advantageous conclusion for survival. An individual's idea may have its shortcomings, but a collective thought process can significantly mitigate those oversights. Perhaps we should leave coastal cities for the interior? Aunt Xiaoping suggested. Indeed, we can consider such a contingency. Liang Shu Yu agreed. The atmosphere at the table grew somber. Even the fragrant rice lost its appeal. When do we depart? Yu Min inquired. Truthfully, Liang Shu Yu felt uncertain. He was still a student, and although everyone looked to him for major decisions in the aftermath of the blackout, he hesitated to make such a significant choice without a well-structured plan and concrete facts. Upon reaching the Sichuan region, they would need to find additional safe shelter. The challenges of the journey and the uncertainty of their new abode presented monumental tests. I have a house in Tongzhou, Yu Shifeng suddenly interjected, capturing everyone's attention. But you are not from the Sichuan region, they thought. It was left to Min Min by my ex-wife, he explained. Though modest in size, it is sufficient to accommodate us. Chapter 98. The Rebellion Phase? Wonderful. The housing issue is resolved. If they were to leave the coastal city, Sichuan would undoubtedly be the safest stronghold, making it a prime candidate for relocation. Historically, during wartime, even foreign invaders failed to conquer the resilient region of Sichuan. It is easily defensible, resource-rich, and an ideal refuge. Among the 3 families at the table, both Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi were rooted in Deep Blue City. Although not natives, they had no foundation elsewhere. Conversely, Yu Shifeng hailed from the neighboring province of Shiguan, and Liang Shu Yu was taken aback to learn he possessed a house in Sichuan, thus resolving one issue. We also need transportation. Without it, we cannot transport our supplies. Even if we travel light, would we really want to gather supplies anew upon reaching Sichuan? That would be exceedingly difficult, especially if Sichuan experiences a simultaneous blackout with Deep Blue City. By the time we arrive, the city might have already been stripped bare. Perhaps even formidable factions would have emerged. Therefore, regardless of leaving Deep Blue City, they must transport all their supplies. Transportation became paramount, serving as the only bastion ensuring their safety on the journey and a base for rest. A diesel vehicle would suffice, right? Wei Peng, who had been silent until now, suggested. Yes, indeed, Liang Shu Yu replied. The electromagnetic shockwaves caused by the solar storm would only damage electrical equipment. Ordinary gasoline vehicles require electricity for ignition, which is why many vehicles on the road are unable to start. However, diesel vehicles are not affected in the same manner. There is also a complication. Many vehicles on the road are inoperable, and ours may not be able to navigate smoothly. Wei Peng chuckled. That is no issue. We can use a jack to flip any vehicle blocking our path. One by one, we can clear the way. Previously, Liang Shu Yu had worried about road traffic, but Wei Peng's words illuminated a solution. Indeed, pooling ideas broadens perspectives. Liang Shu Yu smiled. Excellent. Then let us begin our preparations. Do you have any thoughts? The group pondered for a moment, each expressing their ideas. Some were imaginative, while others struck at the heart of the matter. Ahem, Liang Ying coughed lightly. Let us eat first. After the meal, we can discuss further. It is best to inscribe all thoughts on a paper, listing each item to note and prepare for, one by one. We have ample time, so there is no need for haste. The group responded in unison, joyfully devouring their meal. Departing from this city may not seem like the most prudent choice, yet after languishing in the house for over a month, everyone felt weary. At last, the prospect of venturing to a new place was broached, and despite the looming challenges ahead, a sense of excitement and exhilaration coursed through the group, akin to the refreshing clarity that follows a storm. As they hastily finished their meal, Liang Wenjing and several others brimmed with ideas, eager to unleash their potential. At that moment, Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying began to clear the table, when Yu Shifeng suddenly lowered his voice and, somewhat ingratiatingly, addressed Yu Min. Daughter, Yu Min abruptly interrupted him with a harshness that left no room for discussion. Whenever Yu Shifeng uttered the term daughter, it was rarely a portent of good tidings. Yu Min, without needing to hear more, already knew it was related to Qin Baoi. She had no interest in the matter, for she was not one to abide by falsehoods. Min, I merely wish to inquire about something, Yu Shifeng stammered. Feeling quite embarrassed as Yu Min showed no mercy in front of the assembled company, leaving her father in a rather uncomfortable position. Raising an eyebrow, Yu Min retorted, if it involves Qin Baoi, spare me the details. Yu Shifeng, with a furrowed brow, pleaded, it's not entirely about that. I simply wish to understand your mindset at the age of 12 or 13. What prompted your rebellion? His words detonated like a bomb, igniting the interest of everyone else at the table. Yu Min was rebellious? I never noticed. Wei Yoqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In what manner were you rebellious? Do tell. Just then, as Yu Shifeng pondered how to respond, Yu Min shot him an icy glance, prompting him to fall silent. Hey, little brat, don't pry into others' affairs. He admonished Wei Yoqi, hastily brushing him aside. Come on, do share. I want to hear. Liang Wenjing playfully insisted, expressing surprise that Min, whom she had always perceived as cold and aloof, had once been rebellious. What a scoop. Yu Min shot Liang Wenjing a disapproving look, her expression clearly conveying, what kind of friend are you? Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue. Oh, Min, don't be shy. Everyone has a dark past. It's unavoidable. Yu Shifeng dared not divulge anything, fearing that if he irked Yu Min, he would be unable to speak with her for the next month. That girl had quite the memory for grudges. Liang Shu Yu, perceiving Yu Shifeng's trepidation, interjected, among the 4 children present, at least 3 have experienced rebellion. Uncle Yu, you need not worry. Shortly, I will ask Liang Wenjing to share her tales of rebellion, which may assist you. Ha! Liang Wenjing burst into laughter at this. Exactly. We all have our rebellious histories to share. Just ignore Min's glare and go ahead. However, after uttering this, Liang Wenjing felt a twinge of unease. Wait, why should I be the one to recount my past? Why not you? Liang Shu Yu chuckled. Have I ever been rebellious? Have you not? Liang Wenjing raised her voice incredulously. Liang Shu Yu turned to Liang Ying in the kitchen. Mom, have I ever been rebellious? Wow, Liang Wenjing exclaimed. Mom, don't be so biased. He used to fight with me daily. Isn't that rebellious? Clearly, you were the one who started it and stole his toys, Liang Shu Yu countered. Is that how you speak? Are you certain you're my biological sibling? Wei Youqi laughed heartily at this exchange, while Wei Pengzi joined in, his round face radiating joy. Petty, Liang Wenjing retorted. Suddenly, Yumin was taken aback by Liang Shu Yu's unexpected involvement in her affairs, casting him a surprised glance before narrowing her eyes at him. Although Liang Shu Yu frequently visited the Yu household, Yumin typically only interacted with Liang Wenjing, regarding Liang Shu Yu as merely an acquaintance, far from a friend, let alone someone with whom she could joke. Was everyone truly so eager to hear about her childhood indiscretions? Just then, bolstered by Liang Shu Yu and the others' support, Yu Shifeng observed Yumin's bemused and slightly irritated expression, finding it rather endearing and reminiscent of her youthful escapades. All right then, I shall regale you with tales of Yumin's childhood, he announced. Yumin interjected, Chapter 99, Dark History. Yumin's mother had departed when she was 11, during which time Yu Shifeng was still running a boxing gym. The gym was quiet from Monday to Friday, and little Yumin would diligently train, practicing her forms without needing her father's supervision. She had always been well-behaved, with a heart-shaped face and delicate brows, her smile adorned with 2 charming dimples. Every summer, she and her mother would distribute flyers at the central square, clad in her striking white boxing attire, attracting many parents who were captivated by her youthful yet adept performances. Eager to enroll their children in classes, at that time, she would bow and ceremoniously proclaim, "Thank you for your recognition. I shall strive to compete at the heroic gathering next year." This would elicit laughter from all around. However, these memories were confined to her life before the age of 11. After her mother's departure, the girl gradually lost her laughter, becoming increasingly taciturn. Yet Yu Shifeng, a staunch advocate of militaristic parenting, with a rigid demeanor, found himself at odds with Yumin, leading to a rapid escalation of their conflict. On one hand, Yu Shifeng perceived Yumin's transformation as rebellion. On the other, Yumin resented her father's lack of the tenderness and consideration her mother had shown, longing for her mother while rejecting her father. One day, unable to endure her father's rigidity any longer, Yumin resolved to run away from home. She packed a bag with a change of clothes and 200 yuan in pocket money. At this point, Yu Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Aunt Xiaoping, Liang Ying, Wei Youqi, Wei Pengzi, Liang Shu Yu, and Liang Wenjing sat in a row on the mahogany sofa, their chins propped up in unison, listening intently. Yumin sat expressionless in the corner, her eyes flickering with a fiery intensity. Why? The 6 heads inquired in unison. Little Yumin had been missing for 4 hours before Yu Shifeng discovered her absence. He immediately broke into a sweat and frantically rushed to the school to search for her, even alerting the police. He feared she had been harmed and anxiously questioned her. What happened? Were you frightened? Did someone bully you? Little Yumin turned her head away in silence, still fuming and refusing to respond. Before long, the police arrived and began to interview the girl. As Yumin wept uncontrollably, she struggled to articulate a single word. They initially assumed she had indeed been traumatized and had a female officer conduct a body check, but upon finding no abnormalities, Yumin finally mustered the courage to shout, "Stop checking me. I have no time." "Why do you have no time? Are you being threatened?" the police officer asked, their concern mounting. Little Yumin, with a mix of shame and indignation, finally broke down in tears under the officer's scrutinizing gazes, exclaiming, "I have a homework problem I cannot solve." The officers, bewildered, exchanged glances. So this girl ran away from home to do her homework at a cafe, concerned that she wouldn't be able to submit a particular problem the next day? Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Impressive. This level of dedication is truly commendable. So even after running away from home, one must still attend to homework? Liang Shu Yu chuckled. Some people shouldn't laugh, as it seems like everyone has experienced running away at some point. Hey, Liang Wenjing exclaimed playfully. Who was it that deliberately poured water on my bed after wetting themselves at midnight? Talk about dark histories. Let us see who has the most. Uft. Wei Youqi nearly spat out his drink. 666. How did I not realize? So you two had accidents? Bad Andy. Liang Ying seized upon this revelation. Laughter erupted once more, with Wei Youqi and Liang Shu Yu covering their faces in embarrassment. Youthful folly, Youthful folly, they explained sheepishly. That old computer of ours had its quirks too, they added. Attempting to deflect attention, Liang Wenjing clicked her tongue, especially regarding that folder. Those a bit older might not fully comprehend. In an instant, Liang Shu Yu's hand caught Liang Wenjing by the neck, stifling the remainder of her words. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue discussing the preparations for the move. This topic cannot proceed any further. Wei Youqi was adamant. What he desired was Liang Shu Yu's dark past and those little braids. Old Liang, this is where you went wrong. Allow others to finish their thoughts. Liang Wenjing protested. Liang Shu Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, perhaps we could first discuss a certain magazine. Or as it is also known. Wei Youqi hurriedly covered Liang Shu Yu's mouth. Well then, let us return to the matter of moving. Wei, the seasoned veteran, would not let them off easily. There was no rush regarding the move. They could take their time. He expressed keen interest in their folder and magazine, asking who might elaborate on the matter. Liang Wenjing protested vehemently once more. Consequently, Wei Youqi's photo shoot was confiscated. Wei Youqi. QAQ. It was a new day, and at 8 in the morning, Liang Shu Yu and his companions blissfully washed their faces with warm water. The mechanical watch hung outside the kitchen, worn only when leaving the house. Otherwise, it remained there. Notably, Liang Ying's own sense of time was surprisingly accurate, making her akin to a walking timepiece. A new day brought new tasks. After a lengthy discussion of 4 to 5 hours the previous night, they finally compiled a list of supplies they might need for the move. In truth, the list was not extensive, primarily comprising at least 2 diesel trucks, 2 jacks, ample diesel fuel, tools that might come in handy on the road, and a portable gas stove, among other necessities. They could seek out vehicles directly on the road. As Yu Shifeng suggested, he could attempt driving techniques seen in movies. After all, any vehicle that could ignite would suffice. Jacks could be procured from hardware or auto repair shops, which wouldn't be too challenging to locate. For the portable gas stove, they could search nearby stores. Or if all else failed, they could even seize a table from a grilled fish restaurant, as it likely housed a gas burner. We'll first visit the trade market in the morning, have lunch out, and then look for vehicles in the afternoon. Liang Shu Yu reiterated the day's plan. Following their discussions from the previous night, they realized that the most abundant supplies they had were potato chips, primarily because they had floated to the surface in the underwater market, making them the most accessible. While potato chips could only provide fleeting joy rather than substantial nourishment, they were imbued with nostalgia and could be considered a scarce resource. Chapter 100. Setting up a stall around 9:20 in the morning, Liang Shu Yu and his companions once again donned their attire and stepped outside. As they departed, Yu Shifeng glanced towards the second floor of Chun Baoi's home across the way. Throughout the night, he had been disturbed by her piercing screams. Though he understood they were merely her expressions of frustration, they nonetheless filled him with concern. Perhaps for a fleeting moment, Chun Baoi resembled the childhood version of Yu Min, instilling in him a profound sense of compassion to assist her through her struggles. With a sigh, Yu Shifeng merged into the rain, knowing he must find the right opportunity to guide her without resorting to force. After taking just a few steps, a loud bang echoed as the heavy iron door on the first floor swung open. A corpse was swathed in a thick, gray, damp cotton quilt, bound with a strip of cloth resembling a large zongzi, revealing only a pair of feet, which were too swollen to fit into any footwear, barely covered with torn fabric. Chun Baoi struggled to drag her mother. Take it slow, Yu Shifeng hurriedly approached to assist. Wei Youqi inquired, should we lend a hand? To be honest, after discussing with Yu Shifeng the previous night and learning about Chun Baoi's plight, he felt a sense of sympathy for her predicament. In Wei Youqi's memory, Chun Baoi's father was a gambling addict and an abusive husband. Her mother, while seemingly fine, rarely interacted with the neighbors, making their acquaintance shallow. However, he had seen Chun Baoi's mother in close proximity to her father's card-playing companions. The specifics remained undiscovered, as Wei Youqi had not delved further. Additionally, Chun Baoi's unpleasant demeanor and occasionally harsh words had colored his impression of her unfavorably. Yet, it turned out she was not even her father's biological child. Perhaps her father's current disposition was a result of this revelation? Learning such matters made Wei Youqi feel pity for Chun Baoi. After all, her lineage was beyond her control. Yet she bore the consequences. Liang Shu Yu instructed, put on your masks. All right, replied Wei Youqi, producing 3 masks from his waist pouch, as each of them carried 3. The masks were precious. Each use diminished their supply, and he felt a pang of regret. However, Given the task of transporting a corpse, he understood the necessity. Wei Youqi felt a surge of frustration. Did they not appreciate the masks he offered? Nonetheless, he resolved to focus on the task rather than the individual. His actions were not for Chunbao herself, but rather for the situation at hand. He had experience in burying the deceased. At 10:36, old Lu made a visit, stating that they had discussed the previous matter and could not accept the terms Liang Shu Yu proposed. However, Liang Shu Yu stood firm, causing old Lu to nearly shed tears in anger. Liang Shu Yu remained composed, gesturing toward Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, who were proficiently preparing for the burial, and said, "Observe their deafness." Old Lu's face paled, and he departed in defeat, until a decision to leave was made. Liang Shu Yu had no intention of collaborating with someone like old Lu. Now that he had resolved to exit the city, how could he possibly partner with old Lu? In the following days, Liang Wenjing and the others would be working overtime at home, reorganizing and repacking supplies, ensuring they could take everything necessary. Thus, without complete preparation, they could not act recklessly. After disposing of the disposable gloves in a designated trash bin at the door and rinsing off under the rain, Liang Shu Yu declared, "Let us set off." Wei Youqi had mentally prepared himself for the likelihood of receiving no gratitude, feeling utterly unburdened. Yu Shifeng was not acting for accolades. He was more concerned about Chunbao's distant demeanor. With worry clouding their minds, Yu Shifeng and Liang Shu Yu set forth towards the North Station by Guiyuan Yuan District C. This route marked their second journey, and they noticed a decrease in pedestrians compared to the previous days. However, the streets bore evidence of destruction. Nearly every storefront had been smashed open. Those that remained intact were likely occupied. Given the current situation, obtaining supplies from external storefronts had become exceedingly challenging. They could only hope for lucky finds. A significant portion of resources was controlled by a select few, particularly those who moved in groups, such as the industrial park Liang Shu Yu had previously tracked. Once the city stabilized in a few days, Liang Shu Yu planned to explore that industrial park. Perhaps it too had evolved into a trade market akin to Guiyuan Yuan. Upon reaching Guiyuan Yuan District C, they successfully exchanged 6 small snacks to arrive at the supermarket. The corner where Liang Shu Yu had once lingered was now occupied, leaving them only a narrow space in the middle. Once settled, Wei Youqi mimicked others by laying down a cloth on the ground and retrieved 4 bags of potato chips, 2 lighters, 2 coffees, 3 small packets of tea, and 5 betel nuts, arranging everything neatly at their stall. As he displayed the items, nearly half of the trade area's attention gravitated towards them. While Wei Youqi retrieved the goods, Liang Shu Yu and Yu Shifeng monitored the reactions of the onlookers, with Liang Shu Yu responsible for the left side and Yu Shifeng for the right. Liang Shu Yu observed that when the potato chips were unveiled, the crowd exhibited no significant reaction. The same applied to the coffee, tea, and lighters, with only one man showing fleeting interest in the betel nuts before soon averting his gaze. He recalled the precautions Lu Xiaoping had shared with him. In the early days of resource scarcity, the most sought-after food items were staples such as rice, flour, and essential resources like water. During this period, people were governed by hunger and fear, addressing their most fundamental needs. However, as the scarcity of resources extended over time, the depth of human needs evolved, increasingly gravitating towards spiritual desires. In other words, the longer the power outages persisted, the greater the demand for snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, tea, and betel nuts became. The prices of these items surged dramatically over time, reaching alarming levels. Today, Liang Shu Yu serves as a test case to confirm Lu Xiaopeng's assertions. It appears that Lu Xiaopeng's observations were indeed accurate. Consequently, it is evident that Liang Shu Yu's goods will struggle to find buyers, as the current population primarily seeks sustenance that fills their stomachs. Yet, Liang Shu Yu has also come to realize another crucial insight. By stockpiling spiritual consumables now, he could potentially reap significant profits in the future. Should he then exchange rice, flour, and hot water for these spiritual indulgences? In this marketplace, aside from vendors who openly list their prices for specific items, most transactions occur informally. For instance, a vendor exchanging fuel might assist someone in refilling a lighter in exchange for a pack of instant noodles and a few biscuits or snacks. Occasionally, items like tea, coffee, and chocolate are available, albeit in larger quantities. Currently, coffee and tea are not particularly valuable. Instances of refilling bottled gas are rare since most canned fuel does not support such actions. Nevertheless, this vendor still manages to profit. Liang Shu Yu's fuel reserves are limited, But with the advent of water purification systems, clean water flows abundantly. However, clean water is not particularly sought after at present due to the rainy weather. The more valuable water resources now consist of hot water, followed by alcohol and beverages. Liang Shu Yu's household possesses a considerable stock, and the only item he can exchange is rice. Wei Ponzi's family has several bags of rice, some weighing as much as 50 pounds. But the question remains, should they be exchanged? Suddenly, a man approached and squatted in front of Liang Shu Yu's stall. Wei Youqi inquired about the man's offerings. The man produced 2 bags of dried tofu, and Wei Youqi deemed a betel nut in exchange for 2 small bags of dried tofu a fair trade. Proceeding with the exchange, this man also operated a stall in the supermarket, displaying an array of bottled drinks, including cola, chrysanthemum tea, wang laoji, and jasmine honey tea. With a bottle of glucose water tucked away in the corner, priced at 5 yuan per bottle, ready for immediate consumption. Liang Shu Yu pondered whether this item held any medicinal value or was merely sugar. Upon receiving the betel nut, the man eagerly opened it and began to chew. Many along the coast seemed to have an addiction to this substance, and witnessing the man's enjoyment after consuming it confirmed Liang Shu Yu's belief that items such as cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, tea, and betel nuts would only grow more valuable with the passage of time. He contemplated acquiring these items in exchange for a small quantity of rice in the marketplace, anticipating a lucrative resale in the future. After all, the monetary system has completely collapsed, and following the cessation of global factory production lines, even after power restoration, the supply of these goods will not return to normal in the short term. Please, help me exchange for a small cup, the man pleaded. I'm afraid I can't. There's already too much tea, Liang Shu Yu thought to himself. Just then, voices emerged from the hot water vendor's stall, not particularly low in volume. A tall, well-dressed man was bargaining with the hot water vendor, his affable demeanor contrasting with the vendor's stern and unyielding expression. It seemed as if society had been turned on its head. This dignified man, once likely holding a respectable job and lifestyle, now found himself in such a predicament. Despite his polished appearance, he was no better off than those like Liang Shu Yu, who dressed casually, even donning women's clothing beneath their outer garments. The man clutched a package of tea, which seemed expensive, yet he could not even procure a cup of hot water. He pleaded with the hot water vendor, but to no avail. He approached several other vendors, attempting to charm them, yet none extended their assistance. The man's face fell into despair as he realized that, despite once being a city professional, he had now fallen to such depths due to the power outage. No matter how well he presented himself, it mattered little in this new world where the rules had irrevocably shifted. The rich and the poor now stood on equal footing, with the clever surviving while the foolish perished. Capital was no longer merely money and connections. It had been reshuffled entirely. A once respectable man now found himself weeping in a corner. Liang Shu Yu observed him for quite some time, at least half an hour. Initially, the man appeared dejected. But after wallowing in his sorrow, he attempted to negotiate with several hot water vendors again, yet still met with failure. At this point, Liang Shu Yu waved him over. The man initially failed to notice, but as the marketplace was small, it wasn't long before he spotted Liang Shu Yu and his companions. The man approached, glanced at the items on Liang Shu Yu's mat, noted the absence of hot water, and quietly asked, "Do you have hot water?" Liang Shu Yu regrettably replied, "I'm sorry, but my household hasn't had hot water for several days. It's quite urgent." Indeed, in such damp and chilly weather, going days without hot food could be quite uncomfortable. Liang Shu Yu continued, "For a kettle, what price can you offer?" "A kettle of hot water? That's equivalent to 6 thermos cups. I usually exchange 3 packs of tea for a single cup, so a kettle would require 18 packs of tea. However, hot water does not keep. What is boiled today will be cold by tomorrow." He could barely afford a kettle, but he knew it would be wasted. The man's expression turned troubled. Once cold, it would be useless. Liang Shu Yu expressed his helplessness. Given the chaotic nature of the market, he was reluctant to sell hot water there. It was impractical to sell it cup by cup in a personal transaction. "How about this? I'll buy a kettle, but you deliver it to me in 2 trips over the course of 2 days. I'll pay you up front. What do you think?" The man pondered for a considerable time before reaching a decision. Liang Shu Yu was a new face in this market and could easily take the money and disappear. The man was uncertain if Liang Shu Yu would do so, but it remained a possibility. "All right, but since it's urgent and requires an extra trip, the price will be 20 packs of tea." The transaction would take place beneath Building 11, where after selling the hot water, he could conveniently seek transportation on the road. Under Building 11, Liang Shu Yu and his companions waited, but due to the unbearable stench from the garden outside, they had to retreat into the fire escape to avoid the odor. Suddenly, a loud clattering echoed as a kettle fell down the stairs, followed by the sound of a man exclaiming in pain, seemingly unable to rise for quite some time. Yu Shifeng peered through the stairwell, but could see nothing. He hesitated, considering whether to check on the situation, as the sound suggested it might be serious. "Are you all right?" he inquired, noticing the man had not gotten up for a while, and an eerie silence followed. After a considerable delay, the man's voice finally emerged. "I think I might have hurt my back." Moments later, he added, "Could you help me up? I seem unable to stand." "I apologize." Yu Shifeng prepared to assist him, but Liang Shu Yu instinctively stopped him. "What's wrong?" Yu Shifeng asked, puzzled. Liang Shu Yu felt an instinctive sense of unease, unable to articulate why. Everything appeared normal, merely a simple transaction, with nothing amiss. Yet, he harbored an ominous premonition. "Let's go outside," he suggested. After Liang Shu Yu finished speaking, he swiftly pulled Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi outside. However, just after taking a few steps, Liang's ominous premonition was realized as two older men burst through the fire exit, brandishing kitchen knives. They were caught in someone else's trap. The fire exit was merely 2 meters away from Liang Shu Yu, but fortunately, the trio reacted quickly. The moment the ground floor door was flung open, they dashed up the stairs, immediately putting a floor's distance between themselves and the 2 men below. This building, like the one housing Liu Xiaobang and his companions, had all its fire doors locked. The only way to escape was through the fire ventilation windows, which lacked any anti-theft measures. However, the pursuers were too close, and with 3 of them chasing, there was no time to climb out the window. Thus, they could only flee desperately upwards. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they encountered the man who had pretended to fall, now stripped of his facade. "We want supplies, not lives. But if you resist, don't blame us." He stood there, his face a mask of rage and ferocity, tightly gripping his weapon, blocking their path from a height. Yet, Yu Shifeng saw through his bluster. While bravado and expression could be feigned, hesitation and doubt in one's eyes could not. With a swift movement, Yu Shifeng closed the distance, disarming the man in mere seconds. The assailant had no chance to resist, and was promptly thrown down the stairs, crashing into the 2 men who were pursuing them. The ground was slick, and the 3 men tumbled together in a chaotic heap. Wei Youqi urged Liang Shu Yu to escape through the window, as the timing seemed opportune. "No, if we leave, there will be no safe haven left for us in this market. If we flee, they won't let us go so easily. To avoid trouble, we would have to abandon this place entirely. That is not an option." Liang's gaze hardened, and he swiftly drew a small knife from his waist. Before the men below could react, he hurled the knife with precision, striking true. The well-dressed man convulsed a few times before collapsing, motionless. The other 2 men were taken aback by the agility with which Liang Shu Yu, a mere child, had acted. They had presumed Yu Shifeng was the leader, but this child was even more ruthless. Nothing has been negotiated yet. The 2 men, disregarding their fallen companion, scrambled to escape, but Liang Shu Yu pursued relentlessly. Soon, Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi joined the chase. Every day, they trained at home for scenarios like this, yet unfortunately, apart from their weapons, they had no other resources. They had merely scavenged half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a few bags of tea. The operation had unfolded too rapidly, and until now, Liang had been uncertain of the applicability of their training. Now, he realized it was indeed effective. The trio worked in flawless harmony, an impeccable team. "Let us go," Liang Shu Yu commanded, and Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi followed him silently out of the ground floor fire escape. As they passed the supermarket entrance, Liang paused to glance inside. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he departed with the others toward the nearby road. On a street untouched by flooding, abandoned vehicles were neatly lined up and stuck together. Some audacious snails even boldly lounged on the car windows, while resilient blades of grass took root in the crevices of the hoods. One could imagine that after the rain ceased, nature would flourish wildly, perhaps resembling a scene from a film in half a year. Grasses would crawl over the cars and asphalt cracks. What a vibrant postmodern tableau that would be. Liang Shu Yu spotted a truck by the roadside and pried open a side door handle with a screwdriver. After some effort, he was unable to open it, so he resorted to smashing the window, finally gaining access. Yu Shifeng momentarily lost focus, then refocused on Liang's face. "Let us see if we can start this vehicle." Reluctantly, Yu Shifeng complied, climbing into the truck and attempting to ignite it with a screwdriver inserted into the ignition. After several futile tries, he removed the plastic cover beneath the steering wheel, tinkering for a long while as seen in movies, but ultimately failed to ignite it, seemingly cutting the wrong wires. Growing increasingly frustrated, Yu Shifeng pounded the steering wheel in exasperation, muttering a curse. Wei Youqi was startled by the sudden outburst and loud noise. Noticing Yu Shifeng leaning on the wheel, his face a mix of anger and despair, utterly distraught. "Let us find another vehicle," Liang Shu Yu said calmly. Yu Shifeng jumped down from the truck, slamming the door shut. The three resumed their search along the road for another truck. They needed at least a medium-sized truck. Preferably not a container, but one with a breathable canopy, ideally too for safety. Soon, Liang Shu Yu found another truck. This one loaded with cargo and covered with a green tarp, exactly the model he desired. With practiced efficiency, they smashed the glass and opened the door. This time, Liang took the initiative to start the engine. Having observed Yu Shifeng's technique, he pried open the plastic panel under the steering wheel, extracted two wires that you had not yet tried, stripped their ends, and connected them. It failed to start. "No matter, we'll just switch to another vehicle. We shall find the right one." As Liang stepped down and walked a few meters with Wei Youqi, he noticed Yu Shifeng had not followed, still lingering beside the large truck. Why? Yu Shifeng pondered deeply, his agitation mounting. Finally, he voiced his turmoil. "Why must it be this way? They said as long as we don't resist, they won't kill us. Why must we kill them?" Chapter 103. Struggle. Why must we take lives? Is it only through killing others that we can survive? Can we not coexist peacefully? Has it not always been this way? Society was stable and orderly. Why must it come to this? Yu Shifeng questioned Liang Shu Yu, his voice faltering, losing strength as he spoke, his eyes growing red, and his expression increasingly tormented. Wei Youqi approached, attempting to explain, because order has collapsed, because society is no longer stable, because the essence of this world is such. What we once perceived was merely an illusion suppressed by law. But Liang Shu Yu intervened, as Yu Shifeng needed no counsel. Did he not understand? He did. He simply could not accept, in such a short time, the vast chasm between the world as it is now and the world he wished for in his heart, leading him to despair. The three stood in the rain, silence enveloping them, save for Yu Shifeng's suppressed cries of anguish. His frustrations erupting as he bit down on his teeth and let out low growls, occasionally striking the car door with his fists, until at last, he began to pound his fists against the metal door. Bang, bang, bang. Each thud resonated as if striking at their moral conscience, shattering it into pieces. Eventually, after venting his rage, Yu Shifeng's fists were bloodied, the car door and ground stained crimson, more vivid than the scene in the fire escape. Each individual must make their own choice. Some choices are silent, known only to oneself. Others are passive, flowing like water with the current. Yet some, like Yu Shifeng's, are fraught with turmoil, despair, anger, and helplessness. In the aftermath, poor Wei Youqi had to bandage his wounds, wasting iodine and topical ointment. "Sit here for a moment. We'll check over there." Liang Shu Yu pointed to a sheltered spot. Yu Shifeng nodded silently, accepting reality, resembling a wilted eggplant, devoid of vitality. Liang Shu Yu and Wei Youqi hurried to another road where another truck awaited. As Liang attempted to ignite it, he asked Wei Youqi, "Are you all right?" Wei Youqi responded with a dazed followed by a faint, "I'm okay." Subsequently, he broke into a grin, thinking to himself, at this level, how could I possibly fail? Old Yu was too rigid in his thinking, with a sense of patriotism and love for the people, which I certainly do not possess. Liang Shu Yu nodded and pulled out 2 lines, stripping the ends. Wei Youqi inquired, "What about you?" "Me?" Liang Shu Yu shrugged, "Pretty much the same." "Fantastic, they have a vehicle." Liang Shu Yu further separated the lines, exited the car, and marked a spot on the door with a marker. They wouldn't be driving the car away just yet. Their current excursion was merely to explore whether there were any vehicles that could be operated, which would facilitate their subsequent arrangements. Yu Shifeng also attempted to start a vehicle, and it worked. Surely some of these cars contain supplies? Wei Youqi suddenly remarked. They had initially planned to gather diesel today, but upon passing a gas station, they discovered it had been vandalized, with oil spilled everywhere, leaving them uncertain if any remained inside. Thus, the trio contemplated extracting fuel from the vehicles, and they even found empty oil barrels and tubes at the gas station. Wei Youqi speculated that if they could extract fuel from the cars, surely they could also procure supplies from within. Many trunks might contain 2 boxes of bottled water. After all, smashing the windows of a truck is one thing. But a small car's windows? That makes sense. Liang Shu Yu concurred, albeit with a twinge of conscience. Ah, conscience and such are of little importance now. We've come this far. Haven't we? So let us go ahead. With a resounding crash, shards of glass scattered across the ground as Wei Youqi targeted an Audi A6. Engaging in such acts felt more nerve-wracking than committing murder. Wei Youqi opened the car door and rummaged through every conceivable storage space within. Indeed, Liang Shu Yu echoed his sentiment. Moving to the rear of the vehicle to search the trunk, they managed to find 2 lighters, a bag of biscuits, 3 betel nuts, half a bottle of water, and some loose change. They could forego the half bottle of water, as it had been consumed by someone else. They had not yet fallen to such depths of desperation. With one find, more followed. Wei Youqi even acquired a sports car. The act of smashing it was nerve-wracking, but the exhilaration afterward was undeniable. However, disappointingly, he only found a box of condoms, and they were the small size. Small size? Who could possibly use this? It was utterly embarrassing. Wei Youqi's eyes turned green with frustration. It seemed that all sports car drivers were now of the small variety. No wonder they drove sports cars. Humph, Liang Shu Yu remarked. We could take this to the trading market tomorrow and see if we might exchange it for something. The small ones? They're of no use to us. Yu Shifeng nodded in strong agreement. They encountered some inaccessible diesel trucks and small cargo vehicles, prying open the fuel tanks to extract diesel, ultimately acquiring 4 barrels of it. The empty barrels were sourced from the gas station. Regrettably, the station had been entirely looted, or they could have profited even more. As they ventured closer to the houses, they discovered that much of the fuel had already been stolen from several vehicles, and many had been vandalized. Despite the myriad complexities of the world, the population was vast. People harbored all sorts of peculiar thoughts. What idea had not been conceived? Almost none. Hence, seeing so many cars vandalized did not surprise Liang Shu Yu and the others. Along their journey, they managed to collect numerous small items. Common finds like lighters and cigarettes are of no significance. They also gathered bottled water, small biscuits, snacks, condoms, lubricants, coffee, milk tea powder, candies, chocolates, and an array of bottled water, among other things. Additionally, many trunks contained tools. They even discovered a jack in a large truck, negating the need to visit a hardware store. Today could certainly be deemed a fruitful endeavor. The 3 returned laden with their haul, and Yu Shifeng began to regain some of his spirit. As they approached home, the atmosphere lightened. Wei Youqi dashed ahead, leaping onto a Buick, gyrating his hips while singing Gangnam Style, his movements quite flamboyant. Liang Shu Yu found it amusing and laughed. Wei Youqi then clambered atop the car, mimicking a striptease. Yu Shifeng stood aghast, wondering who could explain to him why Wei Youqi was behaving so flamboyantly. He dances rather well. Someone coldly remarked from the other side of the car. Liang Shu Yu had been careless, failing to notice that they had been followed. Wei Youqi's dance abruptly ceased as several robust men emerged from behind the nearby vehicles, wielding iron rods and knives. 6 in total. Chapter 104. Encircled, these 6 men appeared to be in their 20s to 30s, with the eldest barely over 30 and the youngest in their 20s. All armed and bearing fierce expressions. Moreover, Yu Shifeng quickly observed that the men's hostile demeanor was not a mere facade. They exuded genuine confidence. Curiously, their attire was also quite telling. Those who frequently roamed outside, even without raincoats, would find something to protect their heads and feet. The persistently damp weather could easily lead to physical ailments. Yet, these 6 individuals were dressed simply, lacking even the most basic protective gear. Liang Shu Yu astutely noted the dampness of their clothing, particularly the fact that the hems of their upper garments had not completely dried. Considering the nearby vehicles bore signs of vandalism, Liang Shu Yu speculated whether these individuals were residents of the nearby housing complex, lying in wait for passers-by. In other words, it was not their negligence that had led to being targeted. These men had been lying in ambush all along. Uncle Yu, Liang Shu Yu shot a glance at Yu Shifeng, not wishing for him to be affected by prior events and falter in such a critical moment. A flicker of reluctance crossed Yu Shifeng's eyes, but he ultimately solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. The leading man, appearing to be in his 30s, noticed their cautious demeanor and chuckled. No need to be so tense, brothers. We're not heinous criminals. He toyed with the military knife in his hand, grinning triumphantly, as if he believed Liang Shu Yu and the others were already in his grasp, prompting the others to chuckle along. Their eyes fell upon the jack, toolbox, and oil barrels they had carelessly left behind. Leave the goods, and you may depart. And your backpacks, waste packs, place them down neatly. Don't make me search myself. To reiterate, I only want the goods, not your lives. However, should you foolishly resist, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. He seemed somewhat reasonable. The Chinese often prefer the approach of courtesy before aggression. Liang Shu Yu replied, our backpacks contain vital survival supplies. If we hand everything over, we won't be able to survive. Please, grant us a chance. Can we keep one backpack? The lead thug scoffed, oh, do you still think you have the right to negotiate terms with us? His incredulous tone elicited laughter from the others. Liang Shu Yu exchanged a glance with Yu Shifeng, who, gritting his teeth, reluctantly handed over his backpack, while Liang Shu Yu also had no choice but to remove his. The leader gestured, and a subordinate stepped forward to take Yu Shifeng's backpack. Suddenly, Yu Shifeng swung his bag forcefully into the subordinate's face, while Liang Shu Yu hurled his bag at the nearest thug. Wei Youqi delivered a swift kick to the thug guarding him, knocking him aside, then quickly leaped down to seize the knife from another assailant rushing at him. Once the weapon was in Wei Youqi's hands, it seemed as though it had been enhanced with supernatural strength, swiftly slicing across the opponent's throat. This sequence of actions transpired within a mere 5 seconds. A result of Wei Youqi and his companions' relentless training, a pure muscle reflex that required no conscious thought. Daily at home, they practiced the same movement against thin air, endlessly honing their skills, with each person mastering only 2 or 3 techniques. Yet, when these few lethal moves became reflexive, they could swiftly retaliate against their opponents. Killing an enemy is a race against time, requiring the rapid disarmament of the opponent, rendering them incapable of counterattacking. Wei Youqi resolved the first matter and proceeded to address the one on the ground. The individual sprawled below was utterly paralyzed by the unexpected and terrifying counterattack. As Wei dealt with him, he offered little resistance, almost as if he had yet to comprehend the situation before meeting his demise. Yu Shifeng moved with remarkable swiftness. As he struck with his backpack, seizing the moment of his opponent's bewilderment, he swiftly drew his blade and, with unparalleled speed, slit his throat. Among the trio, Yu Shifeng exhibited the greatest velocity and prowess. Once he dispatched one, he coordinated with Liang Shu Yu to neutralize the second. Liang, too, utilized his backpack to stun another, employing a similar technique to that of Yu Shifeng. In the midst of this, a third assailant surged forward, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind. Liang adeptly spun and crouched, thrusting his weapon upwards, which directly penetrated the throat of his adversary. Yu Shifeng assisted by restraining the assailant, allowing Liang to withdraw his blade with ease. In a matter of moments, only the ringleader remained. The entire sequence of events unfolded within half a minute, as the three exhibited a seamless synergy, speed, ferocity, and capability, all exquisitely refined. The ringleader stood in a state of shock, never having anticipated that his men would be so swiftly and decisively eliminated. Now, he found himself encircled by the trio. Clank! The military knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, his legs buckling as he sank to his knees. Please spare me, the ringleader pleaded. If you let me live, I will offer all the provisions from my home, everything. Observing Liang Shu Yu's impassive demeanor, he hastily added, I have plenty of rice, instant noodles, and gas. You can take whatever you desire, just grant me my life. I beg you. I have a wife and children. We are compelled to act this way. We never intended to harm anyone who wishes to commit such heinous acts. We were forced into this. Without it, my family would have starved. I genuinely beseech you. Alternatively, I could acknowledge you as my brothers. Brothers, I was blind to your greatness. As he spoke, he began to fervently bow before the three, a posture that convinced Wei Youqi of his sincerity, for in a society governed by law, most were respectable members of the workforce, with criminals being the minority. Yet, Liang Shu Yu suddenly seized the ringleader by the hair, plunging his knife in, and he was silenced swiftly. Wei Youqi gasped, Old Liang? What is this? Liang Shu Yu explained. There is no need for reverse robbery. If his family sees our faces, how could we ever escape? Wei nodded in reluctant agreement, feeling as though a massive stone had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss within him, swallowing the fleeting sense of accomplishment he had felt moments prior, leaving behind only an expanse of darkness and melancholy. It's a pity about the supplies, Wei remarked wistfully. Liang replied, let them go to his family. Is this not a form of mercy? He mused to himself with a wry smile.